your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HabbisLaw.com.
Omar Habbis is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's cars with a K.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
San Francisco weather, partly cloudy, high of 68 this afternoon.
Weather brought to you by Capital One. Capital One offers no fees or minimums on checking accounts. What's in your wallet? Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank guide. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Rise.
Wake up. It's time to wake on up. Wake up, wake up, wake up. With a nice cup of Joe.
What's up, Joe, bro?
Featuring Joe Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
And Joe, the Butcher Boy Shasky.
I am slippery.
Oh!
The best part of waking up is morning roast in your cup.
It is the Morning Roast, man, on 95.7 The Game.
Field carrying well. Lee doesn't catch it. No! Oh, my goodness. And that's how the game ends. Jung-Woo got turned around. And the Rangers will celebrate a walk-off win. Giants fought so hard, and a ball that 99 times out of 100, Jung-Woo Lee's going to catch.
Dave Fleming on the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Man, that was tough. You know the nickname I saw trending last night on social? Not Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo E for air. That's tough. And I hate to start the show that way because it soured what was an incredible comeback in the ninth from the young Giants. And welcome in, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We got New York Kenny in the back holding it down in place of Carter. We got Sam Lubman crushing it. And we'll start with that game last night, 5-4 the final in Texas. And, yeah, that was tough for Jung-Hoo Lee, but I don't think, it soured the overall feel of the night. Yes, it was a loss, and it's been a season of losses for the San Francisco Giants, Joe. So that's inconsequential for me as far as I'm concerned for the rest of the season. What are the young guys doing? That's all that matters. And I think last night's formula, even in a loss, was what I want to see for the rest of the season. You see the young guys produce, step up in clutch moments. You had, the likes of the future. My Shasky, the future, the next 15-year, Bryce Eldridge drops. All right. Clutch base hit 2 RBI single to tie the game. You had an opportunity potentially to try to take that lead in the top of the 9th. Didn't happen. I actually thought, Joe, I was like, man, is Basabe going to go yard here again?
I think we all thought that.
I was like, is he going to do it again? And the young Giants are really going to start doing something post-trade deadline? But unfortunately, that didn't happen. He pops out. Jung-Hoo Lee pops out. And then the unfortunate error for him, maybe he got lost in the lights. We'll hear from Tony Vitello, hear from the other Giants players in that loss yesterday. But you know what? For that moment still in the top of the 9th inning, for Bryce Eldridge to do what he did, for Grant McCray, right, for the Drew Gilberts of the world, to set the tone right there. I thought that was really cool and really fun, and I don't care if it sounds like a loser mentality if you lost the game. It's not about wins and losses for this season anymore. It's about development, and I thought we saw that. And honestly, I don't think Blade Tidwell was that awful, quite frankly.
Well,
now,
the first inning
was tough.
He was on the ropes.
But he settled down,
yes.
And I thought he controlled himself. 5 innings overall, 6 hits, 2 earned runs. He had a walk and a couple strikeouts. I thought he grinded yesterday. Could have been a lot worse, and he settled down.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Regarding, like your idea for like the template of the rest of the year, I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for. For every Buddy Kennedy that you're out there getting, and you're probably already tired of seeing him, you're going to get this guy, Eddie's Leonard. Like, I never heard of this guy. I've never heard of this guy. But I'm like, oh, he's got a trapeze glove. He's out in right field. All right, let's see it.
Yeah, of course, you go to the glove immediately. That's your thing.
But, he looked like a player. I'm like, well, where's this guy been? Basabe's at second. Then he goes to third. Then he goes back to second. I thought it was just an interesting day because it's a tiny sliver of what's to come, and you're just going to have to ride it out. And this is what we're going to separate. I call the boys from the men, the men from the boys.
Boys to men?
And the girls from the women.
There you go.
The women from the girls.
Please, all inclusive.
And everything in between.
Thank you.
Joe, that first inning, young Blade Tidwell.
Oh, my God.
With first off, the facial hair of a young Tom Tolbert.
He said that in the chat, and I was dying.
Am I wrong?
He said he looked like.
Am I wrong?
He said he looked like a 40-year-old from Modesto, California.
Well, 100% had the full 209. I drive a pickup truck and drive 4 hours to get to work. Look, right?
2000 called it, wants its facial hair back. Right? Is that what you're saying?
But
Fred Durst on line 1.
Yeah. Look. It's not for me. It works for him, but he battled. And he did. He got squared up 4 or 5 times in that first inning, and I thought he settled in. He had the sweeper going, that sinker. Interesting. He's an interesting guy. He's auditioning, okay? He's auditioning. Basabe, hey, look, man, it's open auditions right now for infielders.
Yeah.
Chapman, it sounds like, who was on our station yesterday, Zach Manation was.
Oh, okay.
Willard
I was like, Matt Chapman, he's been out. Yeah.
Chapman's probably not coming back.
No.
So, guys, second base, third base, wide open.
Opportunities.
Schmidt out for probably the remainder of the year. Chapman out probably for the remainder of the year.
Gone.
Anybody want to step up and take the most of these opportunities? You're going to see so much of Christian Goss, you'll probably want to puke, but that's okay.
Jeez. Trust the guy.
What?
All this
he
nice
cannot
thing.
Be that guy.
And then Christian Goss.
He's not. We've had opportunities.
God love him.
No,
that's what my dad would, or my nanny would always say. God love him when you're doing something wrong.
I mean, you ever heard of him?
No.
Cherry flavored bourbon? Never heard of it. Mr. Furman? Never heard of it. That's a Max Ray line. Sorry.
Thank you.
Somewhere young Guido's pumping his fist in a Recology truck. But guys, that is what you're going to see. And then Drew Gilbert comes in. And look, Drew Gilbert, dude, you're auditioning. Am I wrong?
He is.
Yeah. And so Drew Gilbert comes up, boom, slaps one the other way. Great at bat, 2-strike approach.
Boom.
Here comes McCray up to the plate. 8-9 pitch at bat. I think he drew a walk.
And then, terrific at bat from him.
It was a really good coming of age moment for him. And then you have Bryce Eldridge step up there, and he's got the sore thumb thing going on right now. It's kind of limiting his opportunities in the field. And I've been kind of on this, and nobody else really has. That bats ain't look great in the last month or so.
No.
And he's adjusted to the league. The league's adjusted to him. He adjusted back. Now they've adjusted.
Right.
Now it's on him to adjust back a fourth or fifth time.
That's going to be the rest of his career in Major League Baseball. It's about adjustments.
That is literally the life of an everyday baseball player.
Yeah.
And so to see him rip that ball in that moment, after the pass ball moves both runners up from first and second to second and third, I felt really good for the guy. And that's another example of a young player in Bryce Eldridge getting these clutch opportunities late in games. And he's just building to the repertoire. And he's just adding to that bank of moments and memories that he can build on in the coming years. So, look, it's unfortunate. Jung-Hoo Lee's playing way too in. He goes back on the ball, gets spun around. That's a big no-no as an outfielder.
Can't do that.
And he's got to make that play. There's just no other way around it. That being said, I felt like they were getting walked off the entire time in that inning. And, you get performances like you did from Blade Tidwell, and then you're going to get some performances like you did from Dylan Smith. And it's just, Brubaker was okay, I thought, yesterday. Never heard of San Martin? Anybody? I don't know. This guy Foley's made a couple of appearances. Get out the Wikipedia and the Google, because that's what we're going to be doing the entire rest of the way. But I'm not mad at them. I'm not mad at them today. I actually thought that they showed a lot of fight. And if you told me the youngsters get opportunities and are able to grind it out and show them what they've got, sign me up. I've been waiting for this for multiple years.
Reiver San Martin. It's a great name. From Cartagena, Colombia. There you go. They're so international right now, the San Francisco Giants. We got Dominican, we've got Puerto Rican, we've got Colombia, we've got the United States. We got it all. And listen, last night, you're going to have those. But I will take those type of losses the rest of the season as opposed to a 10-0, Bryce Eldridge, Drew Gilbert, everyone goes 0 for 5. That was the recipe yesterday, even in a loss, in a season now that, listen, after the trade deadline, when you get rid of your best players, you're going to lose more games. Like you just said, Manassian, general manager of the San Francisco Giants, was on our station yesterday. If you missed any of that interview, find it on YouTube where we're streaming right now or on the free Odyssey app. Chapman's probably out for the year. It's not going to get any better in the win-loss column, but players can still get better. There could be some calluses built up here that could carry over for next season. And I know everyone's so scared about next season already. Oh, is there going to be a season? We're all so cynical. We'll see. Keith Law joined us yesterday. He actually gave me a little bit of hope that this thing could be resolved and we could have a full season next year. That potentially could still happen. And I'm liking this guy Basabe. The more and more I watch him, again, it's a couple weeks. I don't know what he is. He could fall back down to earth again. As you mentioned, Eldridge starting off hot. A lot of these guys start off hot in the big leagues, and then they fade out. For every, Basabe, success story, you got the Tyler Fitzgeralds who start off really hot, and then he's off. Sure. Then he's out of the league. Sure. Right? So I'm going to pump my brakes, but you can still be excited about what you're seeing with some of these young guys. The Jung-Hoo Lee era was unfortunate yesterday because he's had a good 48 hours in Texas overall. That was not one of the plays. He actually had a great throw from right field yesterday in that game, but that's what we're going to remember, unfortunately.
All right. Can you get we need some sort of a sound as we approach this. I don't think he's going to get it because I think they're going to shut him down to elude, him actually eclipsing this mark. We're on a historic pace, you guys.
A pace for what? Picante?
I've said this earlier in the year, and I'm going to be on it now for the rest of the year. 189. Do you know what that number is? It's similar to a 56-game hitting streak from Joe DiMaggio. It's similar to the single-season home run record, Barry Bonds, 73. Do you know what 189
I'm assuming
is in regards to?
It's strikeouts.
Okay. Do you know who has that record in a Giants uniform? Most strikeouts as a hitter in a single season.
Willie Adames.
Bobby Bonds.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a couple years
1970,
ago. 1970,
the year before.
Jumping ahead there, Joe.
The year before, he struck out 187. You know who's third on that list? Last year's Willie Adames.
Last year's Willie. There we go. I was close.
Now,
who's number 2?
Bobby's both.
Oh, he's both.
Yeah, he's 189, 187.
Oh, okay.
I mean, he's the original.
He's the OG strikeout king.
But he was also extremely talented. He was early in his career.
And he made Barry.
Just to give you an idea of why, I think maybe a glimpse as to why Ramos is gone. So Bobby Bonds, most strikeouts in a year, 189. Bobby Bonds, second most strikeouts in a year, 187. Last year, Willie Adames, third most at 179. And do you know who's tied for fourth? Chapman and Ramos last year. Chapman was actually the year before, 2024, but you get my point. So
he has 127 right now, Willie Adames. 127.
He's on pace for 190. I think he can get it.
And that'd be the most in Giants.
Single season.
Okay.
Strikeouts.
Okay.
I mean, he's averaging 1.16 strikeouts a game.
What's the MLB record for most in a season?
Got to be Joey Gallo or someone like that.
I was going to say, is it him or Adam Dunn?
Yeah, it's got to be I would say 210, 220.
Most strikeouts.
Yeah, look it up.
By a batter in a season. No, I'm going to because
I bet it's 210 to 220.
223.
Wow, more.
2009.
Okay, 09.
It's a Diamondback. Any guesses?
Not Luis Gonzalez.
Last name Reynolds.
Mark Reynolds?
Mark Reynolds
the former
is
third baseman?
223 in 09.
That makes sense, though.
And then in 2008, he had 204.
Yeah, but
those Mark Reynolds Timlins come at bats.
He also hit 40 jacks, though, right?
Yeah, so he can supplement it there. Hey, Willie might still get 30.
Sure.
Hey, no, but you tell me that matters sometimes. So, like those 30 home runs, that matters. So it's okay. Hey, everyone tells me as long as Willie gets his 30 home runs, it was a successful season.
Look,
it's okay.
Look, I'm not going to waste everyone's time today talking about some loss in August like it's, this unbelievable leap forward and quantum leap.
This was the moment that everything changed.
No. But, like, all I ask is, like, play hard, show me you care, give me some glimpses from the youngsters, and let's see open auditions. Like, I was thoroughly entertained with that game last night. And how many times can you say that this year?
Not many, honestly. I was listening to Willard and Grandy yesterday. Grandy was in for dibs, and they were mentioning like, what's like been the highlight of Bay Area sports scene this calendar year? Like, what's been the highlight?
The Clipper playing game for 7 minutes.
Exactly.
The Bryce Eldridge comeback where everyone left the stadium like myself.
Against
and
the Nationals.
Yeah, the Grand Slam walk-off. I would say the Niner win against Philadelphia, which was in January.
And that was it. That's basically it. Right? That is what we have to be happy about. It's a play-in win for the Warriors, a legitimate playoff win for the 49ers that felt great because that's the team you beat, the defending champs, that hated Philadelphia team in Philly. That was great. And it was the last game that A.J. Brown ever played in a Philadelphia Eagles uniform. And then it's a regular season walkout with Bryce Eldridge. There hasn't been a lot to cheer about this year is what I'm getting at.
Macklin in the Olympics.
They lost in the gold medal game. But yes, Macklin in the Olympics, it was a fun story. It was. And Macklin signing that fat contract recently, being on the cover of EA Sports. Great. Wasn't in game, but it was a fun story. That being said, moments like yesterday is a high watermark for this Giants season. Tells you all you need to know about how this season has gone for San Francisco. That being said,
I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
No, you're not. That being said, I'm with you. It's not nothing that those guys did that in that moment yesterday. It's not nothing. It means something for Bryce. It means something for Drew Gilbert. I'm sure it means something for Tony Vitello in some way, right? Because if Tony Vitello is going to be sticking around here through next season, I think he is right now. Maybe something could change in the coming months. Maybe he steps down. Who knows? I don't think he's going to get fired. I just don't think Buster Posey and Manassian are going to do that, just given how they've spoken about him. Things can change, obviously, but, what is Tony Vitello going to do in this final stretch? How is he going to, wheel and deal and play some of these young guys? And
I don't know.
Try to find something to carry over for next year, because that's all that these next 50, 49, 48 games are going to be about. What can you carry over to next season? And the young guys showed yesterday, maybe they could show clutch at bats.
Do you think anybody is doing what I'm doing and is like on Adamas track, like the Adamas watch?
Oh, you mean hate watching?
No, I'm not hate watching. I'm casually watching.
You're rooting for him to strike out. It sounds like.
I want him to have this record.
You
He deserves
want him
it.
to have this record.
He's earned it.
You're so out on him.
So out.
You're out on with the Willie Adamas in San
Honestly,
Francisco.
it's so funny because I wanted to like him so much. I did. I wanted to like him so much. And it's just, you know what it is? There are certain players, right? And I talked about this about like LaMelo. And LaMelo's obviously a very good player. But the way he plays the game at times offends my fundamental, like, X's and O's coaching brain, all right? And I'm not pretending to be Steve Kerr. I'm not pretending to be Red Auerbach. But, like, there's just things that he does that I'm just like, you just can't do that. You just can't do that. You can't play that way. In the same way, when I watch Justin Fields play quarterback, you can't run around and turn your back to the defense and run 50 miles, behind the line of scrimmage. Like, you got to play from the pocket. Like, there's a happy medium.
By the way, congratulations.
Oh, thanks, Tiny. LaMelo Ball, do you know what he named his son back in January 2026? LaOne. L-A capital O-N-E.
I'm just
one
I'm
ball.
I'm going to keep my opinions to myself. That being said,
Next question.
fundamentally, Willie drives me bananas watching him play shortstop. He waits on the ball. He doesn't attack it. He's flat-footed. I have a line to every kid when you hit a fungo to him. Flat feet will get you beat.
Well, Joe, he's dealing with a back injury.
I don't care what he's dealing with.
You got to give him some grace.
Okay. I'm watching 2 years of footage prior to whatever back injury has occurred now. He's not a very fundamentally sound defensive shortstop. That's I don't even know if is that even up for debate? Like for a moment, suspend whatever you've heard about him and Ron Washington, whatever. Just watch him play the position. There's a line about great infielders. You'll never see them take a bat hop. Watch Nolan Arenado. For as many hot shots as he gets at third base over the life of his career, you ever seen him take a bat hop?
No.
Why is that? Because he is unbelievably aware and keen.
Yeah.
His feet are in sync with his eyes, and he knows how to move. And he either gives depth to a ground ball that's hit maybe too close to his feet, or he goes and he attacks it and he gets it on the short hop on the run. Willie is just waiting back. He acts like he's got, O'Neal Cruz's arm, and he doesn't. And he pump. He does a lot of things fundamentally, defensively at shortstop that offend my fundamental principalities of how to play the position. And there's something when I watch him, it bugs me. And I'm not saying that he, the person, bugs me or whatever. I'm saying the way he plays the position of shortstop bugs me. And that's before he even steps into the batter's box where it's obviously bombs away and I'm swinging at everything. Bonte brought it up yesterday. Kruk and Kuip were literally saying, those are 12 inches off the plate. Multiple times they had bat. They go, this guy needs a fishing pole to be reaching at some of these balls that he's swinging at in the other batter's box.
Yeah, it's not good. And we're going to talk about it all with...
he needs Dr. Craig Bindi.
He does. 8:20, Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, who was on the call last night. Has been on the call for NBC Sports Bay Area alongside Hunter Pence, doing a hell of a job. 8:20, get his thoughts on the Giants trade deadline moves, all of that, and what he's looking for in this final stretch in these last 2 months of the regular season. Luis Ariz made his debut with the Philadelphia Phillies yesterday. Looked incredible.
Did you see he gets a hit? He's rounding first base, and he's like, going crazy. He turns to the crowd. He's like yelling into the dugout. I was like, guy's going to be perfect Philadelphia.
Already is.
And I'm watching with the Cubs and the Phillies. There is something about when your team is in the mix in baseball, the every night journey and the excitement of the fan base. This time of the year, when your team thinks they might have a chance, and the crowd and the community feels it, there's just, God, I love baseball when it's like that. And it's so sad that the Giants haven't been like that in forever.
I was going to say,
we had a good deadline, yay.
The last time it's been like that here is, yikes. We got excited. Didn't even get excited about the deadline. It's just like, all right, well, let's just not screw this up, Buster. Look, that's basically what the feeling was.
Joe, I've said this about the Warriors post Steph. We're going to find out who the real Warrior fans are.
Yeah.
I'm finding out in real time right now who is in and who is out on Giants baseball, because I get it if you don't want to tune in. I do. I'm out. I get it. I do. I'm addicted. I'm already in. There's nowhere for me to go.
You know what's crazy?
Watching.
The team that, you saw yesterday in the last 2 days, the Texas Rangers, are a game back of the wild card. They don't even look like a wild card team. That's how wide open it is. That's their all-star closer? He has 21 saves.
I know.
Hey, that makes it even more impressive that the young guys were able to do that. We'll pick this up on the other side. Coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios, Laughing Monk, righteously rooted San Francisco. And this segment was sponsored by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved. The smarter way to clean
you've got baseball figured out, put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Now through August 31st at Big O Tires, receive $80 to $120 in instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Savor the last days of summer at Kiki's Breakfast Cafe. Try the new favorites like avocado toast, caramel coffee, cold brew, and a Bloody Mary. Visit Kikis.com for more info. And for a chance to win a gift card courtesy of Kiki's, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
He drives that one down the left field line. And gone! Basabe ties the game with one swing. Wow, this kid is doing it.
Can he? Yes, he can. Basabe, Mr. Clutch so far since he's been here. And lets it eat right here, playing free, and that is a huge home run to tie this ball game and wake the Giants dugout.
Wow.
He threw the fastball and he missed. The two young lefty hitting outfielders have reached base against this all-star closer. And now Eldridge gets a shot here with Basabe coming out on deck. Eldridge into right field, base hit. Gilbert scores. Here comes McRae. He scores. Tie game.
Oh, my goodness. And McRae comes in and scores, fired up.
This is Matt Steinmetz, and you're listening to The Morning Show with Spadoni and Shasky. This ought to be good.
I don't know why that made me laugh that we just went from all those Giants highlights to Matt Steinmetz. Because Steiny can talk ball. He can talk baseball. And he's back, by the way, after his golf extravaganza in Scotland, Shasky. You sounded a little jealous when he was explaining all the courses he was playing yesterday. But the kids are all right, as they say in San Francisco. If you just turned off your TV after tying it up in the top of the ninth, if you're a Giants fan, that's fine. You did a great job. Nothing to see here in the bottom of the ninth. Nothing happened. Just focus on the top of the ninth and leading up to that. Basabe getting the game-tying home run at that time, and then heading into the top of the ninth, you had the Gilbert McRae and Eldridge, 1-2-3, tie the game there against, as we were just talking about, Latz, the closer for the Texas Rangers, who was an all-star this year, Jacob Latz, had 21 saves trying to close the door. So, like, that opens up my eyes just a little bit. If I'm a Giants fan, it's like, okay, we're doing this against a legitimate, like, playoff contender. That's what the Rangers are. They're a playoff contender. Are they a couple games under 500? Yes, but they need to win this game. They did. That was a pressure situation for a San Francisco Giant in Eldridge and McRae and Gilbert, and they produced yesterday. I thought yesterday was the recipe for what the Giants need these last couple months here. And, was it the end-all, be-all? Is it going to mean anything a year from now? Possibly not. Probably not. But if you keep stacking things like you saw yesterday, it could potentially mean something for some of these guys that are battling for a roster spot next year, Joe. So all things considered, keep doing that. We'll be okay.
One thing that's pretty obvious is you see all these like random call-ups. Boy, AAA just has no players of relevance.
No.
And I'm just saying league-wide. It seems like AA is where all your best players go. And then AAA, they'll have like a cup of coffee before they come to the bigs.
Yeah.
It's not like you have 22-year-old in AAA just sitting there. Like, am I wrong?
No, well, remember, it was almost like it started with Jonah Cox. Remember? He made the jump. It was like, this guy's not even in AAA, but you like what he's doing so much in AA that he's just going to skip a whole, section of minor leagues.
I watch a lot of, the MILB.com. I look at the River Cats roster all the time. And I'm like, I don't know any of these guys. Who are these guys? Like, again, Eddie's Leons, or Leonard, excuse me.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like, he is Malachi Leons.
He is Malachi Leons.
They might as well be the same guy.
It's like Warriors Summer League almost, where it's like, I don't know who half these guys are. Yeah.
But like, I'm watching this guy. I'm like, I'm intrigued. Who the heck is he?
Well, you're learning about him. Did you know who Basabe was? Did you know who Basabe was?
No.
You're finding out.
But
he's a player that I like right now.
The other take is just mark my words. No one's talking about this. When the major leagues has some sort of a strike, lockout, holdout, whatever you want to call it, there's going to be a big reconfigure of the minor leagues again. And I think we're going to reduce down to about 2 or 3 levels. Right now, you've got low A, high A, double A, triple A. And then you have obviously like the Arizona or fall instruction.
Arizona complex fall, whatever it is.
I think we're going to shrink that down a little.
Well, apparently they also want to reduce the number of rounds in the draft, which signals that they want to go into more like a college-based, less production
filler.
and
less, like, I'm not trying to be mean to this guy. He's chasing his dream. Less Buddy Kennedys. Right? I mean, like, that's what we're looking at.
Well, you want to try to, are they trying to kind of grow the game on a collegiate level like college football does?
Want college to develop their players similar to the way the NFL wants.
That's what I was getting at. It's like that, not grow the game wasn't the right, but like to be a feeder system for the league.
Think about this right now. In the current model for Major League Baseball, like, they do the bulk of the developing.
Sure.
Whether you're coming out of college or whether you're coming out of high school. But with so many guys coming internationally and out of high school, think of what the cost is on what I call training. Like, any corporation, they have a budget of like new hire training. And if they can reduce that budget of new hire training, and then not that you're not going to have busts, but minimize the amount of developing you need to have and be able to sift through if you're a bust or not quicker and make that determination faster, they're going to do it.
After every Giants game, we hear from the skipper. It's a little segment we call What Do You Hear, What Do You Say? And Tony V, we're going to hear from him in a second. And he was asked about what we've been talking about all morning so far, Bryce Eldridge's clutch at bat in the top of the 9th.
I mean, the three guys combined, really, to be honest with you, and they're 3 young guys, and it's all left on left. I mean, they kind of had it set up the way they wanted to after Buddy got out. But I just think it speaks to the effort. You're not interested in consolation prizes or bronze medals or anything like that, but I think the whole game, the effort was there out of everybody. The younger guys with their energy, but also I think the older guys have done a good job of leading, and they were doing the same thing. I mean, Jungie took a good swing off him at the end, so I think it was a byproduct of everybody's effort. But having said that, it's pretty damn impressive to take a day off, come in late in the game in that situation, and do what he did.
Tony's sounding tired and also like his voice is lost there a little bit. Get better, Tony. Season, man. It's taken a lot out of him. It's taken a lot out of Buster.
I'll be plotting my revenge.
I don't know about that. Zach Manassian is taking a lot out of him. He was actually very good yesterday on with Willard and Grandy, and we'll get to some of what he had to say, Giants general manager. But before we do that, let's go to our guy Richie in Queens, who wants to join the conversation. What's up, Rich?
Hey, boys. How are you?
Good. Fantastic. How are you?
Yeah, we got to look for the positives. 48 games to go. We spoke on Monday. I'm not shocked. We knew that Ray was going to go. We knew that Arise was going to go. I mentioned Malley. I wasn't shocked at that. I mentioned Ramos going to the Yankees. By the way, the Yankees last night he was doing pirouettes in left field, guys. He hasn't changed in that respect. They have Ramos and Dominguez, who are probably real low IQ kind of players. Ramos was 0 for 4. And I saw Rise and Killian play the other day. So, yeah, I guess we got to look at the positives. But when I think about their draft picks in 2024, Luciano was supposed to be up there when we had Villar, Matos, Harrison, and all these guys. And Ramos was considered the top pick, too. And the other one left is Eldridge. Luciano might have been the worst I've ever seen. For a guy that was touted as high as him, you remember how he came up and he couldn't even field at all. It was just almost embarrassing. So I think they made some good moves. I like the kid, the pitcher that they got, Marquez, and I think he's going to be paired up with Jackson Florio in the next couple of years. I like Gonzalez and Hernandez. I think they've got talent down there. So we got to look for all the positives, but I think I would give him a B in what he did because he had to do what he did. But like you said, there's just so many questions, like how legit is Eldridge? Because you talked about it, Joe. I mean, I know he might have been hurt a little bit, but the league kind of caught up with him. Our pitching, Wisenhunt, I have no faith in him. To me, he's not a major league pitcher. Is Roop going to be a 3 or a 4? We do have Webb at the 1, but where do we get all of these guys in the next 2 or 3 years? We're going to be rebuilding for a couple of years. I'd like to say we could be a White Sox next year, a team that contends. Like you said, there's nothing better, especially with 30 games to go when your team is fighting for a playoff spot. And we've got to sit here and bang our heads against the wall because nothing's happening, and we got to look for positives with potential. You mentioned Gilbert. He doesn't hit lefties. He's going to be a platoon guy, I would think, at this point, unless that changes. So,
yeah, I know, Rich. I can hear it in your voice. Thank you so much. We're up against it here, but you can even hear him. He's exasperated. He's a diehard Giants fan, and we love you, Rich. He wasn't excited about anything. It sounds like.
I'm looking at Christian Koss. He's got like the WWE. Name branded armbands. Dude, you're not Kevin Mitchell. Koss, it looks like something out of the WWE. Did you see the two wristbands?
Yeah, I like it. It's a good look for him.
You can't be batting 130 as a major leaguer with personalized wristbands.
He's trying to do something to make himself confident, Joe.
Get out of here.
All right? Hey, it's time for the teamwork play of the game. Brought to you by El Camino Health. The Valkyries got the season sweep over the Toronto Tempo with a 92-81 victory, and Jeannot Salon continues to torch the competition, going for 21 points, including this layup off a Tip Hayes steal.
Here's Conde, pick and roll, picked off by Hayes. Has Salon ahead of the play. This is a 1-on-0 for Jeannot Salon. She lays it in. Timeout, Sandy Brondello. And the Valkyries lead 76-68, 1 minute into the fourth.
It's poetry whenever you hear the voice of one Kevin Dana, a.k.a. K-Bone. And that was the teamwork play of the game brought to you by El Camino Health. El Camino Health, where togethering heals. Whenever I listen to his voice, it really does put a smile on my face. That's Kevin Dana. And the Valkyries are putting a smile on everyone's faces here in the Bay Area. 21-9 on the season. They're going to be going on the road starting Friday against the Dallas Wings. They take on the Sparks as well on Sunday. So this little two-step in Valhalla was a victory and victorious.
I'm just gonna go. I'm going old school here. Okay, just remember this. when Deion Sanders had the bandana and then he wore like the headband around the neck.
The kerchief, if you will, yes.
He could pull it off.
Not Christian Koss?
Tim McKyer, who was actually a good cornerback for the Dolphins and the Niners in the late 80s. Like, at some point, no, you're not allowed to pull that off anymore.
No?
You're not good enough. You're just not. So I like you, Christian. You can't have the name embroidered wristbands that obnoxious and that big on both arms if you're not hitting at least 200. I mean, come on. Come on, Joe.
Hey, Joe, what if I told...
That's like having a staff bag as a golfer and being like a 35 handicap.
Well, it's also like having like the covers on all your clubs as a golfer.
I have no problem if you have iron covers, whatever.
You can win a major doing that. What if I told you Logan Webb might have been a Milwaukee Brewer a couple days ago? What if I told you that?
Woulda, coulda, shoulda?
It's a possibility. I'll explain on the other side. Brought to you by Freelon Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dips for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Get ready to grill some tasty USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin packs for $6.99 per pound when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 2 packages. And before we eat that, I'm thinking maybe some charcuterie.
Yeah, take a picture and say cheese because you can enjoy Sargento shredded or sliced cheese, 5 to 8 ounce selected varieties for $1.99 each when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 4 items, juicy 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6 ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Looking for something fun and free to do midweek? Come explore Welcome In Wednesdays at History Park. Brought to you by History San Jose. Every Wednesday through August, step inside one of our historic buildings, shop unique local finds at the gift shop, and enjoy the charm of this beautiful open-air museum and park, all for free. Take a walk through time at Welcome In Wednesdays, only at History Park, located in Kelly Park at 1650 Center Road. Visit historysanjose.org for details. That's historysanjose.org.
Ragnar the Terrible got a job at a big bank. Let's listen. So what's it like being a 5th century warlord?
Same as big bank. We conquer and extort gold from conquest.
Huh. We just lower our customers' deposit rates and raise their fees.
And if they argue, put on their floorboards and crush while dining.
So smart. Star One isn't like the big banks. We think banking should be pain-free. With lower loan rates, higher deposit rates, R1, in your best interest.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Back to school starts now. Get long-lasting battery life on the Dell XPS laptop powered by Series 3 Intel Core so you can work from anywhere. Now starting at $699 with exclusive student pricing starting at $599. Complete your setup with savings on select monitors and must-have electronics and accessories. Limited time deals and free shipping on PCs and more await you at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
Into a double.
Rides the motorcycle or maybe scooter. I don't know.
No, we're going motorcycle. Scooters are off limits right now with the Giants.
Hey, it's Willard from Willard and Dibs coming up at 2 o'clock. But now back to the Joes on the Morning Roast. Hey, Joe, I totally think you're winning the debates today.
Hey, thanks, Mark. Doing a hell of a job with Grandy Man the last couple days. And did you catch that little quip? I'm going to play this one more time. I'll play it, Kenny. Top of the second, after a double from Daniel Susac, he did a little celebration. And it looked like, Joe, he was pushing a scooter.
Into a double.
Rides the motorcycle or maybe scooter. I don't know.
No, we're going motorcycle. Scooters are off limits right now with the Giants.
Maybe this team, of all teams, shouldn't be making scooter jokes, given everything that happened with Harrison Bader.
You think that's in poor taste right now, doing that? No, I'm legitimate. You're asking me. I'm
not sure. Again, I'm not going to make the correlation that Susac did it consciously, knowing like prior or premeditated.
I mean, why else would he do it?
But it's like someone. Yeah, I don't know.
Like, why else would he do that? It's absolutely, he was doing that in reference to a scooter. And we all know the big scooter story here in the Bay.
Joe, I learned about 10 years ago when people lost their minds when Marquise Goodwin scored a touchdown and celebrated. I realized sometimes we need to pump the brakes and allow for context to be applied before we lose our minds.
Well, that was in the loss to a child. Like, that was very
we
serious.
Didn't know in real time.
Yes.
People are like, why is this guy celebrating? We're down 32 points, blah, blah, blah. It's like, looking back. So who knows what Susac was? Who knows?
Well, it was either a scooter or a motorcycle. It was just a funny moment on the broadcast. But I don't know if Giants fans are willing, because it's pretty.
It's not funny, though.
It's not for you. It's not.
It's not funny, though.
I think it's kind of funny. But again,
Joe, I want you to think about
the serious nature of Harrison Bader doing that. You're almost saying, oh, it's just a joke.
A grown-ass man went down to the marina, went bar, okay?
Uh-huh.
While injured.
Yeah.
Making lots of money in a horrible season, all right? Got in an accident with the local fire department that us who pay taxes within the city.
Sure.
You pay them on your work slips.
Yeah.
I pay them on my work slips, and I pay them on my property taxes.
I contribute to the taxes
that we're
here.
funding.
Yes.
Okay. They had to waste their time, the fire department, to help this dummy because he ran into their car, truck, whatever. Like, I don't find that funny at all. In fact, if anything, I find it to be, quite honestly, very extremely immature and not professional and really stupid.
So what is Susac saying then? That the clubhouse thinks is a joke?
I don't know. But I don't think that incident, the Marine incident, though it is funny, I will laugh. I don't think it's stupid. I think like Bader, like.
No, it was a stupid decision. That was stupid.
I mean,
what are we doing?
We're wasting time talking about a guy who hasn't played in months. We're wasting money on a player who stinks.
Not anymore.
Well, they're
suspended pay.
The city and the county had to waste time. Look, hypothetically, my grandfather, could have been second on the list to help because dummy Harrison Bader would have ran into it, hammered, coming out of Balboa Cafe. Like, honestly, it's quite frankly a ridiculous conversation that we're having. I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying, like,
well, it was on the
broadcast. Selfish dummy.
It was on the broadcast. It was Hunter Pence was on the broadcast, kind of poking fun at that too. Now, Hunter was another guy that was associated with the scooter when he was here in San Francisco. But in a good way, because he was never involved in, at least that I know of, any accidents like Harrison Bader was at 1 or 2 in the morning over near Balboa Cafe. Just a moment in the game yesterday I thought was interesting. Kenny showed it to me this morning. I was like, oh yeah, that did happen in the broadcast. So Dave Fleming, again, who is the voice right there for NBC Sports Bay Area, going to be joining us at 8:20 Ask Dave about it.
Joe, I see these videos in the marina, and it's not just the marina, the Mission.
It's everywhere.
I see it everywhere, right? Where these dummies get hammered and they come out of these bars and they do dumb things to my community. And then my community.
It reflects poorly?
Well, no, we have to waste resources, be it, first responder resources, financial resources, next day after cleanup resources to deal with a bunch of drunken fools. And it's like, I'm all for having a good time. This guy's a fool. It honestly offends me how unprofessional the Harrison Bader situation is.
Speaking of professional, we can pivot now because.
So no, just one second. I'm not done on Harrison Bader.
Oh, okay, continue.
I want you to think about the energy this community has directed. I'm talking about the fan base community has directed at Brandon Ayuk. Okay. Whether it's the speeding ticket thing, whether it's his shenanigans online, and he's been really dumb. This is equally as dumb as anything Brandon Ayuk has done, and equally as unprofessional as anything Brandon Ayuk has done. It's ridiculous, quite frankly.
Yeah, but it's only a one time. Brandon Ayuk's multiple.
This Harrison Bader thing feels like there's a little more to this story.
Well, maybe.
People have been seeing him out and about quite often, quite frankly.
Maybe.
Being a little cat.
I can't speak to that.
I'm not here to say
it's not on my social media every single day like Brandon Ayuk.
I'm not here to say that Brandon Ayuk is some model citizen. I'm sick of him too, and what he said about
these guys out of here.
Disgusting.
Yeah,
it's disgusting. But let's use similar energy for Harrison Bader and his buffoonery as we have for a lot of the Brandon Ayuk buffoonery.
Are we going to say we're concerned about his mental health then? Because that's what we were saying about Brandon Ayuk.
Well,
are you concerned about the mental health of Harrison Bader?
No, I just think he's an idiot.
Oh, okay. I'm glad we cleared that up. Hey, Zach Manassian,
Marina Bro doing Marina Bro things. Like,
they're calling him Marina Bader now. That's his new nickname.
Shocker.
Yeah, Marina. Shout out Marina, California. They have a new, kids children's park with a cool little dirt bike thing attached to it. It's very fun.
You know, the guy was wearing flip flops.
Was he?
Yeah.
That's a Spadoni move. Flip flops on the scooter.
It's a total SoCal. I just moved into. What did I heard?
He gets so mad, by the way, when he sees me in my flip-flops and jeans.
Well, going to the bar with flip-flops on is just weird.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that.
And then
that is kind of trash
I know
behavior.
it's its name, but I always could spot a transplant a mile away when I hear cow hollow. Shut up.
Wait. Hold on, Kenny. Let's backtrack here. Before we get to Zach Manassian.
Cow hollow.
There's certain places where you're allowed to wear flip-flops in a bar.
Not to Balboa Cafe.
If there's a beach within, like, right there, sure.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Like there's levels to it.
I just meant where, like, there's so many nasty things on the floor in a bar, and, like, your feet are just exposed. Yeah,
sure.
At the beach bar, that's different.
Have you ever been to Balboa Cafe?
I haven't. I'm not a big beer.
Like bumper to bumper
like, not
with
even
everyone.
worse, Shasky. People can step on your feet. That's disgusting.
I'm totally with you.
And then you go to the bathroom.
Ugh. Ew.
Yeah.
Bathrooms.
Not a big bar guy. Not really. I go to the old ship occasionally. Doesn't really
Bar's
do much
overrated.
For me. I don't really drink often, though, too. That's why. So it's like, nah. It does nothing for me. But clearly, Bader's been having a great time. So, yeah. Wonder what Zach Manassian's been up to the last couple of days. The phone's been ringing off the hook. Has he been reaching out to people?
Kenny,
I'm trying to steer it. I'm trying
Kenny,
to.
I'm so glad you brought this up because flip-flops at the bar, I mean, that's just ridiculous.
You guys don't like flip-flops in general. I don't think I've ever seen you wear any.
No. There's a time and a place.
Have you heard about his foot issues? No, of course you can wear
That's true. The plantar fasciitis is really it's
not stopping Bader.
It's not.
I don't like flip-flops where your toe is in between and the thing like it's like
Thongs.
a V. Yeah. I don't like those. I use UFOs or whatever they're called. They're
You're
like
more of a slides guy.
Yeah.
See, I don't like those.
Slides,
UFO? I don't like that. No.
Because you know what slides are? The evolution of the house shoe, which is what I grew up on.
Yeah, no.
You know what I'm talking about, Kenny. We're older.
No, I'm a slides guy.
I'm more of the flip flops.
I don't know where you go deep into these sandals flip flop takes here.
I wonder if Manassian's a slides guy.
Where's he a flip flopper?
Think about this on Harrison because this Harrison Bader story is insane.
Did they ask him about Harrison Bader yesterday at all?
This dummy, okay, who's got a foot injury is out walking in the worst I follow like multiple podiatrists.
Which is what? A foot doctor.
A foot doctor.
Yes.
And they're like, the worst thing that you could be wearing are thong flip-flops when you have any plantar fasciitis, anything.
Zero support.
Or the ball of your feet or the heel or anything. This dummy was like, not only am I going to wear flip-flops out and about, I'm going to drink and I'm going to drive.
on a scooter, which is even more dangerous for his personal health right there. I mean, probably not wearing a helmet again.
And I'm not as naive to think that these guys don't enjoy themselves at home on the road.
Enjoy yourself responsibly.
But like when you're on the IL and you're heading out to the marina, you're like,
it's not a good one.
And by the way, and you look like you're out of the WWE with the hair and the outfit.
You stick out like a sore thumb.
Exactly.
Yes, for sure. You feel better?
I'm sorry, the Harrison Bader
You feel
thing.
better now?
Well, because like on the list of things that have gone wrong this year, this Harrison Bader story is just like, it's the cherry on top of the, poop pie.
Zach Manassian said with Willard and Dibbs yesterday, Grandy in for Dibbs, that trade deadline, it sucked.
Yeah, look, being a seller, this isn't the most professional thing to say. It sucks. Yeah. So, it's not where we want to be. It really isn't. And we're going to continue to challenge ourselves to make sure we're not in that spot again. But when you are in that spot, you need to do really well. We were fortunate, I think, to add the talent that we added. We're excited about where our system is, continue to challenge our guys at the major league level and just get better because we absolutely need to get better.
Okay, I think he struck the right tone right there. If you're talking to the fan base through the media, it's like, yeah, we didn't like what we had to do yesterday. Good, because you don't want to move off good players. You would like to keep good players. You'd like to add on to good players and a good team, right? And ultimately, that's what the hope is for every trade deadline for a lot of these squads that, again, it's really only 3 teams in the National League that are quote-unquote out of it in the wild card race. You had to be extraordinarily horrible this season on both leagues, quite frankly, to not be a part of the adding on or buying portion of the trade deadline. It's the Rockies, Giants, and Mets. The only ones that were truly going to be sellers for the last couple months.
It certainly does. Just the whole thing sucks. And he alluded to the Matt Chapman situation. And we'll play it in a second. Sure. But I do have to clarify because I'm seeing people come flying in. I don't want to go backwards. The boss hates when I do that. But, oh, good Lord, it's like you've never done anything stupid in your life. I've admitted to all the dumb things that I've done in my life. And I've had crazy reflection on all those things. So 415-925, I get it. But 925, I did do a lot of dumb things in my early 20s.
Right.
Harrison Bader's 32 years old.
He's also stunk this year. So it's like there's a talent versus tolerance aspect of this that I'm just not tolerating at all if I'm San Francisco.
But also, you're not active.
Exactly.
You're injured.
Yeah.
Like, can we have a little bit of like mature perspective?
I agree. But the fan base, who is that? Bader texting in? Is that Harrison? Is that him texting right now?
Burner account. I've done so many dumb things in my life. I get it. All I'm saying is this dude, like this guy's just like a dummy. And I do cut you off around 30. Like around 30, you should be able to I'm not saying you can't have mistakes in life.
Sure.
But like, come on, man.
Grow up.
Yeah.
No, grow up. Yeah. Don't do anything stupid like that. You are expected to do more when you are representing a franchise.
It just happened.
No, you are legitimately. I know he's not
Purdy.
He's not the quarterback, but to your point, you're still you are representing the franchise.
If Nick Bosa did this,
we'd be crushing him.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me?
Oh my God.
First off, he would look absolutely massive on a scooter.
And in flip-flops.
Those quads, I think he'd step on one and it would break immediately. He'd wear the flip-flops though.
If Jonathan Kuminga did the same thing.
He'd be wearing, hold on.
We would have full phone lines.
Nick Bosa in the full boot. Like looking ridiculous.
Kuminga couldn't even use the buffet, so of course he can't use the scooter.
No, it wasn't Kuminga. It was his family and friends using the buffet.
Either way, they all can't use the
And
scooters.
we got mad at him.
Kuminga is bunned.
That was such a ridiculous. Well, he's still not signed to a team, by the way. Still out there, Warriors fans, if you want him.
I don't give a
Thank you, Ray Knight.
Now you're talking about the deadline. Now I'm done with Harrison Bader.
Are you? Okay.
Whatever. Everyone's got their beliefs.
He's out for the season, so he's done. He's out.
Again, just be responsible, I guess, is my number one rule to anyone. You're always allowed to go out and have fun. Just be responsible. And when you're 32 years old, come on. You're old enough to know. When you're 24.
$10 million owed in 2027, by the way, for Bader. $10 million. They're trying to avoid it. They would like for it to not be that way. That was what Bob Nightingale, our Odyssey Insider USA Today, was saying a couple days ago. They would love to void the $10 million owed to Harrison Bader in 2027. Well, maybe you shouldn't have given him that contract to begin with.
Well, we regret it.
It's ridiculous. All the contracts we've ended up regretting immediately in this Manassian Buster Posey era.
So, I'm thinking about all the woulda, coulda, shoulda deals, and you referenced the Logan Webb thing.
Yeah.
Rumors came out that, again, I don't know how real these are. It was all over the internet, but rumors came out that the Brewers were trying to go after Logan Webb. I actually think it's a great fit for him. I'm talking about Milwaukee in general. He's a low-key guy. That's a perfect team for him. He's a cost-controlled player. It makes sense. They're one of the smartest teams in baseball. You'd have him for multiple years of team control. Boy, could you imagine a rotation of him and The Miz?
Oh, it'd be perfect.
And Kyle Harrison?
It'd be fantastic. It'd be one of the best. It would literally vault them up against the Dodgers.
And the Giants got it sounds like a last hour call on trade deadline day from the Brewers, but the Brewers, by reports, again, I don't even know if these are real, but the report is that the Giants wanted the number 2 overall prospect from the Brewers, and the Brewers didn't want to give it up.
Yeah, this is, again, I don't know how legitimate this is.
How real this is.
The SF Giants had reportedly discussed a Logan Webb trade with the Brewers in the final hour of the deadline yesterday. Talks reportedly went dead after the Giants wanted Luis Pena, the Brewers' number 2 prospect, but the Brewers didn't want to move him. Interesting. And it'd be, again, Webb versus Skubal is kind of an interesting compare and contrast because obviously Skubal, when he is on best pitcher in baseball conversation.
Yes.
When Webb is on, he has also been a top Cy Young candidate the last couple of years. He's no slouch. I get there's levels to this come playoff time, the strikeout stuff, the velocity, all of that. Skubal is just a more sexy kind of brand of baseball. I get it. That being said, you do have 2 years of pretty good cost control of Logan Webb. So if this report was true, I'm not mad at the Giants for going for the throat saying, dude, give me your prospect.
100%.
Are you kidding me with the value you're getting in Logan Webb?
Well, and now, if it's true, again, if it's true, I look at deadline a little different. Now, if it's true that Matt Chapman, that they kind of know from what Zach said yesterday on Willard and Grandy, or Willard and Dibbs, but Grandy was in, that Matt Chapman's not coming back this year.
Yeah.
I'm sure they had to disclose some of that to potential trade partners because, A.J. Preller's had, I think, 2 different deals kind of get rescinded, and then he's gotten a big stain on his resume.
Yes.
Because he traded away an injured guy and didn't disclose some of the injuries.
Correct. And this segment is brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com, and you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk studio. Spadoni and Shasky with you here on a hump day in the Bay. 1 hour down, 3 to go. We got Dave Fleming joining us as he does each and every week. 8 o'clock hour, voice of the Giants, and our 95.7 The Game, San Francisco Giants insider. Plus, in the 9 o'clock hour, we got Grant Cohn going to be joining us to talk some Niners training camp as well as the injuries continue to stack up in Santa Clara. So Grant Cohn going to be joining us at 9:20.
So as I'm reflecting from the deadline, I'm a little less disappointed because I do think that they did do their due diligence a little more than I maybe gave them credit for. And it sounds like Chapman was just off the board because of the injury. And I think that they knew that. And I think other teams knew that. And I think it limits. And then, I don't know about the pay down thing. I think they were willing to pay down some of it the more I think about it. Especially listening to Buster and Zach kind of tiptoe around it, I'm almost convinced they're going to move Adames or Chapman in the offseason after the lockout gets resolved, and they already are resigned to we're going to have to buy down one of these deals. I think they know it.
And yeah, we got a lot of sound here from Manasseh, and I want to kind of pick and choose all the different pieces because I don't want to overwhelm the audience, but there's a lot of good stuff. And if you missed any of that interview, find the entirety of it on the Odyssey app or on YouTube. A lot of this is selling, Giants fans on the future, right? Mm-hmm. Well, the future starts next year in 2027.
The future!
Yes. And the future was now yesterday with Bryce Eldridge, absolutely. But what should Giants fans expect heading into next year? Because Buster didn't want to say rebuild. Zach, what say you?
Yeah, I think as far as an answer for 27, really none of us know just yet. I think, we have a responsibility to put a good team on the field each and every year. I think the one thing I feel comfortable saying is that we're going to see a lot of young players get opportunity the rest of this season. So pitchers like Blade Tidwell, Carson Wisenhunt, we're going to see them get starts. when Marcelo's back. We're going to see him get some runway and get out there and play every day. So I think it's important with where we're at to get a sense of where those players are. And look, that can dictate a lot of a timeline too. Still have very talented players on this roster. I think Rafi might lead the big leagues in extra base hits since May 1st. Webby's been great. You know, it stinks not having Chapman over there at third, man in the hot corner. You know, Willie's, I think, almost at 20 homers on the year. So still expect to go out there and be a contender. But we'll see what happens as we approach the offseason and try to acquire more talent. But I still feel like there's an obligation sitting in this chair in this office that we need to try to put a good team out there each and every year.
Again, I'm reading between the lines. I'm listening to how he's saying it sometimes, and I've been trying to do that more and more in this job and not the words themselves, although you listen to both of them. Just the first thing, and the question from Grandy was basically saying, like, feels like a rebuild given all these moves. Like, and what would you tell Giants fans if it feels like that's how they are feeling? And he was just saying, like, yeah, I'm not ready to go there. I just think they're so afraid of saying that word rebuild. Because once you say it, there's no seriously though, Joe, like in any sport, once you say the word, there's no coming back from it. So they're very careful about picking and choosing what to say.
What else is it that they're doing?
Well, they can say retooling. I know.
What tools do you currently have? You have one tool.
You got a screwdriver. Bryce Eldridge.
You've got Logan. You've got one legitimate, desired tool.
Oh, he's like a drill. Yeah, Logan's legit.
Yeah,
he's
no
the Makita.
doubt.
Yeah.
Retooling. Like what?
Well, that's what they're going to have to do.
You have to have a tool shed filled with tools to retool.
They don't have a tool shed yet. They have a tool belt.
The Niners can retool, right? The Niners have a lot of high-level profile players, and they need to, retool around the edges.
Well, and
what else is it that they're doing?
But the Niners have the substation that they can go into as well.
Between Chapman and Adames, there is one combined all-star game.
One.
So those are not stars, right? A retooling team.
Wait, Devers, he has some all-stars, right?
Hasn't had one in how many years?
I bet he is an all-star. I mean, Chapman hasn't had an all-star appearance in a while.
Under the Giants, there's one all-star, and his name is Logan Webb. That's really it. We have to be realistic.
I mean, 2 years removed from being an all-star. Devers, I will give. He's an all-star. When he's on,
fair enough.
He's an all-star player.
All right.
But
so you have two.
Exactly. Okay. You only have two of them. That's what you're holding your hat on.
And one of them, his prime might be already over.
It might be.
Okay. You're rebuilding. Like, they might not say it. I'll say it for them. You're rebuilding. And good. It's about time.
And you referenced it earlier.
I hope they embrace it.
There's a possibility the aforementioned Matt Chapman won't be seen again this season in a Giants uniform.
Yeah, still going through some of the medical. Chappie was going through hitting progression, running progression. Some of those things just weren't responding the way he wanted to. So just doing some more testing, reviewing that. And yeah, there is a possibility we don't see him. Don't want to speak on it too soon, but yeah, it sounds like a real possibility we might not see him the rest of the year.
Brutal. After weeks and weeks of Tony Vitello saying, hey, he might be getting closer, gone for the season. But honestly, what do you want to see from Matt Chapman the rest of the season? Do you want him back? Do you want, legitimately? Well,
if he's got an injury, he needs to sit out and get healthy so that we can trade him.
You can trade him out of here.
I mean,
there you go.
Well, look at Ricky Pearsall.
Yeah.
Right? Look at Ricky Pearsall. That's what you don't want to have with your athletes.
That's a cautionary tale for sure.
And I don't blame the Niners on the whole timeline of Pearsall. I think that they gave him sound advice and it just didn't heal.
Can we get into the Niners on the other side?
I want to get into something that happened yesterday in the NFL as a whole.
Okay.
And I look at the Niners and how they're built currently, and I just think that there are some market inefficiencies in the NFL that don't make any sense to me.
I'm glad you brought that up. And there's some other things that don't make sense to me anymore as it pertains to what everyone's talking about. The quarterback tier list. Mike Sando obviously does an interview with a bunch of different executives, head coaches, general managers, defensive court, everyone, right, in the NFL. And, they do this tier list, and it always comes out every single year, and we lose our minds if your quarterback that you love is a fringe tier 1 guy or a fringe tier 2. Oh, how could they put him in tier 3? I think we've graduated from this conversation. when it comes to Brock Purdy. I'm going to tell you why on the other side, that it's ridiculous we give any of this even a breath anymore. Just watch the games, people. You're smart 49er fans. I'm telling you, to your ears and to your faces right now, you are smart. You don't need to glob on to any of these anonymous GMs or head coaches anymore and what they have to say. Brock Purdy has showed you who he is. I'll tell you why on the other side. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you right willy-nilly. Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
This is the story of the one. The one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
No one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, that can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first, before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This just isn't a claim. It's your recovery, your income, your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. If you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, please don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hardworking, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. Sock it to me. Hey. Yee!
We're rolling, baby. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. It's the Morning Roast, and there's a lot happening. Training camp is underway. People are getting paid. Wide receivers are getting paid. Running backs are getting paid. Bijan Robinson, $50 million guaranteed in his latest deal. Zay Flowers getting $100 million guaranteed. It's a lot of money. Don't know if I'd do that, but hey, Lamar Jackson likes him. Man. Ravens like him. Got a new coach there. They want to reward their players. So be it. We got the quarterback tier list out. That's when the regular season is approaching, Joseph. We got the QB tiers from Mike Sando and The Athletic. And yes, if you're just joining us and you've never heard of this tier system, there's a tier 1, there's a tier 2, there's a tier 3, 4, and then that's it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And there's different little categories for each about what makes a quarterback in a tier 1, 2, 3, or 4 different from the other one. So we'll get into that a little bit later, but I do want to start with what you teased first and foremost, and I just mentioned it.
I'm just so over these tier lists.
I know you are, but I am too. If I'm a Niner fan, I'm going to explain why. But I do want to start with what I just mentioned first and foremost. Some of these contracts that are being dished out kind of bother you. And you were talking about it before the show, and I kind of want to open that up because I think it's a fascinating conversation. Where we're at with wide receiver contracts in general, I think is fascinating as we're dealing with it right now in San Francisco, right? Wide receiver contracts have been a big talking point the last couple years, specifically with Brandon Ayuk, right? He signed a fat contract. It felt like it held up the entire offseason. This is coming off a Super Bowl loss. Even just a week after that happened, his girlfriend at the time, fiance, whatever it was saying, oh, yeah, I don't know if we're coming back to San Francisco. I don't know if we're going back on a flight. And it's just like, what the hell's going on? Like, it was very weird negotiating tactics. Eventually, he gets paid, right? And it was very contentious. But ultimately, he's a Niner. He stays a Niner. Then the injury happens, right? And he wasn't producing very well before that injury happened. But it's like, all right, well, if he rehabs, if he comes back, maybe he can live up to it. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. Never came back. He never came back. Got worse. And, we're ending up being at this point where we're on now, where it's like, doesn't want anything to do with the organization. The organization doesn't want anything to do with him. He's on, whatever that that non-football list. He's not like participating with the team. He's out of sight, out of mind. And, he keeps posting stuff on social media. It's a bad look all around on his part, I think. The Niners are fine with just letting him rot on their, non-football playing list, whatever the hell it's called. That being said, I saw a contract yesterday, and we talked about it. Zay Flowers. What do you think of him as a wide receiver?
No, he's good.
Is he $100 million guaranteed good?
Well, this goes back to market inefficiencies. It's so funny how like baseball tried to find all the money ball stuff, the market inefficiencies. Is it not just the most obvious thing in the world? Wide receiver is the most overpaid position in the sport. It's not even close, correct?
Correct.
Zay Flowers is a good player. $100 million guaranteed.
Can I tell you
$100 million guaranteed?
I'm going to give you it's a practical guarantee of $108 million. Let me give you the other players around him. All right. The three above him in practical guarantees: Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Jackson Smith-Njigba. Okay. Right. But is he in practical guarantees the fourth best wide receiver in the NFL? The answer is no. The answer is no. As everyone's drafting their fantasy football squads right now, you are not drafting Zay Flowers anywhere near the guys like Jefferson, Chase, and Njigba. Again, is fantasy football the end-all be-all? No, that's not what I'm trying to say. But it does separate the men from the boys when it comes to targets, how they're going to produce, how you view them overall. Like the guys right behind him, you can just look at that in the practical guarantees. CeeDee Lamb, right? Drake London, who got paid recently. I don't know if a lot of people would have him up that high. Chris Olave just got paid and broke off a nice chunk of change recently. Good receiver. I kind of viewed Chris Olave similar to Zay Flowers. Really good. I don't know if you're like a Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase good, but to your point,
has he played a game that has mattered?
No.
In December in the NFL?
He's been on the Saints. He's been on the Saints.
I mean, even Garrett Wilson, who's a really good player. Like, what are we doing?
$90 million for Garrett Wilson.
So I guess you're bringing up Zay Flowers. Bijan Robinson got $51 million guaranteed.
Yes.
There are 23 receivers in the NFL who have been guaranteed on their current deals more money than what Bijan Robinson just signed for.
Yeah.
23. So as you bring up Zay Flowers, let me just ask you. And I know everyone tells me I could find a running back in the 5th round. Not as good as Bijan Robinson.
No.
How many teams in the NFL would rather have Bijan Robinson straight up, same price point as Zay Flowers?
Ooh, that's a good question.
The answer is everyone.
No, not at the same price point as Zay Flowers. People don't want to pay running backs that much.
They're both making the same amount of money.
Oh,
they're both making the same amount of money. Okay.
Bijan. Yes, I'd be taking Bijan over him. Absolutely. Now, are the Ravens
not
even
a debate?
The
he
Ravens
caught 76 balls last year.
The Ravens have Derrick Henry, so I don't know if they're paying 2 running backs, but again.
The Ravens would take Bijan Robinson yesterday. Okay, yesterday. So, look, can you find a running back? Yeah, you can find a running back. There's no doubt. But the separation between the top dogs and, the randos is to me, like, we're not on the same planet here. How is George Kittle making half of the top 25 wide receivers in the league?
It's a good question.
And I know he's injured right now off of an Achilles injury, but
not when he signed his contract. Yeah, not when he signed it.
There are so many market inefficiencies right now in the NFL. We are overpaying for wide receivers. That's number one.
Well, what's the worst? It's a good question you're asking. Like the worst bang for your buck positionally in the NFL is what?
Number 2 wide receiver.
It's number 2 wide out?
Uh-huh.
Well, that's kind of what just happened in Philly, right? It's the Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown. You're paying Dallas Goedert on top of that. They were kind of the poster child for this, and they were fine. It felt like they wanted to move off A.J. Brown for a while, just given his relationship with the wide receivers room, the quarterback, the head coach. It was all just a mess. And you got Devontae Smith, Heisman Trophy winner, really freaking good wide receiver.
Player.
For a good price point. $51 million guaranteed for Devontae Smith. 51.
Yeah, that's decent for...
It feels like a bargain.
Well, for wide receivers, it is.
But now he's the number 1. How's he going to look as the number 1, not a number 2?
Well, we'll see. Like that's a great example. We'll see. So as I look at it, Bijan Robinson caught like 75 balls last year, on top of being one of the best running backs as a runner in the league, behind a horrible offensive line. And yeah, they've got playmakers. Joe, if I just look at Atlanta, he's the 4th or 5th highest paid player on that team this year.
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Well, again, going back to
the positional value.
Yeah.
There are 2 linemen making more money than Bijan Robinson. So, look, you could tell me running backs don't matter. And I would say for a lot of teams, they maybe don't matter. Jahmyr Gibbs, who's looking for a contract. I'd throw Christian McCaffrey into the bucket, right? Saquon Barkley, Bijan Robinson. These guys aren't underpaid. They are dramatically devalued league-wide financially, and we are just overrating the impact of a wide receiver. in general. And I think it's insane.
You know who the highest paid overall in their total guarantees running back is in the NFL this year? And just overall. The total guarantees of their contract.
Probably Christian.
Jeremiah Love, a rookie.
Because of his
contract.
Rookie slot. Yeah.
$53 million.
Yeah.
And then it
That's
goes
interesting.
Then it goes to Bijan, 51, and then it goes into the 30s. $36 million guaranteed for Saquon. Ashton Genty.
And that was a reworked deal. He signed $29 million in free agency guaranteed when he left the Giants and went to the Eagles. Think about that.
Yeah.
So let's go back to the Niners a couple years ago with the Brandon Ayuk deal. I felt like I was the only one saying this aspect. You cannot, on a run-first team, spend $65 million guaranteed per year on 2 wide receivers. It's just not good money.
It's just not where you want to allocate the resources. As we've just seen, the best teams in football, what do? You have Jackson Smith and Jigba, right? And he just got fat payment this year.
And he deserves it.
Deservedly so.
And he's a 1.
He's a 1. And then, was a savvy signing last year for Cooper Kupp, who I thought was washed. I thought he was done. And maybe that was just through the lens of a wide receiver 1 or a 2. But he was clutch for them last year. He was clutch for the Seattle Seahawks, right? He made plays for them. So from that, and they moved on from DK Metcalf. Like, it was a shrewd moves that they made over in Seattle that ended up paying off in a fat way. And it was a running back attack for them. It was Kenneth Walker.
Who got paid this offseason.
But they elected not to pay him, that being the Seattle Seahawks. It was the Kansas City Chiefs. And what did they do instead? They drafted a running back.
I just think that...
So they're telling you, the defending champs, saying like, yeah, Kenneth, we liked you last year, and you could produce at a high level, but we still want to go with a reduced price point and more team control, drafting a running back.
Look,
so if they're going to continue to do that, then
they better hit on it though.
Yeah.
And they at one time they tried to replace Marshawn Lynch with how many different guys?
And they just couldn't do it.
They couldn't do it.
Yeah.
So they also had Charbonnet, who was really good last year.
He got hurt.
Yeah. He obviously got hurt. I personally believe number 2 wide receiver is like think about this. Look at what happened with Alec Pierce.
I know.
Look what happened with Alec Pierce. It's insane what happened with Alec Pierce this offseason. I'm just going to read you off.
Had a good year last year, but again, it's always about...
He got $84 million practical guarantees.
I know. It's insane when you say it out loud. But he was good last year, and how these things work out is if you had a really good season right before getting paid, or when your contract is up or negotiating window is open, you're going to get
I'm not saying you don't need receivers. They're clearly important, right? Like, Seattle does not get to where they wanted to go without Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Correct.
What I'm saying is I just think that the market is so overpaid, and I think for the most part, one of the worst mistakes you can make is paying that second receiver who's not a true number 1. Like, everyone in the room, we're all paying Jamar Chase, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm paying Jamar.
Everybody in the room, we're all paying Jackson Smith and Jigba, right?
Yes.
Justin Jefferson?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you get to
But then we start getting down to like Zay, I would pay him. Would I pay him that much? Probably not.
No.
But I would pay him. All right. Devontae and A.J. Brown, they're on the same team. You made a great point. We'll see with Devontae. I think he's a really good player.
He is.
But we'll see.
We'll see.
And like, will he be able to command double teams consistently enough to move guys out of the box to free up the run game for Saquon Barkley? Like, there's a variety of ways that you could quantify value.
Yes.
Right? It's not just what's your yards, what's your catch, touchdowns, things like that. To me, it's also what you do to a defense and how to bend and break them.
Right.
So, like, when Debo got paid, it made a lot of sense at the time. Then a year later, you're like, well, doesn't really make that much sense if you're not using him as a running back, and then CMC shows up. And so, like, the money you gave him almost immediately didn't make sense because of the way you used him.
Right. It's the within a flow of an offense, too. And we talk about it a lot through the 49ers with wide receivers. Blocking.
Yes.
Blocking matters, right? And we talked about that a lot with guys like Juwan Jennings, who might not be, the best wide receiver in football, but really good, knows his role, and he maximizes his talents, right? Definitely with San Francisco, he did that. He thought higher of himself, and maybe his agent did, about his market this offseason, which ultimately was not there, and that's why he signed a 1-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings, right? But in Minnesota, that ends up becoming a bargain for them, because not only do they have Justin Jefferson, they got Jordan Addison, and now they have that guy, Juwan Jennings, on top of it. It's perfect for them.
Yeah.
Right? And why can the Minnesota Vikings afford all this and do all that with Justin Jefferson, et cetera, et cetera? Well, now they are only paying J.J. McCarthy on a rookie deal. Now you are bringing in Kyler Murray.
Yeah, but he's not getting paid.
But he's not getting paid anything.
Anything.
Nothing.
You know who's the more interesting case study to me? And they're doing similar Eagle-Niner things, meaning pay 2 receivers. Miami did it too with Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle.
Yeah.
Tyreek's now hurt.
Yeah, he might not play again.
And then Jalen Waddle, what'd they do?
They traded him.
Yeah, they got traded him. And
he's in Denver. And
I like Jalen Waddle, but $76 million guaranteed for him. Like, we'll see on that one.
Yeah.
But Detroit is doing the same exercise. Detroit has Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jameson Williams making a lot of money. Just a lot of money. How many teams in the league are breaking off $70 million guaranteed for Jameson Williams?
Ooh.
And I like them.
That's a great question. Probably like bad teams that have the cap space.
Right.
Like a team like the Raiders probably would because they don't have a number 1 wide receiver right now. But also, if you're trying to rebuild, do you want to allocate all of that for a number 1 wide receiver who has had some issues in the past? Issues, I say, gambling being one of them, PEDs being another one of them. And listen, he was suspended. Like, there are some question marks there. I think he's really talented.
I do too.
But you're also getting all like the one-on-one coverage because Amon-Ra St. Brown is on the other side.
Yes.
So how's it going to look when you have, I don't know, Trey Tucker alongside you, not commanding double teams and et cetera, et cetera?
We will find out.
Yeah.
The other guy that I think about and the other team I think about is the Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah.
They've got CeeDee Lamb. And Pickens was awesome last year. Well, both are going to be making close to $30+ million a year this year because I think he's on a 1 year.
He's on a franchise tag,
$28 million deal.
Or he's not on a franchise tag. Or
Pickens, it's 1 year, $28 million basically.
Go.
That's it, like, okay. Like, we're going to find out right away. Like, oh, could they have used, 8, 9, 10 million on defense, on offense?
And that's why they're talking about right now. They're potentially trading for Max Crosby. Well, he's going to get a new deal or want a new deal. Does that ice out? Or, move a contract like a George Pickens potentially down the road. We're having this conversation just about where we're at with, with wide receiver, running back, positional value in the NFL does feel like it's
out of whack.
It's out of whack a little bit. And the wide receiver portion of this I do find interesting. How we view running backs, and I think what you're getting at here, Joe, positional value-wise, maybe we should start viewing it the same way with wide receivers. But I keep looking... The guarantees are going up. When is it going to stop?
I don't know.
Are we going to hit a bubble with this?
I don't know. Let me ask you this.
It feels like we've gotten smarter with quarterbacks.
Agreed.
Like the Purdy contract, the Darnold contracts.
Look at Baker in Tampa right now. They're going through some sort of a negotiation.
And we'll see with Jaden Daniels,
but it's not the only position. Yeah. Running back's not the only position. I think safety's a little out of whack too right now. And then tight end.
Yeah.
So for the cost of half of one elite wide receiver, I get Trey McBride at $19 million a year.
It's incredible value.
How many teams in the league would trade their starting wide receiver and a pick right now for Trey McBride?
Oh, a lot. A lot would. Yeah.
He's making
nothing.
$19 million.
Which is kind of insane.
But he's so good.
But we've been saying this for a long time, and yet it's not increasing. We've been saying this for years now, that the best bargain in football is a good tight end,
100%.
and yet they're still not getting paid because of what? The shelf life. Is that what we all keep saying is the shelf life of all these guys? But I'm looking at wide receivers getting hurt left and right.
Yeah.
Justin Jefferson's not available all the time. He gets hurt. Like, all these guys get hurt. Like, we're a turf toe away from Jackson Smith-Njigba, who, by the way, is going to go back to playing on turf because I don't think they're keeping the grass that they had at Lumen Field for the World Cup. Like, that's another conversation to be had. So, I don't know why we don't view the shelf life that we have for running backs like we do with wide receivers. Because what wide receiver right now, heading into their early 30s, are you really trusting to ball out? Is there any right now? Mike Evans? And we're having concerns right now.
Devontae Adams.
Devontae Adams. But who does he have right alongside of him?
Yeah.
Puka Nacua.
Who wants to be broken off?
Who wants to be broken off?
And Matt Stafford is a top 3 quarterback.
Absolutely.
Exactly.
But what happened to Devontae Adams at the end of last year? Got hurt.
Yeah.
The hamstring.
Yeah.
Wasn't the same wide receiver. Wasn't the same guy. Now, he's still a good possession wide receiver. And I'll argue this, Sam, to your point about Devontae. his game was never predicated on elite speed or size or anything. He was just an elite route runner.
Oh, his catch radius was excellent as well.
And he knew he's a great skillful
player.
wide receiver.
He's a great player.
He's a Hall of Famer for a reason.
But Joe, I find this conversation about running backs to be kind of silly to me. Although you could find them anywhere. Can you? Like
no.
Can you?
No. Give me the top 5 you said wide receivers or running backs?
No, running backs.
No, top 5 running backs in the NFL right now.
Just in no order. Saquon. Okay. I'm going to go Bijan Robinson. For sure. Jameer Gibbs.
Okay.
All right. Who else would you guys throw? Is Derrick Henry still that for some people?
Yeah, Derrick Henry.
He had a good year last year.
He had some big fumbles, though. No doubt. He had a great year. Who else?
I'd throw James Cook in there.
James Cook is absolutely in the mix.
But are you going Jonathan Taylor, who had an incredible season last year?
But they've been playing the money game with him
Kenneth
too.
Walker was Super Bowl MVP.
Yeah, but I don't even know if he was the best running back on his own team last year. Charbonnet killed us.
I'm with you, Ken.
I love Kenneth Walker.
But he was kind of a disappointment in Seattle prior to last year.
Yeah.
He couldn't stay on the field.
What if I said CMC to the Niner offense? Even though he's not the running back in terms of between the tackles that he was in years prior, he caught 90 balls.
It's true. He was incredible. No, he was incredible last year.
So if he just played slot receiver, think of the value he would have brought to the Niners.
But everyone is so afraid.
He was incredible.
Everyone is so afraid that, the bilateral Achilles tendonitis, he's a snap away from it. But you could say that for every position.
I agree. But
I'm with you on the wide receiver. Now that we're talking about it more, it's harder to find a legit running back today.
Now let's go safety. Who are the best safeties in the game? The highest paid guys making $25 million this year on an average.
Oh, that's a great question.
Derwin James, who has been injured a lot, and I love him, but he's been injured a lot.
I mean, the guy that was a rookie last year for the Seattle Seahawks, Amon Warry?
Yeah, he's on his rookie deal.
And he's hurt right now.
Okay, Kyle Hamilton.
Absolutely Kyle
Superstar,
Hamilton.
right?
Please.
Would you put Kirby Joseph in there?
Again, you're starting to get to names right now that it's like, even then, it's like, okay, Kirby Joseph. Non-household names we're kind of getting to.
It's really hard to find a good safety.
Very hard.
Really hard.
Antoine Winfield.
Yeah.
Right?
So I guess, what I'm saying is when I look at the money being thrown at safety, there are 2 guys making $25 million, 2 guys at $21 million, and everybody else underneath that. And they're all on short-term deals. You don't see big-term deals. I think the top end, Kyle Hamilton is absolutely more impactful than how many wide receivers that you see get broken off way more money than he got. His guarantee, Kyle Hamilton got $82 million guaranteed, which is wide receiver guaranteed type of money in terms of the overall guarantee of the value. But I'm taking him over a bunch of these wide receivers. Again, 23 guys make more than $51 million guaranteed over the life of their deal at wide receiver.
Right. And
that's a lot of money.
And it's, it goes to show, too, a team like the Rams, who feel like they were just a game away from winning the whole damn thing last year in the NFC Championship. What did they do to address this offseason after losing to Seattle? Their entire defense, basically. Myles Garrett, best player in football defensively, and maybe just offensively, too, if you want to add that in there. He's that freaking good. And then they added McDuffie and Watson.
Yeah.
2 legit starting all-pro caliber corners to that defense that desperately needed it. Oh, and by the way, they are bringing back Devontae Adams, who they were actually trying to shop this offseason as well before doing all those other deals and sniffing around A.J. Brown. So this is what you need.
Well, so as we talk about how many great players there are at different positions around the league, one thing I always see a lot of is there's just not a lot of great corners. Actually, there kind of are a lot of good corners right now. Yeah. If I just close my eyes and I go, how many good corners? Well, McDuffie just got moved for a ton of money. He's a pretty good player. Derek Stingley is as good as they come.
He's a beast.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Patrick Surtain,
DPOY.
the second has been incredible. I watched J.C. Horn against the Niners, and then when he got hurt, it's completely different.
Yeah.
He's a stud.
Yeah.
Are you putting Marlon Humphrey in there?
Probably.
Okay. How many more names do I need to? Denzel Ward just got broken off.
Yeah.
I'd love to have Denzel Ward. I can name more corners. Now, there's 2 of them on the field at one time. Then I can't, and now even sometimes 3.
Yeah.
I feel like I can name more good corners than I can safeties. That's why, I know we talk about running backs, you could find them anywhere. They just throw them away. I think the position that's the hardest to find right now in the NFL, from my eyes, in terms of money, value, and finding the good ones, just feels like safety is so hard to find. And the Niners have struggled to find safeties.
Who do you think is the best bang for their buck on the 49ers currently, contract-wise?
It might be McKivitz at tackle. He never misses games. He is above average. He's making like $14 million a year.
That's actually, I did not think you were going to go Colton McKivitz because I don't think a lot of Niner fans would say that.
I think that's a great choice.
Am I being too nerdy?
No, it's a great choice because he's only making $26 million guaranteed at a premium position. The tackle position,
He's never hurt.
Obviously, it's a right-handed throwing quarterback, so left tackle is going to get broken off more, and Trent Williams is a Hall of Famer and is going to just command that because he's still one of the best in the business. But Colton McKivitz gets slept on for what he means for this squad and for Kyle Shanahan in this offense too, because you don't really get broken off in a Kyle Shanahan offense unless you are Trent Williams.
Yes.
Hell, they drafted a first rounder in Mike McGlinchey, didn't re-sign him.
No.
So it's been a revolving door for a while now theirs. So the fact that you went out and said Colton McKivitz is right now the best contract on the 49ers really says something. No, value. I think that, again, contract value, whatever
when
you want to say.
When healthy, I think the argument for Kittle and Warner is absolutely just, it's at the top of the list. I want to, if you're asking me truly, though, best value on the team, it's probably Kyle Shanahan.
Oh, well.
I mean, he can affect every play. But that doesn't count. That's
not against the cap.
Yeah, that doesn't count. So I don't think I can utilize him. But if you're asking me straight up, like, normally it'd be Fred Warner and George Kittle, just because, again, we devalue financially around the league tight ends and linebackers.
Yes.
And if I take Fred off the field, we're just dramatically different.
And, I might take a guy like Deommodore Lenoir, who, again, suited up every game last year, healthy, stays out there, has the mentality you want, is never going to get the glitz and glamour of all the other, top defensive backs in the NFL.
Yeah.
You go to his practical guarantees, Joe, it's $38 million. He's down there like 18, 19 in overall guarantees for a lot of these other quarterbacks. But there's not 18 better corners than him. He's in the conversation of that tier 2 kind of a maybe not tier 1, but tier 2 really, really good.
He is. Yeah, he's a really good player.
Yes.
I actually think he's as good, if not better, in the slot, but because they brought in Upton Stout, who's good, it feels like they're not necessarily utilizing him the way they could. I think he could be a guy that could shadow people. And I'd like to see him do more. I know Saleh doesn't believe in that. I wonder if Raheem is going to do that. No, he has absolutely been great. He's never hurt. He tackles really well. He's a dog out there. I love Deommodore Lenoir.
How would you rate him as opposed to like a Jalen Waddle on the other side? In terms of like just production.
Deommodore Lenoir?
Yes.
Oh, I would rather have Deommodore Lenoir than Jalen Waddle.
Okay, so just for reference, Deommodore Lenoir makes the same amount of money as Jalen Waddle does, but you're paying him for 5 years instead of 3, like Jalen Waddle is getting.
So you're getting way better.
Your production, you're getting 2 more years of production with the same price.
Which goes back to my wide receiver conversation. I just think it's the one position right now in the league, and I look at the Niners and they're hurt, and we'll get to them specifically about it, but it's the one position I don't understand why we're throwing so much money. I'm not saying you can't pay them. I'm not saying that they don't bring value. Like, dude, sign me up for Amon-Ra St. Brown yesterday.
Sure.
I will take Justin Jefferson yesterday. Those guys are worth every penny. What I'm saying is, I think one of the worst signings a team can do is that second wide receiver making bloated money and at the expense of a tight end or a linebacker or a guard. Like, I hate that. I hate seeing 2 wide receivers get broken off like that because I just don't think you can justify it in this league.
Well, and also Kyle Shanahan's spoken about this all offseason. The reason the Niners didn't go far last year, on top of the injuries, which was probably the biggest part, missing key all-pro players, you're not going to just overcome that. You just can't with guys like Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle, obviously. But not being able to establish the run and have a good running game killed them last year. This is a run-first offense. When they have gone to 2 Super Bowls, they've been one of the best running attacks in the NFL. Last year, the fact that they couldn't even run the ball consistently, they were one of the worst yards per carry team in the NFL with Christian McCaffrey, forced them to be a throw-first offense at times with Brock Purdy. And when you don't have those dogs out there, when you don't have that consistent production out there, you're just not going to be able to mitigate that. And you're going to have more 3-and-outs. It's going to have more stalled drives. And they're going to just not respect your running game. They, meaning the defenses, the elite defenses like Seattle, they're going to force you to throw, and when they have the secondary players like they do, and you'd have Juwan Jennings as your number one wide receiver, it's just not going to cut it. You're not going to get separation.
No.
So it would have worked last year for Shanahan, maybe if you had a Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, but ultimately it didn't work because you can run the ball. And it still is about establishing the run and setting the tone there. That is what this upcoming season is going to be all about, Joe. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't concerned that we might be using Christian McCaffrey a lot more still. And I hope Kalen Black could alleviate some of that. But I don't think we're talking about that aspect enough heading into this season. It's been a lot about the wide receiver depth because of Kittle's, not Kittle, but, well, Kittle's part of it. But Evans having the quad strain, Stribling having the hamstring. All of a sudden, Deebo Samuel might be a starter when he was an afterthought a couple months ago. Like, all of a sudden, we're talking about the wide receiver depth when maybe we should be worried about the running back depth is kind of what you're getting at. Maybe. Maybe.
Well, look, last year Kendrick Bourne came out of nowhere. He had a 3-week stretch where he had like 500 yards.
For sure.
Or whatever it ended up being.
No, it's true.
Like out of nowhere.
But also,
Robinson was on ice for how many weeks?
Oh, weeks, yeah.
Who showed up the biggest in the Philly game?
Oh, DeMarcus Robinson.
He was incredible.
Yeah.
Now, look, don't get me wrong. You need guys to get open because the very next week against Seattle.
Oh, they were cooked.
They couldn't get open.
No.
They couldn't get open. But teams run a lot more zone now. I look at these teams that have unbelievable play callers, and I say, you can withstand letting that second receiver go more so than some of these other teams.
Well, that was also a big talking point with who? T. Higgins, right? In Cincinnati. And he's still there. So it's T. Higgins, it's Jamar Chase. But ultimately, the guy that was the only player they had with a pulse on defense for a while was Trey Hendrickson, who was like, guys, like, I get it. It's Joe Burrow, it's Jamar. What about me? Is anyone going to pay me?
And they lost their safety the year before during the whole T. Higgins situation.
That whole team, by the way, is we'll see. We'll see with the Cincinnati Bengals. That seems like the team everywhere. People like every year you try to talk yourself into a team and it feels like it's always the Bengals. Well, if they stay healthy, well, they never do. And their defense can't stop a nosebleed every single season. Which now leads us to the conversation I think a lot of people have been having the last 24 hours. And I was listening on our airwaves yesterday, and whenever it comes out, this is what we do. And again, I'm a sucker for it. I love it. The like lists in general, we've had this conversation, Joe. We're never going to quit them.
I'm a little fatigued on this particular one, but continue.
Okay. The 2026 quarterback tier list. It's every single year. Mike Sando, if you don't know who he is, writes for The Athletic, very good at what he does. He, does these tier results, and he has a panel of 50 voters, all right? And this year's panel consisted of 8 general managers, 5 assistant GMs, 5 former GMs, 3 other executives, plus 9 head coaches, 10 defensive coordinators, 5 offensive coordinators, 2 offensive assistants, et cetera, et cetera. So 21 executives and 29 coaches overall. Each voter placed 35 veteran quarterbacks into 5 tiers. All right, excuse me. I think I said 4 earlier. There's 5. From best, tier 1, to worst, tier 5. Quarterbacks were then ranked by average vote and placed into tiers. The survey excludes rookies because voters have not seen them play in the NFL. So there's no Fernando Mendoza in this year's. All right?
Well, that's fair.
Okay. Tier 1. I'm going to give you the criteria for these tiers. Are you ready? I'm explaining to you and the audience. Carries his team each week. The team wins because of him. Expertly handles pure passing situations. And the 4th criteria, has no real holes in his game. Okay, this is tier 1 QBs. I'm going to give you who they are.
No real holes. All right, let's hear this.
Patrick Mahomes. All right,
come on, yeah.
Easy.
Yeah.
Number 1. People are going to argue, it should be Josh Allen. Whatever. It's Patrick Mahomes.
No, Patrick
Cry
Mahomes.
about it. He has 3 Super Bowls. Let the rings do the talking. Josh Allen. And I guess it shows it's a tie, right? For 2.
Josh Allen turns the ball over. I love Josh Allen. He gets a little reckless. He does have a hole. I love the guy. He's one of my favorite players.
But you would agree, he's a tier 1. And thank you for the music, by the way. This does get my juices flowing. All right.
Yeah, he is tier 1, but this thing that has no real holes, like, okay, just keep going.
I'll keep going. Because he's tied at number 2 with the reigning league MVP, Matthew Stafford. And I'm glad they put him as a tier 1 quarterback because you and I say it all the time. He gets disrespected in these.
I got no issue with Stafford there.
All right. And then you got the last of tier 1.
Who?
Joe Burrow.
Health is in what? Like a hole in his game? Health isn't a hole in his game?
He missed 9 games to injury last season.
Okay.
And it wasn't enough to knock him out of the tier 1 ranks.
I like Joe Burrow a lot. In fact, I mean, God, I was so intoxicated when he kicked the crap out of the Niners a couple of years ago. And the guy's incredible. It's a huge year for him.
We act like he's a bona fide Hall of Famer for as long as he's been out here. He's not a Hall of Famer. If his career ended...
we're way too early on that.
No, but we compare him to his peers in Josh Allen, MVP.
No, he's below them.
Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP, and yet the way we discuss him is like he's won an MVP.
I think it's because
the one win.
He's been eating off of one win over Patrick Mahomes in the AFC title game a few years ago.
Yeah, but he did almost win the second one the following year when they played at Kansas City, and that hit out of bounds by the linebacker.
He also beat Josh Allen in Buffalo too, which was a big game.
So I think he's looked at the guy like he could beat Mahomes in the playoffs, which is something that few others can do, and I think he gets elevated because of that.
I also think he gets a lot of the, shine from what he did in college and it translating and him being that guy ever since being at LSU. He has that image.
There's a Kawhi-like enigma aura around him.
Yes, he's very, he's into fashion. He's all this. He's kind of recluse at times.
Smoking cigars, smoking Joe.
Cool Joe, smoking Joe, whatever you want to call him. All right.
But I still can't believe Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, that LSU team.
It was so stacked.
This is the most ridiculous team of all time.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire was on that team, I think, right?
Yeah, he was.
So
he was
good.
running back.
All right.
God, that team.
So that's tier 1. Tier 2.
Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase as your wide receivers in college. That is,
I know.
They're two.
That might be the greatest. I know we have a hurricane in the back. I know. Well, but that LSU team, when it comes,
Reggie Wayne and the guy who put
Andre Johnson.
I mean,
but that's the equivalent, right?
No question.
That's the equivalent.
Reggie Wayne was so sick.
No.
Andre Johnson was so sick.
But the great equalizer, I guess, would be that the quarterback for LSU.
Yeah, they had Ken Dorsey.
They had Ken Dorsey, but we're taking Joe Burrow.
Of course we are.
All right, tier 2. This is the criteria for tier 2 quarterbacks. Carries his team sometimes. Handles pure passing situations in doses. Or has other dimensions that elevate him above tier 3.
Okay.
Has a hole or two in his game. Okay. First quarterback. Lamar Jackson.
Of course.
Yes. I don't know how I feel about that. I think he's a tier 1 quarterback, but...
Yeah, whatever.
All right.
We're splitting hairs.
Justin Herbert. Everyone loves their Justin Herbert. See what he was doing yesterday at practice? Kissing his fiance, Madison Beer. Good for them. I love those lovebirds. Keep kissing. All right. Dak Prescott, number 7. I actually think, I was like, great. I'm actually having some respect around the league for Dak Prescott. Feels like he gets disrespected in the media more often than not. But the league, again, this is leagues. Head coaches, executives, general managers, Dak Prescott, number 7. Number 8, Drake May.
Too soon.
Too
Let's
soon?
continue.
Okay. He's tied with Jared Goff. Again, this is tier 2 quarterbacks.
Goff is a great regular season quarterback.
This is a tier 2 quarterbacks. Mike Sanders quarterback list. 50 executives, coaches vote on this every single year. Number 10 in the tier 2 quarterback list, Jordan Love.
How does he? Okay.
Number 11, and here we go, Niner fans. Number 11, Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy, number 11. Tied with Caleb Williams. Interesting.
So he's tied? It's the only tie?
They're tied.
So those are all your tier 2 quarterbacks.
We rounding out the tier 2, you got Jaden Daniels, Baker Mayfield, Sam Darnold.
Jaden Daniels?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence, Jalen Hurts.
Trevor Lawrence, get out of here.
He had a good year last year.
No, actually he didn't. I watched. No, he is a byproduct of Liam Cohen.
He had a good year last year compared to his previous years.
No. Yeah, okay, again, compared to previous years, I would agree. I'm so out on Trevor Lawrence.
Well, the panelists were kind of split on him. It was 26 votes in tier 2, 23 in tier 3, and he had one voter vote him into tier 1.
Look, I'm just gonna.
I don't know about
I'm just gonna say what I feel. Regular season, that's one thing, right? You guys want to put Purdy 11. I get it. Whatever. I think a lot of these guys, 6 through 11, 12, are interchangeable, but week to week.
Okay.
I really do. I think most of them are. Purdy's done things in playoff games Herbert would die for. Purdy's done things in playoff games Dak would die for. Purdy's done things in playoffs that Drake needs to be able to do over multiple years. Purdy's done things that Jared Goff would die for in the playoffs. And Purdy's done things that Jordan Love would die for in the playoffs. So you could say that some of these guys have had higher regular season moments and maybe throughout the regular season have shown some things or whatever. Like, of those guys, Herbert, Dak, Drake, May, Goff, Jordan Love, and Purdy, who you taking third week of January on the road? Game-winning drive.
Ooh, game-winning drive? Interesting.
I'm probably taking Purdy over all of them.
Yeah.
And really, that's all that matters to me, a Niner fan.
The one guy had taken over him in recent years would probably be Jalen Hurts. But Jalen, again, he's so predicated his game, it feels like on the offensive coordinator who's out there.
That playoff game last year, I can't unsee. I think it's a huge year for that offensive coordinator and Jalen. And I gave him the benefit of the doubt.
And that head coach, quite frankly.
Joe, he couldn't hit the right side of a barn.
No, it was bad. They were all healthy, too. The Niners were the hurt team.
Joe, I want to just for a second. Purdy's played Dak in the playoffs. Now, you play the other defense.
Twice.
That Dallas defense was sick.
One time. That was Jimmy was the other one. Yeah.
That Dallas defense was sick.
So good.
Purdy slightly outplayed him.
Yeah.
If not more. Purdy played Jared Goff in an NFC Championship game. Who outplayed who?
Purdy outplayed him towards that second half.
Now, I know you played defenses.
First half it was Jared. Second half it was...
Yeah, when it was crunching time.
Nut crunch.
Jordan Love outplayed Purdy for about 2 quarters of that game. What happened in the third and fourth quarter?
Fizzled. He fizzled.
Purdy went head-to-head with these guys. And then Purdy only played Caleb that one time, and it was an unbelievable game. And Purdy was outstanding.
Yeah. The only guy that beat him in the playoff game in this group outside of Jalen Hurts once upon a time prior, but Sam Darnold. He beat him.
Joe.
But it wasn't a Sam Darnold game. Sam just didn't really need to make a mistake.
I do the way I view quarterbacks based on how much do I trust you second, third week of January, playoff time, and you happen to be on the road. That's it. I watched Brock Purdy go in to Philadelphia, the defending champs, for as banged up as that team might have been, talking about the Philly team, and as psychologically messed up as they might have been. I watched him go in there, lose George Kittle in the first half.
Yeah.
Not have a Ricky Pearsall suited up and was throwing to DeMarcus Robinson, Christian McCaffrey,
Jake Tonjes,
Kendrick Bourne, Jake Tonjes. Are you kidding me?
Kyle Juszczyk ended up being like the tight end guy for them.
He started that game with a touchdown drive. He finished that game with a touchdown drive. I'm sorry. I'm done trying to argue to fools who don't want to buy in on Purdy. I'm not here to say that he's one of the greats. He's not. He's really freaking good. The only question I have for him as a Niner fan, can the guy stay healthy?
I think that is the only question mark remaining for Brock Purdy and why you would ever doubt this guy. And don't give me he hasn't won the big one. Neither has Josh Allen. Neither is Lamar Jackson. Neither is Joe Burrow. Neither of a lot of these guys outside of who? Jalen Hurts, now Sam Darnold, Matt Stafford, and Patrick Mahomes.
And
yes. Bad news if you're hoping to see Matt Chapman on the field again this season, because there is a chance you will not see him play in a Giants uniform the rest of the year. GM Zach Manassian joined Willard and Grandy yesterday and confirmed that Chapman is undergoing more testing on his adductor strain that has been slow to heal. While nothing is official yet, it is trending in the direction that Chapman's 2026 season will come to a premature end. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always off in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Halfway home here on a hump day. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, Dave Fleming going to be joining us in 20 minutes to talk some Gigantes post-trade deadline. We got Grant Cohn joining us in an hour from now. Covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. Talk some training camp and expectations for the 49ers heading forward. Right now we're talking about Mike Sando's QB list and tier list, that is, when it comes to all things quarterbacks, and it happens every single year. And Brock Purdy is ranked as a tier 2 quarterback, tied 11th overall with Caleb Williams.
It's about where he should be. Yeah. I'm not going to lose my mind. Here's what I would beg of Niner fans: just stop being triggered by where he ranks and all that. Like, The guy's going to win 10 games again this year. The team is, and they're going to go to the playoffs, and he'll probably win another playoff game or two. The only question is, can the guy stay fully healthy, and will him and Kyle get over the hump together and win a Super Bowl? I mean, those are the last two check marks.
I don't think it's disrespectful at all that he's ranked 11th. I really don't care about that because I see it with my own two eyes. This guy has won so many more big games than almost anyone else in this tier group outside of the guys that have won the whole damn thing. It's not disrespectful, too, when you are tied with guys like Caleb Williams, who are thought of to be... Caleb Williams is on the cover of Madden.
He's a really fun, incredible good year. Player, yeah.
He was really fun and good player.
But he's had one good year. Same thing I said about Jaden Daniels.
One.
Like, and it was an incredible one. I'm banking, if you're asking me now, Caleb moving forward, if Ben Johnson's going to be his coach, I'm banking on the two of them being very successful.
Same goes for Brock Purdy and Kyle Shanahan.
100%.
If Kyle's going to be Brock's coach,
100%.
And this is another thing. We always like to compare and contrast quarterbacks. Oh, well, if this person wasn't their coach, I see it here, right? One of the quotes from one of these anonymous executives, coaches, whatever. I think he is better than given credit for, Brock Purdy. A head coach said, Kyle is great, but I think Brock Purdy, he can see it so fast, and he makes quick decisions, and he's more athletic than you think. He's a really good player.
Do you know who I love this thing about Kyle. It's so funny. You don't think Sean McVay would win a lot of games with Brock?
Absolutely he would.
Okay. Do you think LaFleur, who comes from the Kyle system, would win a lot of games with Brock under center?
Absolutely.
All right. What about the Kubiak, who just signed on with the Raiders? His brother,
Clint, yeah.
His brother and him are Shanahan disciples. One of them is Clint, is now the Raiders.
Yes.
Clay is actually the play caller right now because of Kyle's absence.
49ers, yeah.
You don't think that would work well with them?
Absolutely. They just signed Kirk Cousins to be their starter. Yes, they would love Brock Purdy.
This we love to do this thing about system, and it's like, yeah, the system's everyone like I asked you sincerely. You don't think Sean Payton could win games with Brock Purdy?
Absolutely.
He's done it with how many different quarterbacks?
He said it last year when they were doing their joint practices. He loves Brock Purdy. Yeah. Loves everything he stands for. Bo Nix is kind of has some Purdy in him, but he makes way more mistakes.
Agreed.
If Brock Purdy was the Broncos quarterback last year, I think they won the Super Bowl. No, it's true. If Brock Purdy was the quarterback for the Broncos, they won the Super Bowl.
You might be right. Let's. I want to keep doing this exercise because I find it to be interesting. You don't think that right now Shane Steichen would take Brock Purdy and win some games?
Absolutely, he would.
I mean, they almost won games with Phillip Rivers last year.
Old man Phillip Rivers. Old man.
So I think Andy Reid would do things with Brock Purdy. I find it kind of ridiculous. We do this. Well, he's only going to be successful with Kyle Shanahan. It's like, I saw this with Draymond Green. A lot of people, it only works with Steph and it only works in Kerr's system. Yeah, I don't think you're giving the guy enough credit. Yeah, it's perfect in this system alongside those guys with that tutelage. But if you don't think they would work in other systems, I just don't think you're watching the same game I am.
Other than staying healthy during a regular season, which quite frankly is a question mark for a lot of quarterbacks, even listed above him. It's Burrow, Jaden Daniels,
Herbert.
Lamar Jackson, Justin Herbert, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes coming off, a major injury.
Dak Prescott.
It's a conversation. So the fact that that's the only question mark you and I have for him, Joe, that's where you want to be. It's not a question of, can this guy win from behind? Can this guy put a team on his back when he has no other weapons around him? Because if you're still using that argument, then you weren't watching the wild card game in Philadelphia. But he can't do it in the elements. Did you guys watch that game? It was windy galore. No one could make a kick. The fact that Eddie Pinheiro was able to make a kick in that game was something. Like, he's done it. He's crossed and checked all the boxes except for winning a Super Bowl, which, you know what? Only a couple guys that are his peers have done. Does that make him lesser of a quarterback because he's in the same room as Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson? No. Again, what is the hole in Brock Purdy's game right now that you are focused on other than health?
And this thing that he can't win a shootout, that's what the NFC Championship game was.
Did you watch the Chicago Bears game?
Yeah,
that was a shootout.
Yeah, that was
a sensational
game. That might have been one of the best games in the NFL season.
Guess what? Who do you lose the very first play of that game? His left tackle.
Yeah, Trent Williams.
Trent Williams was out in that game.
I know.
Oreo Cookie, what's up, man? He wants to talk some Brock Purdy.
Purdy conversation is just, I'm exhausted.
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Thanks for taking my phone call. You guys are having a great show. Even if it is Giants talk at the first half, man, we got to the football talk, which is great. But as far as this list goes that I'm seeing here, man, I don't see where the disrespect is. He belongs in a tier 2. He is not a tier 1. Now, as I'm looking at the guys that are with him on the tier 2, he's number 11, which to me is really good. Yeah. Now, you guys know I'm a 49ers fan, so I can criticize my team and still want them to do good because they're on my team. There's a big hole in his game. He does not have the 9 ball. You guys know that. He doesn't. Now, the other quarterbacks that are in the tier, let's play this little exercise game that you guys just did. If you put Brock in another team, well, then let's put another quarterback from that tier 2 into Kyle Shanahan's system, into his team around him. We would have won with Trevor Lawrence, Shasky. Sorry to tell you, bro, he's got a 9 ball.
I disagree.
We would have won with Dak Prescott. He has a 9 ball. This offense is built around having the threat of a 9 ball that opens up the whole middle. Purdy lives in the middle. They do not respect the 9 ball. They're figuring that out. That's when we stall, and that's when we have these low-scoring games with a slow start. You put any one of those other tier 2 quarterbacks into Kyle's system, we would have won at least one by now.
I disagree with that. I don't think Brock Purdy has been the reason that you have lost a Super Bowl. And we like to put that on Jimmy Garoppolo as well, that he was the reason the Niners lost that one Super Bowl. And there's a lot of reasons why you didn't win the Super Bowl. First and foremost, maybe you just ran into a better team and a better defense. You lost Dre Greenlaw. He mattered in that game. I think we all forget that. Guess who on the other side started going off once Dre Greenlaw wasn't there? Oh, Travis Kelce. Because Dre Greenlaw was doing a hell of a job in coverage in tandem with Fred Warner. Oren Burks had to cover that up, and he was getting sliced and diced towards the end. This notion that just because he doesn't have a fastball, like all these other guys with elite cannons, the Staffords, the Josh Allens, the Mahomeses, listen, and even a defensive coach mentioned that in this little article, Joe. If he can't flip his hips, he can't make throws because all of his power is in his lower body.
Which is true.
But the dude is special. He sees things before they happen. And like Kittle said, he runs like a water dragon. It's a great line. Stronger than you think, faster than you think, better than you think. 100%. Talks more bleep than you think. Solid number 2 tier.
Okay, but this thing that, like, the 9 ball, like the route tree, it's just hilarious. What was the play to Brandon Ayuk? The butterfly play. What was that?
Oh, that was a floater. They got lucky.
What about the layered throw to Demarcus Robinson to start the wild card game?
Oh, well, you know.
What? Well, you know what?
Lucky. That's what they would say.
People really discount how like Brock is actually like low key pretty good at pushing the ball downfield.
Okay, can I ask you a question? Like outside
in the wind in that wild card game, in the wind.
Gotta do it in the rain.
Trevor Lawrence.
The snow next.
The Trevor Lawrence truthers, and I look again.
Is it draft bias?
Solid.
Is it draft bias?
It's height, it's weight, it's college confirmation bias, it's a million things.
It's accuracy undervalued and power overvalued.
Like, okay, so we say this thing, arm talent. Most people file that under throw hard. I don't. Arm talent to me is, can you make a variety of throws from a variety of platforms, arm angles, and types of throws, layered throws, intermediate, touch passes. You know what makes Mahomes incredible? He's going down. He's like, flip. Let me flip it over the linebacker. Yeah. I'm rolling to my right. Let me flip back and throw a sidearm slinger to the left-hand side. Like, that's having all the different kinds of throws. Brock has a lot of those throws. You know who had arm talent by the power means? Kaepernick. He couldn't throw a touch pass to save his life. No. That's not, to me, the way I evaluate arms, that's not true arm talent. What makes Stafford so amazing, he could rip the 110-mile-an-hour fastball, and then he can throw the slider, on the out over the linebacker's head where only his guys catching it. He can throw you the teardrop. Yeah. He can hit the little like layup toss over the linebacker's head to the running back. That's true arm talent. That's what separates a lot of these guys. Part of why, I think that we look at, like a Trevor Lawrence. I watch him and I'm like, I just don't think he sees the field. Forget arm talent. I think he's one of those guys, similar to the way Alex was early in his career. He's got to see you open before he can throw you to the ball.
God, that was a really bad playoff game he had against the Bills. Good Lord.
Who?
Trevor Lawrence.
He can't see the field.
It's horrible.
The one thing I got to give Brock anticipates throws. He sees windows. Now, sometimes he trusts his eyes a little too much, and guys, sift back into those. But to say that he's not an anticipation thrower, to me, that's brain, that's body, it's everything. I think the way we talk about quarterbacks is just insane.
Okay, so
it's just insane.
I want to keep on this. We're going to. We do have Dave Fleming coming up on the other side, talk some Giants, but we could also talk some 49ers and expectations and how he views Brock Purdy, because Dave Fleming knows all things football, baseball, basketball. He could talk all of it. So what's Dave's thoughts on all that as well? Plus, coming up in an hour from now, Grant Cohn going to be joining us, covers the 49ers for Sports Illustrated. How is he viewing Brock Purdy heading into this upcoming season? And, it might be another season of Brock having to do it with not a lot of help around him if all these injuries continue to stack up. He is viewed as a tier 2 quarterback in the Mike Sando tier list. Is that disrespectful? No. I'm saying no. Shasky's saying no. Are other people saying yes? 888-957-9570.
I want to break down certain attributes about accuracy specifically. To me, the separator from the Bradys to, the regular guys, there's a specific nuance on accuracy.
And it's sponsored by Freon Bank, here for you, here for good.
San Francisco, get ready to laugh. Celebrating 47 years of nonstop comedy, it's the legendary Punchline San Francisco, a true San Francisco comedy institution since 1978, and your perfect night out in the city. Punchline delivers big laughs 6 nights a week. Whether it's date night or friends night, don't miss the show everyone's talking about. Get tickets now at punchlinecomedyclub.com. Punchline Comedy Club, where you can see the comedy stars of tomorrow today. Buy tickets at punchlinecomedyclub.com. That's punchlinecomedyclub.com.
If you're looking to upgrade your property and beautify your home, Golden State Lumber and Showroom is ready to work with your contractor or designer to bring your ideas to life. Planning to add a patio or a deck like I'm doing right now? Well, Golden State is proud to offer Trex Refuge, which features the natural look of wood. And I'm telling you, it just blends right in with my real wood deck fence. Trex is engineered to endure decades of foul weather and foot traffic and is backed by a 50-year limited residential warranty. It cuts and installs just like wood and requires very little maintenance. I'm literally just hosing it off. Trex Refuge PVC decking is innovative and is a result of changing fire codes and conditions. It's ignition resistant and designed to meet strict fire standards while delivering the beauty that we desire at our house. Visit goldenstatelumber.com and look for Trex under the brands. Talk with your builder or contractor, then visit Golden State Showroom right near you. Helping build better since 1954. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc.
Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of Essentials Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rights reserved.
Now back to the morning roast with Joe Spadoni.
I said it right. Keep this ship moving.
And Joe Shasky.
Oh, I heard
ship.
On 95.7 The Game.
Niners are going to try to win the championship this year. We'll see if they can do that. Spadoni and Shasky with you. It's the morning roast. We are rolling. We're going to be joined by Dave Fleming. Some point this segment. The bus is running a little late. Team bus. That's all right. So whenever we get Dave, just let me know, and we'll go to him. Voice of the Giants, NBC Sports Bay Area. Took the L last night, but you know what? Some good things, all things considered, when it comes to the development of Bryce Eldridge. They had Grant McCray. You had Drew Gilbert, all kind of setting the tone there. Basabe's been an incredible story the last week or so, and get his thoughts overall on, how the Giants did at the trade deadline and going forward. But right now we're talking about this tier list for Mike Sando, Joe. And Brock Purdy being number 11th. And again, it's not Mike Sando doing the voting. This is executives, GMs, and head coaches, defensive coaches, etc.
So look, the playoffs are very difficult. You're facing the better defenses for the most part, and the game planning is extremely specific. Guys are hurt. Like there's a lot. The stakes are the highest. Would you agree?
Yeah.
When I think of all those moments in the playoffs, what truly separates the great quarterbacks is being able to see the field. That's first and foremost, right?
Yes.
Distinguish coverages, understand where pressure's coming from, windows to throw into, matchups to target. And then when we get to the actual physical ability, it's, are you willing to make a throw with a guy right in your face? Yeah. A gutsy throw.
Yeah.
And when you make that throw, accuracy is a word we throw out. And putting the ball in the window, yeah, that's about being accurate. Is that a catchable ball? Ball placement is the number one thing that separated Tom Brady from so many of his peers.
Yep.
Not only would he hit Julian Edelman and identify, hey, I got to hit this guy on this window at this spot on this time right here before I get drilled. I got to hit him on his outside shoulder so that as he's catching it, he's bracing for the hit and he's able to secure the ball and either keep contact balance or balance through contact and then get upfield, or put it only where he can catch it and he's going down. Like, I think the ball placement aspect of accuracy is the most not talked about part of quarterbacking.
Well, and that's the great equalizer when it comes to guys with a 9 ball, as Oreo Cookie called in, because I keep hearing this argument a lot as, hey, the guys with the fastballs, if we had them, then we would have won a Super Bowl. Really?
How many deep bombs, like straight up bombs, do you remember Brady throwing in all those, just off your memory, in all those playoff games?
Not a lot. No, seriously, not a lot. It was dink and dunks. It was throwing it to James White in the backfield and him scampering for 5, 6, 7 yards. There was the one where it was an incredible play from Julian Edelman in the Atlanta Falcons comeback. It was like he had to dive forward. But I don't think that was like a 50 or 60 yard bomb.
No,
that might have been like a 20 or 30 yarder. Like,
he also did a great job of evading huge losses.
Yes.
Whether it be turnover or sacks, things like that. That's another element that I think of Mahomes.
Yes.
Mahomes is like a magician at avoiding the disaster play.
Well, and also, and I think this is a great equalizer too. It's the momentum killing plays.
Yes.
To your point. Josh Allen does that a lot, man. And I know we love Josh Allen, but he has some of these plays that go back to that Denver game, Joe. That momentum killing turnover they had before half. That was brutal for them in hindsight. Brutal. They were trying to go up multiple scores there. He fumbles that. It's just like, oh, my God.
Go back to the NFC Championship game, Lions-Niners. Now, there were 2 drops on 4th down.
Yeah.
All right, crucial ones. I actually thought Goff did a really good job getting rid of the ball, and you got to make the play. I forget the receiver's name.
Yeah, I forget him too. Yeah. Was it Reynolds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The difference in the second half wasn't just Brock's play. It was his legs, his ability to move around and make plays, and then them getting Goff off his platform and him not being able to make plays, extending the play beyond what the structure was. Yeah. That, to me, was the big differentiator in that particular matchup, as well as Dan Campbell. And just Dan Campbell.
I know. Well, and he struck the perfect tone after that game, Dan Campbell, after the NFC Championship loss. He's like, yeah, we might not get back here ever again. Like I'm not guaranteeing that we can come back to this same spot next year, the year after that. It is very difficult to get to the NFC Championship game, which, by the way, Brock Purdy has done multiple times already in his short career.
There's this thing, too, about medicine balls when it comes to Brock. Dude, you know how many times I watched Steve Young lay out Brent Jones, get absolutely hammered by linebackers?
There was like a 10-minute compilation, it could be longer, of Peyton Manning just getting his receivers. Absolutely. J.J. Stokes, Austin Collie. Hell, guys like Reggie Wayne even, like, getting him destroyed.
When I think of Wes Welker, you know what I think of? The triple helmet.
I was going to say the concussions.
Well, why is that? Because you're making plays in harm's way.
Yes.
So, yet he who has not sinned cast the first stone. Call back from yesterday.
Thank you.
Like, let's not act like Brock's the only guy in the league throwing medicine balls.
So, the tier 2 criteria, let's break this down.
It is football, people.
It is, right? The tier 2 criteria for quarterbacks here. It says carries his team sometimes. Okay. Check, right? Brock Purdy sometimes does carry his team.
Yes, absolutely.
I think that's what people always...
I think the offense went to a different level when Max sat and Brock came back in.
I agree. And we had our question marks about Brock because a lot of it was based on the turf toe injury. And I know people are going to say in hindsight, oh, you were doubting Brock. No. I was doubting the foot of Brock Purdy.
I didn't think he was healthy.
I didn't think he was healthy.
I'll be the first to say it.
And you know what? He ended up being pretty healthy. All right, so he does carry his team sometimes. Check. Handles pure passing situations in doses. Had to do that last year. They were not a very good running team.
Yeah.
They were not. They had to pass the ball a lot.
They couldn't really run in the Philly game.
No. So check right there. Has other dimensions that elevate him above tier 3 quarterbacks. And again, a tier 3 quarterback in this case, they're legit starters, but they need a better running game or defense to win. Low volume, drop back passing offense suits him best. That's what a tier 3 quarterback is in this scenario. So he does things that, elevate him above those other in tier 3. Has a hole or two in his game. Yes. Has a hole or two in his game. And I think it's more physical limitations if you're looking at the holes in his game. It's not being super tall. He does get passes batted down occasionally. And he doesn't have the strongest arm. But he has a strong enough arm for me that's not really a big problem. Does the looking over the offensive line become an issue at times if you're getting muddled in the pocket and they're containing you? Absolutely. Does it help to be 6'3", 6'4", 6'5"? Totally. There's a reason that those guys...
It's advantageous.
Those guys with those attributes still continue to get drafted year in and year out.
There's only one guy under 6'1" in the modern era that's going to be in the Hall of Fame, Drew Brees.
Yeah. And maybe
him,
Russell Wilson maybe gets
We'll
in.
see. I'm talking about right now. And
Yes.
Fran Tarkenton was, 50 years ago.
Exactly. Maybe Jalen Hurts probably not going to. Yeah, I know. But Jalen's been to a couple. We'll see. He has an opportunity to. But to your point, Joe, they're few and far between. It doesn't happen for a reason. So the fact that he's in this tier, and by the way, he was elevated a couple spots from where he was at last year off that horrific season 2 years ago. He was 14th heading into last season. He jumped to 11. So it can't be disrespect league-wide. You can't have it both ways. He's still disrespected. Is it because we don't view him as a top 10 guy or the league's not putting him in the top 10? Like, really? That's what we're doing?
I see texts like this from the 707 who's just miserable. Just every day, just
what? What's
just texting miserableness every day.
Miserableness.
Mac Jones's success automatically discounts Purdy. All right. If that's the case, what about Brandon Allen stinking it up?
Yeah.
If that's the case, what about Nick Mullins? If that's the case, why didn't Jimmy? We all acknowledge Brock's better than Jimmy, right?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then why wasn't Jimmy great? He was good. He was all right. He had moments. What about the Pastronaut? What was that guy's name?
Josh Dobbs.
Yeah, what about him?
He stinks.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, look, Mac had some moments. There's no doubt. I was encouraged. But to say that discredits Brock is kind of ridiculous.
I agree. And by the way, I would put Mac Jones as a tier 3 quarterback, all things considered. I don't think they ended up referencing him in this article. As I'm going through it again, I don't see his name. Maybe it's because he didn't start enough or he's not viewed as a starter this year. That's probably why. But I would have Mac Jones ahead of guys like, I don't know, Tua, guys like Kirk Cousins from what I saw last year. Now, it could be, you take that guy, I take this guy. But I see he's discrediting Mac Jones. I'm actually elevating Mac Jones. I thought he did a lot of really good things last year with not a lot of help around him.
I agree.
Are we sleeping on his performance on that Thursday Night Football game at SoFi Stadium? He was incredible first half. Now, second half was a different story, but he did enough for that team to win. All right? Mac Jones is a success story, and we were talking about other teams potentially trying to trade for him. Now, ultimately, his market wasn't there this offseason, but maybe it's there next year. We'll see. Maybe he gets another opportunity if he comes in relief for Brock this year, if he has to miss a game or two and does some good things. I'm not discrediting Mac Jones and saying if Mac Jones is able to do this, well, that discredits with Brock Purdy. I think that's silly. I think that's dumb. And I think we're too caught up still. And I'll reference another one of these anonymous GMs. And this one did kind of bother me a little bit because you're still not watching the games if you're using this. Okay? This is from... It's either an executive or GM. Doesn't matter. All right? Just because of what he has done, you have to give him a 2. But he's like a bottom end tier 2. This is a defensive coach. It is the system and everything around it that is going to help him. In that system, Jimmy Garoppolo took them to the Super Bowl.
I'm not a system player. I am a system.
But when he went anywhere else, you struggle to say he was a 3. We're still doing the Jimmy Garoppolo comparisons, defensive coach X. Really? Do you watch the games?
You know who that might be?
Do you watch the games?
Watch that. That's like Steve Wilkes. Is that Steve Wilkes or is that Nick Sorensen?
Who?
Who's the anonymous guy? Is it Steve Wilkes
that's
or
a
Nick
great
Sorensen?
No, it probably is. It's probably Nick Sorensen.
Talk about hospital balls. Ooh, Jimmy.
Guys, I think I've come to the conclusion.
Jimmy couldn't last a season in Las Vegas. He was getting booed off the field 1 year there for Aiden O'Connell, who's like a tier 6 quarterback. He's the 3rd string in Vegas. And people were cheering for him to relieve him. Stop it.
Here's the thing that I'm now convinced. Brock Purdy could win the Super Bowl this year, and they'd be like, do it without CMC.
Yeah.
And then he could do that. Let's say he hypothetically does that. Do it without Trent Williams.
No. You know, say do it without Kyle Shanahan.
Beat me right
You can't do it without Shanahan, right? Shanny's the guy. He gets all the credit, not Brock. See, they have to cope. The people that are anti-Purdy.
It's just crazy.
And if you still are anti-Purdy, I guess is my question.
And I don't think anyone's saying he's the GOAT.
No one's saying that.
No, we're like, yeah, he's probably about somewhere between 7-8 and 11-12.
But it was
somewhere
funny.
in that range.
We had Oreo Cookie call in saying, yeah, 11's probably about right. but if we had Trevor Lawrence, we'd win a Super Bowl by now. It's like, dude, come on. Come on.
Trevor
there are a few quarterbacks where I would argue to say, yeah, if you had Patrick Mahomes, if you had maybe Matthew Stafford, but again, that's to say that Brock Purdy was the problem in that Super Bowl. He wasn't the problem. He wasn't. Now, was he the solution to what ailed them? Maybe not. Did he have the greatest game ever? No. Did he lose them the game? No. He was kind of okay. He had an okay Super Bowl performance. And you know what? That's okay sometimes when you have an elite defense, right? That's what Sam Darnold just did. Sam Darnold was okay. He was solid. Did he need to be the greatest quarterback ever in that playoff run? No.
But their defense was
sensational.
They were incredible.
And by the way, football coverage on 95 Cents the Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. Now imagine this. Dave Fleming joining us now on the River Islands guest line. NBC Sports Bay Area Giants broadcaster doing a hell of a job this season. Was on the call last night alongside Hunter Penson is our 95 Cents the Game Giants insider. Dave, good morning. Spadoni and Shasky with you here. And last night, listen, it was a loss ultimately, but I feel like that could be the blueprint for how Giants fans could digest this final stretch of the regular season if it includes moments like we saw yesterday with Eldridge, with Gilbert, with McCray, Basabe. I mean, that was pretty fun.
It was really fun. The end wasn't fun, but the effort was fun. And watching guys learn at this level, sometimes it's not always like a smooth path. It can be tough for those guys, and in watching players work through mistakes, like it's not that easy, but it also is very rewarding when you see guys who are able to learn stuff at this level. So I think it's a good way to put it. The blueprint's not a bad idea. I don't know why here at 10 in the morning they are cranking the music up to 1 billion here in this ballpark. But anyway, hopefully you can still hear me. But I'm happy for those guys to get an opportunity. Let's see who takes advantage of it.
So last night in the 9th inning, you have the great AB by Gilbert goes the other way. Then you have an incredible at-bat by McCray. And then there's here comes Bryce Eldridge. He's dealing with this thumb wrist thing. And, he's going to situationally pitch it here. And I'm all for it. I'm leaning forward on the couch. I'm like, here we go, LJ. I'm telling my kid, you got to watch this. Pass ball, both runners move up. And he drills that ball in between first and second for a base hit to score both runs. I thought that was a huge moment for him. He's been up and down, a lot of strikeouts the last month, but just in general, another clutch at bat. And I felt like he really needed that moment last night. And I was so encouraged. And I know the ending wasn't great, but Dave, sign me up for more of that the rest of the year.
100%. And I know the three of us have talked a lot about Bryce this year, and rightfully so. He's just a massively important player for this franchise. He's going to be a huge part of their future. So every moment like that for him is really important. And it was a great at bat. And I agree with you. He needed it. Bryce is an amazing young man. Like, he does not, he's not happy with the results, but he doesn't lose his confidence in his ability. So he's grinding it out every day. And look, this thumb thing it's been lingering for a little while now, and the Giants don't want to talk about it. He doesn't want to talk about it, but he has been a little bit beat up here for a while. And it happens you're 21 years old, man. First of all, the physicality, the level of physicality when you're playing here in the big leagues is different. It is. And so for him to experience this grind of a full big league season for the first time, push your body through it, all the stuff that he's had to deal with. I mean, it's for Bryce to be doing as well as he is really impressive, but you do want to see the results, and you want him to get some more positive results. And so last night was huge for him. I don't know that much about this guy. Giants fans, I'm sure even like hardcore baseball fans don't know much about the guy Latz, who's their closer. He's having a great year. Like, he's been almost as good as anybody other than Mason Miller late in the game in the big league. So all three of those young guys that you were talking about against a guy who's been almost unhittable, really impressive.
I mean, and then Basabe, I hope I'm pronouncing that appropriately.
Yeah.
This guy, he's playing second. He played a little third. He went back to second. He's got 3 home runs and like 18 or so at-bats. I mean, it's just, he's been awesome. And as he's running around the bases after tying the game up, I think it was the 7th inning, he's all fired up. And I'm like, look, this is what this, and I know, I would rather the team be in the playoff hunt. I get it. But like seeing this guy fight for an opportunity, I don't know, man. I found it to be like, inspirational is a little too strong, but you get where I'm going with this, where it just felt like guys are fighting for auditions right now and opportunities that are out there. Who knows what's going to happen with Chapman? Casey, the injury just stinks, and there's just going to be playing time. And to see a guy like Basabe take advantage of this opportunity, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, it sounds like Chapman's probably not coming back. I mean, I guess it's not totally decided yet that he's going to have the surgery, but it sounds like he is. And so that does stink. Casey Schmidt's injury really stinks. He's probably not going to play in the big leagues again this year. We'll see, but probably not. And it's creating tons of opportunity for many of these guys. And Basabe, it's easy to root for when a guy gets that chance, has almost never had that chance, gets that chance, and then does what he's doing. And we'll see if it keeps going. Like it's he would have gotten an opportunity earlier probably if this were going to be a 40 home run type big league hitter. He's not going to keep hitting home runs every day, but he is a talented player. He's only 25. He's got we talk in the draft about like baseball bloodlines and all these kids who grew up around the game. Like Basabe, Jackson Churrio's his cousin. Luis Matos is his cousin. The Basabe twins, who one of them played for the Giants a few years ago. Those are his cousins. His uncle played. His dad played. His grandfather played. Like this guy grew up around the game. He's got real natural talent. His hands are fast. He's got some bat speed. He's got some pop. Let's watch him play, see what happens.
Talking with Dave Fleming here on the Morning Roast. And obviously, Dave, this is the first time talking to you since Major League Baseball's trade deadline, and the Giants sent 6 players away. Obviously, Malley, Killian, Eric Miller, and then the big 3, Luis Arraez, Robbie Ray, and Elliot Ramos heading to the Yankees. What message, if any message at all, do you think the Giants sent at the trade deadline, sending away those 6 players, and obviously a couple of them being all-stars?
I think Buster was very articulate in his discussion after the fact of what went down the other day. And, basically what I took from Buster, the message was how we've played, what this big league team has looked like is not good enough. And whether that was a message for the fans or even a little bit in part for the players, this is not good enough. And so when that happens, changes are going to happen. And it was a pretty firm message. It wasn't, overly judgmental or stern, but it was a firm message from the guy in charge here of like, this isn't good enough. So when that's the case, we are going to act and actively try to make things better. And nobody was happy. Nobody was in that room like high-fiving, yeah, we got to trade away Luis Arraez. Nobody. Everybody loved that guy. He played great for the Giants this year. It was awesome to watch. We were all cheering for him last night. That his at-bats for Philly were amazing. What a debut. We're all pulling for Arraez. Nobody wanted to trade away Robbie Ray. Total pro. Worked his ass off to get healthy again and get back to being the pitcher or close to the pitcher that he was for so many years. Laid it all on the line for the Giants for several years. You don't celebrate losing those guys. What you do is make the best of a bad situation. This year is a bad situation. The Giants haven't played well enough, and the Giants did really well at the trade deadline. We don't know how any of those guys are going to turn out, but the Giants got players that are highly regarded. They held the line. They stayed firm with the level of prospect that they needed to get, and I think they were really happy with the talent level they brought in.
They said goodbye to Elliot Ramos, which on one level is surprising. On another level, maybe not so much. It does kind of stink, big picture, and I get why they did it. I probably would have done the deal myself. And he's got a redundant skill set offensively to some of the other guys that we have, but he's like the one homegrown outfielder in a long time, and I don't know. I don't know how to feel about it. Maybe I'm kind of conflicted in how I'm approaching this with you, but I'm kind of bummed, and I wish him well, and I don't know. I get why they made the move, though, but Elliot Ramos' time as a Giant is come and gone. I don't know. Are you as bummed as I am?
I am. And I think I don't want to sit here with you guys, and I don't want to, not even badmouth the guy, diminish his ability level. I don't want to do that. Elliott is I'm trying to say this the right way. Elliott is a limited player. He just has enough things that are tough for him to cap, I don't want to put a ceiling on him, because maybe he gets a lot better defensively and maybe he becomes even more selective at the plate. He's still a young man. But I think you trade away a guy like that because you sort of feel like this is who he is, which is a valuable player. But, you're not likely to see Elliott go and turn into one of the game's great superstars. And that is not a knock on him. He's really talented. He is a very good big leaguer and a kid that's so easy to root for. But you make the deal because you have the Giants have a big time roster crunch coming, big time. And it's a weird thing to have to talk about, but the Giants have so many young players right now who are going to have to be protected on the 40-man, who they want to be a part of the future of this franchise. And it is a true numbers crunch that's coming between, the draft and the trade deadline don't add to that stress. That adds to the overall number of players you have. But ways to clear some spots, give some chances to other players. You got young guys you really like. That's where this franchise is right now. And so you have to say goodbye to a guy like Elliott Ramos. That hurts. I love the kid. He is an awesome young man, and I wish him nothing but the best. I think it was really well said. He did some really nice things. Yeah, he strikes out a lot, which you have a lot of guys that strike out a lot. So there's a redundant skill set there. He's not a great base runner. We have a lot of not so great base runners. I think you said that pretty well. Who's a guy, because you're referencing the 40-man, who's a guy that you think would get called up? Because you alluded last week to saying that maybe some of these guys would not want to get brought up so that they can, in the event of a strike, would still be able to practice, because it feels like the minor leagues is still going to operate while the big leagues goes on a lockout or a strike. Who would be a guy that maybe they would elevate in the coming weeks or months that we might get a look at? Yeah, that's a good question, and you and I we'd have to pull up the rosters and really make sure. I don't want to be wrong on this stuff, but I do believe guys like, I think Bo Davidson has to be protected this year. Now, Bo's a really talented guy, like top 100 prospect, big time power, going to be a righty masher. He struggled with lefties. He's a left-handed hitter, but he has destroyed right-handers in the minor leagues. And so Bo is going to get a chance in the big leagues sooner rather than later. Now, he's had kind of a slower acclimation to AAA, so the Giants are not going to rush him if he's not crushing it. But I think Bo is in that category of, at the end of the season, he's going to have to be protected, which would, to me, put him in the mix for somebody who might get a look. Jonah Cox is going to come back up here at some point. I think that's a no-brainer. We're going to see more of him, and whether that's in the outfield or maybe he gets a chance to play some second base. Jesus Rodriguez, another guy on the injured list. You've already seen him in the big leagues, but when he gets healthy, he's going to get a chance to play. The other two that you should flag in the minor leagues who I think are in that same category, it's a kid named Scott Bandura, who's just done an excellent job, sort of rocketed from maybe off the radar to definitely a prospect, almost like Drew Kavanaugh in the last couple of years. He's doing well in AAA. And there's a AAA veteran, a guy named Turner Hill, who is, never been a big prospect, but just keeps performing, keeps hitting. He's probably not like an everyday player if you ask scouts, but that's a guy who will have to be protected or not at the end of this year. And I think he would be somebody on that list of, like, he's earned it. He's earned an opportunity maybe to show what he can do. Now, they're giving a chance to some other guys now. If those guys all just kill it from here to the end of the year, maybe there won't be room. But those are some names of guys, like, if you're box score scouting from the River Cats, those guys I think are in that category of possibles to see from now to the end of the year. All right, so since the last time we spoke with you, there's been a lot. I mean, there's the Harrison Bader accident issue. I don't even want to bring it up because I've made myself pretty clear on that regarding, I just think he's, what a dummy. But let's get to the Willie Adames Apple, broadcast Friday night. Ron Washington, some sort of an illusion of
the broadcast saying that they heard that Willie wasn't working with him as often, and then he comes out that he's got a back injury. I won't ask you about the Ron Washington aspect, but the back injury. Is that something that could potentially shut him down, given where they're at right now? Because they need him to be right. Moving forward. He's got a lot of money and a lot of years left on this deal. And I think the last thing everyone wants, as much as we want to see him gut it out, is for him to hurt something that could potentially aggravate him long term.
I don't want to speak for Willie, but I do believe that it's still an issue for him. It was definitely an issue, around the All-Star break before, especially, those few weeks before. You could really see it. Like he was wincing on swings. He was having a hard time getting loose. Like, it was definitely an issue. It's not to that level, but I don't think there's any doubt that right now he is not 100%. And probably nobody, you play a long big league season and it's mid-August, nobody's at 100%, but Willie has definitely been compromised. Now, the number one thing that he takes pride in is being out there every day. And so he's really stubborn about that. If it were me, I would be tempted to kind of do what you're doing, like take the decision out of his hands. But when you are paying a guy that much and his job is to be a leader of this team, if you're the manager, if you're the general manager and he's telling you, no, I'm in, I'm playing, I'm fine. It's hard for me to go against that. Like, that's kind of his job. And so we're probably going to have to watch a guy who is not 100% for the rest of the year. And you're seeing it at the plate, but you're also seeing it on defense. Like, he's just not moving exactly the way that he normally does. And he's not complaining about it. He's not using it as an excuse, but I think it's definitely there.
Talking with Dave Fleming here, voice of the Giants, NBC Sports Bay Area, on our 95.7 The Game, Giants Insider, courtesy of the River Islands guest line. How do you think Logan Webb's feeling right now, Dave? I know I'm not asking you to share any private conversations you've had with him, but Logan's been a guy that's only tasted playoff success one time. And yet again, the Giants are going to be sellers at this deadline. I'm just curious. I mean, this is the face of the team, quite frankly, and a guy that Giants fans love. I'm just curious how he's feeling about the direction and overall status of this squad right now.
Yeah, he's cranky. He's unhappy about it. I think he'll too. If he comes on with you guys or you get a chance to talk to him, I think he'll be pretty honest about that. He's not happy, and he takes it personally, and he cares so much about the Giants that it hurts him that the Giants are having another year like this. And this is really a different year than, all these other seasons since 2021. The Giants have contended and been a team that has felt like all the way through, at least this time of the year where they were in the mix. And this year, that's been the big difference this year. And so probably more than ever, he's disappointed with what's going on. And, it's not a player's job to do what the three of us can do, which is kind of take a step back and say, look, the infrastructure in the minor leagues, the talent level's really getting better. Lots of good things are happening below the surface. Like all these things where we can point to the health of the franchise beyond what we're watching day to day in the big leagues. That's not his job, and he's not doing that. And so it's hard for him to find the silver lining in what's going on. And I'm glad that he takes it personally. And, I think you saw some real leadership 2 nights ago because nobody was more hurt to say goodbye to those players than he was. And it was his night to pitch. And it would have been really easy for him to be distracted and not totally focused. And he went out there and pitched one of his best games of the year. That's leadership. That's what you want to see from him.
Yeah, and you're talking about the emotion. I mean, Tony Vitello was ready to cry at the podium. It felt like when he was discussing Luis Ariz, and Luis was awesome last night. I wish him nothing but the best. But Tony, in a weird way, look, I'm not giving out Capri Suns and orange slices for losing. This is the bigs. I understand there are big consequences and whatnot, but one of the silver linings might be that he can find his voice and his footing in terms of managing this clubhouse and this team. I felt like the atmosphere from last night, the energy, the heart, the soul from the team, boy, I mean, if this team can kind of capture that and bottle it up for the next 2 months, wouldn't that be something that would be a silver lining to the end of this Tony Vitello season as a whole?
100%. And Tony, Tony has talked about it himself. He's been very honest about, hey, I'm learning on the job here. I'm learning how to do this job and how this level is different than the level I was at. And so, I mean, I think there has to be some grace and understanding with him about this. This is a really, really hard thing to do. And so I feel like with him, it's almost like from the player's perspective, every day is a chance to learn and see something different and feel game situations different. And you're right about that, about like, not just from the manager's perspective, from everybody's perspective. If there's focus and intensity and purpose, even when the standings say you're out of it, that is a really good reflection on the manager, head coach, no matter what sport you're talking about. And we've seen that from the Giants the last few days, and that's what everybody wants to see from here to the end of the year.
Dave, can you give us any insight on the newest Marcelo Meyer joining the San Francisco Giants, formerly top 5 pick of the Boston Red Sox? And for those that don't know, your brother Will calls games out there for the Boston Radio Network. Any insight on the new guy here in San Francisco? Former top 5 pick, was highly thought of. Why did they get rid of him for a lefty reliever in Eric Miller?
Yeah, they did it because they're going for it big time now, because they have a team that's gone, 28-5 the last month and a half, like an amazing, almost like all-time great run. And so they're doing what, their team president decided. This team has shown me we have to go for it. So that's why they made the trade. They didn't make the trade because they don't believe that this guy has any ability left. They made the trade because they're doing everything they can to win now and win this year. And they think they can win a world championship this year. And so they're in total go for it mode. I don't know the kid. My brother obviously knows him really well. And I asked Will about Marcelo, and Will is a real believer in his ability level and really thinks that it's been unfair the way that Marcelo is a true California kid. He's got that California sort of like cool body language, and he grew up here. He grew up in Southern California, and sometimes that doesn't play as well in a place like Boston. And I think he got kind of unfairly stamped as a guy. Hey, man, this guy doesn't care. He doesn't play hard, and that's not true. He does care. He wants to be good. Not every player shows that in the exact same way, and so I think it's going to be a good fresh start for him. This was a guy that some people, even 2 years ago, thought was the number one prospect in the minor leagues. He's got like true high-end ability level. He's got to get stronger. He's got to get more durable. Part of being more durable is working hard in the weight room, getting the body to where he can withstand the beating of pro ball. And right now that he has not been able to do that. So that's a big off-season project for him. In the meantime, hopefully he can get healthy now, and we can see him a little bit.
All right, so Buster addressed everyone yesterday, or I guess 2 days ago. He looked melancholy. I mean, he was down. He clearly doesn't like to lose. The fans are losing their minds. That's what we do. We go ballistic. What's your sense from Buster Posey? I mean, is he – I mean, obviously he's pissed right now, and I get it. But, what do you think he is going through his mind as they approach the end of this year and looking into the offseason, and just put the strike, holdout, lockout to the side?
Yeah, which is going to be hard to do, by the way. That is going to be hard. And it's going to be a challenge for the Giants to navigate through, assuming the lockout, I guess, doesn't happen. If it does happen till December 1st, something like that. So you have a couple months after the end of the year to put a plan in place for your guys and get the fall workouts going with your young guys. A huge part of the focus for the Giants is going to be those younger players and all the new draft picks and the young guys who have climbed the ladder this year and the guys they just picked up in trade. So that's going to be one focus for Buster and for everybody. But he is going to be assessing everything, and that means everything. He might be assessing the broadcasters. He's going to be looking at everything, and he is right to be unhappy. And I don't blame Buster one bit for going for it. Buster really felt like, hey, we can contend. The way that they've played the last few years, they've been in the mix and have fallen short. And so he pushed to go for it, and it obviously didn't work. And so I think Buster is not too prideful to admit that and say we're going to have to reevaluate the way we're doing this. And so, that could mean some significant changes coming, personnel or otherwise. But Buster is not afraid to be decisive. And so I can't tell you specifically what he's going to do, but we're not going to see him just sit back and do nothing.
Dave, great stuff. Great insight today. A lot to chew on, and obviously a lot for some of these Giants still to play for in these coming months. We'll do it again next week, man. Thank you.
Talk to you then.
Thanks,
see you guys.
Dave.
There he goes. Dave Fleming, voice of the Giants, NBC Sports Bay Area. Really good stuff. That last little bit there was interesting.
He is going to change something. Personnel. Did he mean front office, coaching staff, or the team personnel?
Maybe all of the above. That's what I was kind of thinking. Let's pick this up on the other side, though. Sponsored by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6-ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for $2.99 each. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
Or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
I think we should have an open relationship.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. Let's definitely do that.
With our cars.
Oh, Flex Car. Yeah, that's what I meant too.
Flex Car is the first and only month-to-month car lease. Swing from a Wrangler 1 month to a Prius the next. Flex Car. You drive everything.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Don't miss comedian Joe Coy on his Coy Meets World Tour at Oakland Arena on November 13th. Buy your tickets at joecoy.com for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
I hate you, Kyle.
Hey, this is Steve Scott from KCBS, the PA voice of the Warriors at Chase Center. You're listening to Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Don't do that. Every time he says our heights on there, what did he say for you?
5'11".
Yeah. So what's funny is yesterday I actually had to take my shoes off to do measurements because I'm getting some clubs.
Oh, you got to do the size fitting.
Yeah. So you have to take your shoes off. You have to do your wrist to floor.
Totally.
Blah, blah, blah. And I, without shoes on, I'm right there.
You're right there.
I'm right there. I'm right at 5'10".
Look at you.
I know. I was surprised. I thought I shrunk a little.
Wow, whoever gave him those heights knows their stuff.
Yeah.
That's without shoes on.
That's great. And if you grow out your hair a little longer, you'll get that extra inch.
Well, look.
That extra inch means a lot.
I'm in my 40s, so you do slunch over a little.
Yeah, no,
sure.
like
this is real.
This job too, where like you're leaning into the mic.
You hunch over a lot.
Because if I stand up straight, then I do the Steiny, then I feel like I have to just stand up.
Do you know your wrist to floor?
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, so wrist to floor as a golfer. We got New York Kenny back here.
My last clubs I did get fitted though, so they did measure me and stuff.
This is just your, I guess it's not your static loft, it's your static whatever, height and whatever. So wrist to floor is if your arms just hang on the side of your body at the crease of where your wrist is, that down to the floor. Like what is it? No, so mine was 33.
I thought you were asking me. I was like, I don't know. 33. Wow, look at you.
Yeah, I don't even know what that means.
Neither do I. I'm just acting like I do. I might stand up for the rest of the segment. So there you go. Do you like that I stand up now?
Well, you're hunched.
I am hunched because, if I do this, it's like I feel like I have to stand like I'm Superman if I'm standing up straight. It's just not. No. I was always a sloucher in class though too. They told me to sit up straight. I was like, I don't want to. I'm tired.
Now you sound like the principal in Back to the Future. You're a sloucher.
Slacker. That's good.
I literally just said that back here.
Slacker. It's supposed to be. Yeah. You're just like your dad. He was a slacker too. Mr. Strickland.
Mr. Strickland. Yes.
Rest in peace. The actor just passed away recently.
7:07. And Dave Fleming was just on with us. We were talking Giants. And I know we'll get back into the Niners in a second.
Grant Cohn joining us 18 minutes, covers the Niners, Sports Illustrated.
We will do Niners because I want to get back into the Niners. Dave said the thing that Willie Adames holds the most, like the thing he's most prideful about is playing every day. And so here's a text from the 707. Adames being, quote unquote, stubborn and not taking days off confirms the humongous ego Willie has. Everybody knows he's hurt. Everybody sees it's affecting the on-the-field performance. Who cares about his contract? He isn't playing well enough to lead the show. Tony needs to prove a point and sit him ASAP. I think it's a really interesting text. Is it too harsh? Yes. Is there some truth? Yes. Do I agree? Actually, yes, I do. 707, I think you nail it.
I don't know about that.
Just hear me out.
Yeah.
Hear me out. Just, and you could.
Sure, I'll rebuttal.
I'll let you marinate on it.
Yeah.
Throw the ego aspect to the side. Is he playing well right now?
No.
All right. Does he look physically compromised?
Yes.
He does. All right. Do you have to think about long term? I mean, this guy's on the books for 5 more years at $31 million a year after this year.
Yes.
All right. Backs can linger, correct?
Yep.
Backs can get worse.
Especially if you're getting older, which is he is.
Now, I'm not saying he shuts it down for the whole year. That's a little extreme. Maybe he needs to, maybe he doesn't. I'm not a doctor. Sit for a couple of days? Yeah, absolutely. There's no harm in that. Is it noble to want to play every day? Yes, it is. Does there become a time where you have zero range at shortstop and you're actually affecting your own batting statistics to where you're actually detrimental on the floor? Yeah, there is. There's a time and a place for that. Yes. We've said this in other sports. How many times have we said, get that safety, linebacker, wide receiver, offensive lineman, quarterback off the field? They're not healthy enough to protect themselves.
A lot.
They're hurting the rest of the team.
You see it all the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
We do it in basketball.
Yeah.
Get Steph out of this game.
Yeah.
Get Steph out of this game.
When they're limping, noticeably slower, yeah.
I mean, I watched Malachi Leones have to shoot left-handed. I'm like, get him out of the game. What are we doing?
They didn't have anyone
Remember,
else.
he like almost broke his wrist.
I know they had like 8 people available for 7 in that game, and he had to play. Seriously.
I felt awful for the guy. So, like Willie Adames, dude, just take a couple days off. If after a couple days you're feeling better, you want to go back out there, no problem. If it's that serious to where you're actually contemplating shutting it down for a longer period of time, just shut it down. There's nothing to be lost. In terms of his position on the team, we have no legitimate shortstop. It's okay. I would rather you get right than me watch you slug through the remainder. Is it noble that you want to play? It is. Honestly, I'll give him credit for that. I understand people saying that's ego, whatever. I think it's pure. The guy wants to play every day. I understand when you're getting paid, you want to prove it by going out there. Yes. I do. We just did this with Brock Purdy.
That was going to be my whole point, is this guy's probably feeling it. He knows he's not playing well. He knows he hasn't lived up to this contract, what they brought him in to do. He was the highest paid free agent in the history of the organization, and he has not lived up to that contract a bit. So the least he could do in his mind is be out there every day and try to compete every single day. I totally understand that. That's why I didn't want it to be as harsh as the 707 was.
Yeah, it was too harsh.
I was like, the guy cares enough because he wants to be out there. He could. Because there are guys, Joe, that they get paid and then, my foot or my back, I'm out. I'm not playing at all. Happens all the time in sports.
Tons of guys like that. Yeah. I mean, I know people in real work that, my back, I'm going to go on disability. Like, we all know that guy.
It's close to home.
I want you to think about the Niners, because we're going to have Grant on in a minute. Like, knowing what we know now, I think it's real easy to say, Pearsall should have gotten the surgery or whatever last year. Yeah. Now, I understand why they played it the way they did. They wanted him to work through it, rehab. Surgery's the last option.
Yeah. And the doctors, I'm sure, told him, like, hey, this is what we're going to do for now.
Yeah.
And it didn't work out.
But there's also on that team, they were fighting for a playoff spot. So try and then you fighting in the playoffs to get to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
The stakes were worth it.
Yeah.
In real time. Yeah. But in retrospect, I look back and go, I wish they would have, figured it out sooner.
Considering he didn't do much in the playoffs at all.
But I get it. And so I'm not mad at any of the parties involved. I'm really not in the Pearsall. I'm bummed out for him. I feel bad for him. In this scenario, nothing is lost if Willie sits a couple of days. Even like a 10-day IL stint might do him wonders. And then he comes back and he finishes the season on a high note. Yeah. That actually might be like a good thing for him. I'm serious on this.
No, I know you are.
Because, Joe, right now, it is tough watching him slugging around out there.
Well, if you're going to do it at any point in the season to give the guy a break, you do it now.
Yes.
It's post-trade deadline. You want to see all these other young guys. September is still a couple weeks away. Do it in August. Don't wait for September to shut this guy down. Do it now so that he can finish on a high note and have some sort of positivity. And again, a season from hell is what I've been calling it.
I agree.
Give him something to hang his hat on when the season's over, because you're going to be stuck with the guy, Joe. So it's like what it comes down to. They're probably not going to be able to move off his contract. So just me rooting against him, if I'm a Giants fan constantly, is not going to get anywhere. I was like, well, if this guy's going to stay here, I got to look for positivity somewhere. And I want him to be in a positive state of mind heading into the offseason. And maybe he works on some stuff. Maybe he hits the gym. Maybe he needs to lose some weight. I have no idea. He doesn't look like he's out of shape to me. But
no, he doesn't look out of shape. He looks compromised.
He looks compromised.
Yeah, that's the way I would put it. And I think he's really trying to. He's pressing. He's really pressing, and
physically and emotionally, he's pressing.
I would agree. And also, you brought up the emotional.
Yeah.
Especially a veteran like him. Yeah. I think he needs a TV timeout, as I call him. A little mental break.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I am too.
I'm totally given where this team is and season is. In previous years, like if you were hovering around 500 and maybe still wasn't contributing, there's no chance in hell you would do that. It's like, no. This is one of our highest paid players. He's going to be out there. He needs to play.
Yeah.
Well, what are you playing for the rest of the season? We just said it. We're playing for the young guys. Personal pride. And who wants to contribute next year?
Yeah, I agree.
That's what we're playing for right now.
Yeah, but also you don't want a guy who's locked into a big multi-year deal to do something that could compromise his health in the offseason to get ready, for next year and then linger into next year.
Right. Well, and it's interesting because Manassian was asked yesterday, he was on with Willard and Grandy, and, injury-wise, did Chapman's injury affect his trade value at all.
I feel like it did.
And no, I absolutely do. And I wonder...
Which makes me calm down my reaction after trade deadline day.
Totally. And this is what he had to say about it yesterday.
Yeah, tough to say. I think that's actually probably a better question for other teams and kind of how they saw things. I think usually during the trade deadline, if there is a significant injury, it does tend to push teams away. But tough to say in any one particular scenario.
Okay, so a non-answer from his perspective. You'd have to ask those teams, not us, which signals to me they were dangling him out there like, come get Matt Chapman. People just weren't calling. And if they're not calling, probably tells you all you need to know. Either they don't love the player, they don't love the contract, or the injury, or all of the above.
He missed 35-plus games last year. Variety of ailments. Some were predictable, He's only got 84 games played this year, so he's going to miss 78 games this year.
And he's going to be 34 years old next year. Yeah. Not a recipe for success if you're trying to move off of Matt Chapman.
I mean,
that being said, you'd think he has some value maybe this offseason.
Let me throw an idea at you.
If he's healthy.
Let me throw an idea at you. Everybody keeps putting Casey Schmidt at second base. Why don't we try Matt Chapman at second base for his body?
That's not a horrible call, but I don't know.
Why don't we flip-flop him?
Again, you go back to the word ego. Would Matt Chapman's ego allow that to happen?
Right now, your body is betraying you. So I think
if you sell it that, hey, Matt, we want to extend your career here, maybe going to second base is the best option to do that.
Well, for the team, for him, for everyone. Everybody wants to put Casey at second, and then Chapman said, how about we put Chapman at second and put Casey over at third?
Do you think it would have extended a guy like Brandon Crawford if he went to second base earlier? I know you didn't really have a person to take over for him in the pipeline per se. Casey was still so young, but I don't know. Like, he was already long in the tooth, so it might have been a moot point. But you can look at that scenario where he was, an all-star in 2021, but then you started noticing the slippage.
Look, there's an element, go back to hubris.
Because that was 5 years ago. Crawford was 34. He was around the same age. And then you saw that steady just drop off.
I would have moved him to third, then second.
Okay.
That's what I was actually open to.
Yeah.
But I don't think he was open to it, going back to hubris. I think he wanted to play his whole career short.
Because those two are the most... And we're talking about it in the lens of Willie Adames is why I bring that.
Omar Vizquel moved to second and lasted another 5 or 6 years.
I bring that up with Crawford in his scenario because Willie Adames clearly he might have worse range right now at a younger version of himself than Crawford did at 34. So it's like...
I agree.
All right. We got Grant Cohn on the other side, Sports Illustrated. Let's dive back into the 49ers because there's a lot of injuries right now. And I wonder how Grant is feeling about this team given all their injuries heading into preseason game 1 next week against the Tennessee Titans. Grant Cohn covers the 49ers Sports Illustrated, and it's all going to be sponsored by... My pages are stuck together here, boys. Excuse me. Cache Creek Casino Resort. You will love the way Cache Creek Casino Resort feels. Every escape there will feel a little more extraordinary. Every getaway is a chance to make the moment yours. Everything at Cache Creek Casino Resort will feel wonderful. Cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Reach your saving goals with Miristar Momentum Savings. Progress should come with perks. Every $25 you save earns an entry to win cash prizes. We're drawing winners for $1,000 monthly, $5,000 quarterly, and an annual grand prize of $10,000. Saving has never been this rewarding. Apply today at miristarfcu.org. Insured by NCUA. No purchase necessary. Terms and conditions apply. See website for full details.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world has noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
Hey, it's Sarah from Alice. Welcome back to the JoJo Show, the morning roast at the game.
I got my hash pipe. Weezer? Okay. Hi, Sarah from Sarah and Vinny.
I love this song. Whoa.
They got bangers. Weezer's got bangers.
Whoa.
They do.
I think the Undone, what is it, Sweater Undone? Yeah. Undone Sweater.
My sweater.
Is my favorite of them all. Although Buddy Holly was a classic.
They'll be at Chase Center next month.
Will they?
September 9th.
I saw them on the Hella Mega Tour, where it was Weezer that opened, Fall Out Boy next, and then Green Day closed at Oracle Park.
Wow.
It was incredible.
Green Day is also
Bay Area.
One of my favorites.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So you sound like you're really into it. Transplants. Did you listen to Transplants?
Yeah, with the guy from Rancid.
Yeah, Rancid.
Yeah,
and I believe the other
East
guy
Bay
was
Boys.
Blink 182, or no? Am I tripping?
No, it was some other guy.
I know Rancid for sure.
Wait. Travis Barker was the drummer. You're right.
He was? That's
Yes.
what I thought.
That's Blink 182. Yeah,
that's what I thought. Transplants had bangers.
I wonder if Grant Cohn is a big Weezer guy. Joins us now on the River Islands guest line, covers the 49ers.
Bro, alt music.
For
he has to be, because he's
Sports
almost 40.
Illustrated. No, well, is he 40? Is he your age?
I think he's a little younger, but
okay, he's in between you and I.
He's about my brother's age. I bet he's like 38 or so. And I don't mean to put his business out there.
He's joining us right now. You can ask.
My brother has a lot of rap knowledge and a ton of alt rock knowledge. So, Grant, same for you?
I'm Rancid. I know Tim Armstrong is their lead singer. I had Rancid when I was listening to Rancid when I was 7.
7. Okay.
Wow, we're going way back. So Transplants.
And Out Come the Wolves. That was a great album. And Out Come the Wolves. Rancid.
Let's go.
1995.
Let's go.
You just got so excited for Rancid. I didn't know that was in your repertoire, Joe.
Well, because growing up, like at our age, about our age, you were either, a lot of people were into all of it, but you're either into like alt rock, which is like Green Day or whatever it was called
rap.
at the time,
Yeah.
or you're into rap.
Yeah.
And like for me, my brother was more into alt rock, but I got him into rap, but I'm more into rap, and he got me into alt rock, and so we kind of like met in the middle.
My brother's 12 years older than me. He gave me Operation Ivy when I was like 5.
That's perfect. No, that's funny you say that because I have Grant Cohn joining us here. I got, I'm one of 10. I got, 6 brothers, and most of them are older than me. So my oldest is Shasky's age, super into rap, super into Snoop Dogg, Dr. Dre, whatever Bay Area rap, RBL Posse, Mac Dre, Nicotina. And then the second oldest, Rob, was into more of like the Dropkick Murphys, was into Rancid, as you just said.
System of a Down.
Not System of a Down, but he was into
Rage Against the Machine.
No, who's my God? The Misfits.
Oh, the Misfits were
love
cool.
the Misfits, and he wore all the stuff.
No effects.
No effects. There you go.
Oh, so now look, what was it called? BFD? What was the name of the concert back in the day that they used to have?
Yeah. I think it was
BFD.
Yeah, everybody wanted to go to that. So speaking of BFD, what's the BFD with the 49ers?
What a transition.
I mean, it was the car crash for the coach. Now it's the substation that gets bigger every day. They want it to be the stuff on the field, but it's like, Mike Evans looks great. Actually, he's going to be out for a couple of weeks. DeJuan Stribling looks great. Actually, he's going to be out for a week. I mean, it's just on and on and on. That's where we're at.
Well, how's the quarterback look? Because people are freaking out again because I know you saw it, Grant. The quarterback tier list comes out from Sando every single year. People lose their minds. It's actually an improvement from Purdy, who was 14th last year and now is 11th, but still in tier 2. How's Brock looking, and is that a right quarterback tier for him?
I think he's in the right tier. I think he has the potential to be a guy who could elevate out of it one day if he stays healthy and they put a good team around him. But right now, no one's open. I feel for Brock. He drops back and his first read isn't open. So then the pocket breaks down and then he scrambles out and he's not turning the ball over, but he's throwing it away a lot. I mean, he's throwing to Demarcus Robinson on the sideline and screens to Debo. He really misses Kittle. He really misses Jennings. He's elite at throwing over the middle, and they don't really have that over the middle target right. Is Jake Tonjes, who's good but not great. So I think he might be the best player on the offense right now, him or Christian McCaffrey, and that's too bad.
You've been going to training camp since what, 2011?
That's right.
Okay. How is this one different?
How is this one different? It's really light. I mean, they only practice 2 days on in a row. I mean, when I started, it was 4 days on in a row, 1 day off. They're trying what they can to reduce injuries, and it's not working, which again brings us back to the substation. Like, if you're going to go a really light training camp, if you're going to bring in a guy like Dejon Stribling who has no injury history and he gets hurt, maybe you got to try something else. I really feel like they shouldn't be here right now. Like, we should not be at this facility. They should be at San Jose State or Kezar or anywhere else, just as like an experiment to see if that would work. Because right now it feels like they have 17 injured people and their coach is hurt. The coach isn't a substation casualty, but come on.
So to those that maybe dismiss the whole theory and they go, oh, it's just football. It's just football. It's just football. What would your counter be to that? I mean, you're covering this team every single day. So what would your counter to that be?
I mean, look, they were among the healthiest teams in the league from like 2006 to 2012. Then they started building Levi Stadium, and the substation like grew exponentially. And ever since like 2013, 2014, they've been among the most injured teams in football. Like, the statistical probability of that happening is 1 in 41 million. I mean, at a certain point, it's not bad luck. And I'm not saying it's 100% the substation, but maybe they should just move away for a year just to test it, because what do they have to lose?
It's an interesting, you remove some of the variables if you're doing experiments, not that I'm some scientist, but like that's what you would do. You would remove one of the variables and see what's constant, what changes, what doesn't. It feels like the national media is obviously at every turn talking about this and bringing it up. Have you ever had a player, former or current, off the record, bring this up?
Not really, but I did see Robert Saleh on with Pardon My Take like last week. They asked him about it, and he laughed, and he was like, no, I mean, it can't be nothing. I mean, it could be like death by 1,000 paper cuts, and all I know is I feel better now that I'm not there anymore. And he laughed about it, but he made it real clear, like, it's not good, and he's like, I have confidence that the Yorks will do what's right. Jeez.
Wow.
Well, it's an interesting pivot right there, and I'm glad you brought up Robert Saleh. Obviously, they're going to face the Titans preseason, and Raheem Morris is now the guy here.
Do they have enough bodies to face the Titans in the preseason game?
Well, is the head coach going to be there, actually? That would be my first question.
Well, say that again.
Is the head coach going to be available for preseason game 1, Grant?
That's a great question, because it looks to me like he's coaching these practices. He's next to Raheem Morris. He's around the players. I think I just wonder, like, does he not want to talk to the media right now? He's apparently talking to the team. He looks like he's coaching in practice. I think he's going to be there. Oh, sorry about that.
You okay? What, everything all right over there? You good?
I'm on Amtrak, and someone just came down and said I was being too loud. So I said, I'm sorry.
Tell them you're just on local radio.
Say you're on the number 1 radio show here in the San Francisco Bay Area, and they need to relax, all right?
Hey,
he didn't look like a football fan. I'm sorry.
Oh, man, that sucks. Let me ask you this. Who's your favorite player through 2 weeks of training camp?
Favorite player? My favorite new player might be Romello Height. I haven't seen a guy dip and bend and get around a corner like that since D. Ford, who was never really healthy on the 49ers. Like, Romello Height's a work in progress. I don't know if he can stop the run, but he can really get in the backfield. And the Niners have been looking for like an actual speed rusher to complement Nick Bosa for years, because Bosa's relentless but kind of like slow. And I think when you get a guy like D. Ford who can get in there instantly and just cause havoc and make the quarterback reset and hold the ball, then the Niners have a great pass rush. So he's very important. I like what I see from him so far.
So okay, stock up there. Anybody whose stock is down that maybe you had high hopes for?
Jeez. Mike Evans, I mean, he had a couple highlight plays early on, but he looked old. And you saw him running routes. They put that on social media. He looked old. And then he got hurt on day 6, and it's a quad strain. It's like, to me, I was afraid that it was going to be an extension of last year, that last year was the beginning of the end. And the Niners are betting on that was just like a one-off aberration. And from what I've seen so far, he looks old. And maybe he can sort of limp through the season and give them 50 catches and some work in the red zone, but I don't think he can be their number 1 receiver, which is it's like, who is their number 1 receiver? Is it Debo? Is it Stribling? I mean, can they call up Brandon Ayuk and work that out? Probably not, but it seems like they were really banking on Mike Evans, and I don't know that he's going to be that guy.
So, sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to cut you off. Another guy that I'm concerned about and worried about is, you already lost 1 first-round pick. Ricky Pearsall's out for the year. Is Micah Williams not going to be available week 1?
I would sincerely doubt he's going to be available week 1. He hasn't practiced at all. It's taking him a while to come back. But, I mean, a lot of times these ACL injuries, what are they, about 9 months, a little bit more? And he tore his in November. So I think I wouldn't be surprised if he started the season on the PUP list and he comes back around midseason. And even when he does come back, how good is he going to be with no training camp? I mean, you saw Talanoa come back midseason from an ACL. He wasn't that great for the next year. I wouldn't expect much from Mike.
Oh no, the Amtrak.
I know
think
the Amtrak might have got him.
Sorry, get him on.
You've
hold
seen
real
a
quick.
week or two now of offense versus defense. What does a Raheem Morris defense look like?
They're going to try to fix it, because the connection was lost. Yeah.
You know, like when I think of a Robert Saleh defense, like not a lot of blitzing.
Yeah.
We're going to stay in the same formation over and over again.
Right.
We're not going to move our cornerbacks around. What does a Raheem Morris defense look like in comparison to what they've done with Robert Saleh in the past?
You know, it's interesting. In OTAs in the first 2 days of camp, it was a lot of like 5-man front. And it seemed like they were trying to install a new defense, more like a 3-4, the kind of stuff that the Rams do. But for the last week, it seems like they've really settled into what they've been doing for years. Wide 9, 3 linebackers off the ball, Nick Martin starting at strong side linebacker. They seem to really like Nick Martin. That's another guy whose stock is up. They were sort of experimenting with Jaden Duggar or Romello Heights standing up as an like. I think they really want to do that. I think they want to stick with what they've been doing, which is interesting because Raheem Morris doesn't have really much background with that. Maybe the fact that Kyle Shanahan's been not really there 100% has made it tough for them to make wholesale changes on their defense. But from right now, it looks a lot like it looked in the past.
That's interesting. So Nick Martin stock up. That's good because that's a draft pick from last year. A draft pick from a couple years ago was obviously Renardo Green. Now, Bonte was on with us yesterday. He's only been to, I think, 3 or 4 practices. He said, dude, Renardo Green looked the best I've ever seen him. What's your assessment on Renardo Green? I thought he might not be on this team this year.
Yeah, it's the best I've ever seen Renardo Green, but he's covering Demarcus Robinson and Deebo Samuel. I think it's fair to put that in context. Like in one-on-ones 2 days ago, he won all of his reps, all 3, and had PBUs on all 3 reps, which is incredible. That's like all-pro stuff, but he's not facing really like starting caliber wide receivers. So it's an interesting situation right now. Anytime Raheem Morris wants to play man-to-man coverage in camp, he can play man across the board, and who is Brock throwing to? Who can he look at before the snap and be like, I like that matchup? Pretty much just Christian. And again, that's not a Brock Purdy issue. And when people like knock Brock and say, like, well, it's the system or it's a supporting cast, man, his supporting cast is a problem right now. Kyle's always a benefit, but like he's got Jake Conges and his best receiver has been a running back for years. That's not his fault.
Well, it's a good point, Grant, because we bring this up all the time. It's like we forgot that Philadelphia Eagles game in the wild card where he was thrown to Kyle Juszczyk as his tight end, basically, because Kittle was out with the Achilles that game. You had Demarcus Robinson doing his thing. You had to rely on Sky Moore returns. That was the prototypical game for me. If you still say that he is a product of the system and the weapons around him, I was like, go to that game in Philadelphia in the elements against the Eagles. He shut up a lot of people. And it goes back to this quarterback tier list because I think there was an anonymous defensive coach that said he's still a system of Kyle Shanahan. Do you still think he's a product of the system? Because he referenced Jimmy Garoppolo in this quarterback tier list anonymous person. I was like, what are we doing still? Why do we still do this with Brock Purdy? Is it until he wins a Super Bowl? That's the only thing that's going to shut people up, Grant?
Well, I mean, he does have a top 5 play caller, and not every quarterback has that. So that's part of it. But I think it's unfair to say that he's Jimmy, because like we all see Brock, like his mobility is great. His physical skill set is so underrated. He's one of the quickest quarterbacks in the league. He's one of the toughest quarterbacks to sack. And he really does have phenomenal touch on his throws. And I know what weird callers were saying he doesn't have the 9 ball. Man, that's not really part of the NFL right now. Every defense is a 2D, too high defense that isn't trying to give up those throws anyway. It's all about, can you make that throw over the middle? And he can. I just wonder, I worry with Brock, what's he going to be like in his 30s? Because so much of his game is built on his physical skill set, his quickness. If he loses a tiny bit of quickness or a tiny bit of arm strength, we've seen it. He's not great. But when he's right, he is a handful and a half, and really, he should have been a first-round pick. If Johnny Manziel was a first-round pick, Brock should have been a top 20 pick.
It's interesting that you're bringing up kind of like value around the league, and I don't know. It's weird how we do these draftisms, just, draft day stuff and the way things shakes out. I think there was only a handful of picks difference between Pearsall and Deshaun Stribling, yet Pearsall's got first-round bust label, and Deshaun Stribling is, they took him in the second round. It's weird how these labels stick around for years and years on end. All right, that being said, I'm looking at this team right now, and I'm looking at the money that they've spent. And I was telling Joe earlier today, sound like you were listening to the show. I go, I don't understand how the NFL values some of these players. Like, the money is weird to me. Zay Flowers is very good. $109 million guaranteed for him, and only $51 million guaranteed for Bijan Robinson. Everyone in the league would rather have Bijan Robinson than Zay Flowers in a vacuum. I don't understand how the money's being thrown around. And I get back to the Niners, and I feel like why they are where they're at, as you talk about Brock throwing to no receivers, the decision to pay Debo, pay Ayuk, draft Pearsall, and not really trade any of them at peak value is kind of where they're, like, why they're where they're at right now in terms of their receiving core being so decimated.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And, there's a world where they could have traded Deebo Samuel in, 2022 for a first-round pick and been done with it. Or traded Brandon Ayuk in 2024 for a second-round pick. And, now maybe they would have just drafted the next Ricky Pearsall. Who knows? But they got nothing for these guys. They got a fifth-round pick for Debo. They're going to get nothing for Brandon Ayuk. They got nothing for Jawan Jennings. And now they're hoping that Mike Evans at 33 can keep it together. That's pretty desperate. So I really feel like Brock has been done a disservice by the team, by the front office. Kyle is great as a play caller, but as a front office, this team hasn't done him any favors the last few years. And I really feel like losing Jennings is the one that's going to hurt him the most this year. Like, Debo doesn't help Brock. Brock doesn't need to throw screens. He needs to throw over the middle. He's the best at it. And Debo doesn't help you there. Jennings does. So I don't know. They both got about the same amount of money. Jennings got 1 year, $8 million with a little bit more guaranteed than Debo, but that's too bad. I feel like they brought Debo back just because they like him. They get along. I don't get it.
You keep bringing up money, and it's a good point. Like Jennings, the money situation, they offered him this. He wanted that. Ayuk, the money situation. Parag left last week, and it felt like there were like 7 things going on at once. You had Shanahan, the car accident. Debo might be coming back. Pearsall done for the year. Like, there were so many things happening, and then boom, Parag's out the door. Now, I have been more anti-Parag than most for about 20-some-odd years, and it's because I go way back with this team. And I just think that we've completely overvalued this guy's ability to write contracts. I actually think his skill set is kind of redundant to a lot of guys around the league. And I think you agree with me on that. Why is Parag leaving this organization such a big deal to you, who covers this team every single day?
Well, for a couple of reasons. One, it's finally an opportunity for the first time in like a quarter century for the guy running the team to be a football guy. Because everyone knows that Parag's been essentially running the team. He has more power than the general manager. He's the one who says what every player's worth, and if he doesn't want you, you're gone. And he's a bean counter. He's not a football guy. He thinks he's a soccer guy too, apparently. And so, like, the 2 GMs they've had under Jed York are Trent Baalke and John Lynch. One guy was a glorified scout who had to defer to Parag. The other guy's a former player/media guy who has to defer to Parag and the head coach. So now, like, you've seen how bad the drafting has been. Maybe they can actually go out and get a general manager this offseason who's really good at drafting and doesn't have to get Parag's permission to sign this person or that person. So that's huge. And then also it makes you wonder, like, why did he leave? Why has Jed been so interested in soccer? Why is Parag so interested in soccer? It's like it's Jed's team, but it isn't. It's his parents' team, and they're getting older. And what happens in 10 years when they're not around? Is it still going to be Jed's team, or is he going to sell it? Is he going to become a full-time soccer guy? I mean, maybe he doesn't even know the answer to that, but it seems like he's giving himself options, and Parag leaving for Europe is very strange. Interesting.
Yeah, good luck over in the English Premier League, by the way, if you're Leeds United and not one of the top 5 or 10 spenders in that league. No, it's so cutthroat. He's going to get relegated sooner rather than later if you don't start spending accordingly if you're Parag Maratha.
Well, and honestly, how many players just dislike Parag? I mean, I know that's that role, that's the job when you're negotiating, but it really does feel like a lot of the animosity on this team can kind of start and end with negotiating through Parag, no?
Okay, I got a real irresponsible conspiracy theory. Roll with me on this one. The guy who probably started the end of the relationship between the Niners and Brandon was probably Parag. Some of the things, now, Brandon's very sensitive, and maybe in ways other players aren't, but I'm sure Parag was the first one, and Brandon was really upset about it. And that maybe now that Tarad's out of the picture, the Niners can actually work it out with Brandon and bring him back.
That's our conspiracy music, the X-Files.
You're the cigarette smoking man.
You're Mulder.
They need him. They need him.
Oh, Grant.
Hey, Grant, we appreciate the time, man. Sorry for getting you in trouble on Amtrak.
It's all right. I'll go apologize to the guy. I'll buy him an orange juice.
There you go.
Buy him an orange
Take him on a
juice.
trip to the substation. Thanks, Grant.
Oh, my God.
He's gone. Grant Cohn.
Grant Cohn, the
Covers
man.
the 49ers for
Substation.
Sports Illustrated.
All right. I want to make
The
light of it.
memes are, dude, the substation has a Twitter account.
I love
it's
it.
insane.
If I was a part of this defense, I would say, hey, we need a name for our defense. And I think I would tell the marketing team, like, the whole identity of this team is we've been like nuclear infused by the radio activeness from the PG, whatever it is, the substation.
Yeah,
and
from
so,
PG&E.
So like whenever anything happens, like it's like Raiden, you know, on the
Master Raiden. Yeah, sure.
it's like,
Yeah.
like almost
He
like
guards Earthrealm.
or like the Emperor. Like I would
Palpatine.
Yeah. No,
I'm not mad at it.
Shoot lightning bolts out of Dre Greenlaw's fingers after he makes a tackle.
What should the 49ers defense be called if it's the substation? What?
The electric fence.
The electric.
electric company's already taken, unfortunately.
No,
by
the electric fence.
The electric fence, yeah.
The most electrifying team in what is it? Sports entertainment? Is that what it was? The most electrifying.
Shockers. Careful.
Layers to that one.
Careful with that one. Yeah. I can't put my finger on it. Grant Cohn, really good stuff though. Really good stuff.
I love the reckless journalism speculation.
No, at least he said it.
At least he admits it.
At least he admitted
God,
it.
I love him so much.
No, but real quick on the Parag
Cracks me
thing.
up.
Good luck in the Premier League, buddy. That's all I'm going to say. Good luck. Unless you are the big
Joe.
spenders like Man City, you're not going to be in the top 5, top 6, top 7.
Now, the reality on the substation, though, is that I think this is a real element. If you're the Niners and let's say the NFL as a whole, you are really worried that you admit anything regarding the substation for liability, not just for current players, but there we go.
Hey, you keep that and then
Dude.
keep that, please.
Exactly.
That's zapped. Oh my God.
Dre Greenlaw makes a tackle. What a hit in the backfield.
That scares me. It feels like my headphones are going out when
They're
you
at the
play it
goal
in my
line.
ear.
It looks like Sam Darnold's rolling out. Sacked by Bosa. No, but like if you admit any wrongdoing or anything at all, you open yourself up to litigation from former
For
players.
sure. You have to be careful.
Ad nauseum.
No, for sure. Here, I got some nicknames for the 49ers defense for the
Give it to
electrical
me.
substation. We got the switch yard.
That's a good one.
The breaker box.
The breaker box is good.
The high voltage unit.
That's good.
The transformer bank. The circuit breakers. I like
that.
The circuit breakers is pretty good.
How about the live wires?
That's not bad. That's
Electro
not bad.
Buzz.
You know what's funny? You know who's going to be here tonight at Levi's? AC/DC.
Oh, that's not bad.
That's actually really
The
good.
Kilowatt Killers.
That might be the one. The Kilowatt Killers.
That's pretty good. I like Breaker Box, quite
The
frankly.
Wi-Fi Wasps.
The Wi-Fi Wasps.
There's so many random ones.
Hey, can we get into something real quick before we get to our
The
final
Santa
thoughts?
Clara Electric Company.
It's not bad.
Got the circuit breakers
The
from
relay rack.
YouTube.
We said that
Oh,
one.
you did? Okay.
Yeah.
YouTube chat doesn't have any good ideas. That was the only decent one.
Sam, I'm going to bring you into this conversation. The angriest I've ever heard Sam Lubman on a training camp take had nothing to do with the substation, had nothing to do with the 49ers. Sam, explain to the audience what you saw on social media yesterday that really pissed you off. I'm putting you on the spot here.
No, so I saw on social media yesterday there was a video at Chargers practice of Justin Herbert and his new fiance Madison Beer. More or less, I guess the word is canoodling on the sideline while like camp stuff was happening. And I don't know, it's just, dude, come on, like don't do that on the field
Wasn't
in
it a
public.
family break time?
I don't care what time it was. You don't like smooch your girlfriend on the sideline when there's practice stuff going on. Save it for after. Like
It wasn't just smooching. They were looking in each other's eyes, crisscross applesauce, touching each other's faces and like caressing each other's necks.
Like
while
you would
kissing.
you would expect something like that in like high
loved
school
it.
in the high school hallway or
you
something
did.
like that. And it's just like, come on. Like, I'm not saying like don't love your fiance or anything like that,
kind of
but
are.
like time and place.
Kenny, how long you been married?
This will be 5 years.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, thank
So in, I don't know, 2 weeks, give or take, Michelle and I are going to be celebrating 16 years.
Wow.
Okay.
So big one.
Once you hit like a certain barrier, public displays of affection, they're damn near out the window.
Go on.
Right? Like, and I'm not saying that you don't try to show affection from time to time, but, young love is young love, and, it'll wear off quick.
You're a professional football player getting paid $50 million.
Relax.
Like, I don't know. I just
Relax.
Time and a place. Time and a place.
Like
That's all I'm saying.
Guy.
Well, the biggest story yesterday for the Chargers, I just had to because he was yelling about it before the show today. It's just so he was going off
I don't know
on
if I'd say
Justin
yelling
Herbert.
it, but
no, your voice was getting raised talking about this thing. You're fired up about
Look,
it.
so we went to dinner on Saturday night. It's Guido and his wife and me and my wife, and we went out to this pizza spot. And what I noticed, and they've got, I don't know, I think 13 or 14 years together. Maybe it's 15. I apologize if I'm messing it up. Both our wives hate us, like each other. I'm saying my wife can't stand me at times for the most time, and neither can his wife. And it's like, man, they just won't give us an ounce. Like, just like, we all love each other,
Sure,
but
sure.
Like,
do you?
Well, yeah. But part of a relationship is that it isn't all lovey-dovey.
Oh, I know.
And nothing is like more insincere than the we never argue couple. I always look at them, I'm like, they're getting divorced.
Oh, well, then they're murderers.
Yeah, exactly.
The honeymoon phase lasts too long.
It's just not real.
Yeah.
If they're like, we agree on everything. What are you talking? This is how dinner goes. Hey, Michelle, you hungry? Well, I am. Well, what do you want? I don't know. What do you want? Because I know whatever I want in my head is not what she wants. And I do the same thing every time. I don't know. You want burritos? No. Pizza? No. Italian food? No. Thai food? No. Chinese food? No. Sushi? No. Right? And
Do you
do
want
the
a
same
smoothie?
seven
Do you want to drink
Always.
something instead? Do you want water? No.
I'll just get something
I
wherever
want
you
iced
get it.
tea. Yeah, exactly.
And I go, oh, here we go. And I go, all right, burgers. And then she's like, I don't want burgers. I go, you just said you'd get anything you wanted where I got.
Anything
me with
except for
pizza.
that.
Anything.
And you're telling me
Pizza,
if I could go back in time to the canoodling phase of wherever Herbert is with his girl, trust me, dude, I would go back to that spot.
What was that?
It's a kissing sound.
That sounded like kissing something else. I don't know what that
Sounded
was.
like a fart.
It's something. Listen,
That was Willard kissing Purdy? What?
Jimmy, relax.
Jimmy.
Jimmy, come on.
Speaking of which, I walked into Golf Mart yesterday.
Was
You're gonna
Jimmy
love this. I was on my way. I had to get some golf balls. I on my way up North Bay, and I come out of San Rafael, or go into the San Rafael Golf Mart, and this giant, this kid's huge, comes walking out. I'm looking at him. We lock eyes, and I go, Willard's kid? And I didn't know his name. And he looked at me, and he obviously knew who I was. And I go,
Willard's kid. It's
I go,
not
you're Mark's
Abe.
son, right?
It's Abe, yes.
I go, you're Mark's son. He's got to be 6'4", 6'5", right?
He's very tall.
He's huge.
Yeah.
And the Warriors sign him?
What a nice kid. Like, honestly, like, I joke at times
Did he have the
with
deep
Mark.
voice like his dad?
No, he was just a super nice kid. Dude, just, you could always tell by who's raised by good people, by, they shake your hand or look you in the eye. Just a great kid. Mark.
Got a great golf swing, too, because Mark posts about him a lot, and he played it on his high school team. Yeah.
Well, I've seen his swing, and it is beautiful. But he's just a great kid.
Great.
And so just shout out Mark's son. Very young, giant, respectful young man. I hope my son is as super nice at his age as his son is.
I mean, you got to play the kissing drop after that one. I mean, my
No,
God.
I'm serious,
Loving
dude.
Mark Willard. Give him a kiss on the lips.
Look, my mom and dad taught me, and my family taught me, when you see somebody that you shake their hand, you look them in the eye, you ask them how they're doing. Like, I don't know. I still think old school values still matter.
Family values. Family matters, right? Final thoughts? What, should we do that? Let's go. Mark, you do such a good job of raising your kids. I love you. That's what it reminded me of. Hey, real quick, what is the do's and don'ts of PDA? Let's just go. What are you allowed to do in your relationship? You think right now a kiss? That's fine.
Yeah,
Just a
occasional.
kiss.
Yeah,
All right, occasional kiss.
Yeah, like not making out. That's just, come on, dude.
And
That's
we're,
high school.
and we're definitely not like walking down the street, swinging, holding hands.
No one does that anymore.
Like,
this isn't Jack and Jill went up
I
the
mean,
hill.
like,
to
not
fetch a pail
doing any of
water.
that. If anything, I get yelled at because I walk too fast.
Oh, that I do
All
that.
the
As,
time.
no, I do
And
that
I'm
as
like,
well.
Oh, God, hurry up.
I've gone that one too.
Yeah. No, I have places to go, people to see. That's.
Where are you going?
I don't know.
Well, wearing out a new pair of sandals?
There's a Love Island episode coming
Actually,
on
it's
soon.
my jeans that I've been wearing out because I've been using my scooter so much. So, like, the groin area gets holes in them.
I don't even.
It's true. I noticed that the other day. I was like, damn, I got to get new jeans now.
Where to go
Maybe,
with
Sam,
that.
I need to keep.
How are you? No, never mind.
Hold on. Maybe I need to wear more sweats to the office if I'm using.
He cannot be that guy.
When did you realize that your marriage changed forever and there's no going backwards?
Don't ask me that.
Oh, God.
What, year 2, 3, 4, 5 kids?
Kids.
Yeah.
Yeah, kids, it changes. It does. See, I always thought you guys, no butt slaps in public. You guys don't do that? No booty slaps?
That's disrespectful. There's a time and a place, and I do it all the time, and she hates it.
Nah, I do that all the time. Yeah.
Okay.
Does it get warmly received?
Pimp-C.
No,
Okay.
Let people
butt
know.
slap all the
I
time.
think booty slaps in the right scenario are acceptable. Not in church.
So you're just like whack, just whacking.
Hold on.
Like, what are we doing?
How did you just
This might be one of the top 5 worst conversations we've ever had on the show.
No. You guys, hold on. Relax.
You're so full of crap.
PDA.
You are so full of crap.
Thank you. PDA is different for different people. Some people like to make out in public. That's fine. They could do that.
Yeah, I call those high schoolers.
Whatever. No, if a 40-year-old and a 40-year-old are married and they're making out, good for them. Means their marriage is strong.
This is my favorite story.
They're
My brother,
infatuated with each other.
Out my brother.
I don't shame other people for loving in public.
So
now, with your clothes on, please. But other than that,
my brother married his high school sweetheart when they were in
that's
high
awesome.
school, senior year. They were at a school, it was a private school, and so you're not allowed to like show that much affection. And they were lovey-dovey.
Oh yeah.
Now they have 4 children, 4th on the way.
Oh, congratulations, Pat! I did see that.
They've been together forever. The principal goes to like brought my brother, and they're going to suspend him because of all the public displays of affection.
All the canoodling.
They sat down, my mom and dad, and the way the story was told to me by my dad was the principal turned to Pat and was like, "Look, if you could just keep your hands off her, we'll allow you back into school, and you can graduate on stage and blah blah blah." And he turned to the principal, deadpan, and was like, "I don't think I can do that." So he had to finish the school year at home. And couldn't go to school because he couldn't keep his hands off his girlfriend.
I mean, it's called a Mac right there.
I go, Pat, you are ridiculous.
Mac Daddy, Pat, baby.
Well, no wonder he's got 4 kids.
Hey, respect. You know what, Justin Herbert and Madison?
Got a lot of energy in him.
You know what, Madison, Justin, I'm rooting for you guys. Kiss
Give
as
it
much
to
as you want on the field. I hope you win a Super Bowl this year, and the first thing you do is give her a big smooch. Go, Justin. Go, Madison. What's their couple name?
That's
Beerbert? Yeah, I think that's what it is. Madison Beerbert. There you go. What do you got? I'm looking at you, Kenny. You're looking at me.
I thought this was a collective final thought here because we're just talking about PDA.
I'm interesting to gauge
I got
other
a
couples'
final
PDAs.
thought. I'm out.
Here, I got a real final thought because honestly, we've been burying the biggest story of the week all week long this week. Guys, we're getting more Mario down in South Beach, signing a contract extension the other day to stay in Miami. Yes.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Mario Lopez and what he was doing.
I don't care about Mario Lopez. He doesn't exist. There's only one Mario in South Florida, Spadoni. Get out of here with that nonsense.
Mario Lopez.
College football screwed up. Let Miami get good again. It's not going to get any worse. Canes are back, baby. Mario made it happen.
Hey,
I was impatient. I was wrong. I don't care. Give me more Mario.
Ludman, you need to grow out the blade
Chasky, you just need to sit around and wait for Notre Dame to get their ass beat come September. All right?
You see our new $100 million facility?
That's great. It'll be a $100 million L. Have fun watching the playoff with no bowl game to go to.
Damn, he got you, dude.
It's all right. Our
God, I can't wait for college football to be back.
Our graduation rates. That's what.
Oh, yeah. Raise the banner. We graduated, guys. That's what college football's all about now.
I know you don't. You're full of
I'm just
crap.
an Irish Catholic from
just
San
like-
Francisco who loves Joe
You're
Montana.
just like my dad. He's like, oh, they're Catholic.
That's
son,
like
so you gotta root
80%
for
of the
them.
Notre Dame fan base.
Just
so,
you're
like-
Catholic, so you root for them. Please get out of here.
Does
with
Miami
that.
come to Stanford this year?
Yeah, first
Yeah,
game.
week 1.
Yeah,
Are you kidding me?
we're going.
Flem and I got to work out a bet.
Flem and you got to work out a bet. Yeah, what's going to be the bet?
I don't know. I mean, we can't go who's going to win or lose, but I don't know. Maybe I'll give him a point spread or
Ludman,
something.
you need to grow out the Blade Tidwell goatee.
Nah.
Don't do that.
Steiny, you next. Fremont Bank here for you. Here
God,
for good.
Steiny's back.
Yep.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
I have a dare for you. After you use your old mop and bucket, put on your whitest socks and walk across the floor. Now look down. What's that gray stuff on your socks? I used to have that too, until I switched to Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop breaks down and locks away tough messes. Take the dare. Try Swiffer Power Mop. White sock approved.
The smarter way to clean your floors. It's time to make the swap. Swiffer Power Mop.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Joe Spadoni. Bay Area homeowners, when you're improving your home, a strong lineup matters. This fall, Ashby Lumber and Milgard Windows and Doors are helping you buy more and get more. From September 1st through October 31st, order qualifying Milgard windows through Ashby Lumber and receive a gift card code by email. Buy 5 qualifying windows and receive $200. Buy 10 and receive $600. Buy 15 or more and receive $1,000. This offer applies to V400 Tuscany Series and V300 Trinsic Series windows. Add a qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic patio door and receive $350 per door. Or receive $750 per qualifying VX350, AX450, or AX650 moving glass wall. Lock in rewards while you seal in comfort. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete promotion details. Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every day you delay can mean lost wages, delayed medical care, and more stress for your family. At Boxer & Gerson, we fight for people just like you. Construction workers, delivery drivers, factory workers, restaurant staff, hardworking folks who get hurt just trying to earn a living. We won't back down. We get results. You work hard, you deserve real help. Call Boxer & Gerson now at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com. The consultation is free, but waiting could cost you. Boxer & Gerson, justice for workers.
Yeah, Dan Dibley here for Fremont Bank, which, as you know by now, it's my bank, and it has been for more than 6 years. And I love this bank because it's a family-owned bank with the family-owned feel. They started back in 1964, and when they did that, it was just one branch, but now they have 21 branches. So if you go around in your Bay Area, you're going to find a Fremont Bank branch, and you're going to see it, and you're going to think, you know what? I want that full-service banking with no compromises, and you should. It's not a big box bank. It's a good local bank. And when you deposit your money with Fremont Bank, they reinvest it locally into businesses, philanthropy, home ownership, all the good stuff that makes our Bay Area the best area in all of the country. And that's why you should be a Fremont Bank customer. The money stays here. It's local. It's not a big box bank. It's a good, solid local bank. And we talk about Fremont Bank, and you know that they're here for you and here for good.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade. Dana Carvey. Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall. Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities. And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips. Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH, to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job. I have no idea.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Morning, everybody. What's going on? Hey, Goo.
What's up, baby? I got to say something quick. Dude, where'd you get that shirt? You look federally, as they say in the streets. Man, that is smoking.
Oh, thank you. It's from Crail Golf Course.
And the smile you have is even better because you know it's hard. That's clean, Stein. You look great.
Well, I appreciate that, but somebody's already made a derogatory comment about it.
Saying what?
You look like Harry Potter. Marcy.
Oh, we'll get her Friday. That's
no,
a
we
bad
won't.
take.
She'll be at Outside Lands Friday.
Wow.
Outside Lands coming up this weekend.
Yep. Evan won't be there.
I know.
He'll be in New York.
First concert he's going to miss.
God, I'm snitching again, Evan. I'm sorry. He'll be out of town, y'all. Sorry.
Hey,
what you got?
Let me ask you this. 49ers. So, they're in training camp right now. And I just keep thinking back a year or two.
Yeah.
They've had some tumultuous off seasons, and I am a believer that, what happens now does matter as the season approaches and then into the season. And they're having another bad camp. They got an array of injuries, and now they've got the Kyle Shanahan thing that, to me, is almost two issues. One is his physical health, which we've got to worry about. And then the second thing is I don't understand what's going on. I'll just keep talking. And then the other thing is how Shanahan is going to deal with maybe the distraction of what's going on. I'll just say this. I'm not sure this thing is over.
That's interesting.
With the car accident. I'm just not. And obviously, it's not over because Kyle Shanahan is not 100%.
Right.
But I just don't think it's over. I think
that's interesting.
I'm not going to make any.
Yeah.
I just don't. I think.
You feel like there's another domino to fall.
I really do.
That is wow. I'll just say wow to that, and I'll say what we know, and I'll go with what's in my heart. Thank God he's okay, because that was more of a horrific accident than I thought. In the real time. But the bottom line is, I likened it to, and it's not the same, but I'm talking about the reaction when Jordan Poole and Draymond Green, we heard they got into it, nothing to see here, and then the video dropped and everything stopped and changed, right? Because it was dramatic. It was like, whoa, we're seeing it with our eyes, but, by all accounts, Steiny, he got in the accident. He said he was at fault. So I'm going from that unless you just want to see a car crash or an accident, what more could there be to where this could sidetrack the Niners? Now, as far as a physical standpoint and his availability or their lack of, I am concerned. We talked about it yesterday. I am concerned that he's so damn good and means so much to, obviously, the game day prep, him being on the sideline. That, to me, right now, is the one thing that, man, he must be there week one when they take on the Rams. But it's interesting you say that because it's out there. But I guess, Donnie, do you kind of know what you're looking for when you say it's not over?
It's still, so unanswered questions. Why the 11-day wait? Why was it not? I just cannot believe in this day and age of camera phones and
TMZ.
videos and everything like that. He went to a hospital. Hospital employees must have seen him and probably known who he was. The cops probably had to identify him at the scene. Like, it's just a little bit strange, and I'm not sure it's over at this point because, why was the initial police report wrong?
Well,
that and then he felt the need to correct it, which that's very admirable, I guess. But why did Adam Schefter drop the story in detail like 3 minutes after the 49ers announced that he'd been in an accident? Like people knew.
Yeah.
And Schefter's got a relationship with the Shanahans, and that was probably part of that.
There was definitely grace involved. And that tells me, Kyle, I'm not going cover up, Stoney, because I don't think right now there's anything to cover up. But I won't run from the fact that when you got it out for a person or somebody and you can throw them under the bus, no pun intended, people do that. I look at Kyle and whatever went on that he was dealt with grace. And that comes, you know what I mean? So a lot of people liked him. I'm not saying right or wrong. I can't judge, but I just know there was grace involved.
What does that mean?
And how this was handled and how people suppressed the story that
so
knew.
I got a question just real quick.
I'm not saying it's right. I'm just.
What about Tony Romo? Why do I get to see everything about Tony Romo and what happened with him?
Because that was definitive drinking and driving.
Okay, well, this is a definitive accident.
You're right. Yeah.
Where's the police footage? The body cam.
Palo Alto police said they got it and they won't release it.
Okay.
Anyway, you're not by yourself.
No, I'm just saying I don't think it's over. I think
I do.
I don't.
Yeah.
And I also don't. I also think that I feel like something's weighing on Kyle too.
Wow, man. Because he did call the reporters in the office. You heard about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he said after we thought it was the other party or the young lady's fault, Kyle took ownership and got emotional. So, to that point, you could say, well, why did that happen? But you kind of just hit me in the cardiac saying it's weighing on him.
Well, I said it, I think.
Okay,
or it
no,
appears.
I got you. Now, you mentioned the word over, and I may catch hell for this, and I'm going through some stuff in life. We all do right now. So, Steiny, I'm going to put my best foot forward, and I need you real quick to tell me if you think I'm barking up the wrong tree, okay? You mentioned the word over. Kyle Shanahan just had his life, what I believe, flashed before his eyes in an accident with another party that what we know could have been worse, and that party's not hurt. Okay, that happened. What I do know happened with the Golden State Warriors is Draymond Green just knocked the hell out of a teammate, and they moved on. They reconciled as best they could to salvage the season, made the playoffs, and they got past it as best they could. I bring that up because I'm looking at this injury list. I'm looking at Kyle's mindset because it's happened to me in life where you see your life flash before your eyes and you take a step two back. And I say all that, partner, to say is looking at this litany of injuries at the wide receiver position, Pearsall out. Do you think two parties, one being the Niners and one being Brandon Ayuk, you get in a room, apologies, you talk, and do you say things have changed, I'm viewing things different, and the two parties could somehow, just crazy as it sounds, I've been thinking about this, get it rectified to where they could fix it and he could come back and be on the team?
I think, believe it or not, I think the 49ers would be open to that. But I'm not convinced.
I thought you were going to call me crazy.
No, but it's a two-way street. And even if the 49ers are open to it, it doesn't seem like Brandon Ayuk wants anything to do with the Niners. Now, how long could he play this game? I don't know. He's been playing it for a while already. It seems to me that the one thing he's hell-bent on is not playing for the San Francisco 49ers. Could he have a change of heart? Yeah, I guess he could if he really misses the game and wants to play. I could be wrong. Maybe the 49ers have no interest in it, but no, I don't think it's outside of the realm of possibility.
After Kyle had this happened to him, and
Wait a minute. Nothing happened to Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan happened to somebody else.
I got you. Right. He said he was at fault.
I'm just
looking
saying,
for his phone. But the point is, it could have been a lot worse. And sometimes in life, when things happen like that, Steiny, you look at things differently. I think Brandon Ayuk, I can't speak for him. Yeah, has he looked bad? Yeah. And the worst part of what I think he's done is when Kyle got in this accident, he kind of, what I deem, was making fun of it on Twitter, and that might be the thing that sealed the whole fate. But I think he did the wrong math, thought he would be released and be able to latch on to another team. So I'm wondering if there was a phone call. Who was my favorite movie, The Wolf in Pulp Fiction, where he fixes everything, right? Could he get this Niner, Ayuk in the Niner brass, have a conversation and somehow, mend this? It's just a thought I had, man.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because they are banged up.
I'm also wondering, the funny thing is this has been going on with Ayuk for months and months with the videos. And we haven't spent a lot of time on the videos. We'll chuckle at them every for a minute or two, and then we move on. But I do wonder, just a 49er sense, after all the water under the bridge, after it all, and now seeing where the Niners are at, Pearsall, Evans with a quad, Kirk's hurt, would 49er fans be okay with Brandon Ayuk being on this team if the 49ers and him can come to some kind of reconciliation? Personally, I think it's already gone too far. Okay. I think the likelihood of that is extremely low. And the biggest reason it's extremely low is because Ayuk does not want to play for the San Francisco 49ers. And I don't think that's changed. Now, could it change? Yeah, it could change. Just kind of asking some questions about this.
Life is a trip, man.
This training camp and what's been going on, and how the 49ers are kind of enduring a bunch of stuff again, like they always have. Would you rather have contract issues in the offseason, or would you rather have injury issues in the offseason?
Mine is the paperwork.
I should say training camp.
Contract for me.
Yeah, so, we'll see what happens. But, the other thing about, I just feel like there's a little bit of a cloud over Shanahan right now.
That's interesting,
and
man.
It's the stakes aren't quite the same, but it's got a little Vrabel feel to it in terms of it just might not be. Man. I don't know. We'll see. All right. Coming up at 11 o'clock today, we're gonna talk Niners for the first hour or two. We've got Ted Wynn of The Athletic. He's going to join us in an hour at 11 o'clock, and we'll get into some things that are going on with the San Francisco 49ers, and we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's Willard and Dibs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Get ready to grill some tasty USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin packs for $6.99 per pound when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 2 packages. And before we eat that, I'm thinking maybe some charcuterie.
Yeah, take a picture and say cheese, because you can enjoy Sargento shredded or sliced cheese, 5 to 8 ounce selected varieties for $1.99 each when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 4 items, juicy 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6 ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, R&S Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it today to carsforkids.org. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to donate your car today. That's CARS with a K.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
All flat Parmesan garlic. No way, no how is that happening.
I am ready to go.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking Niners and first preseason games next weekend.
Next Friday.
Next Friday.
Evan and Grandy will be doing the post game.
Oh, nice. Mm-hmm. Good for them. Good for them. Who do they play?
Evan, yeah, he's talking. Who do they play? Damn, Steiny.
I just got back.
No, but I've been here.
Doesn't matter. It's a preseason game.
I got to.
Goodness gracious.
They'll tell us.
You talked a little bit about. We're talking a little bit about Brandon Ayuk
and life. Yeah.
And whether there's any chance that he could reunite with the San Francisco 49ers. And whether that's even a possibility. And Guru brought up what Brandon Ayuk's done on these videos and how he's acted. And, we had an incident here a few years back where Draymond Green punched a teammate. And there were no...
Viciously.
There were no repercussions. And Guru just said to me, what's worse? what Ayuk's been doing or Draymond Green punching a guy. And when you put it like that, I do think, well, maybe they can get over this. But again, I think it's more on Ayuk, and I don't think Ayuk wants to ever be in the 49er business again. But if he were to entertain it, if you're a 49er fan, would you be open to it?
Man.
888-957-9570. Yeah, and then the Kyle Shanahan stuff. I do think there's a lot of unanswered questions about it, and I am kind of boggled that in this day and age, after 11 days after a guy was in an accident and in the hospital, then we find out. It's very, very unusual in this day and age with all the information that's out there. And here's the other thing, and I keep hearing Kyle Shanahan owned up to it. And this is the journalist in me. I couldn't say that. I would have to say Kyle Shanahan appeared to own up to it.
I said as much to Evan Friday last week when we discussed this. I couldn't give him kudos for that.
So, where he's at, right now he's not an effective coach. He can't focus at practice. He's still sensitive to light and sound, and he hasn't been around, 100% of the time. Mm-hmm. So that in and of itself affects a football team. But I'm also, I'm just wondering if there's a bigger weight on Kyle Shanahan, because clearly he, no matter what happened, I will say this, it sure looks like it affected him.
No doubt about it.
So, how does that play out as the, as training camp finishes up and we get into the regular season?
Yeah, I'm listening to Willard and Dibbs and Grandy in for Dibbs yesterday, and they had Tim Kawakami on from the San Francisco Standard, Steiny, and he put it best just in regard to his job, the reporters, and just how important Kyle is in regard to information, expanding on what's going on with said player, and also how Kyle uses the media or the microphone and that spot sometimes to communicate with players. And I thought, and I've given Kyle love on this front in regard to him being a big part of the Niners' success on an everyday basis. And I'm paraphrasing, but CK was just basically talking about how he and other reporters are missing that component of Kyle being at practice. And again, you talked about next Friday or when they have their first preseason game, whatever that day is, is he going to be available week one? And the reason I brought up this Ayuk situation or this reunion the two parties reconciling is life happens and things have happened to Kyle, and maybe you look at stuff different and maybe you're quicker to put stuff under the bridge and kind of mend relationships. So I don't know, but what I do know is if BA can go with what I'm looking at on this injury report and this early, especially with Pearsall being out for the year, it would almost be football. What am I looking at? The perfection in regard to, man, they need Ayuk, Steiny. They need help at the wide receiver position.
Well, they need
somebody to beat man coverage.
They need Brandon Ayuk to be the player he was 3 years ago. And maybe he can't be that player anymore. He's been so long since he's played football. I don't know where I come down on that. If this guy, if you've written this guy off and he's done things that you think are beyond the pale and there's no way that he can come back on this team, then we're not going anywhere. And I think we're still at a point where Ayuk doesn't want to be here. And I think he proves that every single day he's away. So until something changes, do you forsake all your principles if you're the 49ers just because Pearsall's hurt and Evans has a quad, and now you're going to go kind of, I don't want to say give in, but you're going, that's going to make you reach out to Brandon Ayuk. I think he's the kind of guy now that is looking and saying, oh, now guys are getting hurt. If the 49ers were to approach Ayuk right now, it feels like they're in such a place where Ayuk would just say, oh, yeah, now you're calling me. Yeah, after Pearsall's out for the year.
Well, there's a B-side to that, to me, is I think Brandon Ayuk miscalculated and thought he would be able to go spread his wings, and he's realized he can't do that, and he's stuck too. So I look at it as an out if he truly loves the game to, hey, let's have a conversation. Let me get some stuff off our chest, and let's move forward, because the reality in the Right on the Table early this morning, brought to you by Echo Pest Control, is it looks like the Niners are the only way he could get back on the field.
Well, and that's the other thing. I mean, I don't believe for 1 second Brandon Ayuk will ever play another game for the Niners. But I do believe there's, if he shows up, I think that may facilitate at least a trade for a 7th rounder or something like that. But again, the bigger issue is whether 49er fans would welcome Brandon Ayuk back.
Do you think John Lynch would?
888-957-9570. I don't know. I don't know where they stand. Joe in San Jose. What's going on, Joe? How you doing, man?
What's going on, gentlemen?
Hey.
When I see Ayuk and I see these videos, all I see is cancer, man. I mean, the front office is different than the locker room. So what's going to happen when it's, last play of the game, they throw the ball across the middle and he has gator arms, and then he's going to start blaming Purdy. He's going to start blaming they don't throw the ball to me all the whole game. Then they want me to score in the last second. Woo. Antonio Brown 2.0, gentlemen. This is what this guy is. He needs to go. And I'm not even a United fan, but he's got to go. I don't like. People are privileged to play in the NFL, and now you want to play around and do this. And then the gagging about money and all this other stuff. Just go do what you do. You have talent. Go show it and get paid. Period. Have a good day.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Appreciate it.
And you know what? The more I think about it, I still stand on, and I say it sometimes like I'm a preacher when you and I do this show, man. If you got something going on, tomorrow's not promised with somebody or a family member, fix it. Try your best to fix it, man. And I will say this. I thought everything that Brandon Ayuk has done, mocking the Niners, was cute, fun, ridiculous, embarrassing himself. But I will say this, partner, as I come in this morning with this take, he did write some stuff about Crash Out in regard to Kyle's accident, and that may have been the most severe thing that he's done, to where what I'm saying is impossible might make it impossible because of him mocking Kyle's car accident. That I understand.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Is that a bridge too far, or are the 15 other things he did before that a bridge too far, or is nothing a bridge too far?
Well, Draymond punched a guy again. People, why are you bringing that up? I'm bringing it up because I'll never forget it. But he socked a dude. He dropped him, a teammate, and somehow they got past that.
This from the 650. Hasn't it been proven that Kyle Shanahan wasn't texting? I mean, he said he wasn't.
No, he said.
But that's all we know.
Yeah, no, he said he was looking for his phone. Right.
Yeah, he dropped his phone.
Right.
So, if you believe Kyle Shanahan, then yes, he was not texting while driving. But what do you expect him to say? Matt in the city. What's up, Matt? How you doing?
Hey guys, good. How about you?
Hey,
doing well.
Yeah, man. Goo, I just can't go here with you, man.
Okay.
It's you brought back Greenlaw, and now you got Debo. There's all these good vibes going around. The team feels like a team again. Kyle's got new perspective. Ayuk's just a locker room cancer now. And all these, Antonio Brown, the only thing he's got in common with Antonio Brown is that he's gone crazy. Antonio Brown was a perennial all-star and got a little more leash and had Brady pulling for him because of what he's done. Ayuk had one decent season and one clutch fluke catch, and he thinks he's Jerry Rice. You don't want him anywhere near this locker room. It's done. Let him go. This guy just wrote his own ticket. He's going to end up like Kaepernick because people just don't want the headache.
Wow.
Good stuff, Matt.
I can't be mad. I had the thought, partner.
Yeah. Again, I'm a little bit different in that I actually do think the Niners would be willing to work with Ayuk.
See,
work with him doesn't mean he's coming back and playing for us. Like that, the first step is just he's got to show up, and then you can go from there. But I think Brandon Ayuk is dead set on never playing for the 49ers again. And for everybody that says, well, he miscalculated and now he's in a little trouble and he's got nowhere to go. I mean, these guys are prideful. Ayuk's probably thinking, like, I'll never put a uniform on of those colors again.
But what if I told you then that person doesn't love the game?
Well, what does he care? I mean, he hasn't played for, a year and a half now.
Well, a lot of that was due because he couldn't.
Yeah. Well, how long's he been healthy? How long has he been healthy and out of a job?
That's another part of this, a component to it. I'm giving, him the benefit of the doubt. Like, in a crazy way, the fact that he's had more time to heal, would that lead to him being the best version of himself? I'm not saying, he's in football shape, because we damn sure haven't seen any videos of him working out. I guess the premise is Kyle having a accident where it could have been a lot worse. Brandon Ayuk being immature. Could you get in a room, say some stuff, hash it out, and the Niners being injured, having injuries at the wide receiver position? I just had the thought of, man, crazier things that happen in life and in sports. Could you fix it? And, you kind of hit me when you said Ayuk probably is dead set on never, ever putting on that uniform again. And the other part of that to me is, would Kyle and John and the Niner teammates feel like, to the caller's point, he's done so much to where the players wouldn't want him back? I don't know. I haven't heard that. Early on, they kind of had his back. When you talk to me, I haven't talked to him. Kittle gave him some love. But then here recently, it's been quiet on the set. But I do just wonder, could they mend this?
Yeah, we're talking 49ers training camp leading up to their 2026 season. And I just think that a theme for the San Francisco 49ers over the last several years has been, how do I want to put it, not great training camps. They've never really been cohesive in a training camp where they had everybody there. Guys were healthy. I shouldn't say never. The years that they did, they performed well. But again, here we are in the offseason, and what's going on? We already got injuries, tons of injuries. Okay, now we have this Shanahan accident where we've got some tangible stuff and intangible stuff, to me, that are at play. One is the tangible of Kyle Shanahan's not healthy. So he's not at the top of his game.
Yeah.
And B, I do think this thing lingers a little bit until some more information comes out on the accident. Brandon Ayuk still is doing what he's doing. Does that even matter anymore? Meaning, is Ayuk even a distraction anymore? And here we are again, another offseason where we're talking about the substation. I'm just saying, I don't like the way things are setting up for the Niners. It just feels like more of a training camp that's fraught with some imperfection.
I hear you, man. I appreciate it. But I will say this, and I like both guys. And, I'm one of Greenlaw's biggest fans. Debo, was it pretty here for the team and himself last time he put on a Niner uniform? No. So I'm not hating on either player, but when I sit back and think about that question you posed to me yesterday, and Evan and I got into it last week, is the window open or shut? Just the semblance of Debo back and Greenlaw back almost signals they're going the wrong way. Like, you made decisions to move on from the guys, and I'm not saying they're going to have a bad year. I don't know. But the fact that you had to go bring those guys back because you needed them, I don't know if that's progress.
Well, you love the Greenlaw re-sign, Eric, with him coming back here.
I loved Greenlaw before he left. I question what happened in Denver. He was a malcontent. But by all accounts, he loves the Niners. They love him. So I want him to ball out. But, Stoney, this is not a year before he left. Like, now everything's different.
I know. It's what a lot of people don't acknowledge, that there's 2 years is a lot in the NFL, 2 years is a lot in the NBA. You're not the same player every single year. You're either getting better or you're getting worse.
Now, we had a conversation before you left on your trip. I don't know if you remember this, and I fought you. You said, Goo, you can't always go home again.
Yeah,
I said you can go home.
These guys are probably going to be diminished.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
I hope
they're
you're
good
wrong.
stories.
Yeah.
And, Klay Thompson comes back to the Warriors. It'd be a great story. But what is it really going to impact on the floor? And by the way, I don't think he's coming back. But
right.
I'm just saying. you don't let go of a guy when he's one of your better players, and then get him back 2 years later, he's going to be worse of a player.
Yeah. And hopefully we're wrong.
888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking about 49ers training camp. The quarterback tiers list came out again. Mike Sando does it every year for The Athletic. And we'll talk a little bit about that. That's always kind of fun.
It's interesting because I thought it's been quiet on the set in regard to Brock Purdy early on in camp. Even in the offseason, it's just, I brought him up. Like, can he take it up a notch? Can he get back?
He's not going to take it up a notch.
Well, you don't know that.
I mean, Brock Purdy's a good quarterback. You can't take it up a notch if you don't have great teammates around him. But I do think that you're right about.
It's been kind of, I'm not saying it's good or bad. It's just been kind of quiet.
Right. You know why? Because they have other issues. And like Brock Purdy has gone from issue number one on this team for when he's signing his contract. It's like he's not an issue anymore. You might want him to be better. You might think he's overrated, but sorry, quarterback is not an issue for the San Francisco 49ers. They've got a good quarterback. Is he good enough to win a Super Bowl with the right pieces around him? We'll find out over the course of his career. But Brock Purdy right now is the least of the 49ers' concerns. In fact, he's like a pillar right now for this team. It feels to me like Brock Purdy is the one guy that because of his track record, what he's going to be. I don't know if Bosa is going to be Bosa. I don't know if Fred Warner is going to be Warner. I don't know if Trent Williams is going to be Trent Williams. Obviously, McCaffrey and Kittle, ditto. So, to me, Brock Purdy is the most solid piece of this team right now. The one guy who kind of you can count on, assuming he's healthy.
Yeah, and he's their quarterback, and he's getting that new money. But the bottom line is when you lay it out like that, I guess that's a good thing, that you got stability at the quarterback position. But, I mean, man, you just went down a list of what Warner's going to be, look like when he comes back. Bosa, Kittle, and another thing we hadn't talked about, and I can't stop thinking about it, is the usage rate from one Christian McCaffrey. When Kyle's back and he's calling plays, are we going to see, what we saw last year in regard to him touching the ball over 400 times?
And the other thing is, and somebody put this up, but on the 49ers injury report, they have Kyle Shanahan on the injury report.
Yeah. I got him right here.
And the reality of the situation is, I guess we can assume he'll be back for the regular season, or for, is he coaching on Friday? Do we know that?
I don't.
Exactly. So, now we've got we might have an injury issue at head coach in a way. I mean, you just never know with these concussions. Let's go to Barbara. Barbara's on the Dunbarton Bridge. Hey, Barbara, how you doing?
Hey.
Good. Every morning listener on my way to work. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
I just have a question. I think nobody's addressing the fact that Kyle Shanahan was in a Tesla, and I drive for a living, and my phone is in the back seat because everything's on my front screen. And why are we looking for a phone if I can text and I can call and I can do everything with my fingertips on my screen? Why am I looking for my phone? The other thing is the Tesla's going to tell you everything that happens.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, there's cameras all through the Tesla. It tells you exactly what happened in the accident.
Yeah, I know. Appreciate it.
Anyway.
No, thanks, Barbara. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Dibs was putting that down last week. Him and Willard had a spirited discussion about that. Mia drives a Tesla, and they have the footage. From last I read, the Palo Alto Police Department, they have the video. They don't want to release it.
Why?
I don't have those answers.
Okay.
But I get why people are, why not? Would that help, Kyle, put this to bed? Or, like I told you and Evan in the green room, I think it's done until somehow
I don't think it's done.
TMZ or somebody could, are they knocking on the door like, we got to get this footage? Because they damn sure weren't doing that, or they didn't know the 11 days that nobody knew he got in an accident.
Look, you can't tell me.
All right.
If you're in a front office around the league, or you're in the NFL, you're a president, you're a coach, and you see how this played out in San Francisco, and you don't think, something not right there.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
So if that perception lingers, which I believe it is lingering, that's a factor, then that's a dynamic in this season that nobody counted on.
But, Steiny, what does that mean when it's 3rd and 8?
I don't know what it means when it's 3rd and 8, but if anybody in that locker room, doubts what may have happened.
Oh, I didn't. You going to players.
Yes, absolutely. Especially, you can't be living a lie if he's not, then there's nothing to see here. But there are too many questions, and isn't it clearly being swept under the rug? I think it is.
But I feel like he is the rug, and it's about, and we've heard Trent, the 54, all the players that I've heard, thoughts and prayers, and, they walked us through when they found the news. Brock Purdy, they're just worried about their coach. So I feel like he is the rug until what you're talking about, and I get from the outside how it looks, and you said the Vrabel feel. You don't even know how provocative and how that hit me. Two different situations, but I guess, Donnie, let me ask you this. You feel like he's getting over in a sense?
I'm very careful here.
Okay.
It's just curious to me, for the 18th time in this day and age, at 6 o'clock in daylight, an accident occurs with the head coach of the San Francisco 49ers. I'm not looking for any gore. I don't really care about that. But you want the situation and the information that comes out to be consistent with what happens in other instances when something exactly like this happens. And I don't know. Are people out there saying, hey, this is privacy. This is private matters, health issues. Let it go. I understand that, but that doesn't make all the questions go away. In fact, it adds to the questions. 888-957-9570. Coming up at 11 o'clock, we've got Ted Wynn of The Athletic. He covers the Niners in the NFL. We'll get into the 49ers training camp. If you guys want to jump into the discussion, 888-957-9570 is the number. And that segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, there are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim, because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they take over. They'll handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision that you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to Telluride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
Want to talk about low testosterone or impotence? No way, right? But did you know 1 out of 4 men suffer from this condition? Listen to Dr. Robert Rowley from Prime Male Medical.
At Prime Male Medical, we specialize in acoustic wave therapy, sublingual lozenges, injectable medications, and testosterone treatments.
Get your first visit, PSA test, testosterone test, Doppler ultrasound, and a year of follow-up visits for just $99. Go to PrimeMaleMedical.com or call 415-761-4037. 415-761-4037.
I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home?
You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. ATCO has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust ATCO for the solution.
211 is here to help you prepare for public safety power shutoffs. Our no-cost care coordination program can help you with custom safety planning and food assistance or other available resources during power outages. Call 211 to check eligibility. Call 211 to check eligibility.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Don't miss comedian Joe Coy on his Coy Meets World Tour at Oakland Arena on November 13th. Buy your tickets at joecoy.com for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Little ass boy. Stop being a little cat. Raise hell. Take him in. You talking about?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Any chance? 49er fans?
Man.
Brandon Ayuk?
There's negotiating tactics.
I put that under the ship sailed column.
You think so? Answer your own question.
Yep.
The love boat. You never know. And that's what I'm operating under because of this accident and Kyle being in a situation where I'm sure his life flashed before his eyes. Do you just step back and say, you know what? This Ayuk thing is not as bad as we thought. Let's get him on the horn, see if he comes in, say the right thing, and we move on. Because the Rat on the Table, brought to you by ATCO Pest Control, is your first round pick a couple years ago is out for the season, career in jeopardy, and I mean, my gosh, you brought back Deebo Samuel. So I'm just wondering if you brought back Deebo, and again, there was not the shenanigans that Ayuk's gone through. At one point, you loved the player, Steiny. At one point, you loved Ayuk. The Niners did. No, the Niners. We know you did.
Did they ever really love him?
Yeah, when you pay somebody that much bread on that contract, that's love.
You know
I'm going Beyonce.
No,
that's Beyonce.
Not.
That's a ring on the finger.
It's not necessarily love. You might have to pay a guy you don't like because you think he's super talented. Like, did the Warriors love Jordan Poole when they broke him off 130?
But you guys always told me they broke him off that 130 knowing you're going to be up out of here. You know what I mean? We're going to get up off this.
And who's to say the 49ers didn't do the same with Ayuk just to protect their asset?
But when you look what was in the cover, they didn't have a receiver. Like, they don't have a receiver. You know, I like Mike Evans, Steiny, but he's older. He's not young. What receivers beating man coverage on this team? And
I don't remember Brandon Ayuk doing that other than 1 year, one and a half years.
But it was enough years to him to get paid.
Okay.
And I get it, man. I'm just saying, with everything that's gone on and what's going on now,
I got to be honest with you.
Can the reunion be had?
I got to be honest with you. I don't think Kyle Shanahan, since his accident, Kyle Shanahan's given Brandon Ayuk one thought, one sliver
totally
of a thought.
Be right, man. You could totally be right.
He's got way bigger issues to deal with than should I make up with Brandon Ayuk?
Well, again, you are right. He's got personal stuff to heal from, but the bottom line is when you talk about that wide receiver position, we both know, point blank range, we can look at each other and say, hey, what's going on with this quad? What's going on with this hammy with Stribling? The quad with Evans, and you lost Pearsall. So what I'm saying, partner, is they do need some help at the wide receiver position.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, if you've drawn a line in the sand with this guy, and so now you're gonna forsake your principles, you're gonna change your strategy, even though he's done nothing, like to reach out and try to rectify the situation.
Am I wrong to bring up Draymond Green and say, what about the principles that the Warriors ignored, or
no?
Remember,
that's fair.
That culture hurt me. He didn't even get suspended.
Exactly.
It was about ball.
888-957-9570 is the number. Joey Prado, you want him to go to jail for what? Crashing? Nobody died, and Kyle was the one in the hospital. So what next do you want to happen? Here's what I would say to that. I just thought of these three incidents.
Okay.
So remember the LaMelo Ball crash?
Yeah, he ran over somebody's foot.
Yeah, remember we saw the whole thing, and it was really scary.
Yes.
Okay, we saw it. After it happened. Tiger Woods, we saw it.
Oh, boy.
After it happened. Romo, we watched this whole DUI on camera. All I'm saying is, I'm just saying, why, can someone tell me why this would be different than those? And if you can, I'll sit here and say, you know what, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. But there's too much here that doesn't add up.
Like any parking ticket at any parking garage, Donnie, that is very valid. My question to you is, what we do know is the ball coach sustained 40 stitches, damn near broken hand, some ribs. He was banged up. I don't believe, in my mind, it played out to where he's like, we need to do this, we need to do that to cover whatever up. I think your ire is with the Palo Alto Police Department.
It's with the 49ers.
But Stoney, they're the ones with the footage. It's saying they're not going to release it. Yeah. The police department. Okay. That's not the...
Okay. The Niners have nothing to do with that. Okay. Okay.
I'm not
I got
saying
some land
that.
to sell you.
No,
seriously.
That's my line. I'm not saying that, but those are the parties involved.
What was the advantage?
Saying they're not releasing
What was the advantage of the 49ers not releasing the information for 11 days?
I can't.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
And I can say that's
question after question after question. And here's the other thing.
But I think it's over.
It's not over. It's not over. And here's the other reason it's not over. I'm talking to my agent friend last night.
Schaefer.
Yeah, and he's got no details, but he's saying, yeah, guys around the league kind of wondering what's going on out there.
I totally get that.
Okay, so if there's doubt in the league, and there could be doubt in the building, like that, you don't think that's going to affect the football
team? Now, you're hitting me within the building, but again, I just went with the players and the ones that shared their thoughts and concern about, and all that mattered to them was their coach being okay.
If there's doubt in the locker room about what actually happened, you don't think that's an issue?
No, I totally do. But, Stoney, guys getting... I don't want to say trouble, but guys have things going on and they bond and have each other's back. So
they're gonna play for Kyle Shanahan, even though they're gonna be like, he's kind of phony.
Oh man.
And he got away with one. Like, again, if everything's on the up and up, I don't think we got an issue.
All right.
But there's too much that's not on the up and up. And yeah, I guess it could theoretically go away. But I don't think it's gonna. And you know why? Somebody's gonna find out who the woman was. You know, somebody's gonna get a piece of information that they're gonna share.
So you think there's still people out there hunting?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So, you know, we'll see how it plays out. But the idea that this doesn't affect the team at all, yeah, I'm out on that. I think it absolutely could, put it that way.
No, I hate that it happened, but I love the dialogue that we're having. I got to ask you this because this happened again. And this wasn't the 49ers, or you might say, Goo, come on now. But what about the data entry that had the young lady at fault.
Exactly.
And they said, oh,
can somebody explain that to me? Clerical error. It's a funny clerical error for a situation where there's a lot of unanswered questions.
All right.
And again, we'll see, but I don't I hate the word, but I don't think this is a nothing burger. Like, I don't think it is over by any stretch of the imagination. But we'll see. We'll see. And then we'll see if it has any kind of impact on the team.
Yeah. I never thought once about, because all that matters to me is the brotherhood in that locker room. But I never once thought if there were players that might be looking at it sideways. And I don't believe that to be the case, but it's 53 men in there, more now, until they make the cuts. But I got to believe moving forward, and for the guys, the top, this might sound bad, what am I looking for? The top level players have all just said their coach is okay. They're concerned. He's back to a degree. He'll heal, and they'll go out and try to win games.
We'll see. We shall see. We shall see. All I'm saying is, it was, again, like, this happened last week. I'm not even around. And I read the first two sentences. Kyle Shanahan was injured in a car accident, and it happened 11 days ago.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm 6,000 miles away thinking that ain't right.
Yeah, a lot of people were here like, wow.
Right. And I'm sorry, I do find it hard to believe that nobody had the story. That no, I don't care. I'm not going to single out Bay Area media. Bay Area media, national media. I just cannot believe nobody said to a reporter in 11 days, hey, you hear Kyle Shanahan got in an accident? There had to be a ton of people that knew.
Raise hell. Man. Yeah, it is fascinating. I won't front from that perspective. The 11 days, didn't do this whole situation and Kyle any good. But
oh, boy.
What we got now?
Oh, my God.
What happened?
Ernie Chavez. I can't believe Steiny suggested Ayuk back. That's like 95-7 the game, bringing back Aubrey Huff. I didn't suggest it. That was my partner.
Yeah, that was me.
And I think it's done.
Take him in.
I think it's water under the bridge.
Come on, man, stop. That ain't that. This ain't that.
Oh.
Yeah.
Anyway. Ted Wynn joining us momentarily, writes for The Athletic. We're going to get into the 49ers training camp and everything that's going on with them this year.
You know
already.
What? This is what we do. But now we are really having a convo. I'm asking you to take us back to the Warrior days, and let's just say player A got into an accident.
Monte Ellis.
Okay, no, this is like Kyle's accident. You got a relationship. You guys like each other. And it's so hard to do, but Stan, I'm asking you to keep it so 100. Do you think if they came to you and was like, hey, Monte Ellis was in an accident, we're not going to report it, do you think, Steiny, in those shoes at that time, you could have sat on it? Or would you have been Captain America and said, no, I'm going to the press, I'm doing my job, and I'm going to say Monte Ellis got in a serious car accident?
Yes. I'd have to.
Okay.
I'd have to if I knew.
I had to ask you.
If I knew. And I'm not saying the Bay Area media knew. I'm
asking you if you had been put in that position, could you see how somebody may have sat on it?
They told me not to write the Spreewell story.
All right, well, there you go.
Don't do this. Okay. I appreciate that you don't want me to do it, but I got a job to do.
No, that's probably how you feel about the situation like you do.
Exactly. I just wanted to ask you. People say, oh, you dig in, let it go, dig on. I'm not digging. I'm not going to dig. But can somebody just explain to me why we see the LaMelo Ball accident, we see Tiger accident, we see Romo's DUI.
We see everything.
And we've seen nothing about this. We're left to assume the 49ers are and Kyle Shanahan are acting forthright. And no surprise, a lot of fans will take that at face value.
Yeah.
So we can move on. We'll talk football with Ted Wynn. He's coming up in 5 minutes.
We didn't see the Bader accident.
But it was his fault. We found out the Giants there's nothing. There are no unanswered questions about Bader.
No, well, yeah.
It's only going to be a matter of whether he can get his money or not.
Mm-hmm.
But, the incident was the incident, and the police report apparently was right when Bader's was filed. So, this is from the 4015. The Niners didn't where's that go? Niners didn't love Debo when he complained about not getting enough passes, then allowed a potential touch. Yeah, I mean,
that happened, but that was baby stuff.
Yeah, that wasn't close to what Ayuk's been doing.
Yeah.
For sure. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco.
No, I appreciate how you feel, man. I really do. But that's why I wasn't trying to put you in the spot. But why you feel so strongly, or what I deem strongly about how nobody knew, I just wanted to see if you were in that position and you knew, would you have sat on it because of a relationship?
No. Probably not.
Real quick before we get to Ted, guys, just a piece of news from the NFL. Stephon Diggs is signing a contract with the Washington Commanders, a place that obviously Brandon Ayuk has made hints he wants to play. So maybe they found their guy.
Yeah.
And then, or maybe they know Ayuk's going to play for the Niners.
If you look at it that way. If you look at it like that.
Yeah. All right. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Ted Wynn, senior NFL writer at The Athletic. He also hosts the Just Win podcast. Ted, thank you so much for joining us, man. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. I feel like the last several years, or a bunch of the years in the past, the 49ers, the training camp and their off season just doesn't go smoothly. And would you say that it kind of looks like it's going that way this off season with the injuries and the Kyle accident, et cetera?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's funny, but it's almost comical, like how many things can go wrong for the Niners in the off season and during the season. They eventually find their way and get their footing, but it just, it's just something that just seems like it goes on and on year after year.
Hey, Ted, let me ask you this. Of everything that's kind of transpired, even Ricky Pearsall and Kyle off the field, and, Debo's back, Greenlaw's back, what's been the strangest part of this offseason for the Niners thus far, in your opinion?
I mean, I guess with the receiver position, losing Pearsall definitely hurts, but, bringing Debo back and how things kind of ended last time, curious to see if things are better. I mean, the end of Debo's tenure with the Niners wasn't great. It was hard for him to get open. He was dropping passes. With the Commanders, he wasn't super productive, but supposedly he's in much better shape now. So I'm just curious to see what kind of Debo Samuel the Niners are going to get. I mean, I think they didn't want to depend on him a ton, but without Ricky Pearsall, Christian Kirk is hurt right now. We don't know how Deshaun Stribling is going to play right off the bat, as a rookie in this offense. We'll see what they can get out of him. But I think it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, we know that the Niners know how to use him.
Yeah, exactly. Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior NFL writer at The Athletic. It's fascinating to me that, when Brock Purdy came on the scene out of nowhere, he was all the talk. And then was he going to get paid? And then he got paid. And we're talking about, well, can he live up to the contract? And now here it is, a few years later, and Purdy seems to be the most solid part of this team right now. And I mean, whether you think he's great or good or somewhere in the middle, is he like the most reliable 49er in terms of knowing what you're going to get out of him heading into the season?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's always good to have a quarterback in place for multiple years that knows your system, that really fits exactly what you want. So I think, that's one of the reasons why they paid him. I think there's different opinions on whether he's truly, an elite quarterback. My teammate at The Athletic, Mike Sando, just did quarterback tiers, in which he asked a bunch of executives to rank the quarterbacks, and Purdy was ranked 14th, and I thought that was pretty fair. So I think in this system, and obviously with everything surrounding it, I think he could play, and obviously he could produce like a top 3 quarterback. So I think he just needs to be healthy. I mean, I think when he's been on the field, he's been very consistently productive, but he's had some health issues. So hopefully he can stay healthy and be that consistent part of the offense, because they really need something to really hang their hat on.
Ted, I'm excited to see how Warner comes back from injury, Kittle and Bosa. But with only 3 preseason games, this might be a bit of an unfair question. Do we know the plan? Are we so sure Niner fans are going to see those 3 guys, partake in the preseason games?
I don't think anything's been announced yet as far as what their workload is going to be during preseason games. But, for a guy like Fred, I don't think he needs to be out there during the preseason. I mean, maybe for a series or 2 just to kind of feel that physicality of football again and communicate at a high level when the bullets are flying. But, I mean, he's just such a cerebral player that I don't think he needs to be out there. Maybe Nick Bosa, just because he's missed so much time, and just to get some pass rushes in a live setting would be good for him. But for Fred Warner and even a guy like Dre Greenlaw, I don't think they need a ton of reps out there preseason.
Ted Wynn joining us on 95.7 The Game, senior NFL reporter at The Athletic. So let me ask you this. I mean, we know that Kyle Shanahan is terrific working with quarterbacks, and he's been great with Brock Purdy. They're on the same page, et cetera, et cetera. And it's one of the 49ers' distinct advantages. But right now, Kyle Shanahan is not healthy, so he's not coaching at 100%. Is there any way to figure out or to measure if that is that could be a tangible obstacle or challenge to this season, simply because they're not as tight because Kyle's not able to do it?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely hurts not having your leader out there, and I think Kyle Shanahan is a difference maker. We've seen how. I just did a list where I interviewed a bunch of defensive coordinators, defensive coaches on who they think are the top 10 play callers, and Kyle Shanahan finished number 1 for a second year in a row. And I think one of the things that really stood out in other people's minds was how he was able to navigate through all the injuries that the Niners had. And we just talked about all those injuries that the Niners are accumulating already. And unfortunately, now Kyle Shanahan's on that list. But I think a positive way of looking at it is, at least right now, you're just doing installs. So you're doing things, you're installing plays and things like that you already know, and you're putting the basics in. You're not game planning. You're not doing anything unique as far as having to put in new plays and all that stuff. So once you get to that point, you want Kyle Shanahan to be 100%. But right now, he doesn't have to be at the very least.
Ted, we were talking about Brock Purdy, and my partner was like, you know what? He's the one guy you can count on with what's everything going on with the Niners and the injuries or whatnot, and I agree. But I just thought to myself, is there another level for him to get to? And, a couple years ago, he was the MVP candidate. When I say Brock Purdy and I guess improvement, do you think that's far-fetched, or how important is he going to be for this Niner team to be successful?
Yeah, I mean, I think what he needs to, for him to take the next step, is to kind of decrease the turnover-worthy throws. Like, he makes a lot of good throws into traffic, but every once in a while he just will put the ball up in a spot in a time where he doesn't need to, and he ranks really high up there as far as the quarterbacks that put the ball at risk. And I think, that part of what makes him good is his willingness to throw the ball into those tight windows. But I think just to cut down on those unnecessary chances when he doesn't need to is where he could take his game to the next level.
Ted, let me ask you about Brandon Ayuk. I saw the Commanders just signed Diggs, and that was a team that Brandon Ayuk obviously wanted to go to. I know he's on that list of not playing list. Is there any chance that he'll play for the Niners again.
Sorry, can you repeat? What was that? Who was that? You just said in the question?
Brandon Ayuk I was just talking about Diggs going to the Commanders earlier today, and whether would you say that the door is absolutely shut on Brandon Ayuk playing for the Niners?
I mean, I think it has to be. I just think with everything he's put on social media, how things ended, his guarantees being taken away. I think he's closing the door on himself with not just the Niners, but with a lot of other teams in the NFL too. With the way that he's conducted himself, I think he was almost a shoo-in to be a Commander at some point if he just kept his mouth shut. And now the Commanders are flirting with Stephon Diggs, which would pretty much close the door on Ayuk. And I don't know what other team would take a chance on him. Like, he would probably have to wait till a team really gets devastated and gets desperate to even give him a shot now. So,
like the Niners.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. I mean, yeah, I mean, I just don't think they would do it just based on everything that's happened. But yeah, it's a rough look for him right now.
Ted, let me ask you about McCaffrey. He had over 400 combined touches. He was the leading receiver with 102, and it wasn't even close with the second receiver being Juwan Jennings. How imperative is it for Kyle? Like, I know they don't want that to happen again, right? How important is it for another receiver to step up and take that off of McCaffrey's plate?
Yeah, it's huge. I don't think they want a season where McCaffrey is getting as many touches as he does, just to make sure he stays healthy. I think part of that was the run game was so ineffective last year too, that you had to find ways to get him the ball. So if the run game could be a little bit more explosive, efficient, you won't have to throw the ball to him as much. And plus, you want more explosive touches. Like, throwing to your running back is obviously going to keep you on track, and throwing to McCaffrey is going to get you those 6-7 yards or whatnot. But if you can find a more explosive number 2 option, and I think that's part of the reason why they drafted Stribling to run the 4-3, that creates more explosives for offense. So I think they want Stribling to be that guy. So we'll see if he can get back healthy. He's another guy that's out with injury right now, and really develop into that number 2 receiver.
Ted, thank you so much as always. Really appreciate it. Great info, and we'll catch up soon.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
Absolutely. All right, that's Ted Wynn of The Athletic. Covers the San Francisco 49ers and the NFL. He obviously had some interesting things to say. I want to jump on some of those on the other side. If you guys want to jump into anything in our conversation or anything that Ted said, we'll talk Niners a little bit on the other side. Our football coverage on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. In Xfinity, imagine that.
Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you know how to time the beer run so you don't miss a second of the action, catch every game, no matter the time. If you're up for whatever the season brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy, but not sweet, hoppy, but not bitter, bursting with fruit flavor and aroma. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Sierra Nevada brews Hazy Little Thing with the purest ingredients for the finest quality in every sip. Velvety smooth and handcrafted with Citra and Mosaic hops.
Whether you're anchoring the tailgate before kickoff or running the clock down with classics on the patio, nothing hits the gap better than the rhythm of the city and a cold Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing IPA. It's the ultimate clutch play for your summer, so embrace the haze.
When you're living in the moments that matter, it matters which beer. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. That's Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
The first ever Infiniti QX65 feels unstoppable. In a world that is frozen in its ways, the sporty fastback SUV never stops moving forward. Turbocharged performance. Intelligent all-wheel drive standard. ProPilot Assist 2.1. This is a ride beyond the expected. This is unstoppable progress. Discover the first ever Infiniti QX65 at InfinityUSA.com. 2027 QX65 expected early summer 2026.
When selecting a financial institution, how do you know you're making the right choice? As Bay Area bank customers find themselves at a crossroads, maybe it's good to consider if you want your bank to be community-oriented or corporate-minded. Fremont Bank has grown by providing stable, consistent service to the region, its families, and its businesses for 60 years, all without a single merger. And we intend for more of the same for the next 60. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
This is Vanessa Deniston, senior attorney at the Dolan Law Firm.
The Dolan Law Firm handles a diverse line of cases from personal injury to employment law.
We're proud to say the Dolan Law Firm is just as diverse in our attorneys and staff. The Dolan Law Firm consistently achieves outstanding results with over $1 billion in verdicts and settlements.
The Dolan Law Firm, the best, most diverse personal injury and employment law firm we hope you'll never need.
Contact us at dolanlawfirm.com.
So, how's your research going?
Surprising. After I figured out the top-rated TVs in our price range, I went shopping for deals.
And who's the best?
It wasn't the internet, and it wasn't the warehouse club.
But?
It was video only. They had better deals on the Samsung, LG, and the Sony TVs that got the highest scores.
Better than online and at the club?
I know. Video only beat them all. And now we can afford an even better model for the same price. My research really paid off.
If we buy it video only.
Exactly. Otherwise, we'll be sorry.
At Video Only, you won't find huge stores with refrigerators or microwaves, but you will find the best deals on top-rated TVs, soundbars, and monitors. Shop around. Just make sure you visit Video Only, because if you don't,
you'll be sorry.
In Mountain View, San Mateo, Union City, Dublin, and San Rafael. Video Only.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hey, it's Brew, and I feel like everything in my life depends on being connected. Whether I'm uploading a video, hopping on a call before my show, or video chatting with my family back in Michigan, I never have to think about my Wi-Fi. And that's why Xfinity stands out. You get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, you can get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that.
O'Reilly Auto Parts gets you back to savings. Pick up select Royal Purple fuel system additives. Buy one, get one free. Plus receive 4 times O Rewards points.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
How do airplanes fly? What's in this box? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Learn how to store your gun securely and make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Is there any chance that he'll play for the Niners again?
Sorry, can you repeat? What was that? Who was that?
Take him in.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we're talking about the San Francisco 49ers. First preseason games next Friday. And one piece of NFL news that dropped, Stephon Diggs is going to the Washington Commanders. And he had a little off-the-field issue this past May. He was found not guilty.
Yeah.
But he's got some, he's got a little bit of baggage.
Yeah. But not the baggage of, hey, the team stinks, F you. You know, that's his only problem.
Yeah, so
his antagonist is the team that he was employed by.
I mean, I got to believe that one hurts Brandon Ayuk.
Or if I'm onto something, it would lead to Ayuk saying, oh, one less spot I can go to. Let me pick up that phone. Or let me even, I'm looking at him and who am I? Tupac said, only God can judge. I don't know if he's got the right people in his corner to say, hey, look, man, if you really love this game and you want to get back, they may say no. But call him. Try to set something up.
Does he sound
doing the Michael Jackson and James
Has he sounded
Brown?
anything like anyone who wants to play for this team?
No. And then when I saw him, and I was hoping it would stick, him and Jaden Daniels, who was supposed to be one of his only allies he had, when he turned on him, I'm like, good Lord, this is bad. Stoney, I let you down because I didn't know who they played next Thursday. It's Tennessee.
Okay. And that makes what difference?
Not just the Titans. I had to tell you.
Yeah, I don't know about Brandon Ayuk ever playing for the Niners.
Evan and
again.
I.
Question now
the show.
Is he gonna real quick? Is he ever gonna play football again?
If I had to make the bet right now, I would say no, and that's why I had that thought driving in. He has to know this is his last chance, and it may not be a chance. That ship may have sailed. But Evan and I did a show while you were gone. I said I made a crazy prediction, and then something happened an hour or two later. I can't remember what it is, but hopefully that'll happen for. It was Ayuk. Kyle got in the accident, Stoney, 2 days and 3 days. No, time it went by, and I told Evan, I'm proud of one. He goes, who? Brandon Ayuk, because he hasn't went to Twitter and made any jokes. And before we could get off the show, there was a tweet from Brandon Ayuk about Kyle basically making fun of the accident.
Who's that?
You're having a tough year with your predictions.
No, that actually hit.
That's my point. So you said, hey, at least Brandon Ayuk hasn't done anything, and then he did something. Maybe he's growing up, and of course, yeah.
I don't know what. It was a blur. I'm going with
and Jimmy Butler's going to work with the Warriors to figure this thing out.
Valkyrie's big win last night.
Yep. Beat Toronto.
Should be a lot better. Another expansion team, but they play hard. They played them tough twice. Well, the game got out of hand. They won, but I was like, man, record should be a little better.
You're crazy. You're
Dude,
absolutely crazy.
I'm looking at Toronto like, how is your record like this?
What?
They got talent. That's all. Toronto.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Goo. Yeah. They're an expansion team.
So were the Valkyries.
Okay. So were the Valkyries. Should they fire their coach?
See, now why you want to take it there?
Because it's like
I just had the thought while I was watching the game. And I've seen them play.
That's the one you just got to filter. Don't come in here and act like you know what the Toronto tempo situation is.
Snotty, I watch a lot of WNBA.
I'm sure you do. And I'm not going to put you on the spot because I know you're looking at the roster right now.
It's up ready, baby. I was ready to fire. Oh, man. But you get what I'm saying about Ayuk. It's from the heart, man. On both sides.
It's just
this thing in Washington hurts him. Diggs going there was his spot.
Here's the issue.
They needed a receiver.
Like, my saying, greatest strength is your biggest weakness.
No doubt.
And for you, it's your heart. It's your big heart. It's your big, open, loving heart. It is what makes you Goo. And it's what people love. Like, they love it. But that big heart leads you to things like, Steiny, I think Brandon Ayuk and the 49ers are going to make up.
I'm hopeful. I'm a romantic, man. It's hard.
I know you are. And that can be very positive, though, can lead you down a road of
heartbreak,
naivete.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Well, it's some people say gullible.
Yeah, but don't get me wrong. I mean, you don't want to give that up. That big heart.
Well,
I can't, Guru. You lose your big heart, you're not Guru anymore. Mm-hmm.
Then I think about maybe if I was more like you, where I would be, and would I be further along?
No. Why would you be?
Because I would deal with situations instead of being kind, just get straight to it.
I would say you've climbed more in your life than I have.
I've had a successful sales career.
We're at the same spot. Well, we're doing fine. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What's that for? Guru and I are partners.
Your partners
in
make
the
a mockery.
16th biggest market in the country.
It's the fourth, baby.
It's not.
Don't do that. Heaven is the fourth. It's not. Yeah. Real quick, you said you're going to bed early, get some sleep. Did you get to bed early?
So, as it would happen, I go to bed relatively early, 8:30.
Wow!
9.
The sun's still out.
9:30. And I'll be a son of a if I roll over and it's 2:15.
No.
And I can't get back to sleep. So I tossed and turned for the next 3 hours.
You didn't turn the TV on, huh?
No, I didn't get out of bed.
Oh, okay. Well, you got TV in your room, right?
No.
Are you kidding me?
No TV in our bedroom.
Wow.
Well, actually, that's not true. Hold on.
Situation's well.
That's not true.
That's the only way I'd last.
Okay, we got a big bedroom.
Yeah.
And then there's like a little side room with a couch, but you can't see the TV from the bed.
The bedroom's my lab.
No, I know. But we have a couch in our bedroom that you can watch. It's like a little nook.
Okay, all right.
So
you got
if
activity.
I'm watching TV at night, which I never do.
It's not messed. I got it. I got you.
The person can sleep.
Yeah. We don't have those rules. You got light off on you. Starts a lot of stuff, yeah. When I'm in there.
Steve's in Santa Rosa. What's up, Steve?
Hey, what's happening? I don't know. My head is spinning from all this Brandon Ayuk situation.
Oh man, sorry.
And actually, all pro sports. You know, as I'm just a fan. I'm a working guy. You know, I can't even fathom what it's like to make $1 million a year playing ball. I played softball for like 40 years for free. You know.
Sure.
So, whole thing. I don't care. I don't care about how much money they make. I don't care what they do at the bar down at the Balboa Cafe. I don't care what girls they go out with. Can Brandon Ayuk, the 49ers, obviously need a good wide receiver. From all I can tell, this guy hasn't all of a sudden lost his skill that got him to the pros. So he's a professional athlete that can play ball, unless somehow or another, because he posted on social media some stupid stuff, he lost the ability to catch a football in a professional football game. I don't care about all this off-field nonsense. We need a player. He was a good player. The management or the coaching, whoever, go to this guy, talk to him, get it over with, and then if he's gone, goodbye, next player. You know, that's how I see it now. I'm just, you know, pro sports, we make so much of these guys, and we don't know them.
True.
We don't know these guys on a personal level, so why do I care? You know, I always bring this up, too, when people talk about Barry Bonds. I don't care. Barry Bonds was a model athlete. He worked his tail off. He was the best player before he started lifting weights. The lifting weights made him better. Oh, but he cheated. He took PEDs. So what? Look what he did on the field. When I turned on the TV and Barry Bonds was up, I was like, he's going to hit another home run tonight. And he did.
That's
beautiful. And it made me happy. You know, I don't care about all this nonsense. People need to get over this stuff. You don't live around them. You know, even if you see them in public, which I think is stupid, the selfies with athletes and celebrities. Like, oh, look at, I met so-and-so. I know him. I got a selfie. You don't know him.
Hey, you got to call real quick. You got to call once a week, man. But I got to interject. You, man, you've hit a home run real quick. If I think I know you like I know you, you don't care what happened with the college. You don't want to see. You don't care. You're done with it, right?
Right. His car insurance company is going to pound him harder than anybody in the media can. And that's reality. If you've ever been in an accident and had to deal with your car insurance company, they don't care who you are. They want their money.
I got you.
You know, they don't care.
Yeah.
I'd like to call more, but, you know, my work, I'm a truck driver, and now I have a camera on me. I'm recorded. I'm monitored.
Wow.
You know, it's like, yeah, it's...
Good thing they didn't have one of those in Kyle's car.
I'm laughing with you, Kyle. Yeah.
As a truck driver, I have a pretty good gig. You know, it's a local. I do, but it's not physically hard, but it's mentally
definitely
really hard because I'm just going around in circles.
I love it.
I listened to the radio and I gave up on music because they play the same thing. They're still playing the same songs from the 80s like a million times.
I've been there.
There's no new bands.
Live 105, I think you should go to. That's Marcy Weiser's station.
There's no new music. It all sounds the same.
Yep.
Then you go to talk radio, and all they do is yap about, you know, Trump and all this other garbage that, you know, bottom line is, how much are you taking out of my check? How much am I paying you in taxes a year? You know?
I love it. Oh, man.
Steve.
Caller of the week.
Don't be a stranger.
Caller of the week.
Be safe out there.
Yes, sir. We need to do that. Caller of the week moving forward. He's the first.
It doesn't seem like Steve cares about stuff off the field.
So what?
And it sounds like that camera is a mandate. Like, he didn't put that in.
I'm sure.
Man.
Well, those guys can only drive a certain amount of hours a day.
Well.
Legally, anyway.
You ever drove a big rig?
No. It's on my bucket list.
My boy Kane, G-Force Transportation, 18-wheeler. I wouldn't even try. I'd knock out a whole neighborhood.
It would actually.
But he cheated. He took PEDs. So what?
That's it.
Wait, what was I saying?
The 18-wheeler.
It's on my bucket list. Wouldn't that be a great job?
Now, that's a bad bucket
Wouldn't
list.
that be a great job after you retire?
No, that's a hard-ass job. My boy, K, you got to be strong and sweating.
No, you just, no. Drivers these days do not unload the truck.
Well, I'm talking about driving the rig.
Yeah.
That's not, you got to be strong to do that. I'm not saying you're not.
What do you think? They don't have power steering on those things?
I've been in them.
Schwarzenegger's the only one who can drive.
You're not riding a bike, man. You got to have to. Well, a lot of these trucks are going to the automatic now. They don't have the stick. But, dude, that's like, man.
You can't go to bed at 8:30.
It'd be, well, you sure can. You're just sleeping in a cab. That'd be a great job 2-3 days a week. Be cool.
This is stick. Yeah.
It's not stick.
Real quick. So you wake up at 2:15. You can't go back to sleep. What do you then do? Just think about the show?
No.
Kyle?
I thought about the vacation.
Just a review?
Yeah. It was something. Yeah, it was great.
So you didn't spend too much outside of your 500 you won. I was thinking about that driving.
I got to pay for the caddies. They're pretty expensive. Now you look confused.
Like, how much are they?
They're a lot. About 150 a round.
Oh, so you did.
So I dropped
8 rounds, I believe.
1,200 on caddies.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah.
On golf.
I didn't have to pay the greens fees, though, thank God. There was like $750 rounds.
So you waiting on payday like me?
Well, not for me.
Well,
I don't have to pay the round.
No, but the caddy you do.
Yeah, but that's
okay.
1,200. I'm not that cheap. I mean, I got to believe if it would cost a guy $15,000 to go on this trip, and I'm getting away for it.
I hear you. I got you.
Yeah. You see my book?
Yeah, I saw Shasky and your biggest fans fawn over it. But now, who put it together?
St. Andrews Golf Course.
Now, it's a book of pictures.
Yeah, it's a coffee table book.
But you're so proud.
It's so cool. Kenny, I got to show you.
Why'd you bring it in? No.
Yeah,
how about take a picture and put it on social media?
Yeah, nice little.
Yeah. What's the title?
Where's the camera?
What's the title? Tell the people the title.
No, it's just Old Course St. Andrews, and they had some photographers out there taking photos of our group. Then they put it into a coffee table book. It's really cool. Some good photos.
You're proud of it.
Well, I'm glad.
Bring it to the cafeteria.
I didn't take any photos.
That's dope.
Some good shots of Steiny in there.
Yeah.
I was in my rain gear.
Look at you.
Now, what would life expectancy of a truck driver is 61? That's not true.
Dude, it's a hard-ass
I'm not
job.
saying it's not hard.
But it shouldn't be on your bucket list. Me going to the Tahoe golf tournament, that's different. That like, I'm gay. You want to work. You don't mean that.
I'd like to try it. I'd like to drive.
Different.
I'd like to go to Sears Point, too, and drive around a track as fast as I would tolerate going. Let's go to Jay and Marin.
Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, guys. Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, I think we're all missing the big picture here. We're looking at the micro, unlike the caller before who doesn't really care about what they do on their off time. But in this Kyle Shanahan situation, I'd rather know how it was stifled. I don't care about why it was stifled. I want to know how it was stifled, because hundreds of people must have known, between the families, the hospitals, the entities, the police, everybody. But it was stifled. And that's what the real issue here is, because if something like this can be stifled for 11 days, what else can be stifled?
Well, I think we know, and I hear you, man.
That's the bigger issue in this whole Kyle Shanahan thing, not what happened or how come, it did. It's how.
Right.
Did he stifle? How was it stifled?
Hey, real quick, I got to ask you, what's that beeping noise? You hooked up to something?
I don't hear any beeping noise.
Sounds like a bomb. We're worried, but okay, you're good. Yeah, there's a little beeping going on. We're like, whoa.
No beeping noise.
Okay.
But that's the real issue.
No,
there's more societal implications to this.
Yeah.
If it's a small thing, but on a bigger level in today's world,
I got
when
you.
something like a Kyle Shanahan thing can be stifled by, because if I saw it, I'd want to go get paid. But guess what? I'm sure some people wanted to get paid, but they went to CNN, said nope. Fox, nope. TMZ, nope. Nobody could disseminate it, and that's really the interesting part about this whole thing is what entity was stifling this.
Yeah.
That's the most intriguing part about this whole thing. Not why it was, but how it was. So I'll just leave it at that.
No, I like that.
Well, damn you guys.
Well, now I would say this though. When he brings it up like that, like who stifled it? I'm kind of with him.
It's not
on the
Kyle.
There must have been dozens and dozens of people that knew this happened. So how didn't it get out? Well, maybe it didn't get out because there's nothing really to get out. Like that's a possibility too. Because that was my first thought is how did this go 11 days?
And I moved on, and I'm mad at you now because now you got me back curious.
No one entity could have stifled this.
And that's why I'm not blaming Kyle. Yeah, for the accident because he admitted fault. But the bottom line is whatever he's done and whoever arrived on the scene and the powers to be that are not releasing this video, I know people don't like this, but I'm okay. They're doing him a solid.
Okay, what if he was hurt? What if he was texting?
Banged up?
What if he's texting? What if he's found to be texting?
In some states, Donnie, that's a felony.
But does that, my question though is, does that make you look at Kyle Shanahan differently?
No, because I do
texting,
it. No, because I do it.
But he lied. But he lied about it. That would bother. That would bother me.
Now that's different when you put it that way. But yeah,
no, yes, nobody should be texting. But if there's a legal consequence to texting that's different than fishing for your phone, then
By the way, we don't know if he lied or not.
Right.
I said that.
Yeah.
I said that. Of course we don't.
I was just saying I mess around with the phone. Shame on me, and I'm getting better at it. But he was so banged up and hurt. The powers to be, for whatever reason, and I said this to Willard, Dibbs, and Evan, and Grandy, they showed him some grace, man. And that doesn't mean.
But who's they?
The police department.
Okay, the whole police department.
I think everybody that showed, the paramedics, whatever, they did their due diligence. Now, I thought it didn't do Kyle any favors when, there was a clerical error. He was at fault. Let's go fix that. That makes you, I can get the skeptics.
Don't you think it's wrong if they're doing Kyle a solid?
You're talking to a guy
I think you're using the word grace wrong there. I use solid. They're doing him a solid. I don't think that's like giving him grace. I think that's taking him off the hook if that's the way it went down.
And you're talking to a guy that got pulled over in the carpool lane, and I'll flash a, badge. Oh, Guru, it's Donnie Guru, and I get off of that note. You know what I mean? So I can't sit here and judge.
I don't think those two are the same at all.
Butcher sent us a text. I got to read it.
Okay. Well, let's stop the show.
I didn't say.
No, go ahead. Stop the show to read Joe Shasky, who has a 4-hour show on his own.
The beep sounded like a dude was on life support. Did you? Emmy got in my ear. He was hooked up to something.
It's like an episode of 24.
Yeah.
Kiefer Sutherland.
I was just, you beat me to it.
Well, yeah.
Ayuk will not be a commander. Diggs took the.
Well, you don't know.
So
that.
Ayuk had the intel right. They were in need. They were going to, I'll go Apple, upgrade. And now Diggs is there. But yeah, I'm so fascinated in how this season's going to play out football-wise on if they're that 12-win team.
They're probably not. 12's too high.
Beautiful.
You don't think 12's too high?
No, I got you. Yeah, now you got the two best teams, I believe, in football in your division.
So why'd you start with 12 wins?
Because they won 12 last year.
Yeah, they're not going to win 12 this year.
But that's why I started with it.
Why don't you start with what you think is realistic?
No, I'll start with what you did last. 12.
Okay, well, they're not going to win 12 this year.
Kenny Stabler.
Go to bet?
No,
of course.
We got our prediction.
So why didn't you say 11?
Listen, man, it's about the show. We got our prediction show coming. I don't want to tell the people.
Done doing.
You waking up at 2:15.
Then we got our schedule show. What do you think they're going to do week 1 against the Rams in Australia? That's a win.
So
that's a loss.
What?
That's the guy.
My man.
They don't care who you are.
All right. Okay. Let me think for a sec here.
I'm just going around in circles.
That's very good.
All right. See this?
I see it all.
No, you kind of didn't see this one.
Well, give it to me then.
It's a little Warrior thing I'll throw at you on the other side. I think there's a very important player we got to talk about. That segment was brought to you by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
Hey, no one plans to call a lawyer, but a lot of people wish they had sooner. Because after an accident, the clock starts immediately. Insurance companies move fast. They call, they record, they push for answers. And one wrong move, saying too much, signing too early, trusting the process, can cost you thousands. That's why waiting is the biggest mistake you can make. Call Beam Law first. Before you speak to insurance, before you agree to anything, before you risk your case. This isn't just a claim, it's your recovery and income. It's your future. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
I just bought a new automobile the same way they did in the 1900s when movies were silent.
Well, I just got this Jeep from FlexCar. Maintenance and insurance are included, and I can switch cars anytime.
What are you, high on giggle juice?
The first and only month-to-month car lease. FlexCar, you drive everything.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Baseball season is in full swing, and there's no better place to be than Cow Sheep.
Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform. Right now, Milwaukee is trading at a 10% probability to win it all come the end of October. And that means a $100 trade pays out $880 if they prevail at the end of October. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house. And as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Download the Kalshi app and use code DIBS, D-I-B-S, to get up to $500 in bonus credits when you trade 25. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned here. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's Bailard.com.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
San Francisco weather, morning clouds are burning off. 57 now, high of 68.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
I'm just going around in circles. So what? They don't care who you are. They want their money.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Thanks to Steve in the truck in the highlight of the show. Got about 4 drops. He was
they
terrific.
Want their money.
He's absolutely right. Hey, you know what I did today, Goo? I remember seeing something on my vacation and about Curry. So I Googled Curry and the Celtics.
Oh, yeah, they had that old cockamamie stuff floating around.
They said Brad Stevens made a call to the Warriors.
Okay, go, I'll be quiet.
Okay. Yeah. I'll tell you what.
Stop. 30 ain't going anywhere.
Okay. All right. Doesn't mean teams aren't calling. And you know why they're calling? Because they know the Warriors are in trouble. And
no, they got one more year into the books this year, and then it's go time.
Yeah. You know, I was thinking, of course, Curry, really tight with Jason Tatum. They were golfing together in Martha's Vineyard. That's in New England.
Neck of the woods.
That's in Massachusetts. And they seem to get along pretty well. But here's what I was thinking. You know, and I wonder that. I could probably ask some people and wonder, but like, of all the conversations the Warriors have ever had with Curry over the years, do you think they ever had one where Lacob and Myers or Dunleavy said, Steph, if things get sideways, what would you want to do?
I don't think
you don't think they ever asked him that.
No,
I do. They've had to.
Okay, one, I'll say you were at the height of a dynasty. the dude revolutionized the game to the point that he's got his own wing in Springfield, or it's about to start.
So they're not taking his temperature.
Okay, right. But no, hold
They're
on.
not.
You asked me a question. This is how I answer it. And, Stoney, it just hasn't been that bad. Is when we talk about bad, not Michael Jackson bad, the bad. Yeah, the last 4 or 5 years you missed the playoffs a couple of times or whatnot, but I just don't think with a guy like that, you're Derek Jeter, you're I want to say Barry, but he wasn't a one jersey guy. You get where I'm going. Just a guy like Steph Curry, he'll never put on another uniform, man. It's like Kobe. Okay. It's so like Magic.
Should Mike Dunleavy hang up? Should he have?
I wonder why you're getting aggressive. Now, see, you're like, Sonny, you popped out the chair. Like, just relax. Now go again. Like, I just don't think he's going anywhere,
this
man.
Is on camera.
So my question is, should the Warriors just hang up on Brad Stevens? Hey, just wondering. I see where you guys are at. And Laker, by the way, used to be a part owner of the Celtics.
Oh, this is what I was going to tell you.
So anyway, you don't think – so Brad Stevens goes, hey Mike, Dunleavy, Brad Stevens. Hey, Brad, what's going on? What do you got cooking, buddy? Yeah, I just want to feel you out on Steph Curry. Click.
No, not a click.
What do you do?
It's interesting.
What do you think?
If you were 3 years removed, 3 years before the books reset and things were looking this bad and cranky and old and you're hurt, I would understand that conversation might, hey, meet me for a martini somewhere next time you're in town. Let's hook up. But the fact that this summer, once this season culminates, your books reset. If I'm Steph, and I believe Steph.
Going to a ready-made team?
No, that we're going to bring something in. We are going to bring something.
He'll be 39.
Okay, you can't run from that. But the bottom line is, you got me so fixated on we're so close now to the Warriors being able to really go do something and be up to the plate with bases loaded. We're going to find out a lot about Mike Dunleavy, because now the resources, there's going to be no excuses. You got to close. Now, you came at me yesterday with a little Phil Negro knuckleball. You said, well, these are the only people available.
Right.
And I was like, oh, whoa. But you got to make something happen. And we'll find out with the extension or the table of the extension if Steph likes a little furnace.
Well, that's the big marker, if you will, August 29th. And Nick Friedel had a story today in The Athletic about, what Curry's thinking right now. And, one of the beauties about Steph Curry is you never know what he's thinking because he doesn't talk about it. So if Steph Curry were open to anything or not open to anything, regardless, we probably wouldn't hear a lot about it. But I got to tell you, I'm just, and I looked at the Celtics roster, and I don't think they can get enough there.
All right, okay.
Although the Celtics have all their first rounders and the two they just got from Philly for Jaylen Brown. But it's the Celtics, and it's, of all the teams that always have gone through my mind, but could Steph go somewhere? Like, I never thought the Celtics, but if I think about it, I could see Steph saying if there'd be anywhere else, that might be the place.
Oh, not for me. It would be San Antonio.
Yeah, well, I don't think he's going. I don't think he's going there. I still think the Celtics and the Lakers are the big boys. He's not going to the Lakers. He'll never go to the Lakers. Right. Boston, I really think could hold some intrigue for Steph.
And you kind of laid it out, but I guess I'm hitting the plus sign on the calculator. Can you give me more as to why today you feel like Boston would be the leader in the clubhouse?
But because Brad Stevens called the Warriors about Steph Curry.
Well,
there was a report. So
yeah, I was taking your convo as where he would want to go. And I thought home first, with Charlotte, but he wouldn't be anywhere closer to a title, a little closer than where he's at right now. But I think Boston's going to take 3 steps back. I don't think Tatum by himself can do what Jaylen did by himself with Boston. So that remains unseen. But the bottom line is you were out yesterday, and I forgot to.
No, I was here.
Last week. So, how we cut socials, Evan will cut us or Kenny will cut us, and then you see it on social, and you're like, it didn't sound like, I'm not blaming them. It It's out of context. I didn't mean it like that. So you and I, you don't remember this, about a year and a half ago at the Ship, we were having a real conversation about life, and then we went down the road of basketball. We went down basketball. And it was a Joe Lacob thing, and Kawakami did a podcast a couple weeks ago, Stoney, and while you were gone, and I'm paraphrasing, there was inactivity from the Warriors, and people were mad, still mad. Tim Kawakami said, basically alluding that Joe Lacob could be fixated or focused on the Warriors after Curry. So I said to Evan during the show, the reality is Joe Lacob is headed to the Hall of Fame. I mean, this dude's hitting it out the park. 4 rings, spent $800 million. They got a second apron. I call it the Joe Lacob rule. He's done everything and some. He's a killer, right? But Steiny, the rat on the table brought to you by Echo Pest Control, he inherited Steph Curry. He didn't go find him.
I've always said that.
That's what I shared to Evan. Like, we had a conversation at the Ship, and I'll never forget. I go, Steiny, I said it like this. Do you think Joe Lacob's thinking about, does it not bother him? But the one thing about the Chef in this dynasty is he didn't find Steph. He inherited Steph. So when Kawakami didn't get that from Lacob, but I took it as if Lacob was holding on to the picks, and maybe that's why the Warriors were inactive at the deadline. I was thinking, oh, my God, if I'm Curry, I'm like flipping the spread because now maybe Joe is thinking about we're kind of far, we're not close, but I'm going to hold on to my assets so I can think about and build and go find my Steph. And I kind of like, killers think like that. People, great minds think like that. So I don't think that to be the case because there was really – what did they miss on, Stoney?
I remember saying that like 10 years ago, and you're like, no, Joe doesn't care.
So you didn't know it resonated with me. It stayed with me. But when I heard Kawakami say that, I said, oh, my gosh. But it wasn't that. Marcus Thompson wrote the article, and if you just read the title, you're thinking, oh, the Chef is upset. Then you read the article, Steph is cool. I just think this offseason, this one coming up after the season, is everything. Well, and when Steph, August 29th or 27th, you said, we'll find out what he's thinking.
And I'm getting sick of that, too.
I know that was a long
I'm getting sick of that, too.
Of what?
This offseason's everything. Next offseason is everything. Yeah. No, it's not. It's not everything.
But you have no constraints. You're ready to go.
You're not ready to go. Curry's going to be 39. You have to figure that into the equation. Like, seriously. Like, okay, just go out and get the best free agent possible just for Steph. Like, at 39. But I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that, now, I didn't hear the Kawakami thing.
Yeah.
But you used the word, he's fixated.
Oh, well, and I put that in there.
Okay, well, I don't know what I don't want to use fixated.
All right.
But, like, I would say, no S.
Right.
He was thinking about life after Curry when he picked James Wiseman. He was thinking about life after Curry 5 years ago. He has to be thinking about it now. You don't think about life without Steph Curry and draft those two guys that they drafted, knowing damn well it was going to take 3 to 4 years for guys without a basketball foundation to evolve.
Okay, I hear you, but just tell me what you give me for this. At that juncture, things were different at the Wiseman pick, and Curry was younger. A team that didn't acquire a player via trade or free agency, when you hear that phrase and you think about, is that why you're not trying to enhance Steph Curry? That's how the fan base takes it. And I'm not saying everybody, but I'm like, he deserves better. So when you say that today, after an offseason to where they didn't add, it kind of, you wonder to yourself, is that on purpose? Are they holding on to those assets and not trying to enhance Curry? I don't feel like Joe is not trying to enhance Curry.
He's not giving up those picks.
Yeah, okay.
So that's that. And if, like,
four number ones for Jaylen Brown was ridiculous. Like, as much as I wanted JB, no, you don't do that with where he's at.
Okay. Well, then you're not going to be able to get a player in here good enough in his prime enough to help Steph if you're not going to give up picks. So it's a catch-22 in a way where the Warriors are at, I think. Because you can't give up those picks unless you have a player that you are certain can carry after Steph Curry.
Right.
And I don't know that there's a player out there other than, they loved Giannis.
And he struck out twice there.
I don't know who else, but I'm just saying, look.
But
if Boston called about Curry, who knows who else is calling about Curry?
But if I were running the Warriors, and I'm telling you can make as many jokes as you want because you have. If I'm Joe Lacob and I got the track record and history, and Steph Curry did what he did on my watch, you're not getting Steph Curry.
Okay.
My goal is to always, Stoney, I'm looking down the road, but the bottom line is it's a human thought to have. From Joe Lacob to
ask you a
know
question.
I'm so successful. We've been a dynasty, but I inherited Steph. Not a bad thing, but that is a nugget. And I'm sure he's like, man, I can't wait to show everybody that, I can go get that person. All I'll say to that is, it ain't got off to a good start. You know what I mean? Wiseman,
Could
Kuminga.
a team, let me ask you this question.
Look, we can keep going.
Would there ever be a trade good enough to move Steph?
If somebody threw 4 at me.
Okay.
And
who?
And no, but it would take Steph to say to me, it's not you, it's me. One of those things where what I'm saying is 50-50, Stoney?
Well,
and things like that happen.
What about if the Warriors are proactive and they go to Steph and they go, Steph, you have been around here forever.
Yeah.
We're not going to have a good year. He's already talked about being realistic about this upcoming year.
Right.
And you're going to say, listen, we're probably going to struggle this year, but you see our situation next year, and we're going to try next year. But as you know, Steph, we have not come up big in these situations. We got one guy for you in the last 10 years.
And that was bad luck.
And it was a trade.
Oh, okay.
So,
you're talking Jimmy.
Yeah.
And I'm we're talking Kyle Police Department and Grace, at least I am. And I'm going to bring up that word again. I want Steph, and I told Evan every day, I want him to be mad. Just mad to where this is not acceptable. But the fact that Jimmy got hurt the way he did, Steiny, he got hurt, and they went and brought him in, and everything changed right then and there. I am wondering if he looks at that as, that's just effing bad luck. Because technically, how can I be mad at Mike Dunleavy or Joe when we went and got Jimmy?
Well, I mean,
things
you
were
can
changing.
call it bad luck. All you want.
But that's what it was.
It was a risk, and they lost.
It was a gamble. Well, that's a risk.
Look, here's the bottom line with Jimmy Butler. Injury or no, he doesn't play all the time for one reason or the other. And they went out and got a guy who didn't play consistently over pretty much the course of the last 6-8 years. And then he got hurt. So he's missing more time. I mean, they acquired a 60-game player, and they're not even getting that from him.
Let's have some fun here. And Evan, I want your opinion. Right now, what's the market value for Steph? I say 3 1s. I believe a team that thinks they're close would give that up for Steph Curry right now today with healthy Steph Curry.
The problem, the biggest issue the Warriors would ever have with moving Steph is that I'm pretty sure that the trade would leave people here in the Bay say, you got to be kidding me.
Okay.
Like, just for example, and I haven't even looked at the salaries.
Yeah.
But, okay, Boston. Boston wants to make a deal for Curry. Okay, well, we got to take Derek White because he's the best player there right now other than Tatum and, and would they give up Pritchard? Okay, and 2 or 3 first-round picks. All right, well, I'll tell you what. The Warriors have traded Steph Curry for Derek White, Peyton Pritchard, and 2 or 3 first-round picks.
Hell would break loose.
People are going to be bummed.
Yeah, no doubt.
So
I was kind of bypassing that part of it, but that's why I keep telling you and everybody that'll listen, he's going nowhere because he deserves that. And if I'm running the team, I'm worried about that. Steph Curry is still super duper box office, and you haven't said he's not, but we got to keep it real, man. The dude is still, with LeBron, the face of the league, went upright.
It's like,
talk to me.
It's just, I don't know, man.
Tell me.
We're in la la land here sometimes.
Well, we're in la la land of not making the playoff land.
I'm talking to my guys in Philly about Steph Curry, and they're like, yeah, he gets hurt all the time. I'm like, well, not all the time, but
right.
He got hurt last year, and he got hurt in the playoffs too. Like, You're listening. Yeah. Got to do this. 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Laughing Monk, righteously brewed in San Francisco. The one thing I will say about, let me tell you what doesn't equate to a guy changing teams.
Tell me.
It doesn't matter who these guys golf with. Doesn't mean they're teaming up.
Well,
I mean, everybody golfs with everybody.
Come on now.
So,
yeah.
No, the other thing, who's the other, I was just thinking about things hypothetically. Oh, okay. Okay, San Antonio. You're going to have to take De'Aaron Fox. Nobody's going to want De'Aaron Fox.
Especially here.
Now, could you get another good player from San Antonio for Steph and a couple picks?
Well, I guess I don't
know.
Yeah, I'm ignoring the fans, and that's hard because that's what I am, and the uproar and the people being upset. But I still think, Sonny, bottom line is Steph Curry, when healthy, is 3 or 4 number ones, man. Like, if San Antonio had Steph Curry, they would have been hoisting up the O'Brien Trophy. I believe if Miami, if Giannis with their new team, if they had Steph shooting from the outside, I mean, man, that's just – the dude is still a wizard at his craft, man. Like, I mean that. So how do we get something? And again, Stoney, we don't need Michael Jordan.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do, Goo. I mean, you need a play. This thing can't turn around in 1 year unless they go get Jokic.
Well, we were robbed of we saw Jimmy in the playoffs that first game, and then Steph got hurt.
You're going to hold on to a game from 2 years ago if they get to the playoffs. That was 2 years ago.
No, my premise was they were what? They had won 14 out of 16 before something like that before Jimmy got hurt last year.
But Jimmy got hurt.
Yeah.
Jimmy got hurt and he's still hurt.
I got
It's almost like he's not going to play for half the season.
No, that's a big deal. That's why I'm telling you I'm not high on the season. But I'm not robbing them of doing the Niners what they did with 12 last year.
Are you serious?
Like, I don't know what to expect. You don't know what to expect. That's.
I don't think this is a 500 team right now. Do you?
I'm willing to take that bet, but that puts you in a bad light.
They were 37 and 45.
Yeah, Steph missed 40-something games.
And Butler played for 40.
Yeah, but...
Okay, so, again, you are just, rather than...
If you told me Curry's playing 60 games, there's no way...
I can't tell you that.
Oh.
I can't, but that's the thing. I don't think he's gonna. You assume he will.
Yeah.
And I don't know how you can do that anymore. That's all.
Yeah,
I get you have to do it because he's got one more year left.
But
and we're going to work with him. Here's the other thing. If you're another team, you've got to be worried about Curry's knee.
Well,
right?
I can't front. Yeah.
So that, look, it's highly unlikely.
I'm all over and we're up against it, but I was so worried about McCaffrey when he went out and got hurt that season, and all he did was go to the lab and come back and get 400-plus touches.
Yeah, he was high usage for sure.
No, so, yeah, he lasted.
Yeah, he lasted.
I'm giving Steph, the word of the day is that grace, too.
Okay.
Yeah. Hopefully, but Sonny, it's all bad if the knee is. If it's real and it's something, it's over.
You know what? Do you notice you do that all the time with our hometown players?
Like, give me another name.
You're giving Curry grace.
Give me another name. Give me a giant that
Jimmy
I'm giving
Butler
grace
Jimmy Butler won't be Jimmy Butler in this culture. Draymond Green will be on his best behavior. It's like, okay.
I believe that.
Oh, I know you do. But it's like, any issue we have here, it's not a big deal.
You're so wrong.
But the smallest issue on another team, they got trouble.
Oh,
they got trouble.
I feel like that's somebody else, but you're putting it on me. I don't operate like that.
You said yesterday, you expect Draymond to be on his best behavior despite 15 years of evidence.
We got a bet. We got a locked bet.
You said that no chance Jimmy Butler would ever do anything self-serving as a Warrior.
Well, I left here telling you swayed me. I left here telling you swayed me.
All right.
Yeah, I told it to Willard. He didn't agree. Remember on the crossover, you swayed me on that one.
All right, and Steph's going to play 65. All right,
I said 60,
and I get he's not Anthony Davis, but whenever we say, "Hey, Anthony Davis," and I get it, he's not Anthony Davis, but
Oh, my God.
He's getting older.
Right, but you went to AD. Street clothes. Hey, come on.
Last 2 years.
One was in the playoffs.
Exactly. At the worst possible time.
Stop.
At the worst possible time. You know what's funny? I do think, this is what boggles my mind. Now, we know sports is a cyclical business.
Oh, man.
Right? And we know Steph's a generational player. But we also know the Warriors are in a tough spot right now, and they're probably in a little bit of trouble. And we all know, we all know they do have one ace card in their back pocket. And nobody wants to do this, even if it would be the fastest, best, and most efficient way to get back on track.
So it's not an ace card.
Yes, it is.
Basketball-wise, it may be, but if you got to worry about the people, the fans, it ain't an ace card.
No doubt.
An ace card is when you can do it and got to worry. Stoney, you said it. The blowback would be, oh, my God.
Yeah.
And I love those dudes you mentioned.
Gutsy teams make gutsy moves. Joe Lacob fancies himself a big risk taker.
So do you have a problem, just real quick on him, when I say the second apron is the Joe Lacob rule?
I don't care.
See that, but that tells me that I'm right.
No, it wasn't.
And you agree.
Okay, fine. It was. That doesn't change it. It's not going away.
But you get something from me in that book. Like when you could do it, he did it. You know what I mean? He blew past
Kevin Durant did it by coming here. That's what spurred the second apron. If you want to, okay, yes, I'll give it to you. Joe Lacob is so incredible that they changed the rules.
I'm just saying the man's
What's the Joe Lacob rule? Okay, well, now we got to live with it.
No, I'm coming down this road for the Wiseman and Kuminga, and I have.
I wouldn't love it, Andrew, if the Warriors traded Steph Curry. I wouldn't feel one way or the other about it. What I'm saying is people automatically rule out doing it without hearing anything about what the possibilities would be. So if you really want to improve your team, you've got to listen to every single thing under the sun. And you don't have to do everything under the sun, but what do they say? You miss 100 foul shots you don't take. Yeah.
So, but there's a drop at this station, one of your best. You would feel some type of way if this year. You said he was the best thing to happen to your illustrious career.
And my career's over now.
Well,
it's over in the next year or two, so I don't care.
So, Evan, working with me, his career's over. Wow.
Well, it's lasted 10 years.
The man's just...
By the way, guys, a couple of training camp updates for the 49ers. Still no practice for Mike Evans or Dejon Stripling. Jacob Cowling also out today. So five wide receivers hurt since the start of camp for the Niners. And this is per Nick Wagner of ESPN. Kyle Juszczyk is not practicing today due to a broken finger.
Is Cowling ever healthy? And now you're two wideouts. You're dudes. Again, it's just it's a Wednesday.
Yep, before substation talk.
No, wow, man. All you can say is wow.
Yeah, just bad luck, huh? Buzzard's luck.
I didn't use that.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I do want to get into this Draymond Green sound that...
you got to give me some love.
Yeah, Guru sent it out, and I listened to it, and I'll just tell you this. A lot of people say, "Oh, you hate Draymond Green." It's like, I don't hate anybody. But this sound of Draymond Green is absolutely beyond insightful. It's Draymond Green,
it's incredible,
at his best, and you can't not listen to this and think, dude's got a point. All right, 888-957-9570. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
I'm just going around in circles.
Hey, it's Willard. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you've ever stayed for the ninth inning comeback, know how to time the beer run to still make it back for the stretch. If you're up for whatever the game brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Brewed with the purest ingredients for finest quality. There's a reason it's America's best-selling Hazy IPA. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. A lot of Bay Area banking customers are faced with a choice. Which financial institution best fits what they're looking for? It might make sense to consider a bank's history. Take Fremont Bank. For 60 years, we've provided stability and consistency with an emphasis on relationships. We've grown one customer at a time, not through mergers or acquisitions, because that's how you can do business when you're independently owned and community focused. Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. When it comes to pest control, don't guess. Go online and get the facts with Atco Pest Control. Atco is a family-owned local company that's been protecting the Bay Area homes for over 40 years. And quality service does not have to come at a crazy price tag. If you're dealing with ants, spiders, rodents, or anything crawling where it should not be, visit AtcoPest.com. That's ATCO Pest.com to learn more and schedule service today. Atco's got you covered.
Looking for something fun for everyone? Join the Autism Society San Francisco Bay Area for its 3rd annual Family Festival on Saturday, August 15th from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at Sunnyvale Baylands Park. Enjoy live music featuring JD and the Shout, arts and crafts, carnival games, a scavenger hunt with prizes, and special barnyard animal visits. Explore community resources and grab lunch, popcorn, or a snow cone. Admission is free. Bring your family, friends, and neighbors for a welcoming celebration of community and inclusion. Info at sfasa.org. Sponsored by Pettinelli Financial.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Dana from San Francisco. Alejandro and Alex did a wonderful job installing the MyQ garage door system on my extra tall 1906 24-hour delivery service entrance. I appreciated all your attention to detail. Thank you, R&S.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins Aeroburst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of Aeroburst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right. You can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Everyone has a personal agenda.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. Apparently, Wayne Gretzky was the guy who said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
I said Jordan.
I know, and they're saying...
Who was they?
Text line.
Well, in my world, it's always been Jordan. It was Jordan.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take was Gretzky, not Jordan. Goo.
I got Jordan.
They didn't. He just didn't.
Hockey shot or hoop shot? Scoring.
You need a minute, Kenny? All right.
Why's Kenny got his hat on backwards? How whack is that?
Man.
Please.
Why are you worried about it?
Exactly.
Hey.
Somebody's insecure. Why would that bother you?
No, it's whack.
Why? Yeah, nobody wears their hat backwards.
Tony Romo,
it's the first time I've ever seen a guy in a hat backwards.
It was whack.
Shanahan wears it backwards.
When?
He always does. Practice.
Oh, in practice. I'm not doing the game.
Oh, it feels like I'm at practice.
Oh, wow. Oh, Kenny, huh? Hey, I missed you, man. Seriously.
I've been back for 2 days.
Yeah, but I missed you.
All right. Boy. Yeah, I just what was I going to say? You know how, you still need a minute?
No, I just want to make sure we're talking about Draymond, right?
We're talking about Draymond, talking about players taking less.
Gotcha.
It's about 2 minutes.
And it's very provocative, and I sent it to Steiny last night, and he signed off on it.
The guy who said it was Gretzky said, stay in your lane.
I saw that. Jordan
right.
said the only shot you don't miss is the one you don't take. Yeah. There we go.
This was on Draymond Green's podcast from yesterday.
And when I made my statement about Jalen Brunson shouldn't take the discount, maybe Josh Hart should take the discount. I said Josh Hart coming from a place where I come from. I stand by that. And the reason I stand by that is because I'm happy as hell Landry Shamet got paid. Landry Shamet took less than Landry Shamet could make. And if he wanted to stay on that team, he was going to have to take less. That's just how the books are set up. Oh, and by the way, JB took a pay cut. You see reports of Karl Anthony Towns is going to have to take less if he want to stay with the Knicks. They can largely throw that around because Jalen Brunson took a pay cut, so they can say that to the next guy. Mikal Bridges, if I'm not mistaken, left over 20 or 30 million on the table because Jalen Brunson took a pay cut. Moving further down the line, the New York Knicks didn't go win a championship, and when they go win that championship, the team that they beat, the superstar of that team that they beat, Victor Wembanyama, then goes and take less. Easier to sell to that guy to take less when the guy he just lost to in the finals took less. When you come back and say, oh, don't count pockets, I ain't got to count nobody else's pockets, my pockets are high. But the facts are the facts.
I thought that was brilliant.
It's pretty insightful to me.
And then how you take less affects the next person when it's their turn, you know?
Right.
So I'm like, damn, okay, Dre.
So let's close the circle.
Man.
Steph Curry has to take less. He's got to take less. Right?
But this is
he
too far.
Has to take less.
If he wants to win here, he has to, and he knows it, man.
Well, we hope,
I think
he knows it. But the point is,
like Draymond don't want him to take less.
Well, that's the conundrum. Like,
man,
you know, Steph could demand 67 and probably get it.
No,
I'd be surprised if Joe would say, "Yeah, we're just not doing that."
Right.
So Steph's going to have to take less. But I think is that fair?
I mean, now, okay, Dre said he's not counting pockets. I'm counting pockets. It all depends on who you're talking to. If this were Pods, it would be unfair. But Steph is a corporation in itself. He knows he's made buku money. And Steiny, he benefits from taking less here. You know, this probably be his last. He benefits because they can put those resources back into the team. That's all. So, yeah, he's taking less, but you're still benefiting because that money, hopefully, is spent to go season your team elsewhere.
Yeah, the one thing that Draymond didn't address, which I think is fair, is I think the thing that I would like to talk to him about is why can What are the reasons a player takes less?
So other people can eat.
Okay. To be selfless.
Yeah, right, gotcha.
Okay. You know why else they do it? Because they already have enough money.
Oh, yeah, man.
So the league is full of players. The salary cap and the structure has jumped so high that guys are now making $50, $60 million. Yes, they can take a pay cut.
Yeah.
Of course they can.
Wemby did it.
Exactly. So,
I mean, wow, I couldn't believe it. Wow.
So what Draymond's saying is, to me, essentially, that this collective bargaining agreement has had residual effects that aren't good for players' bottom lines. Now, people might not care about that.
No, I felt it.
But we're going to get into a situation where you're either going to be a guy who takes everything you can get, or you're going to be a guy with so much money that you can afford to take less for your team. And we'll just kind of see how it all works out.
And we would both love to be that guy, right? You and I, everybody walking this earth that's made so much you can afford to take less.
Like, look at LeBron.
Welfare. He's playing for nothing. It's incredible.
I mean, look.
Here's
the question, and I think this has become more clear. Not that it matters, but how much less is Steph going to take than the max? That's the real question.
And is there a rule? Is there a threshold? Like
no,
man,
you could take the mid-level if you wanted. I mean, that'd be dumb. That's too much.
And he's on record.
Too little.
I don't like when I hear him and Dre say it. And now Dre, we hadn't even talked about Dre. Oh, we did in the crossover with Grandy and Willard. When Dre was like, I don't want to be in regard to the no trade clause he didn't get. I don't want to be in, if somebody want to trade me, and I don't want to be anywhere nobody wants me. My point is, you've also said, and Steph, and I just don't like it. And it's not because I don't believe it, but we want to leave this team better off than it was. Okay, I get you. But when push comes to shove like Dre, he might be up out of here. But, man, if you're telling me Steph could, again, Steiny, I don't know Steph on a personal basis. We've had the pleasure to meet him, talk to him a few times, and I feel like I know him, you guys and athletes like that. But, I mean, what does the missus say on this? What's her, or is Steph Aisha, we got so much money, this thing could be $500K and we'll be fine, but I don't expect that. But I can't wait just to see how it plays out. And if I'm Joe Lacob, not that he's clamoring, not that he's politicking for it, I got to feel like him and Mike think with what they think Steph Curry is and who they think he is, they're going to benefit. Like, Steph won't ask for the max.
You wouldn't think. You wouldn't think.
All right.
It is something now that, Brunson did it, Wemby did it, LeBron did it. Towns is going to probably have to do it. I mean, the trend is going that way.
But the money, like you said, is so great, Steiny. It's easier to sacrifice than it's ever been if you're one of those dudes.
Right, if you're one of those dudes.
Yeah. But if you're not.
But if you're Landry Shamet and you want to stay in New York, you got to take less.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it all plays out.
But he was very, I thought, astute in breaking that down.
Yeah. Now, what was the other thing I saw about the Warriors?
Golfing with Tatum.
No, it was something else.
Draymond.
No.
Jimmy.
Is Pod's getting an extension?
Not next year. Next season he will.
You know what? I think he might get one this year.
Well, I told you, Evan, before you got back, and you talked about the crowd and again, I respect Pods, but Steiny, I think all the inactivities that the Warriors did, it would do him a solid if they waited to announce his extension. Because if that's the news that he's getting paid after this inactive or what we deem porous offseason, I think fans would be irate. Like, it wouldn't do Pods any favors. What do you think of that? Well, he'd be like, Guru, I'm getting bread. I don't give a damn. But you know what I mean? that would be the time you're going to say Pod's got some bread, his new money? I don't know.
So Pods is set to make about 5.5 next year, and then he's a free agent. So if they extend him now, he would be at least if the Warriors extend Pods right now, he'll be the highest contract on the books in 2027, 28. As of now.
Right.
That'll obviously change.
Right.
But
what do you think he's worth per?
15 to 20.
Well, Moody was 15, right? So
yeah. Well, Moody's 13.
Yeah.
But it's 2-3 years later. I mean, yeah, get ready for a number that a lot of fans are going to think is too high.
Well, I got you.
I think for sure. Yeah. There's going to be a lot of that's going to be a big date, August 29th.
And it may happen sooner, right? Could.
Yeah, I guess it could, sure.
Could pop off.
Friedel had a great story today in the Athletic.
I started reading some of it and didn't get to all of it. Go ahead, help me out.
I mean, he's basically saying that, right now, what if the Warriors between now and the 29th announce an extension for Curry, whether it's 1 year or 2, what does that mean? And then if they don't extend him, what does that mean?
Well, that's what I want and been clamoring for.
What?
That means he is not happy in the sense of, okay, yeah, don't take my kindness for weakness. Some things got to be done for us to get better here.
So
that's how I'm looking at him tabling those talks.
Oh, like he's putting pressure on the Warriors?
No doubt about it.
Okay, well, then what if they can't get better?
Now, that's a different story.
Well,
but
they haven't been able to get better.
Yeah.
They didn't get better this offseason.
But I would be fed up until the point where we find out they couldn't do it, that he put that fire underneath them. If he tables these talks, we know, okay, you're going into the season, that Curry wants to see what's going to be done. That, and if he signs before they tip this season, then he's okay with everything, like he's been kind of saying.
This is the Curry contract is going to be monumental.
Is the new normal a part of it? Like, will he will he say, because I can't?
They are in such a tricky position with him that I don't envy the Warriors. You've got a generational player who, when he plays, still plays at a high level, but he doesn't play as much as he does or used to, and he has slipped a little, but he is Steph Curry, so you better figure it out in a right way.
Man.
Because you better know this knee is okay.
It's everything, man.
Right. And that,
But what if
here's what's funny. Here's what's funny. Right. I say to you, about the Warriors, I'll say, maybe the Warriors ask Steph to table. And you just said, well, maybe Steph will want a table. So maybe that's the way they'll go. To not do it this summer.
Now, there's two things to this, two sides to me on this. We talked about the risk with Jimmy Butler coming back without getting new money and something going bad. But Steph doesn't need to get over or trick anybody because he's got so much bread. But I'm talking about the confidence in this new normal. If Steph has some apprehension about this knee and holding up, do you go just, I'll take a little off the top, get paid, and then if the knee goes bad, you got that money? That doesn't sound like Steph Curry. I don't know. But for him to say, hey, let's just table it, and then this resurfaces this new normal with the runner's knee, now, Steiny, the Lakeups and the Dunleavys of the world are going to be like, dude, we got a serious problem here. You know what I mean? Like, whoa, the engine's got something going on with it.
Well, this is kind of, this is why, again, I'm not advocating for anything. I like to have these conversations because they're conversations that clearly the organization and Curry have to be at least thinking about. And I know the Bay Area loves Steph Curry. And I say things like, would it be fair for Joe Lacob to say to Steph, let's hold off on a contract in August and let's see how your knee feels this year? Is that disrespect?
I'm
That's
being real.
preposterous.
Okay. Well, you asked, Donnie. I think that would be offensive.
Offensive.
Yeah. I just if I'm Steph and
you know
damn, that's what it is now. Like,
I'm
and again,
asking
we don't
you.
know. Yeah, we don't know.
You're Steph.
Yeah.
You're Steph.
The way you phrased it, I think that would I might be pissed off on the way home.
I phrased it as carefully as I could. Steph, anyway, we could hold off to make sure that knee can hold up.
Well, Joe, I'm telling you, I'm fine.
Guarantee.
Okay, Joe, my knee's good.
All right, sorry for disrespecting you. Sorry for asking you for something that sounds pretty logical to me. You've got a guy who the last 2 years has been injury prone. He's got one more year left.
The first one was a hammy.
Doesn't matter. He missed the end of the most important part of the season.
It doesn't matter because the new normal, this is way more serious than the hamstring going, I'm saying.
Okay, and you're still willing to give him another year without even test driving him first.
Yeah, but that's where the you
want to talk about a player
tacky comes
that
in.
has earned things that Larry Bird didn't even earn or Magic Johnson didn't even earn. Like, okay, all right. I don't... So we can't even have that discussion.
You're gonna laugh, but just the way I live, Stoney, and what he's already done, and Dibbs did it so well. Dibbs, when he talked about Curry's money that he's made and what he's getting paid, he's underpaid for when you look at everything that goes on with Joe Lacob's pockets and Chase Center, and it's real. But I guess, Donnie, to finesse the situation, I would be let Steph say that. But for me to say all of a sudden, hey,
let Steph say what?
Hey, my knee. You know what? I'm gonna meet you halfway because I don't know how much confidence I got in this knee, and I would feel bad if you were to max me out in this research. But don't say all of a sudden now, and he would have the right to. Hey, we didn't lost confidence. Before I give you any more chicken, I got to see if that knee is right.
Of course, that's the way you would do it.
Get me up out of here.
I just want to let you know. This is how far the pendulum has swung in the other direction, which to me defies an ownership and a player's relationship.
Well, they have all the power now, man.
If you think it's unfair, that's the thing. You wouldn't even ask Steph to have that discussion. And the discussion itself is disrespectful. Who's running the organization?
And who's to say you're not wrong? I'm just telling you me. We can have some fun and laugh, but the bottom line is we'll find out how it goes. But, man, partner, you've always hated this premise. There's a debt to Steph that money and Joe Lacob can't even pay. You know what I mean?
Let me tell you. You know what one of the debts is going to be?
Yeah.
You know what one of the debts could be?
Go ahead.
That you stink this year, and guess what? Steph is in big trouble the year after that.
No doubt
and he's now under contract for 60. Yeah. Has he earned such a right that you put all your eggs in his basket at 40 years old, and maybe through no fault of his, because he works harder than everybody else, he simply can't do it anymore, but you're willing to reward him before you even know if he can do it or not?
I love you, man.
We wouldn't ask this of anybody.
Right, but Stoney, you're being not dramatic, but you are being dramatic in the sense that if that knee was to the point to where you're saying it is, I think the chef would divulge and say, don't give me the max.
Well, I don't
you know what I mean? There's nobody trying to get over
I'm not being dramatic.
But when
you're the one who's being dramatic, you're the one who says that if I approach Steph Curry
and say,
this needs can you have any interest in tabling it? That's dramatic. Oh my God, you can't even do that. That's disrespectful. No, that's dramatic. You can't have that conversation with Steph.
Joe can say, hey, there's some trepidation, man. We are.
Is that disrespect? Is it disrespect to say, Steph, we're worried about your future? Is that disrespect?
Well, I'd almost have to hear the answer too from Steph. But I just got to tell you, man. I really, truly mean what he's getting paid, and we can say, oh, wow, whoa, you've gotten, but man, the debt that still doesn't pay Steph what he's worth. And now we're at the end. We're on the back nine, per se.
We're on 17, Goo.
Ooh, I would say 14. I'll say 13 or 14. Bounce back like McCaffrey. Remember,
McCaffrey
I thought
is
he was
so much younger than Steph in that regard.
Different sport. But you know what I mean. I thought McCaffrey was done once he went down and they went 6-11. And he came back.
I don't even want to get into this, but we can. McCaffrey didn't have a good year last year.
No, I'm not saying. But I'm talking about remain upright. Remain upright.
That's not a good year.
Well, 400 touches and not get hurt.
That's right.
That's a different grade.
His numbers were noticeably a drop off. You know what he did last year? He carried the ball a lot. He caught the ball a lot.
There we go.
He had a down year number wise, but he didn't get hurt.
But I guess why? Hey, why am I just focused on? He had a good year in regard to durability.
He did. He had a great year.
Right, so you can,
but the numbers were not his numbers. Right. He declined last year in terms of his yards per carry and his yards per catch.
And to that point,
I don't know what else to tell you.
His numbers didn't plummet. When Steph was upright, it was 27.5, 39% from three. And I'm not telling you he's what he was at 18. I'm just, Steiny, we haven't got to that. The numbers have not plummeted from Steph.
They haven't plummeted, but we can't sit here and say he's the same player.
I'm not saying that.
Well, okay.
But he's still a badass.
Right. But
so is LeBron. He's not the same player. He's still a badass.
You know, here's the real problem. The real problem the Warriors have right now is LeBron James, who plays at a higher level than Steph Curry, just went to a team for $4 million.
Facts.
And that Steph Curry has only played 40 games, makes more than that, and now we got to figure out how much he's going to be able to play this upcoming year because he's got a new normal to his knee.
And I'm asking you, do you think that for Lakeup and company, that's a nightmare scenario?
What is?
Just what they're facing with.
The nightmare scenario to me
is this
breaking
contract
Steph Curry off a boatload of money, 2027, 2028, and through no fault of his own,
he plays 40 games.
Is not the same player. That's just what I mean. Is it so disrespectful to ask Steph, let's get a look at that knee first. Because I'm pretty sure there's no deadline to when they can extend him.
Right.
I think the 29th is the first they can. I got to check this. But they could do it in September, October.
Right, Sonny, but they're not going to call him in and let's see you work out and do drills.
No, you let him play 20 games.
Oh, all right, got you.
And hopefully he can hold up. And then you say that's good enough for us. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. What do we got?
And nobody called and defended IU coming back, huh? Oh, yeah, one caller. I got a caller of the week.
So what?
That guy, yeah.
Yeah, he was in, but he about ball. Well,
they want their money.
That's pretty good, man. What you got?
I'm just reading some text. No. You don't have it up, do you?
Yeah, I do.
No, don't read them.
No, I got some good stuff.
Don't read the second one.
People say I'm raising your blood pressure, but it's Curry. What?
You kind of are.
What's the second one? Oh, I got, yeah. I don't do the chat no more.
No, this is the regular one. Not the YouTube one.
Let's see one of your stands.
All right. I see calls. We'll get to them on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll be right back to talk more.
Oh, I got to read that one.
Yeah, you go. All right, nice. All right, let's get out, Evan. Yeah.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
I'm Sam, owner of Marino's Landscape. With my Chase Ink Business Premier Card, I earn unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything I buy to run my landscaping business gives me cash back to help throw a big thank you party for my team. For all they do.
Chase Ink. Cash back built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/ink. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC. Subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code QUICK.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians. Because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Looking to get your next project done right without running all over town? At Ashby Lumber, everything you need is in one place. From premium lumber and building materials to doors, windows, decking, and hardware, we've got it all, ready when you are. Whether you're a contractor on a deadline or a homeowner starting something new, our team knows the products and helps you get it done right the first time. 2 locations, Berkeley and Concord. Ashby Lumber, one stop, done right.
You've got a big day, so you use Unstoppable Scent Boosters to give your laundry non-stop freshness. So no matter how long the day goes, you
can't stop this power, this walk, this pose, this strut, this look, this talk.
Your clothes will be so fresh you can confidently strut into that end of the day meeting like a
bosses. Let's talk business in my office.
Add new Unstoppable Beads to your wash for 24-hour non-stop freshness so you can smell unstoppable.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Savor the last days of summer at Kiki's Breakfast Cafe. Try the new favorites like avocado toast, caramel coffee, cold brew, and a Bloody Mary. Visit Kikis.com for more info. And for a chance to win a gift card courtesy of Kiki's, visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
That dude should return his muscles.
You didn't have a career.
We're the most toxic show at the station. This is where you belong.
Hey, social media, kiss my ass.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
We talked a lot today. I'm going to jump back into these calls real quick with the Warriors, and we can get back to Ayuk.
And we got to read that one text before we get out of here, because I got something for him.
This is from Spotrac. That's the site that our boy Keith Smith runs, salary cap expert. This is some good information that doesn't change anything, but wide receiver Brandon Ayuk remains on the 49ers reserve left team list, meaning he does not count against their 90-man roster. He doesn't count against their salary cap, and he's not being paid. So this can go on forever unless
talk to me.
Ayuk has to submit a letter to the NFL, to Roger Goodell, seeking reinstatement. So the ball is entirely in Ayuk's court.
And I kind of heard this a few weeks back, and I was like, well, I don't know. If it were me, you didn't ask. That letter would have been in the mail 2 weeks ago. So now you said, Goo, does he want to play? I think we're going to find out, does he really want to play? Because if you did and it was something you loved, that thing with that stamp would have been, that Goodell would have had it on his desk the next morning. So...
yeah, and he still doesn't have it on his desk. So that's got to tell you that the kid probably doesn't want to play for the Niners. Niners.
Before we get back to it, you always, during our 8-9 year run, man, you just talked about it earlier, my heart. But where can you find loyalty, man? You tell me it doesn't exist as much as I think. And there's just examples every day living this life, man, where you think people really got your back and they don't. So maybe I need to wake up, and once I get in the caddy and drive off today, Stoney, I'm learning everybody don't love you and everybody don't got your best interest.
Right. No, like everybody doesn't love you like the Bay Area loves Steph. Seriously. If we could all be loved like the Bay loves Steph, there would be no war in this country.
Oh, no.
There would be nothing but peace, love, and understanding.
They got to.
No.
Now I'm going to read this before we get to it.
That would be your greatest weakness, though, too, as I always say. But
510, and this is an ungrateful, selfish person. Goo, you sound weak right now as a fan. How the F can you worry about Steph when, get this, he's hogging up the payroll and preventing us from improving our team. Don't worry about him. You made mistakes improving your team on Wiseman. Yeah. You made mistakes improving your team on Kuminga. You made mistakes when you risked a biscuit with Jimmy Butler. So don't act like Curry was in the way.
Now the Butler thing's a mistake.
You got me yesterday. That was a big one. I'm just telling you. Man, how soon we forget. It's the chef. 4 titles. One just 4 years ago. I'm not saying I'm not worried.
No, you're not worried at all. You're ready to give him a 2-year extension, even though we don't even know if he's going to be able to play with a new normal.
I said table it.
Let's go to Eric in Walnut Creek. What's up, Eric? How you doing, man?
How soon we forget? It's Joe Montana, 4 titles. It's Ronnie Lott, 4 titles. It's Jerry, 4 titles. Grow some you-know-what. Bill Walsh, Carmen policy. The playbook was already written. Do that thing. The problem is we're too late. He should have been traded 3 years ago. He's not going to get us through a playoff series. We love what he did, but to be married and shackled to the guy, that does not breed success in the future. And I'm sorry, he's done great things for us, but we can't let it take the organization down for another decade, and we should have had the foresight to know that these guys don't last forever. And yes, he did great things, but that doesn't mean that we have to take ourselves down for a decade. Man, the Niners, what they did with Joe was controversial. And Ronnie, and Roger, and Jerry. But guess what? We had a future team after that built of none of these guys. And we won another one. And we were in the conversation for like another decade. Do that thing. You want to know why we don't? Because that's hard. That's really hard. But when you look at Carmen Policy and Eddie D and Bill, those guys were more cutthroat, weren't they?
Well, no, I love the premise, but I will say, I was just going to tell Eric, the Niners had something, or they drafted well to have something in the hopper or they went and got Steve Young when they made that cold decision with Joe Montana. What's in the hopper here? That's why. What's in the hopper, Sonny? Nothing's in the crock pot.
Right.
But you had
need to
time
move
to go.
Curry to get that stuff in the crock pot.
Well, you had the number 2 pick when you had Curry in the crock pot. You messed it up. That's all I'm saying. So what gives you the confidence they won't mess it up again?
It's 6 years ago.
Well, I'm just saying.
Like, I get it. They blew it on Wiseman. They blew it on Kuminga.
That's
and
all.
that's why they're here. But, like,
that, not
what
Curry,
are you going to do about it?
That's why you're here.
Okay, so what? Now you can't ask Curry to take a pay cut?
I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying, don't say we're here because of Steph. If those dudes were worth their salt.
He's a part of why they're here. Come on, Goo. He's making $60 million, and last year he missed half the season. He's 38 years old. We got to stop thinking that his best days are ahead of him. Nobody's saying he's washed. Nobody's saying he can't play. When he's on the court, he's terrific.
Right.
But I cannot bank on my future hoping Steph can stay healthy the year after this year, when this year is going to be a new season of Steph and who he is.
Sonny, I got news for you. We've been using this word to describe all the you're stuck then. There's a price to that.
You're not stuck if you can ask Steph to
and you may not have to ask him. He might want to hold off.
Yeah, maybe.
Right.
Maybe. Deborah's in San Leandro.
Hey.
Hey, Deborah.
Hey, guys.
Hey
there.
Hey.
Okay. I think that Curry has made enough money. He built the Chase Center. He did all of that. So if they have to eat a little bit, then you eat a little bit. I also think that Joe wouldn't want to make a move is because even with Curry being hurt, he still puts butts in the seat. He still makes money for them. And so they don't want to close that chapter of him still being a bank. He's still a bank for them, and he still pays for himself. That's just my 10 cents.
No, I love it.
Yeah, he brings in a lot of money.
Man, okay.
He brings in a lot of money. How many wins is he bringing in? At
Not
$60
enough.
million.
Yeah, not enough.
How many wins is he going to bring in this season at $62 million? How many wins is he going to bring in 2 years from now at $50 or $60 million?
But to D's point,
to D's point,
the
wins
other
don't matter. Money
if
matters.
asses are still in the seat, there's
That's
Joe
right.
Lacob's bottom line.
Okay.
Which I hate that talk.
Well, but own it. You might hate it, but own it.
Well, see, that's not my that doesn't make me happy that butts are in the seats. I want to see a competitive team.
So do I. So do I. But don't you get it? You can't have a competitive team with their two guys making $120 million who don't play. You just can't do it. You can't have your two best players combine to play a full season. And
I hate that he
we
missed it.
already know Butler's only playing 40.
I got you. But I'm praying that runner's knee doesn't resurface.
Right.
And I'm sure they are.
Apparently, you're not praying because you're prepared to give him a contract 2 years from now without knowing how good or bad it is. Like, I don't know. Bleacher Dave.
Our man.
What's going on, Bleacher?
God's doing miracle business. You can pray and hope.
There it is.
What up, y'all?
Go Vows.
Of course, if you want the Warriors to get better, of course Steph has to take less money. But that would premise that you think that the Warriors can make some move to make them in championship contention. I just don't think that's the case because they're way too top-heavy, even if Steph took a big pay cut. Now, what I don't think you can do is what you propose, Steiny, is come to Steph and say, let's see how your knee is, and we'll decide after that. Because value given and received from that man for all of us who've been out to games for so long, and he's not gotten that value back, with the franchise value and all that. No matter how much he's making now, and it is a whole lot of money more than anybody could reasonably spend, but and this is Steph, and this is certainly part of my bias. Like the dude, he and I used to spend so much money fixing up Oakland public schools. I live right across the street from the school where they eat, learn, and play. Dumped a whole bunch of money in redoing the playground. He spends $10 million a year, I think, on a USD. So, that could be some money from that contract that goes to that. But, what's that going to do? Who knows? That's like off-season, blah, 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 and boring. We got exciting Valkyries basketball last night. It was fantabulous, including when Marine Mabry cussed me out. I was like, really? You called me out my name like that? Oh, my goodness gracious. Man, all I said was, hackety hack, don't come back. Next thing I know, I'm getting cussed out. I'm
Man, D.
Lady. I didn't even look at her when I said it. I was just talking to myself, and then she went off. Anyway, I would love them to get somebody like Sabali. I mean, she was fantastic last night.
What about Thornton? Kayla Thornton was balling last night.
Finally, dude, she coming back from that injury.
Yeah,
I think
she was bad.
Giving her enough time.
Yep.
All right,
but
thanks.
I tell you, Steiny, it's way better than anything Robert Rao put out there back in the day.
You didn't like the conga line commercials with O'Donnell?
Dude, those were some times.
Those were some times. Those were some times.
Thank goodness we got through them, and Steph is part of that. Joe certainly, got the dang thing and took it away from me, but, that's another thing. We're all about the Valkyries these days. Get Valked out. Come on out, man. It's a blast out there with everything.
Thanks, Bleacher. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Oh, holla.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not... I got to make sure that people understand what I'm saying.
Because I was about to do the same.
My question is not asking Steph to do one thing or the other.
Okay.
My question is, from what I'm hearing, to approach Steph Curry and talk about two things, the contract extension and the amount of money that it's going to be.
Okay.
And you see where he's at physically, and you see where the Warriors' books are. I got my answer from a lot of people. Yes, it would be disrespectful to even ask Steph Curry if he'd be willing to hold off on a contract extension. So if that's the case, then Joe Lacob, keep your mouth shut. Don't bother Steph. Just give him what he wants.
No, Stoney, but you got to finish that thought. It's not that premise. Yeah, it's the premise. You're saying because of the need.
That's right.
Yeah, that's where I'd be like, well, damn.
So you don't look at it from the other side that says, we may pay a guy who can't play in 2 years.
But what about Dave and what we've been talking about? And I know it's not my pockets, but what Steph means to this market, to the Chase Center and Joe Lacob's pockets. So yeah, he didn't make buku money for us, but he is the cash cow. And like Stoney, it's just semantics. If Steph were to say, you know what, Joe, I understand where we're at, and my
Steph can bring it up, but the Warriors could not approach Steph.
Not like that. That's too hard.
Well, okay.
That's too harsh.
Steph, we love you. We love you. We love you. We love you. Could we please possibly beg you?
Okay, let me ask you this.
What
if the grown man came in there and said, I want the max? Nothing else to talk about. What do you think happens then?
It's a great question.
I think they're going to write that in the Joe Lacob, Joey.
We'll see. And then you know what? I'll look at Steph different. And I'll look at Joe different. Now, quite frankly.
Now, real quick, to that point, how would you look at Steph different?
Because greedy. You heard what Draymond Green said. Brunson, Wemby, LeBron, Karl Anthony Towns is going to have to do it. He's 39. He's making 62. He could make 67. Hey, Steph, can you lend us a hand? But I get it. There's another one. Can you lend him a hand? He's done everything for this organization. Okay. Then sign him, Joe. You know what? Honestly, if they announce an extension for Steph and it's $67 million,
I don't want it to be that.
I'd be a little disappointed in Steph,
but more,
and I would be disappointed in Lacob.
And I would be disappointed in both. But that can't happen. I don't think it's going to happen. But man,
I think I have a bet on that with somebody, don't I?
Man, it ain't me.
I think it's Chicago Jason, maybe.
But we're gonna find out. And I'm just, it's interesting. And what I hate is Bleacher Dave feels like, yeah, you can have all the money to go get something, but what we need is not out there. Think about that.
All right. This one always bothers me. Zeba on the Steph already did what they did. Steph already did that, Steiny, and they won 3 championships. He did not take less money when he was hurt.
He never has.
He didn't. He was hurt.
I got you.
He was worth. They paid him $44. He took that contract. That's not taking less. That's taking as much as they would give you at the time. You were an $11 million player. You blew up. You became a max player. The first 4-year, $48 million or whatever it was, the same one that Drew Holiday got, that was not a pay cut. He did not take less. Like, stop. Like, that one does rile me up a little bit, to be honest. They didn't underpay him. He hadn't performed like a star his first 3 years. They thought he might never play again.
Yeah, right. The 4 for 4.
See, these are the new fans. These are the new fans. These are the new fans.
But I know you hate this, but I'm going to say it because it's reality. And Deborah touched on it, and Dibbs did a great job on it too. But when we talk about not just basketball, the business of basketball and forget Steph Curry, the player. Stoney, that place is sold out, man, for one reason right now, and it's getting worse. It's because of the cash cow that is Stephen Curry. And I got to believe that will have him thinking, okay, yeah, I got runner's knee, Joe, but Joe knows what Steph knows. I'm bringing him in. So you want to say you want to wait or put this to a side to see what my knee is? Stoney, I guess I'm saying it's almost bigger than that.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. But then just admit that your priorities are in the wrong place. That you're not really doing what you know would be best for the entire team, not just one guy. Here's the other thing. Somebody's saying he did take less. I don't know. I'm going to go nuts. All right. I'm going to throat punch somebody. Okay, so Steph was hurt early in his career. He was on his rookie. He was on his rookie deal.
Yes.
He was injury prone. His extension time came up. The Warriors offered him $48 million over 4 years. He said, I'll take it. That is not taking less. What the hell is going on here? In fact, there were people that were saying, we don't even know if this guy can play down the line.
Some were upset.
He did not take less. He took exactly what he deserved that year. As an injured player, young in his career that everybody was worried about. Jeez. All right. What are you doing? And you know what somebody's saying? Somebody's saying, Steiny, the Petty King's never going to forget this. I'd challenge anybody to tell me one thing I said that would be offensive to Steph. I'm so sensitive of it, I said, would even asking him be disrespectful?
Well, I do got one thing you said.
That's disrespectful?
I got one thing you said.
What?
That you would look at him different if you took the max.
Did you hear what Draymond Green just said?
Yeah.
In this day and age, the best player in basketball, the best young prospect, took less. Took less. And here's the other thing. As a player, he's not a $67 million player.
Hey, come on now.
I get it. He's made more than $67 million for the team.
There's a long list of that on who's not making their buck or worth their contract or their number. But I hear you. Bottom line is we're going to find out here before we even get to week 1 of the NFL season what happens. And I'm real curious, man.
The bottom line is that if Steph demands 67, okay,
which he's not.
All right.
Go ahead. Yeah, if he did,
and he doesn't get it, or he knows he can. Let's put it this way: he knows he can get 67. All right, but he takes 50. That's taking less money. Okay, that's taking less money. Like if he signed for $50 million would be taking less money than he could have than he deserved.
Yeah.
Right?
Hello.
That's what taking less money is.
And I think that's what's going to happen. Or I'm hoping he tables it to kind of not threaten, but a basketball version of just letting the team know, dude, I'm what Steiny's saying. I'm older. My knee is bulky. I'm still a hooper, but this is not how I envision the last years. And people can say, oh, miss me, Goo. He ain't thinking that way. That's reality, man. If you can say anything, criticize the Warriors right now, is they have been too reliant on the chef to be what he was at 28. And it's because of misses and Jimmy Butler getting hurt. So what do you do about it? We got a whole season.
It's like, I tell you how I would try to do it.
Right.
Try, and I'm not saying do it. I'm like, I just throw things out that. Yeah. And here's the other, and let's be clear. Let's talk about one or two things. Let's talk about two things.
Yeah.
Could Steph get $67 million?
In a heartbeat.
Okay.
Yeah.
He could.
Yeah.
Let's say he takes 50. Did he take less money?
Yes.
Yes. He took less money. Do we know he'll be worth $50 million 2 years from now?
I would say most likely not.
That's the danger. That's all I'm saying. Like, that to me is the danger. I think Steph's tougher than we think, too.
In what regard?
Like, I just don't think, like, he's this porcelain doll. Like, I think he's a grown man who can read the situation. He knows they're in trouble. He's already talking about being realistic about this year. Like, he's been in the league 18 years. He knows the ins and outs.
And I think the fact that Jimmy got hurt, he doesn't fault, and he shouldn't, he doesn't fault Lacob or Dunleavy. Like, he knew they had action. Now, you can say what type of action, but they had playoff action, and it was bad luck. So,
well, according to you, it was bad luck. I saw a team that was not going to be able to make it through 4 playoff series. And they did. And I see a team that's even less equipped to do that now.
Well, yeah, they can't even qualify.
Exactly.
But there's reasons why. Our best player missed 40-some games.
And your second best player's hurt. And your third best player never plays. Porzingis.
I couldn't stop, and I'm about to bring it up before we go. I can't wait to see if Jimmy comes back and debuts that ACL without asking for new chicken. Like that, I didn't even have that on my Bingo Warrior card. But could you imagine?
Yes, I can.
And I get it from his standpoint.
I would, absolutely.
But don't mean you're going to get it.
No.
And that means we wouldn't see him.
No. I mean, maybe it's a case where,
it's
there's
real.
Maybe you extend him after you see him play for 20 games. Man.
Yeah, this is not ideal. Man.
I owe Curry nothing.
But when it's all said and done, 4 championships.
Yeah, sure,
arguably
great.
Some
so
of the
pay him $60 million.
No, I didn't say
6 years removed from his last title.
We were, during your run, a great time out. We were a joke.
Yeah.
People wanted Warrior tickets. They'd break your glass and leave the Warrior tickets in your car seat.
Yeah, yeah.
We
So
ain't
what are you
stealing
saying?
nothing.
What are you saying?
It's all turned around.
Yes.
We've had 4 parades.
Correct.
We've had arguably the best lineup ever when Durant came. So we've eaten.
Yes.
So
what?
It ain't as bad as we think it is.
Okay, well then don't complain when they're 37 and 45
No, I just complain when you miss on top picks.
Okay, I'll tell you what, coming up on the other side, we're going to talk about the Warriors trading Joe Barry Carroll for Robert Parrish and what became Kevin McHale back in 1982. And that's something that still haunts the Warriors to this day. To this day, we're still talking about it. It's still sending back.
Watch him go out and get a 5 seed this year without Jimmy. I just say, like we don't know.
How? Like, can you explain how?
And that's not the
no, like you don't just say anything like that. Like, okay, on the other side, I want Guru to tell me how the Warriors, presently constructed, can get to the 5 seed in the West. This ought to be a doozy on the other side.
They want their money.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. look for the red truck.
I'm Boomer Esiason. My mom died from cancer. She was only 37 years old. She didn't have life insurance, and that was devastating for my family. That's why having life insurance is so important to me. Ethos makes it fast and easy. Get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. You can get up to $3 million in coverage with no medical exam.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/music. That's ethos.com/music. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Now through August 31st at Big O Tires, receive $80 to $120 in instant savings on 4 select in-stock Nexen, Nitto, or Sumitomo tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tires dealer for pricing.
For families living with Duchenne muscular dystrophy, birthdays are a reminder the clock is ticking. For too long, Duchenne muscular dystrophy has shortened lives. Cure Duchenne is changing that. Visit acurecan'twait.org.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Right now is the perfect time to head to Saramonte Ford. Huge selection, big savings, and straight up great deals. They've got a lineup of brand new Fords ready to roll. Trucks, SUVs, and hybrids, all priced to move. Whether you're buying or leasing, Saramonte Ford makes it easy, fast, and stress-free. So don't wait. Stop in person right off 280 in Colma or online 24/7 at SaramonteFord.com. That's SaramonteFord.com. Saramonte Ford, your San Francisco Bay Area Ford dealer.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
If life is a game to be won, then every child deserves to play on a level field. Children International is empowering young people in poverty on their journey by giving them the tools, the training, and the skills to shape their own futures. From the early days of development through all stages of growth and into employment. This is how, together, we can help end poverty for good. Learn more at children.org.
Stop hating on the Warriors.
Go Warriors!
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right.
We're so different.
This is before the break.
Your take's not a hot take.
Before the break, Goose said, Steiny, what if the Warriors are a 5 seed next year? And I said, we were at the end of a segment. I said, how about on the other side, you tell me how they're going to be a 5 seed. But let me set it up first.
No.
Okay.
You got to ask me to play. I don't want to play.
You just said.
No, I told you. I said.
Okay, so it was just, what was it? It's just something you said that you don't care about? Or
if you
like
let me
just
go,
say
I'll
anything?
tell you. No. Listen to you. And then we got to get into pasta.
Did I not hear him say 5 seed? I'm sorry.
But I'm saying we always, because you are so, like, you just know Curry's going to not make it through the season.
No, I know.
And I was just saying to you and everybody else out there, we always think we know what's going to happen in sports, and then bam, like the Niners win 12 games. My whole premise of saying that was you never know what's going to happen.
They had the easy schedule in the league.
Okay, there we go.
There's a reason for that.
It wasn't I'm going to the chalkboard and go Huey Brown on why they're going to win.
So Moody and Butler are going to miss the first half of the season.
Correct.
Okay, so here's how we're starting the season.
It's not more.
Here's how we're starting the season. So we got Curry, Pods, Porzingis, Green, Horford,
Yaxel,
Lendeborg, Santos. I just put their top 7 players. Oh, Gary Payton II. He's obviously going to play a lot too. Okay, that's fine.
Yep.
Curry going to play back-to-backs?
I don't see why he wouldn't.
Porzingis, is he going to play back-to-backs?
No, that's a concern.
What about Horford? Is he going to play back-to-back?
I'm going to say no.
Do you have to load manage Draymond Green? But is Horford playing back-to-backs? He didn't last year.
No, he's not.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know why he's
How
back.
did they get the 5 seed?
Yeah. I was having some fun.
Okay, then just say I was just kidding.
Yeah.
Say I was trolling you, Steiny.
No, I don't have to.
And it worked.
Say what I want to talk about.
What is it? I don't know.
I said Steven Risotto, a.k.a. Pasta, got a promotion here. And since the promotion, I feel like he's changed. And you said not Pasta.
No, he did.
He used to come in every day. Hey, Goo, how you doing? I get it. Things that...
Hey, Goo, how you doing?
Nah, not the same.
Don't play into it,
Steiny's got
Risotto.
your back, though. He was like, never. But, dude, you used to come in, chop it up with me. Things are going good now. I get it.
I just don't want to interrupt your work.
Okay.
I apologize to absolutely no one.
Dude, you are hot. Over nothing.
I'm not hot. It just, it just gets old. You
don't put it on me.
Stuff. You just said there were going to be a 5 seed. I'm like, how?
Steiny, come on, man.
But
I mean, seriously.
Hey, I'm
like
a literal.
all right.
So when you say,
know.
Steiny, what if the Warriors are a 5 seed? And I go, well, how? Well, I didn't mean it.
That was
like we're never going to be able to do a show. What do you mean and what do you not mean?
It was on the cusp of you saying, because you act like you got the medicals and you know Curry's not going to play 50 games.
I'm telling you, if he plays 60, I still don't think they're going to be a 5 seed.
That could happen. But to think that, but I guess it's just me. I'll take ownership. To think your partner was over here saying, I'm going to go to the chalkboard and tell you why they're going to be a 5 seed when they're hemorrhaging, and I'm scared of the new normal. I'm scared of everything.
Can you do me a favor?
I didn't think you would bite on that.
Can you do me a favor? Before you make a statement, tell me if you really believe it or you're just filling time.
No, you know me. Shaq and Kobe, Batman and Robin. Okay. You should know when I'm joking.
Okay.
My point was off of your point. It
sounded like a joke when you say, Steiny, what if they're a 5 seed?
Well, when you say Curry's playing 50 games, you say it like with the fiber, you know what's going to happen.
At least they have a little track record to look at.
I mean, I'll give you that because he got hurt last year.
Let's go to Brett in Walnut Creek. What's up, Brett?
What's going on, boys?
Hey.
I'm going to laugh. I'm laughing today because I'm like, I get we're creating content, and it's like, but at the same time, I'm like, I know Joe Lacob. I mean, I from what he's shown his cards to be, there's no way he's not going to let Steph get anywhere out of San Francisco or the Bay Area without him sitting at a table with him and one check and going, what do you want this final check to look like? And that's the truth.
I
He's
agree.
never going to say, you know what, you got 2 years, or, we want to negotiate. He's like, Steph, what do you want? And I feel like that's how it's going to go. But anyways, thanks for taking my call, guys.
No, I appreciate that. I
agree, Steiny.
I don't necessarily agree.
Now, what about the part?
Joe Lacob has a say in all this.
I give you that.
Okay, that's all I'm saying.
We're talking
Joe
about
Lacob traded Monte Ellis. Not nearly.
Yeah, no doubt. This ain't Steph Curry.
Joe Lacob's taken heat before. He's not afraid to take heat.
But after thinking about it in a couple minutes going by, don't you think it was rather harsh if the meeting started, hey, Steph, we got some questions about the knee. Can we table these talks?
Because
like
it's
that.
a secret?
No.
He's 39 and he just coming off an injury he's never had in his entire career?
No,
we can't even talk about
we
how
can,
durable he might
but
be?
words matter, and the way you put it, that's tacky. And the Warriors wouldn't be that dumb
Let me
to
do it again.
that way.
Let me
All
do
right.
it again.
All right.
This is tacky.
There's a way to do it.
This is tacky. Hey, Steph, let's go out, talk. Okay. Hey, Steph, so what are you thinking? I don't know, Joe. What are you thinking? Well, you know our situation as well as anybody. I mean, we're in a little bit of trouble. We've cleared some space for next year. We haven't been able to get the free agents that we've wanted since Kevin. What are you thinking? I'm thinking this, that, and the other. All right. Well, I mean,
I love that. That's way different.
Would you have any interest in tabling this till next year so we can get a better read on your knee? Oh, my God. I can't have that conversation.
No, but that
Who
sounds
the F is running the organization?
You got to it at the eighth part of it.
God.
But that sounds a whole hell of a lot better than closing the door and the way you were like, hey, Steph, we're worried about your knee.
You know what?
Can we table these tops?
That kind of bothers me. That kind of bothers me because the whole time I've been telling you that you can do it in a disrespectful way. I mean, I'm saying...
Right,
is asking the question itself disrespectful? And you said yes. So, okay, we can't even go there with them. Fine, I get it.
Well, presentation matters, and the way you just did it there is way different than how you said it originally.
Okay.
Yeah.
How did I say it? Did I really say, Steph, you're taking the court?
Well,
I didn't
you
say
act
that.
like you closed the door. You're like, Steph, we're worried about the knee. Let's table the talks. Like, that's rough.
Okay.
And that would never happen.
Oh, I know. And Steph would just crumble if you started it that way.
No, but
it's so weird. We look at Steph Curry, and we all understand he's a killer on the court. The baby face, doesn't matter. He's a killer. Then we consider him off the court, and we look at him as this meek, this guy who just... He can't. You got to be careful. He's a grown man. He's never tough.
But why does that bother you? It's never been
disrespectful.
any static.
It's disrespectful to Steph to think he's not a grown man and that you can bring a grown man discussion to his table. And if he is so disrespected by us having a conversation about the future, that's crazy. And I don't think he'd be like that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't think it's ever had to go there, one. And two, I mean, we hold the guy in high regard. He's still balling when healthy to me. I'm not saying what he is what he is now 5 years ago, but he's still a factor. He's still a face of the league, and he's still filling the seats, Donnie. And I don't think he's going for the gusto on max me out. Like, I feel like he's going to work with the team.
We'll see.
But what if he pulls what you're saying? Oh, he's so meek. Not saying that. But what if he does what I'm yearning for? You know what? I'm cool right now. Let's see how this goes, and let's see where we go, and we'll revisit this, and they take that and the media writes, maybe Steph's not as happy as we all thought he was, not making the playoffs. At some point, he's got to understand he's still got, I got to believe, if I'm him, what he has left and what's around him is not sufficient enough. And that's because of mistakes. My boy Silk basically texted me your
he's
boy
not
Myers
sufficient
messed up the
enough
picks.
either.
No, he's the best thing on this team.
Okay,
Sonny, come on, man.
Guru.
What are you saying Steph is right now? He averaged 27 points. Like, come on, man.
He doesn't guarantee you the playoffs like everybody thinks he does.
Well, when he misses half the season, he doesn't.
And you
did
expect
they make it before this?
Listen,
did
we're
they
going
make
back
it
and
before
forth.
they got Jimmy?
We're going back and forth.
No.
We're going back and forth. We do this all the time, and it's fine. No. That's right. Thank you. We are. You see, good. Yeah, he plays 60 games. Great. Good luck.
So he's not a top 12, 15 player?
No, he played 40 games last year.
No, you got to get stuck. You got to get up the year before. Did they make the playoffs?
Great. That's 2 years ago, and he's 38. You act like it was yesterday. All right, I'm done.
No, I just.
No, I mean, I'm you're right. You're right. We just go back and forth on this, and you're not wrong. Quinn in Oakland. What's up, Quinn?
Oh, yeah. Hey, how's it going there?
Hey, Quinn, my man.
Hey,
what is up?
Yo, hey, Steiny. Yeah. Hey, Steiny, I always loved you since back in the day when you was, I think you was back around there with Bimbo Cole and all them cats and stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Thanks,
and,
man.
You know, I was so mad when they traded Hardaway and all that stuff.
Yep.
But, and Guru, you've been the champ ever since I first heard you on the
my dude. Thank you, man.
On the radio all the time. You know, I didn't even know. I've never even seen you before, but I didn't even know you said you was 56 is based on your voice. So, man, you know, you're up in the East Bay. I got to keep that PI. You know, I went to Mac and stuff.
Oh, okay. I got you.
That's McClymonds, people.
Yeah, it's easy. I just want to say two things. Okay, first I was on the Steph Curry thing. Like I like when the guy came in and was talking about like how they let Montana and Lott go and stuff, you know, and stuff. But he was right. They had it was a different time then because that was before free agency. You know, free agency was just starting and stuff. So it was a whole different era right now. But let me just say this before I get off the air. Do y'all remember like Alden Smith, rest in peace? And then all those players that play with the Niners, it seemed like almost every other week they was getting arrested down there in Santa Clara for little traffic infractions and stuff, and it was all over the news. And then I don't know how, but I noticed that coaches don't have to adhere to the players' policy. You feel me? But even if they don't have to, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's not just coaches and players. I just know because the people is black and ain't white. That's all I got to say. And y'all got a great show. Peace out.
Thanks, Quinn. Appreciate you.
Yeah. I like, hey, Stoney, we got to get back. We'll get off Steph. We get back on him. We'll stay on him. But the bottom line is, I appreciate your thoughts on the Kyle situation. We don't know what happened. You're not by yourself. I feel like here in the Bay, the thing is dying down. And you're right. There are things to be had. That video, if it resurfaces, and we can look at this a whole different way. But the fact is, I think the Niners are injured more now than ever. It feels like it's happening over and over. Now the coach's availability is in question. And I'm going to get in the Cadillac today and think, is this so far-fetched that they could try to mend fences with Brandon Ayuk? Like, that's just where I'm at. I mean, man, why does this keep happening to this team? Posted in practice today. No big deal, right?
Like, I'm believing that as depleted as our news organizations are in the Bay Area, I gotta believe that there are police reporters that are working for papers that aren't just that are
I got you
nosing in there.
I got you.
I mean, if I were running the San Francisco Chronicle and I had a police reporter or KTVU with Vic Lee, I would say go find out what happened with Kyle Shanahan.
But they did that, Stoney. They requested this stuff, and they got denied. The police department said no.
So it's over. No, that's not the way news works, bro.
But
like somebody's going to get on it. Somebody's going to take this seriously.
All right, I got you.
Let's go to Rich in Fremont.
Richie.
Rich, what's up, buddy?
What's up, fellas? Thanks for taking my call.
Hey.
Hey, man. Hey, Steiny, welcome back, bro.
Thank you, man.
Yeah, I tell you something. I got calls for all three of the shows. This is the best sports affiliate in the Bay Area, man. 95.7 The Game. I got my boys, the Joes in the morning. That's the wake-up call.
Yeah.
And then I got you guys. I call y'all the Sean Livingston because y'all the monster mid-range. And then you got Dan Dibley and you got Mark Willard. Those guys, they are the finisher, like Steph Curry. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, my take on this is this: I believe that Steph is gonna take less, and he's gonna take less because of what he said. He said that he wanted what was best for the team.
Yep.
And he said that he wanted to leave the team better when he leaves. So if you're gonna do that, then you go ahead and take less. And trust me, he's in the driver's seat to take less because he just signed that shoe deal. That's $400 million.
Yeah.
I mean, he's in the driver's seat for that. That's the reason why I believe he will take less because he knows that, hey, if he goes for a max deal, which he can, and Joe Lacob will give it to him, he knows that he can say, well, you know what, Joe, let's look at what's best for the team. I'll take $40 million.
Right.
You know, and let's sign and get that done. And now you have cap money you can use to bring in some players that's going to help the long-term effect of what this team can do. And that's just the way I view it, man. But look, hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. Y'all have a great week.
Thanks, Rich. Appreciate it.
I wanted a little more than Livingston. And I love Sean.
Afternoon show got Curry.
Dude, what was that? But, yeah. Hey, can I give you some numbers here?
Both? Well, never mind.
43 games for the Chef last year.
That many, huh?
27 points a game, 4 rebounds, 5 assists.
Yeah, well, how are the assists? Was it the lowest of his career?
I'm just giving
not
you
sure.
last
Tell
year.
me.
4.7.
What was his
I'm
assist
rounding
to
it to
turnover?
5. Hold on. Let me finish. And Steiny, the best part of
Here,
it
he's
all
gonna
to
get
me
his free throw
is
percentage.
40%, 40% from 3. I'm rounding that up, 39.3. Like, the dude, when healthy, is still a problem. And you need to add to that. Now I know why my guy Silk
You
Betsy
can't add
texts
to
me.
it if he's not available. Let's
come on
wait
now,
to see if
All
he
right.
can be.
Yeah.
It's so funny.
I'm not telling you he's
On the
playing
one hand,
82, and I'm not dismissive of
but
that.
on the one hand, you're like petrified. You're petrified of the knee. Steiny, I'm worried. The knee. Oh my God, the knee. But then you're like, yeah, you got to break him off money for 2 years from now. Like, I don't get it.
One of the best lines I used today to myself is, there's a debt you'll never be able to pay Steph Curry that you owe. So this ain't about what can you do for me lately.
They paid
this
Steph,
is about what you've done.
They've paid Steph as
and
much
I'm
as
with
they
Rich,
could.
right? And I'm with Rich. He's going to take a discount. He knows it, man. And it will help him. But again, I keep bringing up Kuminga and Wiseman. And my boy texts me, Silk Basie, and he's bringing up the fact that Bob drafted those guys. I get that. My thing is, okay, a lot of people feel like Dunleavy Slade is, his drafting's been pretty good. And we'll see. Hopefully they won't have a high one. But what can you do to close a deal? The Warriors after this upcoming season. My fear with the Warriors' FO now is how much inactivity this offseason was. You couldn't close a deal. I'm going back to Giannis. Like, I want to make sure that you got that, what Bob Myers did. And it was easy, okay, in Philly because you got better players or younger players. But I thought that was a bad look for the Warriors. And I'll stand on it that Bob Myers had his hand in Jaylen Brown and LeBron James. And it was rumored. Now, the Warriors never came out and said, hey, all these reports that LeBron's close to coming here, they never came out and said, it's hogwash. I would have felt better and I wouldn't have got my hopes up. I just want to know if Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob are closers. And I think this next offseason.
This one doesn't count?
Well,
they didn't close with LeBron.
Well, now I'm hearing tidbits that they didn't want to give 4 for Jaylen Brown. I get that.
So they didn't close with him.
I'm hearing they weren't even in on LeBron.
They have not closed with a free agent since Durant.
But will you give me this?
Even the guy they traded for, they had to beg him by giving him an extra year.
But they got him.
Okay.
Yeah.
They did get him, but they traded for Butler.
Yeah.
He didn't come as a free agent.
And he said he wasn't coming until they gave him some more money.
And again, as long as we're on the subject,
I just want
let me know who's coming next year and who's clamoring to come to play with Steph Curry.
And that's
what guy on that free agent list is looking at the Warriors and saying, I got to get to Golden State. No one.
Well, this is how I look at it. Mike Dunleavy needs to say who's the closest or who can I sway, because that is what's happening in the Bay. We need a closer.
They're not like Jokic.
No, he ain't.
That's my point. Go down the list. This is not the place you think it is.
What if Jaylen Brown jumps off somewhere else and we don't even know?
Wait,
what if a Jaylen Brown in Boston situation pops off in another city this year and he's available?
Okay, what are you giving up for him?
No.
Who's the player? What are you giving up?
Because if you want to be honest, you're going to laugh. Ja Morant would have been in a Warrior uniform. We're in no position to be like, yeah. Ja Morant would have been in a Warrior uniform, not in Portland. That's me.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's how I operate. Dude's a talent.
You're operating as, we got a door that's wide open. Anybody wants to play for us can. All you need is a name. You don't need a game. You just need a name.
Stop.
Ja Morant. Tommy in Berkeley. Tommy.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Hey, I love the show. I'm a big fan of the show, man. A really big fan.
Oh, thank you.
But I wanted to speak on. I just really wanted to speak on Steph. I remember me and my wife that passed. We were at the first preseason game with the Warriors, and she was like, "Who is that little high school kid on the floor?" I'm like, "Man, that's Steph Curry. He's gonna change the whole game." And not that I even knew it was gonna be like that, but. It's amazing. I don't think we can ever let Steph Curry go. We got to have some kind of. I agree. I agree with you. But I just wanted to speak on the thing. What do y'all think about if, just say, if Al Davis was the owner of the team and
the coach said something like that? Don't you think he'd be trying to terminate his contract or something like that?
That's interesting. That's interesting. I mean, I think they like Kyle, though, and they know he's a great coach.
He went Al on us.
Thanks for the call, Tommy. Appreciate it.
Just win, baby.
Al Davis. I don't know.
Like, how did Evan know to hit the Al Davis button that fast?
No, I don't think it was that fast.
No, like Evan said, like, I want to study you didn't know that caller was bringing up Al. How did you know it was Al?
These drop boards would be like hieroglyphics to many people.
Do you ever think about that? Like, you couldn't do that job in your prime.
Okay.
I would want to.
Okay.
See, now I don't like what you're doing. Yeah, I know what you're doing. It's all good, baby.
What am I doing?
You're being
Tell me what I'm doing.
But you're, I know what you're doing.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Let me make one clarification.
Take your time.
Just so I just want to make it clear.
Yeah.
Joe Lacob's the owner of the Warriors. Steph Curry's a player on the Warriors.
I got that.
Joe Lacob is Steph Curry's boss.
Right.
Okay?
Yes.
All right. Now, there's the great organizations. They communicate and they work together. And they correlate. They collaborate. But I don't know any business that says to its top employee, run the place. Just run it. Here's a blank check.
Yeah,
I'm the owner, but here's a blank check. You fill it out.
Steph don't even want the blank check, man. He's going to do what's best for the organization. I really believe. And
I do too.
Yeah.
Because his reputation would take a significant hit. How about that?
Now, if we were really in the
would
first
his
block of the
reputation
show,
take a hit if he got 67?
I live my life.
Of course not for you.
No, seriously. If I've known you for 30 years and 29 of them, you've been stellar. And then that last year you just did some stuff that just had, whoa. I couldn't, whatever you did, let that 1 year supersede the 29 good
So you'd
years
still pay me. You would still, he's under contract.
I'm talking about friends. There's no
right,
transaction.
So it doesn't work like that.
Anyway, Steiny, Steph will do what's best for the team.
He better.
I do. And again, I do want to give you some love.
Don't you think, like, all right, I'll just say it. He gets 67, demands it, gets it. I'll think less of him. And so will you. Won't you? Will you think less of him?
I know he
will.
Won't.
You think less of Steph if he demands the max and gets it?
You're acting like
yes
I'm scared
or
to
no?
ask. He won't take that money.
Yeah. Okay.
But Steiny, I want to thank you, man.
Don't do this.
No, seriously, your thoughts on the Kyle thing, I'm being real. We covered that. I appreciate your feelings on that. I just think you're wrong because nothing is out there.
Nothing's out there.
No, to substantiate how you feel. You're not by yourself. But what can you do until something pops off? And I think the powers that be made sure, signed, sealed, and delivered, nothing's going to pop off.
Okay.
I think the Bay media.
I feel like betting on that one.
Real quick, do you think the Bay Area media took a hit from afar on nobody being able to get this news?
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that's how I did. That was just almost embarrassing.
But
like, wow.
I don't know how much of it's fair and how much of it's not fair, to tell you the truth.
This wouldn't in Philly, best believe we would have found there would have been a thing.
You would think.
Dallas, that was Wisconsin. Poor Romo.
Yeah. I mean,
well, he was drinking and driving, but I'm just saying.
So what? Like, who cares? What's the difference between that and Shanahan?
Well, one was illegal.
Shanahan doesn't even, we don't even get to see if anything. We're just taking people's words for it. You know, LaMelo Ball, car crash, saw it all. Tiger Woods, car, saw it all.
Couple times.
All right. We got
that wasn't a
crossover. Yeah. What?
I said Tiger Woods. Yeah, I said a couple times.
A crossover next. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. With burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and local service, our promise to the Bay Area remains the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit StanfordBloodCenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
This hour is brought to you by Chase Inc. credit cards. Earn on everyday business purchases with Chase Inc. credit cards. It's cash back built for every business. Compare options and see details at chase.com/inc.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and autopay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877 Cars for Kids to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877 Cars for Kids to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois. This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Oh, but he cheated. He took PEDs. So what?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, it's crossover time, brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. Let's welcome in Dibbs and Willard.
The fellas.
It is the crossover. Hey, guys.
What's up?
Yeah, what's happening?
Not much.
Let's keep it real.
When's the last time the four of us were in the same room together?
Wow, look
at it.
It's been a long time. Steiny had his great golf trip, and I'm so happy that you enjoyed yourself out there. That was great.
Show him your book. He's got a book. Pictures.
And I noticed
You've
your
been proud of
your
the
jacket
picture.
is still here.
But it's clean. I did put it through
I
the wash.
like your jacket. This is not a
They were
shot.
hating on his jacket on his trip.
Appreciate it.
You're a man of your word, and you said you were going to get rid of it when you got back.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to take a certain amount of heat because he's on scholarship.
Oh, there
and
it
so I
is.
was thinking about that coming in because if you don't know, Steiny's got a friend who happens to be pretty well off, and he takes Steiny on these golf trips, and Steiny he gets about 80% off, which is great. I'm jealous, I
Maybe
admit
90,
it.
yeah.
My curiosity was, though, do they make you kind of sing for your supper? In other words, do they make you like perform? And you're not a clown, but do they make you like do certain things
What am I,
to
a clown?
entertain them? Dance
No.
that drink over here, Steiny.
No. What this guy is this guy is the type of guy who was my best friend in college. It's one of those things where it's like, if I ever get rich, and he got rich. He got rich.
Took care of his boys.
He's rewarding me for my years of loyalty and friendship.
What happens if you get rich back?
How?
I mean,
I'm not buying a company.
I don't know if he has that much time to get that rich.
No, I agree.
I don't know how rich is rich, but I know the trips that they've taken.
Tonight.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going
Almost
to
$800 million.
Yeah.
Then I would.
Then you do it
Then
back.
I would pay.
Yeah, we're going to Scotland.
Yeah, I would do that.
Okay.
If I had that kind of money.
Steiny, can you do me a solid? Seriously. Can you share with them how we started our show in the subject matter?
I can't remember.
Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah.
Can you share with them what your thoughts as we started our show?
Oh, without getting, my personal opinion is I don't think it's over.
What do you mean?
With
What's
the
that?
accident.
Okay. What? I
think a shoe's going to drop.
Oh, you're not talking about his health. You're talking about.
No, I'm talking about.
Oh, you're going to get
more
Dibs.
to the story.
You're going to get Dibs all going.
Oh, no, Willem, I forgot.
Let me ask you this, Will.
I'll
We
take a
did
lap.
the
Will,
first hour.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Let me
Does
ask you a
anyone need
question.
coffee?
I did it on purpose.
I'll just start right now. Who need a latte? Macchiato? What do you need? I'll go.
Right or wrong, do you think the Chronicle has their police reporter sniffing around?
Ooh.
That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
I have no idea.
I think not. I think it's over.
If the Chronicle's police reporter's sniffing around, isn't he or she done sniffed by now?
Well, they just found out, kind of. They found out 11 days after. I mean, I don't know. That's all. I'm not saying there was
But they
anything
got to find
nefarious.
something, too. You got to find something, or else then there's nothing to
And
report.
here's the big snafu.
Okay.
Well, we can get into all of it. We did.
All
Mark
right.
and I had
seriously.
we had a fairly heated argument.
Whip or no whip? No, seriously.
What does whip mean?
It means he's going to get coffee. He can't stomach this conversation.
No, I can't stomach it with you.
But we did the first hour.
Interesting phrase for you to use, but
right.
Anyway,
no, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. How that became somehow like the A block of their show yesterday. But that's neither here nor there. The only thing that I find continually curious is because no one was charged, therefore they don't have to make the police report public. And so I do think that there was some intentionality in that to where we're not going to cite anyone. That way it's not public record because it's just an accident among adult human beings. So I don't know if we will ever have the other shoe drop, but I've been more of that camp and I've basically let it go. It's not my fight to fight.
No, it's not mine either. I started the show by just saying, these things tend to, if there's some unanswered questions, sometimes they can find the answer.
And did this break while you were overseas?
Yes.
Oh, so this is your first real crack at it, so to speak. Okay.
But, okay, I'll tell you what I told Goo yesterday is, I read the first two lines of the ESPN story. Kyle Shanahan was an accident. It happened 11 days ago. That's weird. How does
different? And there were a lot of people who knew.
Yeah.
And
Well, that's where
They knew that he was in an accident, but you didn't have the detail. Or you didn't have enough to quote, go with it.
We know how long he was in the hospital?
I don't think you made it sound like they knew right away.
He left the same day.
They didn't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they didn't know until, at least my understanding, those I've talked to didn't know until like 48 hours before camp opened.
Correct.
That's already 10 days later or whatever.
So nobody was holding the story.
Yeah.
Right,
But how
because
do
you
you
didn't
explain
have the
Schefter?
story.
I can't. And you're talking about like.
So they announce it, and then boom, Schefter drops a lengthy story on it.
Sure.
So he obviously had the story.
The Niners gave it to him.
Right. Or Shanahan's did, and he sat on it, which.
Well, I don't know how long he sat on it. Clearly, I mean,
Right.
at least
I
at least a few hours.
Yeah, I don't know either.
You remember the old embargoed? This is embargoed until noon tomorrow. So they give you the story on a platter, and you write it, and at noon the next day. Embargoed basically means we give this to you, you hold it. Like somebody telling you that maybe they're not feeling
12
great.
o'clock, you can go.
Yeah.
Let it go.
I should have embargoed reports about me being in the hospital because that thing just came right out like a horse in an open barn.
Chris Sims sat on it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, there we go.
You know,
and then
whatever.
now,
I
he
actually think
started the
that's-
show with that, Will.
I can live with that one.
Yeah, so can I, because A, he's not a journalist, and B, if my best friend got into an accident and said, I don't want this out, 95.7 the game's going to need to eat that one.
Right.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm going to go with my best friend.
So he did that, and then I morphed it into, and I felt this way, riding in the caddy this morning, check engine light off, all good. Life happens, right? And things happen to us, and it makes, at least for me, you look at things and relationships and people differently after, let's just say, in this instance with Kyle, your life flashed before your eyes in this accident. You had one, I have. So I just got to thinking, with everything that looks like it's happening over and over again, especially with Pearsall being out at the wide receiver position, and we had some discussion, Will, you smiling. I just thought, Dibs, could Kyle look at that wreck, his life, lucky to be alive, and just say, you know what? Can I get Brandon on the phone, or can we, or can the wolf from Pulp Fiction get us all in a room and we hash this out and he play for us? Is that too far-fetched? And I thought Steiny was going to lead a room to get coffee. He was kind of, I don't know, Goo. Your thoughts?
I said, I think it's more on Ayuk. Like, I believe if Ayuk went in and said, I made some big mistakes, I'm really sorry, oh my God, da-da-da. But he's not going to do that.
He had every opportunity to make the sound and mature decision over the past whatever. So if I'm them, why would you want to roll the dice of, yeah, we're going to give you another chance, and then the same thing happens and you actually come across as an boy because he called you out. He drove by your facility. He's gone on and on. Kyle got in an accident.
No, that's
I don't know if you saw that post, and he basically made a mocking post
I think
right
that's
after
the worst
it.
thing he's done. I said it to him.
Perhaps all the things, and then the Commanders decide to go with a stable receiver, and it's Diggs. We're going to go with stability
Who's
here.
had some drama off the
More than Ayuk.
Yeah.
Much more than Ayuk. Like,
so, Will, you're out, huh?
I mean, I couldn't be further from you on this one.
And you could be with
this
the Niners.
is the hardest, most capital in Sharpie, flashing neon no that I could ever use in this conversation of
And
this
you
type.
might be thinking like the Niners.
Ship has so sailed. It's been around the world twice already.
All right.
I don't even know why they would want to do that. Like, first of all, let me say this. Forget all the dramatic side of it. It's August 5th. That's a desperate move. They're not desperate. They don't have a game tomorrow. All of these dudes, I got a little quad. Mike Evans has been running full speed on the side.
And I'm being so for real. Was Debo desperate?
It sounds to me like they'd been talking for weeks, which would tell me that this was before Pearsall. I think they just wanted Debo back on a cheap. It's sort of like, I guess, why not? I don't know what role they've got planned for him, but why would I want this personality in the building? I mean, the 49ers have kind of made a thing of their locker room dynamic and the no knuckleheads, and it doesn't mean that there are no knuckleheads, but why? Like, wow, I think the door is shut, it is locked, and the key has been thrown in the ocean.
You're not by yourself, but yeah.
Like, hell no.
Yeah.
Under any circumstance.
It makes no sense. And I think that the whole Debo thing was happening in the midst of Pearsall because they knew going back to last year, his injury, and they knew that They weren't going to pursue surgery, which is the normal course of action, but they also knew that this PCL sometimes doesn't just go away. So you get through the summer, and you remember back at OTAs, might have been Cam Inman told us that there were 2 days, and he went to one of them. Pearsall played in one, didn't play in the other, possible like lightly colored red flag, and then you get to camp, and it goes the way it goes, and you already had Debo on the line, so then you consummate. It's a consummation sensation, and now Debo's back.
I mean, with Ayuk, you need to take two to tango, and I don't know who's further away from tangoing. But
seriously,
I think they're both
I just had to thought,
not interested in any kind of tango.
And the tango is one of the closer dances when it comes to your torso and your face proximity.
Yeah.
So if it does take two to tango, and it does, one of them has the rose in their teeth, and the other one's cheek is pressed up against them.
Yeah, it's cheek to cheek.
It is.
If you're the right height.
I'd like to lead and stuff. I'm a better dancer and stuff.
Can I add real quick, too? Because I listened to when you brought this up the first time on the show. Well, you likened it to the Warriors when you said Draymond punched Jordan Poole and they were able to move forward. And what went through my head was, no, they didn't. They dumped him. They I know you meant Draymond. Like, Draymond's still on the team.
No, I meant for that season, they all got along.
Choice.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they got along.
Think they did.
They won 0 road games the whole year. They hated each other.
They remained together and played the season, which I hated.
Right.
But that's what I meant by, you're right, Poole was gone. He had to be gone.
I don't think they had a choice.
got through 82-game season, made the playoffs, lost to the Lakers. That's what I was referencing.
I don't think they had much choice there. And then the first opportunity they had, they got rid of him in a terrible deal.
Yeah.
So, things like this break the back when it comes to, you're the dynamic of a workplace or a team.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. What else? I mean, there's 4 of us in here.
Well, you're going golfing. You're on your way golfing.
Yeah.
Nice.
I'm going to go.
Enjoy that. Okay, it's beautiful.
What's the weather like out?
It's a little bit cooler, mild winds out of the west at about 17 miles an hour.
That's nothing.
For Karika. But by the time you get to that back 9, it's going to be a little bit windier as you get the marine layer starting to take hold on the coastline.
Did you ever do weather?
No, but I actually did an audition, and you do the green screen, and you stand in front of a green wall, and as you're, let's take a look at the North Bay, and you turn to the side. As you turn to the side, there's a monitor that you're actually looking at that's showing you what everyone else is seeing.
Right.
So as you're gesturing to Petaluma, and you turn back to camera, and Roanoke Park's over here, you turn back to the monitor, then you click your button, and now let's take a look at the South Bay, and you walk over here. Morgan Hill, 82 with a low of 64, but you've got monitors you can actually see, so you're not totally flying blind.
Gotcha.
Green screen. But no, I never did it.
Yeah.
Didn't get the gig.
Yeah.
On to Cincinnati.
You hate to see it.
I'm so random. Go ahead, Will. I have one for you.
What'd they pick?
I can just remember she was younger, prettier, better outfits.
Okay. Yeah.
Not as funny, though.
Okay.
Waka waka. Hey, rainy season, am I right?
Weather is funny.
It can be.
Weather's hilarious.
Not when it's like, we got a high wind advisory, and I'm like, somebody must have broken wind at Ocean Beach, am I right? Whatever. I can't remember her name, but she deserved the gig. Thank you, Greg Cosell, 315.
Yep.
Oh, you got him today?
Cosell season debut.
Yep.
Sweet.
Not hurt.
Yep. And it's been quiet on the set for Brock Purdy this offseason. When you say, I know it's early this off, but early in camp, it's a good thing.
He looks good in camp.
Yes, Donnie was
He's
like,
upright.
that's the one thing you can count on right now.
Sure. And I guess, he threw the ball well again today to whoever he was throwing it to.
I do think we got to acknowledge that, it's been a 4 or 5 year process with Purdy. He burst on the scene. He was good. Are we going to pay him? We pay him. Is he going to live up to the contract? You can feel the way you want, but he's got the contract. And now you look at this team, and it's like, we don't have to worry about quarterback. Now, you might say, well, is he the 15th best? I don't know what he is, but they got a good quarterback, and they've got, all the other issues are significantly bigger than Brock Purdy at this point.
I agree with that.
He's he's like a sure thing, you basically know what you're going to get out of him.
I've always thought that the NFL at any given moment is 2 different leagues. And there's the teams that are in the we got a quarterback division, and then there's the teams that are in the we don't got a quarterback division. And that's it. And you don't get to compete for a Super Bowl unless you're one of the we got a quarterback
I like that.
division teams, and the 49ers are in that division. Doesn't mean they got the best quarterback, but they got a quarterback. So, yeah, you like
Sam
that.
Darnold won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, they got a quarterback. One of the teams in the 49ers division does not have a quarterback. They're in the other division.
Yep. And Purdy this year, his cap hit will be 23.7. So we all want to go shortcut radio and say, he's making $53 million a year. Well, if he gets every penny over the life of the deal, then yes, but he's not going to. In the last year of the deal, his cap hit is 64.5. The year before that, it's 71.8. The classic Niners move is he's still good when you get to that point. You rip it up, you move the money, and you stretch it out even longer, and the average annual goes down. So he's making 23.7 this year, and he's going to be worth every penny. And if he gets dinged up, you get the best backup in football. That position to me is not an issue.
Yeah, exactly.
No doubt.
Exactly. What is their biggest issue?
I'm saying health.
I mean, sure.
Duh.
Do you mean positionally?
Well, I did mean positionally, but now I think Kyle Shanahan's open.
Man.
I mean, I'm not. Concussions are weird.
Yeah, for sure.
So
I'm not going to say that's not worrisome.
He's got a while to go before week 1, and I know you got to travel to.
And I guess he did over 90% of practice today.
Oh, okay.
They're ramping him up. There's still a month to go.
Because TK was brilliant with you guys talking about what he means at the practices.
Sure.
Breaking down to how he's a resource to the media on how Willard or Dibbs and everybody's doing. I was like, wow, like he's missed.
But if you want to get into football talk, like rushing the passer. They have to rush the passer. Their whole defense has always been built on that, and they were the worst team in football at it last year.
And Bosa's back.
Bosa's back. They've signed.
Osa.
If you have a last name that starts with O and it's long, you're on the Niners defensive line. That's a rule. So, yeah, they got a bunch of guys, and Michael Williams still on the pup list, blah, blah, blah. They got to get them all back, but you got a new defensive coordinator. That's what they got to do better this year. To me, that's concern one.
They were 20th last year in yards allowed in totality, and yet you wound up 12-5. And you ask yourself, how in God's name did that happen? Well, I'll do a little bit of a deep dive here coming up at 2:15 to tell you, as it relates to the Mike Sando quarterback tiers, who they faced last year versus who they faced this year. A little bit of a different song and dance. We all talk schedule Sam, but really if you look at a defense last year that was still developing, they caught breaks in that way because of the quarterbacks that you faced, as opposed to this year's a little bit tougher.
I believe that.
What was your big takeaway on Zach Manassian? You guys' interview, I heard.
Oh, I liked Zach yesterday. Okay, there were a few of them. One is I think he clearly, first of all, they like what they got back, but he's also like, this sucks. This sucks, and now how quickly can they compete again? He kind of like, I think he tapped the brakes a little bit on how quickly. He doesn't want to like overpromise, underdeliver, how quickly some of these guys can get to the major leagues. And then also said they never, this was an interesting one to me. I wanted to get an answer and see if he would do it definitively, and he did. They never have even approached Matt Chapman and Willie Adames about waiving their no-trade clause. He said that wouldn't come until the end, and we've never even asked him. And to me, it's an interesting subject because we all want something to happen there, and it's like
to the end.
They have the power. They can just say no, and they've never even asked him. So he says.
And is Chapman out?
Nothing's ever gotten that far.
Right.
Yeah.
Is Chappie out for the year? I was telling Steiny, I heard the report. Chapman,
yeah. I don't think you say that out loud unless it's probably going
He's
that
getting
way.
a second opinion on whether or not he should have surgery, and if it's even close, it's August, you get the surgery, and this is not a PCL, for Ricky Pearsall. You're not in it, and, what do you really need to fight back to play for? You got, 3 more years on your deal with the Giants, I think?
I think it's more.
Yeah, I thought it was 3 and 75. It might be 4 and 100. I don't have it in front of me, but you've got nothing really to fight back for. It's your spot when you get healthy.
That Willie's money, Adames, he's getting some 31, 30. Man, that's some shit.
And it's 4 more for Chappie.
4 more for Chappie. Yeah, I'd almost rather, especially with Schmidt out, it's like use these innings to see other people.
Osabi. Did I get it right?
Basabe.
Yeah, Basabe.
Yeah.
Pastor Basabe. I like him.
That kid they got
I tweeted him last night. I like Basabe. I like him.
Basabe.
Not Kemosabe.
No.
Basabe.
Marcelo Meyer, the kid they got from Boston, he plays infield positions. As soon as he's healthy, I think he'll get a lot of those innings.
That's the guy I kind of want to take a look at.
Yeah.
Because he seems to be somebody that...
prospect.
It's an interesting way you sum that up, though, from Zach Manassian, to where you want to be really happy with what you got, but you realize that you can't be happy because you had to do what you had to do because you're so bad. So I was making this analogy earlier, Steiny, where you get divorced and you're going to sell the house, but you have an estate sale, and you make a nice little piece of change on all the crap that people came and bought. And so how was the estate sale? It was great, but deep down, you're getting divorced. It's going to cost you more. You got to get rid of your house you've lived in for 22 years. Now you live in some dumpy one-room apartment because you can't afford it. But yeah, the estate sale was great.
That's dark.
Well, I was just like,
I get it.
Too soon? Yeah. Boy, I went
is anyone in the room not aware of what I'm talking about?
If you spill something all over the floor, do you get credit for cleaning it
Well,
up?
there you go. That's how I felt.
Yes,
that's how I feel.
Yeah,
I mean, he also can't say these guys are stone cold lock prospects.
No doubt, Will.
Of course not.
Yeah.
But to me, like, it's no different than a draft. I'm never going to get excited about people until they actually become real players. But the baseball people seem to think that the Giants did a good job.
Coach Keith Law. Keith Law seemed to like what they did. For sure.
No, their farm system is now a thing.
Right.
We'll see where that goes.
And they got a bit of a mix of like maybe later this year / next year, and then some 2028s and a couple 2029. So they did kind of stagger it, as opposed to your caller earlier who said stifle.
Yeah,
he said stifle like 12 different times. How do they stifle it with all these witnesses?
The information.
How do they stifle it? Maybe
all right, I'm
time for Willard to
going
get
to hit
some
the
coffee
road today because a little bit early, but you guys are good with it, right?
We'll survive.
Yeah, because guy hasn't played golf in forever.
Wait, Guru, you can stay.
I got you.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate it, guys. I'll give you 4 minutes tomorrow.
Okay. Oh, wow. So we're going to 216 tomorrow.
All right, there it is. Yeah,
all right.
Hit
them straight.
Look at you.
All right. You look like you had more thoughts.
I'm not trying to start anything, but I know as a region, and I hate this, we're soft on college football. This could be the worst analogy. But last thing about the Kyle thing. Do you think from afar the Bay Area media, and I'm not saying one person because I don't know, did we take a hit? I'm saying did they take a hit by not being able to get to this story? I asked Steiny that. He said for sure, but I'm wondering just from afar, he'd be like, what's that mean? I don't care. But did the media here in the Bay take a hit by what's going on out there, Dibs? How did you not, or whomever, you know what I mean? Because we got a lot of people covering the team.
From the outside, you could look at that and have that opinion, but if you look at the actual timeline of the information as it was released. So let's just say 48 hours before the Niners announce it, you find out that the coach was in an automobile accident. Kyle Shanahan was in a crash. Okay, you go ahead and investigate it. Well, there's no police report you can see because no one was cited, and you can check the database. Turns out that was entered incorrectly. So if you want to go with the story right when you hear about it on Thursday afternoon, and all you have is the intersection, the accident, and an unnamed 21-year-old female who may be at fault, well, most of what you have is wrong. So if you have any respectability as a journalist, and that's where I think the Bay Area really shines, you don't just go forward with it until you have the complete picture.
I think there's a larger conversation about media in general. I don't really get into, market rankings on this. I don't think it's funny because, okay, who took a hit?
And I don't know.
I mean, Chris Sims is on a show, and I don't consider him a journalist, but
that's his buddy. That's family.
That whole thing gets really muddy for people. Adam Schefter knew, so or at least.
But we don't know when he knew.
Right, but so why are we going to come down the road of Kawakami or Matt Barrows or Matt Mayoko if Adam Schefter, who is a newsbreaker, had as much information and also handled it a certain way?
Is Donnie gone?
Yeah.
I kind of said during your Warrior days, you covering the team every day, having relationships with these guys. Let's just say Mully got knock on wood. We know you did, Mully. You got in an accident and you were privy to that. Would you have went against the grain, or because you got a relationship and you guys, would you have held on to that?
Say?
Of course, I would have reported it. I don't believe him. So, Dibs, I could stand
two interesting things about this one.
Yeah.
One, it happened during the dead period. So, reporters are on vacation. No one's sniffing around Santa Clara. And the other piece is it happened in his backyard. Tony Romo was not in his home.
Well, he's
market.
from Wisconsin, but I hear you.
Right,
Tony Romo also got a DUI. Like my biggest issue with this is that when everyone talks about it, they still make it sound like there was a crime.
And
whether
I gotta be with you,
whether
man.
or not he should have been ticketed for reaching for a phone is a completely different conversation, and you're all hypocritical if you get high and mighty about that because there's not a one of us that hadn't done it.
So when you think he says the other domino is going to drop, he's assuming there's there's some pop off going on.
And I don't know that there isn't. I've just never understood why it sounds like that. You all sound like detectives who think that somebody robbed a bank and got away with it
without saying that.
A car accident happened.
Yeah.
And then as soon as necessary, he came out.
Because he was banged up.
And tearfully called reporters to his office to tell everybody what happened.
And people still get on that like, well, yeah, dude was coming. Oh, I don't subscribe to that.
Police report was correct.
People showed them grace. They had love for him.
It got uploaded into a system incorrectly. As soon as everybody saw that, he called him.
Where I'm coming from, Will, someone say, well,
of course, I know. I'm Mr.
We don't know
Nice.
if the police report's right because they won't release it.
Yes, we do. That has been reported numerous times.
Right.
Police report is correct. Got uploaded into the CHP system incorrect.
Right. But what's in the police report? We have no idea. Because they don't have to release it because nobody got cited.
in the police
but they were
report?
going to cite her initially. According to reports, but we don't need to go back down this road.
I'll be listening.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny dudes.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And no white boys. They cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's get started. The lead story is that you're back. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you.
Everybody's glad you're feeling better. Everybody was
thanks
playing unnecessary sirens. From the ilk of the larger Kyle Shanahan conversation, sometimes it's not always that dramatic. So I'm glad you're back and everything's okay.
It was that dramatic until it wasn't that dramatic,
Right, exactly.
And driving from here to the hospital in Walnut Creek was a start and stop of roadside vomitosis, but we got through it.
All right.
We got through it.
Boy, we didn't need to start that way. I'm glad you're better.
Thank you. Friday's higher or lower is based on the number 40.
Oh, God, don't.
If there's an item in there about how many, just take the higher.
Yeah.
Take the higher.
Oh,
It's a rough one, but we're happy to be back.
I'm glad you're back.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Bummed I missed the trade deadline and
we
six players, man, smash the over.
We should smash the over. We should set aside some time a little bit later, and we will, to get your thoughts on it, because nobody's heard that yet, and you haven't gotten to get it off your chest yet.
Okay.
I don't know if it's on your chest.
No, that came out on Monday.
Maybe it was in your belly. I don't know. Maybe you were so torn up about the possibility of losing Elliot Ramos that's what brought it on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Probably Eric Miller, friend of the program.
Well, yeah.
The big lefty.
Yeah. Bleep you,
totally.
bleep you, and bleep you, and go to Boston, where actually that will play very well.
No doubt.
If I'm Eric Miller, I adopt that as my thing. Every time I make an out, Boston will love you if you just start flipping people off every time you get them out. So, but anyway, Dominic Purdy is on the show today, and Greg Cosell in exactly 1 hour is going to make his 2026 debut on Willard and Dibs, and hopefully
work on your material.
I was going to say, hopefully you've been working on your material. Hopefully he's been working on his, and it will get unveiled in an hour. And I can I'd like to think, I knew you thought you'd be back today.
Yeah,
but I'd like to think that Greg announcing his return is what brought your body fully back to health. because there's no way in hell you were going to miss this.
No chance. And I love it. It's a challenge because if you ask a question that is at all flawed or speculative or asks him to speculate, then you get picked out of the sky like one of those clay pigeons when you go skeet shooting. So there's a little bit of risk. You fly out there, you ask a question, you hope it's a good one. And if not, he can either shoot it out or maybe he chuckles and you move on.
Obviously, with those two gentlemen coming on the show, there's going to be a lot of football today. No doubt. There'll be a little Warriors. There'll be a little bit of Giants. But the quarterback tiers from Mike Sando and The Athletic come out yesterday. Grandy and I talked about them quite a bit. I know that's one of your favorite things. And there are some scheduling quirk. We're not going to play win-loss. We're not going to give you, whatever, 12 wins, 11 wins, 10 wins, 9 wins. I find that a little bit boring. But when you do a little bit of a deeper look at some of the quirks of the upcoming season, I find it interesting. I have heard a lot of people talk about how the 49ers go 12-5 last year with all of those injuries, but they were playing such a painfully easy schedule, and they won't have that to kick around this year. And my response is, Warren Sharp has the 49ers this year having the 7th easiest schedule in the entire NFL, and that is based on an actual metric. It is based on the projected Vegas win totals for each of the teams. Now, I know you did a deeper dive on the quarterbacks that the Niners will face.
Right.
And I remember those conversations from last year, and it was laughable. They were like, none of the elite quarterbacks are on their schedule. This year it's different, but not that different. What did you find?
Well, what's different is at the bottom. And last year, if you look at who they faced in Tier 1, they only had 2 games against Tier 1, and that was the Matthew Stafford games. He was number 5 overall. This year, he's moved up. Last year, they had 2 against 2 Tier 2 teams. They had 6 against Tier 3. They had 2 against Tier 4, but here's where the big wrinkle last year comes in. They had 3 against rookies who are never ranked in the tier. I believe they went 3-0 against Ward, Sanders, and Jackson Dart.
They did.
And then they had 2 games against unrated quarterbacks. Grandpa Rivers off the couch.
Yep.
They won that one. And Jacoby Brissett was unranked last year. So 5 of their 17 were against guys who were not even in tiers 1 through 4.
Well, and Brissett, did they play Brissett twice?
They played Murray the first time, Brissett the second time.
Kyler the first time, Brissett the second time.
So,
okay.
In terms of the overall ranking of those quarterbacks, it's 21.6 last year. And for the guys who weren't ranked, I added in their ranking this year. And I just gave Phillip 40th last year because he was on the couch. I had to give him a numerical value. This year, they've got 3 against Tier 1s, Stafford twice, and Mahomes.
Yep.
They've got 6 against Tier 2 quarterbacks.
Yep.
That, to me, is where the bigger jump comes in.
You've got a Jalen Hurts. You've got a Justin Herbert. You've got 2 Darnolds, right, who is up to Tier 2. Is that correct?
It is.
You've got a Dak Prescott.
Yep.
And a Jaden Daniels.
There you go. You nailed it. Attaboy, partner.
Okay, now here's the other, and this is obvious. This goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway. You don't know that they're going to play all of these guys.
Of course.
The same way Grandpa Rivers got thrown in there. Who knows who is going to be available and when by the time the 49ers get him. So this is also subject to change. But I'll point out a little quirk. Maybe this is a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. But a lot of what you're pointing out gets condensed into the month of December and actually into January. There's a 4-week stretch toward the end of the year where the 49ers will go home to Stafford, at Herbert, which is also known as home to Herbert, at Mahomes, and then home to Hurts. 4 weeks in a row, 2 Tier 1s, 2 Tier 2s. So they're very condensed into there. But outside of that, you start with Stafford in Australia, and then look what happens. Right? You get back for Malik Willis, and then you get a Jacoby Brissett, and then you get a Bo Nix. I'm not saying Bo Nix is bad, but that's still a very young player. You go to Darnold, and then you're home to Jaden Daniels. Then you go to Atlanta, and I don't even know who that will be. Is that Tua? Is that Penix? Then you get a week off, and then you'll probably play Mendoza. It might be Cousins.
Yeah, I put down Cousins for the sake of argument.
I mean, there's a Minnesota on here. You get to play Jackson Dart again. There'll be another Brissett or whoever, Carson Beck later in the year. So it's better. It's better than last year.
Yes.
It's still not like a murderer's row.
It's not. It's an average of 17.4, which means it's about 4 ranking points per game. Tougher this year than last year. And the thing that really stood out to me is last year you had 3 against rookies, 2 against the unranked, Brissett and Rivers. And this year, even your lowest opponents, you have 4 games against tier 4. But those are at least people who have played quarterback. Like Brissett and Penix are your tier 4 guys that you're going to face this year. And I think that Willis might be the top of tier 4.
Okay.
So, and he's somebody who I think has a chance to be better than that. He has to go prove it.
The tiers thing, I don't even know what to do with Malik Willis. There hasn't been enough football to know who that guy's going to be. He did some things with Green Bay last year that are pretty interesting. A lot better than people thought was going to come from him, which is why he got the contract and the starting spot that he's got. But he's unproven, and he's early in the year. It'll be his second start, again, assuming health. And it's on the road here at Levi Stadium for him. So even if he's good, certainly easier to deal with than Stafford, Mahomes.
No doubt.
Right? All of that. So,
and I think that the schedule also early on is a lot more friendly. We mentioned this before. No road games in the first 4. They have the road game, quote unquote, against the Rams in Australia, but then you come home and you've got the 3 at Levi's. So you do have a chance to get off to that really good start.
3 at Levi's, and then your one road trip stays in the time zone, and then you come back, you get an extra day of rest for another home game. So Australia, yes. The next time they leave the time zone is a month, almost 2 months later.
Yeah.
On October 25th. That's the next time they leave the Pacific time zone. And then you follow that, you get a bye week after it, followed by another home game before you then go to Dallas. So I don't know if this is advantageous or not. The injury thing and the length of this trip to start the year, Australia, I know Kyle Shanahan spoke months ago about not really loving it. Plus, they also lose their game at SoFi against the Rams, which is always kind of an experience, and I think they feel it's an advantage. But I'm with you. NFL gave them a, hey, how you doing on the back end?
Pretty much.
For sure.
And, you get a chance to start camp earlier, and then you have the game against Minnesota in Mexico City, which is a home game you have to give up, but it's a spot that you've played before. I can't remember. I think they're going to Colorado Springs after Dallas. They're going somewhere to elevation.
To altitude, yeah.
Yeah, altitude. They're going to get there. That way, when you go to Mexico City, you can assimilate a little bit better. But overall, the quarterbacks are tougher, but I think the schedule, as you were pointing out, a little bit backloaded in difficulty. And honestly, if you can't rush the quarterback better than last year, it doesn't really matter who you're going to face.
Well, that's fair. I mean, that's completely true. What is their win total this year, 9.5 or 10.5? Where's it sitting right now?
I'm seeing 9.5.
You see 9.5. I think that's juicy. I don't want to play win-loss with anybody. And my brain works in a very optimistic way when not given an automatic reason as to why not. And I know people will yell injuries, injuries, injuries. I don't really take into account injuries on August 5th, unless they're of the season-ending variety. I mean, I've got a little bit of a theory for you about why so many 49ers are missing practice right now, and it has nothing to do with a substation at all.
What could it possibly be?
I'll give it to you next. But what are your larger and easier question based on the conversation we're having? Because I think it's weird. I think people think the Niners are going to be good, and they also think they're going to be the third best team in their division, which is not normal. Most people who think their team is the third best team in the division are not planning on the playoffs.
Over 9.5 is the heavy likely side.
I love that.
It's one. Minus 146 for over 9.5.
I think it's a great
play. It's a steep price. If you feel good about it, you would probably move it up to 10.5 and then get the odds in your favor.
Yeah, I agree with you there too. 888-957-9570 though. Just a general sort of what the expectations are in this moment based on all that we know. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. While you're there, check out what the roast this morning with the Joes had to say about the trade deadline and much more. Same with Steiny and Goo, who had a lot of spirited conversations today. But we'll take your phone calls on that next. 957-9570. Cosell in 45 minutes. This is Willard and Dibs. Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Residents of a Sherman Oaks condo complex say burglars stole tens of thousands of dollars worth of their property while their building was tented for fumigation.
Don't put your home or valuables at risk. Pacific Coast Termite's Orange Oil and Ultraset treatment means no tent, no move out, and no poisonous gas. With highly effective termite treatment backed by a 2-year warranty. Call today for a free termite inspection. Protect your home without turning your life upside down. Call 800-PACIFIC. That's 800-PACIFIC or visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Some restrictions apply.
Earn up to 6% on gas and EV charging through September 7th, 2026 with Stanford Federal Credit Union's Rewards Credit Card. Make the most of your miles. The Rewards Credit Card offers low rates, no annual fee, and get 25,000 bonus points worth $250 cash back when you open and use your new credit card. Visit sfcu.org to apply online. All credit cards are subject to credit approval and membership eligibility. Terms apply. sfcu.org.
This August, American Vision Windows lets you pick any 2 offers. Free expert installation, free sound package, free upgrade to Sun Matrix. We pay your tax, or no interest and no payments for 18 months. Get your project done before fall with your choice of savings. Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com or call 888-347-0711. That's 888-347-0711. New customers only. Restrictions apply. Call or see website for details. Offer ends August 31st, 2026.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile.
Girls trip? Booked. And switching to T-Mobile helped make it happen.
With Experience Beyond, switch and get $100 back. Plus, $650 in value in built-in plan benefits. That's $750 in your first year, guaranteed.
And honestly, that $100 back, I'm putting it towards the zip line.
Now that's how you do summer.
Exactly. Best switch I ever made.
This is just one reason to join T-Mobile this summer. There are 250 reasons. Find yours.
Savings based on the value of benefits included with Experience Beyond, like entertainment and 1 year of AAA Classic and Dash Pass on us. Benefits may require activation. See plan for details. Get $100 via virtual prepaid MasterCard with eligible port and no cash access and expires in 6 months. Issued by Sunrise Banks, N.A. member FDIC. Allow 8 weeks.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Don't miss comedian Joe Coy on his Coy Meets World Tour at Oakland Arena on November 13th. Buy your tickets at joecoy.com for your chance to win your way into the show courtesy of Icon Live. Visit the contest page at 957thegame.com.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
What are you asking exactly? I'm still confused by your question. I mean, what kind of question is that?
On 95.7 The Game.
Hey, look, everybody, Dibs is back. Speaking of triumphant returns, Aaron Donald worked out with the Rams today.
No, not Donald. Come on.
File this
no, babe.
under the worst kept secret of all time. Like, this has become stupid.
No, come on.
What are we doing? Just announce it already.
Oh, yikes.
Oh, wait. It's not like anybody's under a different impression. Hushmanzada came on with us last week, and he's like, yeah, Aaron Donald's playing for the Rams this year. Well, there's not... I love when people love to act like there's a secret, and it's like, it's not a secret. Like, we can see you.
Right. It's not
it's
a
like
secret.
the people who pick their nose in the car at a stoplight. I don't know why you think you're okay in there. We can see you.
Right.
Stop picking your nose.
I don't care if you see me picking my nose.
If you don't care,
matter
then you
to
don't
me.
care. Yeah. Then just open your window and show everybody. Aaron Donald's playing for the Rams this year.
This may be as simple as camp bodies, though. Like, you don't want to have Aaron Donald have to play every day in camp, so he's working out. He's not on the roster, and you've got some poor schlub who's going to be cut as soon as cuts can be made, and he'll be holding the spot. And once Aaron Donald really wants to get in there and start to ramp up, well, then they'll sign him then, and you'll go ahead and cut whoever you're going to cut. It's a roster thing right now.
Yeah.
You need bodies. You need available bodies in early August of guys who can run around there and go full bore, and that's not Aaron Donald.
No, but the Rams have never made any bones about the fact that they're going to sit everybody in August. Is Myles Garrett practicing? I don't feel like he's practiced in a week. They rest their guys, which, by the way, theory, if you will. And no, it doesn't apply to everybody. If you broke a rib, if you broke a finger, like how Juszczyk apparently just did, then you sit out practice. But the Niners have this long list. I think the list reached 20 today with regard to players sitting out practice. And I'm wondering, while the substation is getting its own Twitter account and Warren Sharp wants to tweet about this every single day. All the Niners are going down because of the substation. What about this? What if all of the guys, what if the list is so long because of the injury history? Not adding to it. In other words, what if the 49ers this year in camp, especially early in August, are making more of a conscious decision that if anybody has the slightest anything, don't push it. Sit out. It's August 5th, and we're fine. I mean, that is like when I read, oh, God, the Niners have no receivers. And then the reporters are like, but Mike Evans and Christian Kirk are running full speed on the sideline. Well, if they're running full speed on the sideline, it sounds to me like they don't have horrible leg injuries.
Right.
And they have a month to go until there's a game. So it makes me, especially with veteran guys like that, guys who've had their 30th birthday. So it's very, again, and I don't know. Maybe they're very hurt. Maybe they're sort of hurt. Maybe they're a little hurt. I don't know how to characterize it. But what if the 49ers are just erring on the cautious side because of everything they've been through the last few years, and that's why the list of names sitting out is so long?
That would make a lot of positive sense if that's the real reason. And ultimately, there's two ways to find out. One is, are they making roster moves accordingly, such as Deebo Samuel gets brought in, and the next thing you know, a day or two later, Ricky Pearsall is going to have surgery. He's gone for the year. Okay, that was in my opinion, a direct connection between bad news A, good news B. So if you've got Stribling who's missing time, Evans and Kirk who are still running up and down, full speed, seemingly injury-free, that seems to me to be more precautionary. Mike Evans is an older player. Christian Kirk is no spring chicken. That's kind of the way you handle vets anyway. The Deshaun Stribling one is one that you'd keep an eye on because he's a rook who needs to be out there getting the reps. So if he's out there and he's sitting because of a small ailment, that to me becomes a bigger story.
Agreed. At the same time, I don't think all rookies are cut from the same cloth. This is their first pick. And he's a big deal. And they're probably also, him being a rookie, I don't think the 49ers are, at least at a high level, relying on him on week one to be like a huge part of the offense. Maybe I'm wrong on that. I really don't know. The wide receiver room is a very, very interesting room. And they brought in another player at that position today. What's the Kadarius Hodge? Is that right? They just brought him in. He's a Raheem Morris guy, too. I know that's the defensive coordinator, but anyway, he played with him over in the Falcons. Like, they brought in another guy, so that sort of gives you a clue here and there. But I don't know. It feels to me like there is, and I talked to you, Grandy and I did a lot on this yesterday. I just feel like there's a little bit too much worrying going on. And there's plenty of time for that worrying to be realized. I can't tell you they're going to be healthy at any point this year, let alone week one. But
they won't be healthy, like all of them. They're going to have injured guys all the time, right?
Nobody ever is. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I sort of challenged the conversation yesterday to go further, and it led to something that will probably come up time and again. Mark Grandy has decided he would like the 49ers to either stretch more or quit. So those are the two options.
That doesn't sound like you, Grandy.
Yeah, no,
we were trying to figure out ways to help with their issues, their soft tissue injuries. Right. And I suggested, I don't know, maybe do some more stretching or just disband the football team because there'll be no injuries that way.
Stop playing.
Smart.
Yeah.
That's next level right there.
I mean, and that sounds silly, but here's what I meant by that. I'm listening to this cyclical conversation that is either worrying or making fun of the 49ers from a substation standpoint. And you're welcome to do this however you want. If you want to worry, if you want to point and laugh, whatever. But I don't want to do either of those things. It's not fun. That's not how I football fan. I don't want to worry a month before there's a game. And I certainly don't want to make fun of professional athletes getting hurt. So I'm going to do neither of those things now. But I kind of challenge the conversation to be like, if that's how you feel, then do the next sentence. If you're worried about the injuries, what is it you want to say about him? Do you want Kyle to stop pushing him so hard? Or do you want the 49ers to move facilities? And that's when Grandy was like, stretch more or quit.
I like that.
Yeah.
Stretch more.
I guess it's like a golf ball that stops at the cup. Like, I want one more revolution.
Right. Well, you could
say something about it.
You could look at the head of strength and conditioning, the vice president, who's now been there in his 8th season, and you could look at that department and say, maybe we need to just bring in a whole new group of people
there you go.
And do things a whole different way. Kyle Shanahan either works his guys too hard or doesn't work harder than any other team, depending on which player you talk to. And as far as the concern about injury goes, I'm concerned about some guys more than others. And some of those guys are, for example, like George Kittle. Is he going to be able to play week 1? Will it be week 3 or 4? He's on the PUP. Michael Williams on the PUP. Nick Bosa coming off a 3rd ACL. So these are track record injuries. And then the other ones are the little ones, like your new running back, Kalen Black. He's gotten hurt. And your holdover, Justin James, broke his rib because his own teammate tried to punch the ball, and he broke his rib. And your other running back never can get on the field, Isaac Guerrero. Your wide receiver core, they're running on the side, but they're not on the field. So it's not a full-blown worry, but it's almost like a here we go again in early August. And why? Why does this keep happening? And I'm not saying it happens to them more than other teams. I saw one of your tweets over the last couple of days, like, show me their data.
Yeah.
Show me the other teams and how many injured guys they have.
The Eagles receiving core is completely hurt and nobody knows.
I'm sure Philadelphia fans know.
Yeah, but it's irrelevant on August 5th.
Because they don't have a substation right there.
And they also don't have a game this week. I don't care who's hurt on August 5th. I don't.
Ricky Pearsall?
That one matters. If it's a season-long thing, then we can talk about it. But
yeah, it might be a career-long thing.
And maybe. But that is a list of one. There's one guy that we know is out week 1. We know for sure. 100% he's out week 1. Ricky Pearsall. End of list.
You said Kyle Juszczyk broke a finger today?
Broke a finger.
Reportedly?
Well, no, he broke it yesterday.
Okay.
He sat out today. 2 more guys did leave today. Zakel left. Okawanu left. Maybe Okawanu was pissed that there were too many people that have long last names starting with O on the defensive line. There's only room for 2, so he left. I don't know. But yes, those 2 guys got dinged today. I know everybody wants the 49ers to get through a whole practice without a ding. It's pretty rare, I think, actually for most teams to just have a clean injury report every day. I'm certainly not I'm not gaslighting anyone. I'm not going to tell you that the injury bug hasn't been a problem for the Niners over the last handful of years. No different than the Seahawks, Rams, and Niners in the standings. I take each year by year. It's a complete reset. So I
get that part of it, but there's been a through line of this being a consistent issue over the majority of the season since Kyle's been here.
And then what's the next sentence? So you think what?
I think a lot of things, and they could all be.
I wonder what they are.
Well, one of them would be looking at Dustin Perry as the vice president of your training and your training department and figure out if he's the GOAT. You look at the Warriors, and Rick Celebrini is widely regarded as one of the best in his field. And do the Warriors have injuries? Of course, everyone has them, but the people who go there rave about his ability to rehab them. I look at a through line through the Shanahan era, and Dustin Perry has ascended through those ranks, and he's somebody who's been there for a long time. So I would look at that department and look at other departments that maybe have fewer injuries and wonder what you're doing that other teams aren't doing or what you're not doing that other teams are doing. That would be somewhere that I would primarily look before this cockamamie substation.
Yeah, I agree with you. I would imagine, here's the other side to it. I have no idea if they've done it successfully or unsuccessfully, but it's always interesting to me when multi-billion-dollar organizations are experiencing a problem, and people go, you know what you should do? You should look at the training staff. I have to imagine that the San Francisco 49ers, like all football teams, look at every single possible analytic, performance-based, how can we be better in this, that? I would imagine they look at all of those things every year. It would be robbery for them to not do that, right? I mean,
I'm sure they do that. And I know over the last few years, they've totally upgraded their facility in terms of the weight room and the training rooms and all the rest of it. And so they're clearly putting resources into it, and yet they have not gotten the results. The process is maybe a little bit different. The results are largely the same. So then you have to look at other things. Is it the Shanahan practice approach? And it's the hardest thing about this for me, Mark, is even if you've had more injuries than most, I think they have, even if the coach pushes them harder than most, I believe that maybe they do, it's led to winning. So you've won
another good point.
At a rate that is almost second to none. You have a couple of teams who've outstripped you based on wins and Super Bowls, but like Buffalo, Baltimore, in the last 10 years, you're the three best teams without a Super Bowl. So it's led to winning. More injuries, probably. More wins, yeah. So how do you balance those two things?
It's a very good point. How would this have gone without the injury, poor luck, or whatever you want to call it, the issue? I don't know. And you're right. We've had a line of players through the years. It's not like 49ers. It's not like they've never played anywhere else. A lot of guys have played for other NFL teams. They've all played in college. And a lot of people are like, no, it's not really all that different.
It's a football practice.
Yeah, like we go out there. But that's why I do think that the Niners have reached a point where if you're looking at all things, if I'm the Niners, one of the first things I would do coming into this camp, before the first injury even happened, one of the first things I would do, and I'm just a layperson, but I would go, okay, I've got some pre-existing injuries, or rehab guys, Michael Williams, George Kittle, etc. I'm not going to call the Niners, it's not like the Warriors. They're not an old team, but they've got some key position players who are, they get some rings on their trees. George Kittle, Trent Williams, Mike Evans. So I would immediately go, all right, especially early in camp, let's really, if there's ever an opportunity to take our foot off the gas, let's do it. So I would tell my guys, especially on Mike Evans, hey, Mike, if you feel anything, I mean anything, we're going to sit you out. Let's just put you on the side. You're Mike Evans.
Right.
I think you know where to go.
Does he need to learn how to run a bang 8?
Don't think so.
Yeah, he's probably good on that.
And from the sound of the first few days of camp, Brock and him were connecting quickly very, very quickly
Right.
in terms of their rapport. So
if you can run a good route and Brock knows what the route is, he's going to be able to find you right on time. That's what he does.
I don't know that they did that, but I'd do that. I don't know nothing from nothing, but that's what I would do. I would immediately show up to camp and be like, anybody feels anything in the first 15 days of August, you sit. Rookies, that's different. So I like your dribbling point. That's fair. Even young guys. Jacob Cowing, I think, sitting out with an injury today is a concern because he has always been hurt. Yes, the two running backs, Jordan James, Kalon Black, that's a bummer. And those are setbacks. It's very, very unfortunate. But when we're talking about dudes who are veteran players on August 5th, I would be so overly cautious, and I'm hopeful that that's part of what they're doing.
I hope so, too, because we would all be overly critical if they pushed him and the injury got into a spot where now you're going to have to miss a couple of games in the regular season. The first preseason game is a week from tomorrow, and I think they've got a joint practice before that with the Titans, and so
correct.
You're going to get next week, things are going to start to ramp up even a little bit more, and right now it's a Wednesday here in week 2, and so you're still trying to ease your way through it, and really right now, you're analyzing players 70 through 90, and you may already know who those bottom 20 are, and they're going to be gone. So then you look at, all right, who's going to be players 53 through 70? That way we can really start to zero in as the month goes on who we're going to keep on this team. Who can we maybe get on our practice squad and they won't get plucked by somebody else? And so you're making those evaluations. You're not looking at Mike Evans and thinking, wide receiver 1, or does he come off the bench? I got to figure this out, Mike.
Exactly. So anyway, the larger conversation, which is where we started, is kind of the overall expectations thing that comes from, as you pointed out, the quarterbacks they play, the overall strength of schedule, which is a lot of guesswork at this hour, but it's based on some Vegas data, overall win totals, and then the constant story about the injury bug. But I look at this season, and I share, I think, the same headlines that everybody else does. Yeah, they play in a really hard division. So if that's what ends up getting in the Niners' way, that's possible. But I take every single NFL season as its own. And of the two teams that everybody talks about in the NFC West, I think one of the narratives is accurate, and I think the other one is inaccurate. I think the Los Angeles Rams, if they're blessed with health, are a problem. I think that's a roster that's got a lot of answers at a lot of positions and a lot of elite players, and Aaron Donald working out for them today does not help.
They have the highest percentage on Kalshi to make the playoffs, 80%.
They are they the Super Bowl favorite, like the NFL-wide Super Bowl favorite right now?
I would guess yes, but I'm just looking right now at the Kalshi markets for likelihood, percentage chance to make the playoffs, and LA, the Rams are at 80, and Seattle is 5th on the board at 65.
I'm pulling up the actual up-to-the-minute Super Bowl. Yes, indeed. In fact, they're a significant one. The Rams are Super Bowl favorites at plus 550. The next two teams are at plus 1,100.
Wow.
And they are the Seahawks and Bills, and that's the other point I want to make. The Seahawks should not be there. That's to me.
That's what we do with the defending champ. We overinflate.
Agreed. And they're good. They're good. They have a great home field advantage. They got a good defense. They're well coached. Sam Darnold works out well for them. But I find it to be so overly simplistic to just go, Seahawks won last year, Seahawks. It's like, you're dismissing all of the little points on their journey that kind of fell their way, which to me happens in any Super Bowl run. So that's not pointing at them. That's any team. And you're dismissing the departures that they've had, which were not insignificant. So the Seahawks are good. I think the 49ers are good. I think those two teams, you could have a healthy conversation over who should be predicted to be second in the NFC West right now.
I think it's pretty wide open, and obviously that comes down in many ways to those head-to-heads, and I just wonder if I was to offer you the Niners record last year against the Rams and Seahawks in the regular season, 2-2, would you take that? Or can the Niners be slightly better than that? Because this Ram game in Australia it sets up to not be a great spot for them because they always do so well at Levi South, and now you have to travel. It's a neutral, and normally you get that bonus home game in LA, and the Rams, I do think, are going to be revved up knowing that they are the favorites to win the whole thing, and the Niners won't be totally healthy. So this one's a bad spot. So can you split with the Rams? Can you split with Seattle? What do you think, Mark?
Can they? Sure,
of course,
they can.
They're allowed to.
And they're allowed to win all four. I checked.
Okay.
But I think what you're asking me is kind of like, would I take that? If you offered it to me right now, would I take that? And I think I probably would. And the reason I probably would is because I think you can come to a reasonable, not overwhelming, but a reasonable conclusion that gives you a pretty good shot to be 4-2 in your division. And that's a good record. That's a good record in your division. And if you do go 4-2 in your division, and then I look at the rest of this schedule, I see things going pretty well for them if they go 4-2 in their division. I think you look at the rest of the schedule. Sure, there's some losses out there. But let's put it this way. If they go 4-2 in their division, I love their chances to win 11 football games this year.
Yeah, I do too.
11 football games get you in.
Especially if you wind up winning the correct 11, which would be, you knock off the Giants, who could be an upstart team, a wild card competitor. Same thing with Dallas, a team they're going to face. Philadelphia is always a big game. So those other NFC games that might serve as tiebreakers, they can maybe loom if you do wind up with just 10 wins.
Philadelphia, Sunday night football, Levi Stadium, January 3rd. Ooh.
Sign me up. That's always a juicy one.
Yeah, things for one or both could already be decided, or they could all be on the line. So, that game, traditionally, that first game kind of after the new year, I remember that was that Detroit game at Levi Stadium, a primetime game a couple of years ago, and we circled it before the year started. It was like, oh, boy, here we go. 49ers and
that was December 30th.
Yeah, and they were coming off of the NFC Championship battle the year before, and they came all the way out here, and the Niners season was completely cooked already. It's completely cooked, and it was a Jared Goff chant fest at Levi Stadium. Still fun game. It's fun to go to, but like everything was already decided. So hopefully those two teams both still have something on the line when they get to that one.
Yeah, that'd be juicy if that was absolutely the case. And hopefully the Niners don't have to worry about that last game against Arizona if they can just rest everybody and be buttoned up. But interesting to see how the season unfolds. I'm looking at the rest differential, and Seattle, they have the fourth kindest rest differential on the year.
That's helpful.
Tough schedule, but they play 5 games where they're going to have more rest than their opponent.
What's the Niners?
The Niners is a flat 0.
Okay.
They're a dead 0. They've got a game where they have a 3-day advantage, a 4 and a 7, and then they have a 7 against them, 2 3s and a 1. So they're exactly dead on the 0.
But did they give them the rest advantage for week 1? Because they have it.
It's a rest disadvantage based on when they played last year. The Rams played deeper.
The Rams went farther.
So, yeah, they have like a 3-day advantage.
I think it's like a 7-day advantage.
Something like that, yeah.
The Rams had to play in, like late January.
Yeah.
The Niners only had to play in mid-January.
You hate playing in late January.
Yeah, so hopefully that's going to pay some dividends here. All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. 888-957-9570, the number. Greg Cosell in 20 minutes on Willard and Dibs.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Is there anything Albert, my AI financial assistant, can't do? Albert, can you create a financial plan just for me?
Yes. I've reviewed your accounts, income, and spending. Here's your plan and a few suggestions.
Great. Any savings I'm missing out on?
I reorganized your budget and found an extra $500 this month. Would you like me to transfer that to your savings?
Sure.
Done.
Oh, I'm thinking about moving. Can you get me more cash?
Albert can get you a loan up to $10,000 fast. How does that sound?
Sounds perfect. Looks like Albert really can do everything.
Download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius, your AI financial assistant, and get up to $10,000. Just download the Albert app and use promo code QUICK to try Genius and get up to $10,000. Promo code QUICK.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security.
For the Bay Area, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
Neuropathy is a debilitating condition that is sometimes misdiagnosed. Symptoms can include pain, numbness, and tingling in your hands, legs, and feet. Neuropathy is a progressive condition that only worsens unless you get effective treatment. SF Bay Wellness is a leader in neuropathy reversal and uses FDA-cleared, non-invasive electric cell therapy to restore nerve function with no injections, no drugs, and no surgery. The treatments have a 95% success rate. If distance is a factor, ask about our virtual consultation option. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE for the $99 neuropathy evaluation and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Don't wait another day. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE. Why keep suffering with the painful symptoms of neuropathy? You deserve to live a pain-free life. Start getting the treatment you need for your neuropathy symptoms. Call today.
Jay Vineyards returns as the official sparkling wine of the Golden State Valkyries. As Jay celebrates its 40th anniversary, the team invites all wine lovers to experience the artistry, hospitality, and California soul that defines Jay Vineyards. Every offering at Jay is an invitation to discover the bounty of Sonoma County, where guests explore local ingredients paired with Jay's celebrated sparkling Pinot Noir and Chardonnay wines. Make Jay your next wine country destination, located just 70 miles from Chase Center in Healdsburg.
There are things the insurance company hopes you never find out, like how quickly they try to close your case, how they look for anything you say to use against you, and how the first offer is almost never the full value of your claim. Because the faster they settle, the less they have to pay. That's not a coincidence. That's their strategy. So before you call them back, call Beam Law. From the first call, they'll take over. They handle the pressure, the negotiations, and the legal fight so you don't get pushed into a decision you can't undo. Beam Law has recovered millions for clients across the Bay Area and has been named Best of the Bay by SF Weekly 4 times. So if you've been injured or lost someone due to someone else's negligence, don't wait. Call Beam Law now at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called Select Quote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with Select Quote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call Select Quote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
Not bad, guys.
On 95.7 The Game.
Are you nervous?
A little bit, yeah.
Are you nervous?
Yeah, a little bit.
Also, Pasta and Grandy, I told Dibs over text last night about the new sensation of the fireworks grand finale of Greg Cosell. Are you able to play that for him again? Pasta, how did you do it yesterday? Pasta kind of stumbled upon
do this for me.
Yeah, you might have to Get your magical hands on that thing over there.
I kind of set the bar, didn't I?
You did. So are you able to do it again?
Yeah, I could do it again.
Okay, do it again because Dibs needs to hear this. This is.
You want to do it right now?
Yeah, do it right now. I want it right now. So there's Greg's laughs, kind of in the way you just heard. Like there's this one, and then there's this one, and then there's this one, and then Pasta yesterday was attempting to do a bunch of them in a row, and then something went haywire. And he's found what might be my new favorite toy. So we decided...
He just plays them all at once.
All at once.
It's like a room full of Coscells.
Exactly.
A cacophony of Coscells. It's incredible.
So it's the Cosell laugh version of when all the fireworks go off at the end.
Granny's got it now.
Okay. Granny's got it now. So
that's great.
That's from us to you. Welcome back.
Oh, yeah. That was awesome.
Yeah.
You had told me before there was some new Cosell laugh thing, and I had no idea what that would be.
There it is. And it's happiness. It's just happiness. So Cosell will be on with us in a handful of minutes here. Just a little bit over 10 minutes to go. Greg Cosell makes his 2026 debut. Listen, something that is no laughing matter at all, and I don't want to belabor this point, but I know a lot of you are hearing the news that has come out today about our friend Greg Papa. There was a lot of news over the last week because of the great work of Eric Branch with the Chronicle, who sat down with Greg Papa and caught up with him and his health journey. And then there's more news today. I'll let you guys all kind of find that. It's not really my place to share all of that. Greg is still fighting his fight. But I wanted to take a moment on the platform with which we are blessed here. And I've done this already privately. I know you do it often privately, but I want to say it publicly that my man, we're thinking about you. We are rooting for you. We are here if you need anything. I know that you probably hear that a lot. You've been around for a long time, so there's a lot of people sending that along. But I want to say that, and I hope everybody listening to us does the same in whatever way that you believe or feel or think. Just send all the energy in the direction of a good man who's fighting the fight, and some more news came his way today that is at minimum unfortunate in his timing. At maximum, it's just unfortunate, period.
Yeah.
And so...
there might be more of a maximum to your maximum, but
I think so.
I respect you leaving it there.
That's not really my place to go there, but Greg, we love you, man, and just keep on going.
Yeah, that's my mentor, and I did play-by-play. A lot of what I did when I did some play-by-play was based off of what he did. I was lucky to be his stage manager for about 4 or 5 years, which would mean I would show up at any of these college games and I would be the guy handing him the promos to read and whatnot. And the number one job that you had was to get Greg Papa the hottest coffee you could possibly find about 2.5 hours before tip.
Yeah.
So I would get there and I'm running around Berkeley. I'm running around Stanford. I'm trying to find him coffee. And sometimes it's hard to come by a cup of coffee. So I thought, you know what? I'm going to start bringing my own tea. So I bought a giant carafe and I started brewing my own tea. That way it would be a piping hot liquid. So first time I show up, he's like, Dibs, where's my coffee? Greg, I got you tea. Get this out of my face. And so, he rebuked it a couple times. He would drink the tea.
Greg.
He wanted hot liquid. And so eventually the tea was a no thank you, but I was getting him the hot coffee. And that was just part of the way that he showed me how to do play-by-play.
Getting back to this market, when I did, it's now been 7.5 years or whatever when I got to come home. And there's all these little, and they're not little, but along the way, there was all these markers. Like it had always been the goal to get back home and kind of do whatever we do. But there were these markers that they're just these thrills that kept happening kind of all within the first year and a half of getting back. I got to come home and within 3 months, I'm sitting there doing a show with Radnich. And even if just for a day, right? You're bouncing around, they move the roster around a little bit, and I'm doing a show with Radnich. And then the next thing you know, we're doing daily kind of crossover things with Tom Tolbert and Rod Brooks and Larry Krueger. And then somewhere along the line, they're like, yeah, Lund's out today. You want to pop in and hang out for a week with Greg Papa? And I'm like, I mean, it just, and I wish I tried not to do this then. You try to just do the show.
Right, try to be cool.
But you're like, I'm sitting here, like, these are my people. Like, I grew up wanting to be them. I grew up listening to those Warrior games or watching Gary or whatever. And I don't want to make it sound like I'm like 80 years younger than them or whatever. I hate when people are like, I grew up listening to them. It makes them feel old. I don't want to do that. I'm not that much younger than these guys. But, like, it's such a moment. And so Greg is very, very high on that list. You know how people always ask athletes what was like your welcome to the pros moment?
Yeah.
These are my welcome back to the Bay moments, and getting to do that, and I'll never forget them. And I appreciate them for the way they handled those moments too, because they didn't need to treat me the way they did, but they did. And Greg is the type that even throughout my teaching and whatnot, like every now and again, you get a student who's kind of like, yeah, so truly since I was a kid, like I listened to Greg do 49er games or whatever. And we do these networking assignments where it's like, let's see if you can reach out and kind of network and make contact with people. And I would get like sometimes like, oh, Greg Papa's on my list. I'm like, oh, really? Greg Papa's on your list? I'm like, okay, stand by. And you like, hey, Greg, I got a student. You're his dude. Do you have 5 minutes? And Greg's the type that'd be like, send him my number. And boom, like the next thing you know, these kids are overwhelmed with his kindness. And so that's Greg.
Yeah.
And I remember the last time I ran into Greg was just last season at Splash. We were there doing a show. I can't remember. You might have been off. I can't remember.
Maybe.
It was after the show, and it was a Warrior game, and he was downstairs, and I didn't know he was going to be there. And he grabbed me, and we had the most awesome exchange. And so, yeah, Greg, come on, man.
Yeah.
Let's keep on riding.
We saw him. I think you saw him with me at Media Row this year at the Super Bowl when we were down there in Moscone. I for sure saw him. That was during the.
Yeah, I think I missed
during
that.
the brief period that he was back.
Yeah, I didn't see him.
Yeah, and there was a lot of hugs, a lot of embraces, and the emotions. And I just sent you the clip, Grandy. 1988. My buddies and I are at a Warrior game at the old Oakland County Coliseum Arena, and my buddy got picked to shoot a half-court shot at halftime.
Nice.
He makes it. Crowd goes wild, and we were all Papa fans. I was 19, and Papa was about 25, the young, precocious star on the rise, and we're hanging out right by the table where they're doing the post-game show, and I said to their producer, hey, if you guys are short, I got the half-court shooter right here. So Papa, of course, loves live radio, so he brings them on. So my buddy Clark Nelson from Belmont does like 2.5 minutes with Papa and Al Addles, and somehow the audio has survived to this day.
No way.
Oh, yeah. I just sent Grandy and Nahegan it might have been an MP1 back then. It was so old, but seriously, though, it was the most comical thing because my buddy Clark is the cockiest guy you've ever met. And so he's there with Papa and Al Addles. He's like, guys, you just got to focus on the rim and you got to have faith in yourself. Isn't that right, Al? That's exactly right.
That's exactly right.
And so just that clip became immediate lore for me and my friend group, and we're now almost 40 years removed.
I've told you this before. I don't know why it sticks in my head. Sleepy Floyd forecourt.
Yeah.
I never knew. I'm like, I don't even know what forecourt is. I've never heard another broadcaster use it. But I also am like, but I got it. I understood what he was saying. And that's what I grew up. Sleepy Floyd forecourt. And here comes Sleepy Floyd bringing the ball across half court, and Greg calling Sleepy Floyd bringing the ball up, and it just, I don't know. It stuck with me. It's to this day. It sticks with me.
And I'm hoping we get more to stick with us. And he's fighting like hell. And Greg, I'm so proud of the fight you've put up. But thinking about the Raider games when we were the flagship and playing a pretend drinking game, every time he would say either offset eye, true eye, gun run, jet motion, 2x2 formation, whatever the jargon is. He's the jargon king, but you learn. And I learned so much about football just by listening to him.
No doubt. So I have no idea if this will get to him. It's not about that. Like I said,
get to him.
I hope so.
I did my top 15 moments for 15-year anniversary.
Yeah.
One of them was his 23-minute soliloquy.
Yep.
And he actually took a screenshot of it and responded to me.
Oh, did he really?
Yes. So he's watching, he's listening.
You didn't hear about the other response to your top 15 list, did you?
I heard of something. Well, there's a guy who there's a guy who is very open in expressing what he hears on the station. So I heard second or third hand, and it was just whatever.
Anyway, back to Greg.
Sure.
Yeah.
I didn't really actually hear the response.
Okay.
Somebody responded to me that they had heard the response, and did I want to hear the response or respond to the response? It's like,
that was great. I loved your list just because I learned some of the things that are out there.
Yeah. And I understand that some shows didn't get necessarily included.
Well,
as luck would have it.
Which is it's your list.
Yeah.
It's your list. So, all right. A different Greg is going to join us next, who we love as well. Greg Cosell is going to make his season debut, and we're very excited about that. The segment was sponsored by Safeway. Greg, we love you, and I hope that you are listening to 95.7 The Game.
Head to Safeway this week for 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6 ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for $2.99 each. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley here. Happy to be back to talk about Fremont Bank. It's a family-owned bank, and it's got that family-owned feel, much like us right here at this radio station. And Fremont's proudly celebrating more than 60 years in business, and they didn't just want to build a bank. They wanted to build a local ecosystem created around and for Bay Area communities. They're one of the top local corporate philanthropist organizations right here in the Bay. They keep their money local, and they reinvest it into business, organizations, and activities that make the Bay Area so much better. My hard-earned money gets reinvested right back into Fremont Bank, and those deposits happen, and I can see the money working all around me. And I made the switch because I didn't want to be a part of a big box bank anymore. I wanted to be a part of a good local bank, one who knows me, knows my family, and knows my financial goals. Do yourself a favor and see for yourself exactly what Fremont Bank is all about. It's Fremont Bank, turning family-owned businesses into household names.
You listen to 95.7 The Game for the best sports insights. Now, use that same power to grow your business. When you advertise with us, you're reaching a massive audience of local consumers and business decision makers every day. Let our team help you build a game plan that delivers results. Scale your business and win the market. To get started, visit Advertise with 957 The Game at Odyssey.com. That's Advertise with 957 The Game at AUDACY.com.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Milgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Milgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
Hey, it's Willard for Sierra Nevada. Embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. If you saw the headliner when they played at the bar or stopped your friends mid-festival to look at the stars, if you're up for whatever the night brings, then embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing. Hazy, citrusy, smooth. Come find them during Outside Lands at the Hazy Little Hideaway. Bring your friends and get a taste of the moments that matter. Embrace the haze with Sierra Nevada Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to speak to a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Go to carsforkids.org now or call 877-CARS-4-KIDS to donate your car today.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
As a fitness coach, my active psoriatic arthritis can slow me down. With Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, I'm treating my skin and joint symptoms so I can keep moving. Skyrizi, a prescription-only injection for adults, helps me move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. And for those who have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible. With Skyrizi, there's no daily dosing. It's just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
What a moment. What a moment.
Huge.
You're so nervous you forgot to turn your mic on.
Maybe. Could be a setback from a previous illness.
I wonder. I mean, we ask throughout an entire NFL season. I'm guessing here. So we sit with him for about 25 minutes. We probably fire off about 5 to 7 questions each. So if he comes on with us every week from what now? It's August through
the answer's
February.
200, Mark.
How many questions do we ask Greg Cosell per year?
About 200, I'd say.
About 200.
Yep.
Yeah. So it's a lot, but I've never asked him this question.
Oh, boy.
As the great executive producer, the big honcho at NFL Films, and joining us on the River Islands guest line for the first of many throughout the 2026 season is Greg Cosell. And we are so excited to get this going again. And the question is, Greg, do you know or have you ever had sort of an intimidating effect on people before that you're aware of?
I sure hope not.
Yeah, I mean I can't. my partner over here. I mean, it's he's been hot under the collar all day, getting ready for this.
Well, not a lot's really happened yet, so it's now we're in the speculative stage, gentlemen, where everybody has an opinion about things that haven't happened yet.
Which is why the nerves really start to come in because, what do you think Dejan Stribling's going to look like? Well, guys, I can't tell you that because it actually hasn't happened yet. And when it does, I'll look at the tape.
He's obviously going to be Jerry Rice. We all know that.
Hello.
Go ahead and cut that.
Hello. Yes, it is. It's speculation season, Greg. I'm surprised you even went to your office this time of year.
Oh, God, I don't think I've been out of my office. I've probably watched, let's see, since the end of the draft, I've probably watched about 110 guys who will be in next year's draft. Okay. They won't all be, but probably 90 of them will be. So I've seen a ton of guys getting a foundation for those guys. A couple of weeks ago, I started going back to the NFL. So I started watching tape the way I can't do during the season, where I can watch 5 or 6 games of a team in a row I can watch quarterbacks and just focus, find focus on quarterbacks. I can look at some defenses in great detail. These are things I can't quite approach it that way during the season when I just have to try to get as many games watched every week as possible.
I do bet, and sure, this is speculative, but at the same time, you know a lot about both players. And so I wonder what you think the marriage of Brock Purdy and Mike Evans is going to look like.
Well, it's funny because I did a deeper dive into Purdy this offseason, which I pretty much do every offseason with certain quarterbacks. Purdy's one of them. I think it's not so much, the connection. They'll get to that. I think it'll be the deployment because don't forget, Mike Evans, assuming health, he's a true what we call boundary X, where he's the single receiver to the short side of the field, the boundary side of the field. The 49ers have not had that kind of receiver in recent years. And number one, that can change what your receiver distribution looks like. In other words, you can line up in more 3-by-1 sets because now you have a true boundary X, that single receiver. And it also changes the way defenses have to react to that. So that's one thing that I think is important for the fact that Mike Evans is there. He can win one-on-one, and that's a big deal in this league because, it's a matchup league in some ways. Obviously, there's a lot of variables with a pass game, but it's a matchup league, and you need receivers who can win one-on-one.
And if you don't have that, as the Niners really haven't, in your words, in the past, does that change not only your concepts, but your formations as well?
It can, sure. There's no question. Look, obviously we know that Kyle Shanahan is one of the best in the league when it comes to use of formations, shifts, motions, so many elements that go into offense, but he's one of the absolute best in the league. But sometimes you'd like to be in a situation where you can, just line up and call a play for a player, knowing that you like the matchup let's say in a critical situation, and that it doesn't always have to be a masterful play call. Because, at the end of the day, the 49er offense is built on the play caller. This is not a situation where the quarterback is asked to do a lot before the snap of the ball. Brock Purdy is not calling protections. He's not changing protections unless he truly sees something that is absolutely problematic. The Kyle Shanahan approach it's the play caller's offense. So now Evans gives you a guy where, hey, in a critical situation, you like a matchup against a certain opponent and you feel like, we can call a play for Mike Evans.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, his debut performance for at least football season 2026 with us here on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Keeping it with the receiver room, I know none of us know exactly how they're going to deploy him, but based on what Debo used to do with the Niners, and then based on what you saw him do in Washington last year, what kinds of things do you think are available to Debo in this Niner offense?
Well, all we can assume is that he's still relatively Debo. I mean, we're not going to sit here and decide what percentage of Debo he is. Let's assume he's Debo. We know how he was deployed in the past, and we know with McCaffrey and Debo Samuel that it gives Shanahan so many options in terms of formation variation, in terms of shifts, in terms of motions, in terms of really dictating how a defense has to react and play. So it just gives them so many more options in terms of what they can do offensively, before the ball's even snapped. And it just makes it harder for a defense because very often if a defense is uncertain as to motions and shifts, a defense can go to what we call their default defense, which is whatever it may be for the opponent. And offenses know that. Kyle Shanahan will know that, and then he can attack it. So now you have, players like Debo and McCaffrey that are they can line up anywhere within your formation.
With Ricky Pearsall missing the year now that he's going to have PCL surgery, going to be out for 9 months, which of their current receivers or perhaps Stribling has the skill set to be the best one to replace him?
Stribling skill set wise for sure, but he's a rookie, so again, it's a difficult offense to master. So I'm not out there; I don't know what's going on. But Stribling is very, very gifted, and he can be used in multiple ways. Christian Kirk is there. Christian Kirk's played a lot in this league. He's a player that's been able to be a slot guy. He's lined up on the outside. He's been a movement guy, which is very important in this offense. So there's a lot of options here. The guy that's always been a curiosity for me, because I watched him in college for a number of years, is Jacob Cowing. And, he's going into his third season. When he was at UTEP before he went to, I believe, Arizona, he was a deep threat. He was an explosive vertical dimension. He can run. So, again, I think this is probably all up for grabs now to some degree, given that, Ricky Pearsall's done for the year.
Greg, I got another Stribling question for you, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer this, but you're so good on grinding the college tape, and yeah. I don't understand why this went the way it did. This feels like a weird process to me, where the Niners draft Stribling early in the second round. The whole world goes mock draft crazy because Stribling wasn't necessarily supposed to go there. But the only thing we've heard since the pick is the actual football people going, this dude's incredible. And I'm like, why wasn't there more pre-draft hype on Stribling then? If that's what everybody thought.
Those are hard questions for me to answer.
Don't you find that weird?
I do. But, people get caught up in this consensus BS, and it's total garbage. Look, there are guys who are quote unquote draft gurus. I guess I would fall into that category because, I grind away. There's only a few guys that really do it the right way. And I can tell you that because I know these guys. And, we're not going to sit here and mention names. I would never do that. That's not what I do. But there's only a few guys that really do it the right way. So, I can't tell you why Stribling wasn't thought of higher. I watched his tape. I watched his tape from last year at Ole Miss. I went back a year prior to Oklahoma State, and I really, really liked him a lot. You guys know that. I mean, we talked about it when they drafted him. And I obviously had no idea who was going to draft him when I evaluated him. Everybody has heard, which I'm sure went pretty viral, certainly in the Bay Area, when Kyle Shanahan spoke about the whole process of why they drafted Stribling where they did. And it made perfect sense when you think about it. So you're dealing with a guy that's 6'2", 210, can run under 4.4, and is a good route runner and worked the middle of the field an awful lot when he was at Oklahoma State. Wasn't asked to do a lot of that at Ole Miss, which is why I went back a year to Oklahoma State. So, to me, he was a really good prospect. That's why I don't do lists, guys, because, you can't, to me, you can't compare Stribling to Mekhi Lemon. They're two totally different kinds of receivers, and obviously everybody had Lemon, quote unquote, rated higher, but they're two totally different kinds of receivers that will likely be deployed in totally different ways.
And now defensively, the 49ers have a different coordinator than what they've had in the past. Raheem Morris gets the job. What are the hallmarks or the keys in a Raheem Morris scheme traditionally that is different than what the Niners have done?
Well, I think there'll be more multiple in what they do. Robert Saleh, who has been very good, obviously, in this league as a coordinator, he has a pretty defined approach in the way he plays. Last year, it didn't play out exactly the way he wanted to because his approach is based on the front four. And when you lose Nick Bosa and you don't have a pass rush and you lost Mikael Williams as well, then it all changes. And you saw that he had to change last year, but that's not his comfort level. He has a defined way to play. So what you'll see this year is a lot more variation. Raheem Morris, in his career as both a head coach and a coordinator, he's also been on the offensive side of the ball, as you guys know. He's been exposed to a lot of different schemes. And I think that you'll see more man coverage. I think you'll see more pressure. You'll just see more things. I mean, I think back to Atlanta a year ago, and even though he wasn't the coordinator, he still has to sign off on how they play. And they were a very aggressive pressure defense, a very aggressive man-to-man defense. I don't know how training camp is going. But one guy I'm particularly anxious to see, and by the way, when you're a fourth-round pick, you're not even guaranteed to make the team. But I'm really curious about this Asifian's Price-Sock because he's 6'4", he's long, and he can play man. And I'm curious to see how all this shakes out, in connection with how Raheem Morris is going to, put together the defense.
Yeah, when we talk about that side of the ball and the defensive backfield, there's another guy I want to ask you about. The lasting image for 49er fans last year was Kyle Shanahan yelling at this guy on the sideline, and I think people thought he was in the doghouse and going to get traded. And now we're starting to hear a little bit of a low camp buzz that Renardo Green is doing really well. What's your assessment overall of him at this point in his career?
Well, Renardo Green's strength is press man. And obviously under Robert Saleh, they didn't do a lot of press man. But I remember watching him for 2 years at Florida State. And under that coaching staff, they played a high percentage of press man. And I thought he was a really good prospect if you were going to play press man. Now, when I say that, I hope people understand I don't mean every single snap. Nobody does everything every single snap. But he is at his best a press man corner. And I think if this team's going to play more of that, which my guess is they will, then I think Renardo Green fits that profile so much better. He's feisty, he's competitive, he's tough. He's just a better press man corner than he is an off-coverage zone corner.
When you look at this team up front, some of the new additions, Odigizua and Romello Height, who came out of college, what have you made of their tapes at their various levels and how they might fit with the Raheem Morris scheme?
Well, Odigizua, his best trade is rushing the quarterback, and that's why they made the trade, because they really did not have an inside pass rusher. The two rookies from a year ago, Collins and West, are not pass rushers. I think they hope Collins can become somewhat of one as he develops. He was a second-round pick, but they're not truly inside pass rushers. Odigizua is a very good inside pass rusher. And then they drafted Grayson Halton in the 4th round from Oklahoma, and he's an athlete. So, they're hoping that, he, like I said, 4th-round pick, you never know. But, if he does well in camp, even if he plays 15 snaps a game and can play in certain pass rush situations, because he's an explosive mover and he's a gap penetrator. So, obviously they knew they needed pass rush, which is why they made the trade for Odigizua. Bosa's back. It's why they drafted Halton. We'll see how it all plays out.
Greg Cosell, NFL Films, Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Okay, Greg, Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald. What are the Niners?
Well, Donald hasn't. He's not back yet officially, right?
He's going to be. He worked out officially today, but I mean, I'm reading.
Did he really?
Yeah, so I'm reading tea leaves. I think he's going to come back. What are the Niners going to do with that?
What is anybody going to do with that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So what is anybody going to do with that?
What do you say about that? I mean, they were a really good D-line a year ago, and they didn't have either guy. And now they have, because Jared Verse is a very good player. Obviously, no one's Myles Garrett. I mean, I've heard Jim Schwartz, who's not coaching this year. He's been in the league, I think, 33 years. And he said in his 33 years, there's two players who are just different than anybody else, Myles Garrett and Calvin Johnson, players that he both coached. So, I mean, I don't know what you say. That's a crazy D-line. I mean, they got Garrett, they got Brian Fisk, they got Kobe Turner, who's a really good player that probably not a lot of people other than being, in the West Coast and in the NFC West know about nationally. But, yeah, it's a tough deal for whoever plays them. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. It's not going to be a lot of fun. And you know what? They score a lot of points too.
Yep.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you about that side of the ball for the Rams, because that's the Niners' first opponent, obviously down in Australia. Outside of Memphis,
down under.
Yeah, down. Thank you. It's a great breakdown right there geographically from Greg Cosell. What else about their offense would give the 49ers and other defenses reason to pause?
I would say their multiple use of personnel and formations and shifts and motions. It's a very difficult defense to play against. Last year they played, by the time the season ended, they played more than 30% of their snaps out of 13 personnel. And the way they lined up in that, you had no idea. So now as a defense, you have to decide how you want to play, how you want to match up to that. And of course, they don't have to play out of 13 personnel. They still have Devontae Adams. They still have Puka Nacua. So, just a really difficult offense to play against from a tactical perspective, putting aside the talent level. And you're dealing with Matthew Stafford, who, every quarterback and hardly any would love to be in a situation where your mental acumen and your physical traits remain when you're 38 years old. I mean, this guy is incredibly intelligent and his physical traits have not deteriorated at all. I mean, how many quarterbacks have been like that basically in the history of the league? So, it's a hard offense. It's one of those things. What are you going to say?
Greg, let's how about this? Let's go back to the 49ers offensive side of the ball and talk about that instead, since the Rams are going to depress us. It's a bummer. Both of them right now have some camp injuries that are slowing this process, but I'm very curious who's going to win this gig behind Christian McCaffrey. What do you see as the possibilities for Jordan James and Kalen Black with their characteristics and how they might fit with a Kyle Shanahan scheme?
Well, just in terms of pure traits, I like Kalen Black more, and I really liked his tape. In fact, when the Niners drafted him in the third round, I thought that was a perfect fit because he is a tough, hard-nosed, physical runner. He's a drive sustainer. He's a take-no-prisoners guy. He ran over people in college. He's just one of those tough guys. And I think that fits how they run the ball, particularly inside. So, I mean, I like his traits better than Jordan James. I don't know how that'll play out. But, Kalen Black, don't forget he started at James Madison, then he went to Indiana. He's someone who I really liked coming out. I thought actually after the two Notre Dame guys and the kid from Arkansas, Mike Washington, was fascinating because of the size, speed. But after that, I thought Kalen Black was the best running back prospect in the draft.
When you look at the Niners offensive line, mostly intact from last year, I think 4 of the 5 returning starters. How did they look to you last year, and what do you make? We had Dominic Purdy coming up on the show a little bit later today. What's your Dominic Purdy scouting breakdown? Maybe we'll play it for him, Greg.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a whole, they probably have to play a little better than they did a year ago. I mean, look, we saw what happened last year. The run game, with McCaffrey, was just not the same as it was in terms of creating space for him. I think it just has to be better overall in terms of, of how they play this year. So I guess we'll see how it goes. It's an offensive line. They've expanded the run game over the last number of years because they've had to. You can't just run one kind of run. But I think that, in terms of trying to run the ball inside, that's one area where I truly think that they're going to have to be better running the ball inside than they were a year ago in terms of the offensive line.
We know you don't do lists very often, but where did this conversation rank in terms of your favorite ever appearances on Willard and Dibs?
Well, obviously the best one ever, guys, right? I mean,
Thank you.
Yeah, we know that.
Recency bias.
Until next week, at least. Until next week.
Exactly. But, I think, just getting back to Purdy for a second, his first season was really, really good. Don't forget, he played every snap, I think. He's played every snap, I think, for 2 years, right?
That's
I don't
correct.
think he's missed
That's accurate.
a snap. Yeah, I mean, and, he's one of those guys that is the way we would probably talk about him, if you think the way O-line people would talk about him, he's got linear explosiveness and play strength. He can match up physically. I mean, when he's at his best, he's got power. He can create movement in the run game. He can displace people in the run game. He can hold his ground in pass protection. Sometimes he gets his base too wide. As you asked me about that, I was just thinking back in my mind's eye because it's been a while since I've seen him. So I'm just trying to think back to, watching the tape every week. Sometimes he can get too wide in pass protection, and that can cause some problems, particularly against, guys who are powerful inside, because if your base is too wide and everything, in other words, if your feet are wider than your shoulders, you just don't have a whole lot, you don't have a firm base. I think that it's all there for him to be a really good player. but he was not as good overall in his second year as he was his first year.
We'll talk to him a little bit later on in the show, and the first question will be, why is your base so wide?
Yeah, and don't mention my name because I don't want him to, take a trip out here and come after me.
No. We'll keep your name out our mouth.
Because he's a little bigger than I am.
He's a little bit. Yeah. Greg, great stuff as always. Thank you so much. We're already looking forward to next week.
I'm really excited to be back with you guys. I look forward to it every Wednesday. Thanks, guys.
Us too. Yeah, absolutely. Greg Cosell, NFL Films, every Wednesday on Willard and Dibbs. See, he doesn't bite.
No, it's just the offseason, Cosell. Like, it's hard to not get into speculation. So that tape you watched 7 years ago, what do you remember of it?
He's already working on his mock draft for next year.
People get caught up in this BS.
And he's one of the guys who does it right.
It's total garbage.
Well, he didn't say he's one of the guys who does it right.
I did. I said that.
Well, there's some guys out there who do it right. I'm not going to name names, but,
Because I'm one of them.
One of them's Greg. The other one might be Cosell.
Greg Cosell, everybody.
People get caught up in this BS.
Yeah. That's true.
It's total garbage.
That fits so many things on our planet. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Tons of fun with Greg Cosell. But we want to transition a little bit to Warriors right now. And I want to put out an open invitation because I'd like to, A, get something off my chest, but B, I'd like to learn something. If you are one of these people who, quote, would like to see Steph Curry finish his career elsewhere, my God, we'd love to hear from you right now. And just like Greg Cosell, we don't bite. This is not like so you can call and be criticized. I have a genuine curiosity about something that I am hearing repeatedly lately. Are you actively wanting to see Steph Curry play elsewhere so that he can maybe win another ring? If you are one of these Warrior fans, please call now. 888-957-9570. This is Willard and Dibbs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. You know that the season's about to kick off and everyone's making those predictions. Who wins the division? Who makes the playoffs? Who's lifting the trophy at season's end? On Kalshi, America's #1 prediction market platform, you can trade those predictions in a live market. Right now, SF, qualifying for the playoffs this season, is trading at a 58% probability, meaning a $100 trade will pay out $165 if the team from Santa Clara goes on and clinches a playoff spot. On Kalshi, you're trading against peers in a live market, meaning there's no house, and as the probability changes, you can buy in and out of your position. Trade the draft pick, the game, or more on Kalshi. Kalshi, Kalshi. Trade on anything. Just download the Kalshi app and use the code DIBS, DIBS, and you can get up to $500 on bonus credits when you trade 25. 18 and over only. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. Event contract trading involves risk and may not be suitable for all investors. Kalshi products are not available in all jurisdictions. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. For more information, see kalshi.com/regulatory.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a sixth sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
You hear that? That can only mean one thing. Your WNBA team, the Golden State Valkyries, are back, and you don't want to miss a single moment in Valhalla. You can feel the energy. Get your tickets now at Valkyries.com.
Hey, it's Willard. At Hobbs Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Hobbs Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Hobbs fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Hobbs Law, relentless for justice. Visit HobbsLaw.com.
Omar Hammond is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Hi, I'm Richard Estrada with Atco Pest Control. What's bugging you at home? You can grab a spray or set a trap, but real pest control starts with identifying the source of the problem and keeping them out of your home. Atco has been servicing Bay Area homes since 1985. We take the guesswork out of it so you can move on. Go to atcopest.com. Trust Atco for the solution.
Are you looking for a podcast about pro football that doesn't put you to sleep with an avalanche of analytics or insult your fandom with brainless hot takes? Well, hi. I'm Dan Hansis.
And I'm Mark Sessler.
Oh, hi, Mark. And we're the hosts of Heed the Call, the NFL podcast you've been waiting your whole life for.
Heed the Call covers every game, every storyline, everything that matters, and we do it all with a touch of mirth.
Football is fun. Why shouldn't your football podcast be the same?
Follow and listen to Heed the Call NFL podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
Now at Lowe's, faster quotes start at the Lowe's Pro Desk. Got a material list handwritten on a sticky note or saved as a photo? Perfect. Bring it to us and get a quote in minutes. And if you don't see what you need on the shelf, we'll help you get it. You can access thousands of products beyond what's available in store or on Lowe's.com, right from the Lowe's Pro Desk. Build quotes faster and source the materials you need to keep your jobs moving. Just like that, at Lowe's.
DQ presents the Blizzard Double Flip Deal. For a limited time, when you buy one Blizzard treat, you get a second for just 99 cents. That's 2 Blizzards, 2 spoons, 2 flavors, and 2 flips. So don't miss out on the Blizzard Double Flip Deal, available only for a limited time and happening now at DQ. Because the only thing better than a Blizzard treat is a second Blizzard treat for just 99 cents. It's a deal to flip for. The Blizzard Double Flip Deal. Get it in the app. Participation may vary.
People get caught up in this BS. It's total garbage.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Dominic Pooney joins us in just over an hour. I do want to get your deadline thoughts because you haven't gotten them out yet.
Okay.
Let me read a couple texts, though, because I'm confused. I would love someone. I mean, I want to be open-minded here. I'd love to hear what's going on here. And I think this is a minority. I understand that it's a minority. I don't even understand how there's any of you, though. I keep hearing, whether it's friends, colleagues, radio callers, whatever, I keep hearing, I'd like to see Steph Curry finish his career somewhere else so that he would have a chance to win. And I cannot understand that. I don't understand it. I want to understand it.
I totally understand it.
You understand it?
Yes.
Can you explain it to me?
Yes. What they're doing is they're projecting their feelings onto Steph Curry.
Oh, you're psychoanalyzing.
Yeah, to me, it's a classic case of projection. So you're looking at a situation, Steph Curry going gently into that good night. I think there was Yates, if I'm not mistaken, with the famous poem.
TJ Yates, he was a backup quarterback.
No, it's Dylan, maybe Dylan Yates. I have it wrong.
Anyway.
Just hit me on the text line. 5. That was the old Low Neal bit. But he is basically going gently into that into that good night.
Dylan Thomas?
Thank you, Dylan Thomas.
Where the
not
Yates
Justin
come
Thomas.
from? Where the Yates come from?
Out of my back pocket,
All right.
apparently.
Anyway, yeah.
Fans don't want him to go out like that. And Steph doesn't want to go out like that, but he might be more willing to do that here than fans are. So fans are projecting their frustration for Steph's situation onto Steph.
Okay, that's an interesting answer, and maybe that's one of the answers. There was literally a person who said to me earlier this week, and they didn't make it about Steph. They made it about them. I want to see Steph compete. You can't do it here. I'd really like to see him finish somewhere else. And I'm not questioning anybody's credentials. You don't need credentials to be a fan. You get to eat whatever flavor nachos you want. There's no rules, but I'm curious. I'd love to understand how on God's green earth a Warrior fan could ever actively want Steph Curry to play somewhere else. To the point where this stupid thing over the weekend, well, Brad Stevens has called the Warriors, and they're superimposed. There's Steph in a Celtics jersey, and everybody starts freaking out because that picture was complete. It was made to piss you off. Like, that's why it was made. I don't know, nor do I care if Brad Stevens ever called the Warriors. That's a non-story. I don't want to continue to have the conversation that you and I have had so many times about how the Warriors would never do this. I know the Warriors would never do this. I know that. I'm not worried about it. But I like people, and I like understanding where people are coming from. And that is a characteristic that I can't understand. Why a Warrior fan would, quote, want to see Steph Curry compete at such a high level that you want him to play somewhere else. 415, I want the Warriors to trade Steph because him and Yaxel are probably the only ones with positive trade value. The Warriors aren't going to win with Steph, so they might as well get a return for their asset.
Okay. I see that part of it, but you're not going to get the return for the, quote, asset. You're never going to recoup full value because he's going to be 39, and his value to this franchise is tenfold what you're paying him. He's worth more than $60 million a year. He's probably worth closer to $600 million a year for this organization. Now, that's an overinflation sensation, but he's worth more than 60 no matter how well you do on the floor. So you're not going to get even close to full value for him because that doesn't exist.
That's another good point. I every time somebody, you'd get 4 ones. You're
not getting 4 ones.
I don't think you would. I don't think you'd get 3 ones. And then here's the other thing, and here's the part I can't understand. For instance, so that text I just read, this is the part where I feel like you can meet people in the middle. If you are so activated by the Warriors winning at a high level again as quickly as humanly possible, could you make a business point, a strategic point, that the right thing to do right now would be to trade Steph Curry? All right, I guess you can do that. I find you to be a somewhat unemotional human being, but that's fine. You're allowed to be unemotional if you want. Some people aren't whimsical about sports. I like feature articles. You know what I mean? I was just reading Mike Silver's feature article about Dre Greenlaw. It's damn fascinating. He was super, super unhappy in Denver about 4 seconds after he got there, and he couldn't wait to get back. And him sharing the stories of what was going on inside his mind and body throughout his year in Denver, I find it interesting. You may not care unless he gets 8 tackles on Sunday. Fine, that's you. If Steph Curry staying with Golden State means we wait 2 to 3 more years, good on you. I'm cool with that. But I guess I'm pushing this even a little bit of a step further. It seems like some of you are so whimsical about sports. In other words, you love Steph Curry so much that you would rather watch him play in May or June in another jersey than watch him struggle a little bit with the Golden State Warriors. And that's the thing that I can't understand.
Well, if you have that belief, then to me, you're not really a Golden State Warrior fan. You're a Steph Curry fan, and that's fine. You can be a fan of whatever you want. I think about some of the classic examples of this happening. Karl Malone is a Laker for 1 year because he wanted to win a championship, and they made it to the NBA Finals and didn't win a championship in 2004. Were Jazz fans who loved Karl as a Jazz, were they thinking, yeah, Lakers, let's get one for Karl? I don't know how many of those fans actually exist.
I mean, that's a great point.
And Karl never won in Utah.
Okay. Great point. Imagine it, y'all. Steph goes somewhere else and wins a ring. You think that would be joyful? I find that to be an incredibly painful thought.
Oh, yeah.
Are you all kidding me? I want Steph to be on the Spurs because I love Steph so much that I want to watch him play really good basketball with the Spurs. I don't want to watch him sit here with Malavi Leon. Sorry for the stray. Are you kidding me? Steph at midcourt with confetti falling, celebrating with a bunch of players who've never put on a Warrior jersey, holding the Larry O'Brien trophy in the air as he passes LeBron with number 5 in a Spurs uniform.
Yeah.
You find that fun? Oh my God, it makes me want to vomit.
Completely.
The idea of it is absolutely disgusting in my mind. I don't even want to think about that. And again, you're right. Y'all get to fan however you want. That to me does not sound fun. I have no interest in Steph Curry celebrating in another jersey.
Nor do I. And if he wants to go play somewhere else, then fine. It might become my second favorite team, depending on where he lands. Like certain teams, absolutely not. I still couldn't root for you. But if he wanted to go back to Charlotte, for example, he had this draw about finishing it up where his dad got it all started. I get that. I still would be heartbroken because he's a Golden State Warrior, but at least that would be non-threatening and it would make sense from that emotional standpoint. But if he just goes out and finds the best team running and pulls a LeBron and plays for the minimum just so he can win one somewhere else, that would be gutting to me.
I hate it. I completely hate the idea.
And the other piece, too, is if you want to make a trade like this, go to your NBA trade machine and figure out who you might be able to get.
Good luck.
And you can get De'Aaron Fox and his contract, which has 4 more years, which would be maybe the second longest 4 years in America.
By the way, they'd need to give you more. We're not there yet. The salaries aren't there yet.
And Keldon Johnson, who is expiring this upcoming year. That actually works, but Keldon Johnson is the kind of player you'd want to pay. So now you have De'Aaron Fox making 50 going toward 65 and Keldon Johnson, and that's kind of the majority of your core going forward, and you lose the chef. Makes no sense.
Well, I don't even need it to make sense. I guess, fandom doesn't make sense. I don't know why all of us care so much about sports. It doesn't make sense. So I don't need it to make sense. This is all in the fun zone. But I guess I'm just trying to connect. I'd love to hear why people would think that would be fun. In general, I think we say things about people when they leave. This is true in sports and in real life. You ever do this, right? When everybody leaves for the summer back when you're in school, keep in touch. Everybody would write it in the yearbook.
KIT, yep.
Did you?
I had some.
Did you keep in touch?
I was usually pretty good about that, but in general, not really. Not really.
So let me give you 2 more recent examples. Players we love here in the Bay Area. Did you? Did you follow them? Did you follow Kevon Looney's year last year? Were you, quote, rooting for him?
Well, when he played, he almost never played. Same thing with Buttard. Buttard went down there to Atlanta and never played. So you follow it, but not as closely.
The only reason, there's one guy we followed last year when he left, and it's because all of us...
My name is Buddy.
Yeah, no, and it wasn't him.
Hi, this is Jonathan Kuminga.
Because we had a 4-year argument going on, and everybody wanted to be right.
And we were right, and then the next night we were wrong.
Exactly.
That thing was like a table tennis match.
And it still is. And he's still not on a team. Oh, they're waiting for LeBron. Well, now that's been almost 2 weeks, and he's still not on a team. I think he might end up on the Lakers. But I have no idea. I don't know what's going on there. But that's the only reason we watched Jonathan Kuminga, because people wanted to be right, and they wanted to gather evidence so that they could yell at people the very next day. How about Debo in Washington last year? Were you rooting for him? Were you grinding on the Washington Commanders to see how Debo did? Here's what I'm saying. I would largely argue, I'm not saying that we're not still fans of these people. We certainly are. We don't forget what they did here. But I don't really think when someone leaves to play somewhere else, I don't think we care. I think we say we care the same way we tell people we're going to try to stop by. But we don't. I'm not watching another team. I don't care who plays for it. If it ends up on my TV, red zone pops up and Debo's running down the left sideline, good for you, Debo. Am I going to stand up and pump my fist? Like hell I am. He's a Commander, and I don't care. I don't get this idea that on some level you get to still have the same experience you've been having, Steph-related, over the last 15 years. You think on some level that would be the same if he was wearing another jersey. I would find it much more likely to be painful and regrettable, but then also I would force myself to be apathetic. I'm out here rooting for the Spurs now?
You're apathetic, but then you're watching whatever your TV highlight show is, and up pops the highlight of Curry was in the zone, 11 threes as the Spurs went out and took down the Hornets. And Curry with 39 and his biggest game since he left the Warriors. So there's a lot of that would still be washing back. And I'm with you where I'd want to be apathetic, but I still would watch. And whatever team he went to, there'd be more national TV and more Amazon Prime games and whatnot. And so you still would be surrounded by the content, but it would be hard pressed for me to seek it out because of the hurt that would go with it.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app and coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Hey, if y'all like this, because these are some fun texts that are coming in. If you dig this, then good on you. Good for you. I just don't, I did not go, ooh, Clay is on tonight. Let's watch the Mavericks. And I'm going to pull for Clay.
I did that in the beginning, but then the novelty kind of wears off.
I mean, what, for a night, for 2 nights? Then he comes back here. Remember that night?
That was a great night.
It was a great night.
With the captain's hats.
Captain's hats, and Clay started hitting a bunch of shots, and all of a sudden we went, you know what, this doesn't feel very good. I don't like that Clay is shoving 3-point shots in Steph Curry's face. And then Steph Curry went off, thank you, D'Anthony Melton, for your assist, and the Warriors came back and won the game, and it felt great that Clay lost. You didn't like. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure all this out. We're getting people being like, I see you 650. I watched Montana in KC. Okay, you watched him. Did you root for him? Maybe. I remember when Joe came back and kicked the Niners' ass. That wasn't fun.
Right.
I didn't like that at all. So.
And every departure is different, obviously. Like the Jordan Poole one, initially you're all locked in to see how great he's going to be, and he put up good numbers, and then he was in Washington again, and then he went to New Orleans, and I mean, is he still in New Orleans, or is he somewhere else? It all kind of fades away the further you get from the breakup moment. Steph would be different because he won't play that long, and also it's Steph Curry, for crying out loud, but even Kevin Durant, it's like, all right, KD, you want to leave, I get it. It didn't work out in the very, very end, and he's gone from spot to another spot, and it's hard to keep track, and he's not a fan favorite, but anytime anybody leaves, you do have that initial novelty of, I wonder how it's going to work out for him.
Well, I mean, we did it live on the air yesterday. You weren't back yet, but Grandy and I were sitting here right around this time, and guess who came up to the plate with a runner at second and rocketed a nice line drive into left center field? Your boy.
My boy?
All right.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
First at bat, RBI single.
Hit a couple hits, right?
Second at bat, RBI double.
And they're cheering him. They're going crazy.
Absolutely. And you look up at the TV and you're like, dude, good for you. That's literally how long it lasts, though. Good for you. That's it.
In the playoffs, when we're watching them actually play playoff baseball, and if he's up, I'll be rooting for him to get a hit.
Yeah, well, I mean,
I won't be rooting for Philly to win particularly, but
I mean, playoff baseball. When my team's not in playoff baseball, I'm looking for a football game. It's October.
Yeah,
I'm not rooting for anything other than the Dodgers to lose. That's the only when the Giants aren't in it. That's what I root for. So yeah, I'll root for Luis, provided that he's playing the Dodgers. If he's playing somebody else, I'm not going to have the TV on. Unless it's one of those awful Tuesday nights where they only play baseball.
Well, and the beauty of the early rounds is you get games at like 9:50 and 11:15 and 2:05, like these crazy times. They stagger them throughout the day, so it'll be something for us to watch here in the midweek.
How did Elliot Ramos do in New York last night?
I don't know.
Thank you for the blank stares. That's my point. Yeah, are we all we're for you? I don't care. Thank you, Elliot. He's a delight. He was a good Giant. He was a homegrown Giant. He was an all-star. He finally put that stupid opening day left field thing to bed. I'm very thankful to Elliot Ramos for a lot of things. I don't care if I don't want his career to careen out of control. That's not what I'm saying. I care from the standpoint of, sure, I wish you success. Peace be with you. But I don't care if he goes 1 for 4 or 0 for 4. He's a Yankee now.
0 for 4. They batted him clean up.
Damn.
He took the collar.
He came out hot. Hey, did Ramos, this was the only one, I want to know what I saw about Ramos yesterday. Pasta, did you see this? Did he go out on the field with the bottom button of his jersey unbuttoned?
Elliot Ramos?
Yes.
I didn't see that.
Will you? I want to know if I got on social media, or will you check on that? Did Elliot Ramos take the field and forget to button the bottom button of his Yankee jersey, which is embarrassing?
That is true. He forgot to button the bottom button.
It's fine to leave the top button unbuttoned. You got to button the bottom button.
You actually see his belly button, too.
It's just New York Yankees, dude. Guy heads out to left field with his freaking hairy belly button hanging.
You got to be buttoned up. I see your nibbles, as my 4-year-old daughter would say, whenever you emerge shirtless.
Come on, Elliot.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. So that's what I saw from Elliot Ramos. I don't know how he did at the plate, but I know that his belly button was showing.
I used to work for a guy in radio, not my current boss, but he would always have an opening between buttons, probably 3 and 4. Oof. That way you could get a finger in there during a meeting and do some scratching.
Oh, he did it on purpose?
He didn't leave the button open. Shout out Bruno Mars. I'm going to leave the button open. But there was enough.
It's total garbage.
There was enough space in there to where he was able to get the index in.
Listen, these things happen. There's a rumor.
That's going to ruin everybody's dinner.
Yeah. There's a rumor in my life. I don't know if we've got full confirmation, but there's a rumor going around that when I proposed to the lovely Christy, that my fly was down.
No.
It's a rumor. I don't know if it's true. I was on a knee.
Very forward.
No, come on.
Christy, will you marry us? Yeah. Let's do this down here.
All right, let's go to the room.
You know what that would be, right?
Babe, I'm coming.
It'd be a consummation sensation is what it would be. Well, that
did happen, but it was way later. It was way later.
Seriously.
Yeah, we had to take the kids to ice cream first. It was way later.
Fly down.
I don't even know if it's
aggressive.
It's a rumor.
That's aggressive.
It's an accusation. I don't know if it's true.
And I guess there
might have been. I can't confirm or deny.
Any photos of the actual moment?
I mean, probably. Yeah. There's a lot of photos of the moment, but they're at a good angle.
Right.
And I'm on a knee. And then we're hugging. I don't know what's going on down there, but it's possible.
The reason why no one has ever seen those pictures, the photographers were from the Palo Alto Police Department. Facts. No cameras. Sign here, initial here. We know his fly was out. No one's going to be cited.
Wait a minute. You've been engaged for 11 days and you didn't tell anyone?
Exactly.
I mean, Kawakami knew, but I told him to hold it.
Yep.
I'm like, let me put this on
Chris
Instagram.
Sims, sure.
Tim.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Control the message. That's hilarious, though. That may or may not have been happening.
I don't know.
In real time.
So.
I don't know how we got to that, but.
Elliot Ramos's button was open.
Gotcha.
And,
and
Elliot Ramos is a former Giant, and you don't care how he does. You say you do.
Right.
But you don't.
And that shirt I wore at Silverado had a missing button, so I'm not going to criticize somebody who, I was letting the chest hair fly because I was down a button.
I'm going to leave my man's name out of this. A bunch of couples went wine tasting, I don't know, it was last year sometime. We all met up. We get to see each other maybe once every year or two. And we were a good, solid hour and a half into the entire experience. When I looked at my man and I went, buddy, is your entire shirt on inside out?
Oh, boy.
It was incredible that it took all of us that long to even notice. And he looked down, and his wife looked at him, and neither one of them were surprised.
No more wine for you.
Just backwards. Whole shirt.
Not inside out, but backwards.
We got logos that were I'm looking at, the inside of a logo where it's just threads and weirdness.
Yeah.
That's all on the outside. Anyway, you're not rooting for Elliot Ramos. I think somehow that was my point.
And it's a fair point.
Yeah.
And I think
you'd like to see him do well, but you don't care.
In the beginning, Robbie Ray's first start with the Padres, I'll be curiously taking a look at it, but after that,
yeah.
I mean, Robbie Ray was here for 2 minutes.
Lose 5-1, win 5-1. You know what I mean? I don't. It's just, this segment is sponsored by Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. 888-957-9570 is the number. Dominic Pooney coming up at the top of the hour. I would love, while we kind of ended up on Elliot Ramos, I would love to hear your thoughts on the Giants deadline, since you haven't had a chance to get that out there yet. That's next on Willard and Dibs.
If you've ever reached for a cheers when your favorite song comes on, you're ready to embrace the haze with Hazy Little Thing from Sierra Nevada. Hazy, citrusy, smooth, juicy but not sweet, hoppy but not bitter. America's best-selling hazy IPA for good reason. Hazy Little Thing. Enjoy responsibly.
You've worked too hard to wonder if your wealth manager is actually working for you. The decisions you're facing, what comes next, who you trust, have consequences that last. Getting it right matters. Baylord has been in the Bay since 1969. No parent company, answering only to their clients. The kind of people who understand what you've built and what's actually at stake. The right wealth manager changes everything. Find out if Baylord is yours. Baylord.com. That's BAILARD.com.
Think you've got baseball figured out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market and official partner of Major League Baseball. Trade on who's winning the division or taking home the Cy Young or MVP and who wins it all in October. As every game changes the season, the markets move too, creating new opportunities to trade. You're trading against other fans, not the house. Download the Polymarket app today and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $20 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
Hey, it's Willard. At Habas Law, it's never been about attention, never about applause, never about goofy smiles on candy-colored billboards. For more than 40 years, Habas Law is focused on one thing, fighting relentlessly for injured Californians, because behind every catastrophic injury case is a human life forever changed. That's why Habas fights with preparation, intensity, and relentless commitment. No fluff, no distractions, just real advocacy for injured Californians. Habas Law, relentless for justice. Visit habaslaw.com.
Omar Habas is a California licensed attorney. Offices in Northern California, including San Jose. Past results do not guarantee future outcomes.
Buy more and get more this fall at Ashby Lumber, your local Millgard certified dealer. From September 1st through October 31st, purchase qualifying V400 Tuscany or V300 Trinsic windows and receive a gift card valued from $200 to $1,000. Plus, earn bonus gift cards from $350 to $750 on qualifying patio doors and moving glass walls. Visit Ashby Lumber's Berkeley or Concord showroom for complete details. Millgard Windows and Doors at Ashby Lumber.
I'm Galen, co-founder of Brooklyn SolarWorks. With my Chase Inc. Business Premier Card, I get unlimited 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more. So everything we buy to run our solar business gives us cash back that we put back into the neighborhood, donating solar panels to community gardens.
Chase Inc. Cashback built for every business. Find the right card at chase.com/inc. Real business owner compensated for their participation. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California. With its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods, the good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
FlexCar, we know radio ads are annoying, but not as annoying as car salesmen.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
No, submit to my extortion machine.
Insurance and maintenance included. Switch cars anytime.
Switching Bronco to Camry to tell you ride willy-nilly? Oh, no.
Oh, yes. FlexCar. You drive everything.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
San Francisco will be partly cloudy tonight with a low of 58.
Weather brought to you by Staples. It's the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech and more at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Now back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Dominic Pooney at 5. 262 Willard, we know you'd be following Purdy at every turn if he went to Miami. Not true. I'd move to Miami.
Exactly. It's a long commute from Kyle's couch, though, which is where you reportedly currently live.
Good point.
Many nights.
Good point, yeah.
And I do think even at that, you'd be a little bit bothered, heartbroken, but you would move on because the Niners are more your team than Brock is your guy, even though you're the president of Brockistan.
I mean, wasn't it the Super Bowl party that you were at that the lovely Christy made? She made like Jimmy Garoppolo napkins or something like that.
Yeah,
There was in Lakewoods just making fun of me. Have I followed Jimmy Garoppolo for 2 seconds since he left?
See ya.
Yeah.
You haven't?
No. You know what? Actually, you know what would be a really good question in that conversation? I can't answer it. I'm not a Patriot fan. Did the Tom Brady Tampa Super Bowl feel good to you, Patriot fan? Did you enjoy that?
Oh, I can't imagine that anybody enjoyed that.
I think they would hate it. And that, to me, is the best comp for what we're talking about with Steph. Those of you who are, I'd love to see him go out there and do some good things with a... No, stop it. It would be terrible. Absolutely, unequivocally terrible if he went out there and won another ring with somebody else. That's just me. You can, if you feel good about it, feel good about it. I have no interest in seeing that whatsoever. And I don't think a Patriots fan enjoyed Tom in Tampa at all.
Just looking at AI, quick results, it said Patriots fans had mixed feelings. Many were happy and were happy and rooted for him out of gratitude. Others felt conflicted or sad seeing him succeed elsewhere so soon after leaving New England.
It's kind of a mail-it-in answer by AI.
I mean, I get it. Some would be conflicted because if you look at the breakup between Bob Kraft and Tom Brady and you realize, oh, Kraft, you messed this up. And so Brady wins the breakup right away in your mind because you wanted Tom to stay. And why can't you just sell the team? Well, you're a Brady fan because he's a player and he goes to Tampa and he wins. You could be happy for him while also doubling down on your anger for the owner who let him go.
That's all fair. Again, I'm not suggesting that you're not happy for other players, players you love if they do well elsewhere. I just don't think that we're that interested in it. My history of watching this thing that we're talking about is we're not very interested in it. Maybe, as you said, for a minute. It was fun to watch a Rise on TV last night. I don't care how it goes tonight. I wish them the best. No ill will, but I'm just not into it. I'm not into the Phillies getting hits. I'm just like, whatever.
Yeah. And part of that, too, is, where the Giants sit currently, where you get to the deadline, and even before the deadline, you're going to sell. And I set the over-under on 2.5 major leaguers, and it immediately got bet to 3.5, and then you went in and bet the alternate at 4.5, and I don't think it ever got to 5.5, but
Nope.
it very well could have because 6 guys got dealt. And so when you look at that, and I love the Zach Manassian comments with you and Grandy yesterday where, to paraphrase, this sucks. Forget what we got back and whether or not we like that. It sucks to have to be that team. Like, you're that guy where you got to sell as much as you can because you're that bad.
Yeah, conversation was actually kind of over, but then on his way out the door, I'm like, you feel good about what y'all did yesterday? And this is what he said.
Yeah, look, being a seller, this isn't the most professional thing to say. It sucks.
Yeah.
So, it's not where we want to be. It really isn't. And we're going to continue to challenge ourselves to make sure we're not in that spot again. But when you are in that spot, you need to do really well. We were fortunate, I think, to add the talent that we added. We're excited about where our system is, continue to challenge our guys at the major league level and just get better because we absolutely need to get better.
Fire away, dude. What'd you think? I
thought what they did was fantastic. You can always get more. You can get better prospects. And ultimately, we don't know if any of these guys is going to be any good. But when you look at each individual trade or all the trades in totality, you took expiring contracts. You took guys who you probably didn't, quote, need, whether it's, Killian and, the other reliever, Eric Miller, thank you, that you got rid of. The Elliot Ramos one is the most curious to me because he still is under team control. He's been an all-star. He's a younger player. But if you don't believe that he can be good enough defensively, and that's the one thing I kept hearing from all the people with the Giants who talked about these moves, you got to get back to pitching and defense. And so you added a bunch of arms. Are they all going to be major league studs? Probably not. You added a variety of ages and experience levels. You got a bunch of pitchers, and you got rid of some contracts that were just going to expire. So I look at that. Not knowing what you got back, you were able to move off of 6 people on your major league team, replace them with 6 younger people you already have, and start to take a look at what next year is going to look like. I thought it was a great deadline for them.
I think what you said there in the middle is sort of how I process the whole Elliot Ramos part of it. Eric Miller's different. That's another young-ish player with a lot of years of control ahead. But I think Manassian even admitted this. The Giants were just addicted to the idea of being able to turn Eric Miller into getting their hands on a guy who was a year and a half ago one of the top 10 prospects in all of baseball, Marcelo Meyer out of Boston. It hasn't gone well for him since he came up to the bigs, but that's only in about 350 at-bats, and he's still only 23 years old. So the idea that they could get their hands on him, and he's apparently excited about a fresh start, that's what sort of enticed them to get rid of Eric Miller. The Ramos one is very interesting, but I'm with what you said there in the middle when, to me, I process that deal says to me the Giants admit that they got away from themselves. They got away from their core, pitching and defense, Oracle Park, 2010, 2012, 2014. They got completely away from it. And they found themselves trotting out a pitching staff that's Logan Webb, Robbie Ray, and whatever.
Including the bullpen, whatever.
Completely including the bullpen. And then you back that pitching staff up with people running around in the outfield who either are not plus defenders or, quite frankly, might even be completely out of position. And you can't do that. That's just not what this ballpark is about. So I think they looked at this and they went, you know what? We have some positional overlap. I think Zach admitted even yesterday they've got so much coming through the farm system in the middle infield that they sort of need to keep left field open if Casey needs it. Like Casey Schmidt needs a spot. he's not a perfect left fielder. He's going to be a better left fielder than Elliot Ramos is.
Yep.
And he still needs to learn the position more. But they need to have that open for him in case he needs that spot, because either they don't have another left fielder ready or the infield positions are all locked up. And so you move on from Elliot Ramos, and it does two things. It allows you to focus more on defense in the outfield, and you get to acquire good young pitching by everything you're doing. In the draft and at the trade deadline, felt like 80% of their acquisitions were pitchers. And that was the Giants saying, yeah, I think we kind of screwed that up. We got away from pitching.
Big time.
That's what we do.
And one of the guys they got in the Ramos trade was this kid Lelane, who's 6'7", and he's got about a strikeout and a half per inning right now. And so he's somebody I think has a lot of upside. And then you got Jeff Kent's kid, which is kind of fun, hitting 300 down in high A, hitting 302 with an OPS of 792.
And he said that they loved him all the way back in the draft. And by the way, how did he finally gave us the pronunciation? Is it Lalane?
He pronounced it Lalane. I'm pretty sure it's Lalani.
Okay, so we got three possibilities. Lalane, Lalane, or Lalani.
I read a story in The Athletic, and they said the pronunciation was Lalani, but I don't know who to trust.
So you trust the media over Zach Manassian? Okay.
It's risky.
It's 2026, dude. You're not supposed to trust the media.
I said I didn't know who to trust, but I said I read a story in The Athletic, and they said Lalani.
11 days that accident was held underneath wraps.
Oh,
and this pronunciation might be held under for 11 days. They stifled it. Stifled is what the word was for the caller.
11 days, Grandy. 11 days.
Possibly.
They didn't let that out. They all knew.
You're welcome.
All of them.
I mean, how many? I wonder. And I wonder how many people know the correct pronunciation. Similarly.
Not 6, not 7.
Anyway, yeah.
I like them. I like the moves.
Yeah.
I like the deadline. And, again, we don't know if any of these guys is going to be great, but they did create some roster flexibility going forward. And one thing that we have to keep an eye on, not immediately, and maybe not even next year, but Willy Adames is going to be a second baseman for this team. He cannot be your shortstop for that much longer. If you want to be pitching in defense, he can't play short. He can play second. That's fine. And ideally, he'd be the DH every now and again, but you need a shortstop who can actually hold it down over there, because right now your left side with Adames and Chapman, who's not playing, it's not good enough defensively.
Huh.
And your outfield defense, and maybe it's recency bias, but that Jung-Hoo Lee a turn,
well, that didn't go well. Yeah.
And I'm going to turn. But
no, he's been good out there. He fell over. The guy fell over.
Yeah, but I mean.
I know. It fits perfectly with this Giants season.
It just fits perfectly with the narrative. Like, we're going to start focusing on pitching and defense.
I mean, there's so many. I guess here's my reaction to that. Is that a terrible way for a baseball game to end? Sure.
Terrible.
But at the same time, when I watch this Giants season, do you know how many things I got to get to before I get to Jung-Hoo Lee? Like, I just don't.
A lot.
Yeah, like I just don't want to come at Jung-Hoo Lee because he got twisted and fell down. You know what I mean? He's been good this year. He's been good. He's been good out there. He's been good offensively. You know what I mean? You got I want to actually go back to your Adames point, because you kind of made my head sort of split open there for a second. So you want to move him to second base. And does that actually fix anything? First of all, I have who's the shortstop? Casey?
Probably not immediately. My thing was more when one of these various shortstops is ready.
Okay. But
and you've got 5 or 6 of your top prospects are shortstops.
They're very young, though. So this is going to be a minute now. There's going to be a minute, number one. Number two, Gavin Keelan is probably, he's not the supposed best of the group of prospects, but he's the closest. He's the oldest. So could he take over a middle infield spot soon? Sure, you could do that. Does Willy Adames moving to second fix any of your Willy Adames problems? I guess would be my question.
What are your Willy Adames problems?
Well, there are
primarily
multitude
the defense is the number one problem.
See, I don't feel that that's the number one problem. I feel the number one problem with Willy Adames is rather than shortstop defense, it's sort of how do I phrase this? It just feels like he's being paid for a lot of things that he doesn't do. I guess that's how I would phrase it. And that's more than one thing. You're being paid to be a middle-of-the-order hitter. You're not a middle-of-the-order hitter. You're being paid to clearly be a representative of this team. And it seems that to Willie, that means being a great, positive, clubhouse guy. And I think he is that. That's where Gatorade showers come from. And he keeps people loose. But when that translates to, look, you can come down wherever you want on the idea of, is he working hard enough with Wash? I don't know if you saw that whole Apple TV thing last week. I know I know Tony Vitello thinks it's a bunch of bullshit, and maybe the injury gets in the way there, but there's a little bit of smoke there. There's a little bit of buzz there. I don't hear him speak for the team very often. You know what I mean? Like, that's still...
Who does speak for the team outside of Logan Webb?
This is the problem.
Right.
Well, Matt, I think Chap does too. But
when he's healthy, he can't really now.
One of those things that I get bugged by, and I'm going to not do this as direct accusation, but I do think sometimes athletes don't fully understand what you're being paid for. Like, for example, let's talk about football for a second. Why does a quarterback make $50 to $60 million if he's really good?
Face of the franchise.
That's exactly right. It's not just because it's such an important position. That's a big part of it, but it also means that you're part spokesman. You are the most famous guy. And that there's a lot of responsibility that comes with that. The Giants have 5 guys, I think, do I have that right, who have a contract that totals out at $90 million or more.
Yeah, Jung-Hoo and Logan.
Jung-Hoo Lee, who doesn't...
Adamas, Chapman, and Devers.
Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't speak the language, so there's that. Logan Webb, who completely handles that responsibility and has for a while. I think Matt Chapman, for the most part, does too, although I know some people question his leadership from the incident that happened earlier this year, yelling at Casey Schmidt. But I think Chapman, I don't think he ducks a lot in the clubhouse. Rafi Devers openly ducks it. He will literally tell you that he's ducking it. In fact, he speaks to the media mainly to tell the media why he won't speak to the media. And then Willie Adames, you'll notice, in fact, I don't want to make this self-serving at all. Willie has come on this show twice, and if memory serves, both times before the year starts. Why is it before the year starts?
Because he's 0 for 0. No errors.
Where are you in, you know what I mean? Where are you in June when the batting average is lower than you want it or whatever? And I think there's more to chew on there for Willie Adames. And I don't think he loves it, and I understand that. But $182 million says that you probably should be a little more clutch at the plate. You need to be more sure-handed in the field, and you need to be a little bit more out front with the organization. He does all of those things a little. I'd love to see him do all of those things a lot. And actually, only one of those can you completely control because he's trying at the plate and he's trying in the field. But get your face out there and be one of the spokespeople for the organization thing, you can do that every night if you want.
You can. It's difficult to do when you're losing all the time and you're having a little bit of a struggle year. He's below 700 now with his OPS, and I'm not saying he'll get moved off a shortstop soon, but the long-term future of Willie Adames for me is as a second baseman. That way you could have a better defensive player at short, and maybe it is one of these younger guys who eventually comes up. But just looking at where they are right now going into their next series and the rest of this year, it's going to be a lot of the youngsters who we're all still getting to know, including Eddie Leonard, who was out there today getting his first hit, and Basabe, who's been absolutely on fire. But
he's been interesting.
The rest of this year, and that's a full August, it's a full September. You've got 2 months of, kind of name tag Giants games, figuring out who actually they have out there.
Eldridge, Lee, Adames, Devers, and then it gets crazy. Everybody's got those, right? This is the lineup today. Eldridge, Lee, Adames, Devers, Basabe, Kennedy, McCray, Leonard, Kavanaugh, and then spelled by Furman and Gilbert.
Furman?
Yeah. Furman. He got in there.
I'm going to have to look that one up. I know that Furman is a college in the Southern Conference, SoCon. Shout out Furman.
It's also a guy named Nate who can play second base for the San Francisco
Nate
Giants.
Furman?
No, Furman.
Oh.
I did that same joke while you were on.
That's a shame.
Yeah.
Give me a 0.
I actually thought that's what someone said. Wasn't it when Evan Webeck was on? Evan was on and he got the lineup. He's in Texas. We were talking deadline with him. And then we're like, hey, they just traded 6 people. Who's in the lineup tonight? And he goes, the DH, and he's on the phone. So he goes, the DH is Nate Furman. And I go, Nate Furman? The Warrior grade? Like, what are you talking? Yeah, I'd never heard of him. Nate Furman. He's on the Giants.
Yeah. Now, that would be a comeback story if it was Nate Thurmond. He's been gone for 10 years.
Yes, it would. We could play a fun game show, Giant or not.
Oh,
I just make up names.
Right.
You tell me if they're currently on the roster or not.
I probably would have a lower batting average than Willie Adames because it's been hard to keep track. And, that 40-man's been really fluid of late.
It sure has. Yeah, like current Giants, Eddie's Leonard, Buddy Kennedy, Nate Furman, Oslevis Basabe, Drew Kavanaugh, Blade Tidwell, Reaver San Martin.
That's right.
Anybody else that's kind of out of left field? Some of you probably don't know that Jason Foley has been up for a while. Jason Foley's on the team.
Yeah.
Those are Giants.
He's supposed to be their closer, I'm told.
Well,
if you ever get a lead.
I mean,
you need a late lead to close.
Yeah, who is the closer now that Caleb Killian is a Philly? Not that Caleb.
It's a great question.
Yeah, Caleb Killian actually does not deserve the label that we just gave him.
Ooh.
The Giants have gone sans closer all year. I guess,
know what? That is a great point.
Thank you, Greg. Wait a minute. Who finished? They won a game on Monday. Logan Webb threw 6 shutout innings. I think they tried with Tristan Beck, and then he got 1 out, and he gave up a homer, and San Martin came in. Is that right, Pasta?
I can't remember.
Yeah, San Martin got the last 2 outs after Tristan Beck started.
It was not a safe situation. They were up by 4.
Yeah.
Reaver San Martin.
It's been a long year, kid.
Dude, you're not even kidding. And it's still got a long ways to go. We got a whole 2 months of baseball.
2. It's a long way to go.
Yeah, this has been a hell of a cruise, dude. Hell of a cruise. But yeah. Until otherwise noted, yesterday or Monday was apparently I'm told it was a good day.
All right.
The baseball people.
Yeah.
They love them. And they love the prospects.
They have to look.
The farm system is top 5 now.
Well, and you had 6 players in the majors, and I guess you traded a minor leaguer as well, and you got back about 10 players.
I think it was 8 total.
Okay,
yeah,
so
8 players back.
None of them are expiring. None of them are going to be people who are going to walk for nothing. So you just kind of start this whole thing, not completely over, but you still have 3 good vets. You've got Logan Webb. Hopefully Casey's raring to go for the start of next year, and you give it another crack next year.
It was very clear from Zach Manassian that of all the acquisitions, Marcelo Meyer might have been their actual lead acquisition, even though it didn't feel that way. I know the first deal with Luis Arraez, it was the first one on actual deadline day. I know Malley went first. But Ramon Marquez from the Phillies was a top 100 prospect in baseball, and so people were kind of like, that's the headliner. But Marcelo Meyer came much later in the day and was clearly a surprise, and he's probably the one of all of those 8 names that you will see in a Giants uniform this year, especially with the holes in the infield. Second and third base are now open. He can play either. As of a year and a half ago, he was one of the top 10 prospects in baseball. But he's now had 350 at-bats with the Red Sox. He has not gotten a hit in most of them. But Zach kind of talked at length about Meyer yesterday when he was with us on 95.7 The Game.
To get this type of talent, 23 years old, a lot of time left, a lot more growth that's going to happen there. Just feel like an opportunity we couldn't pass up. Someone that we think can be impactful on both sides of the game. As Mark was talking, we talked about defense. We think he's going to be a plus defender. He can run the bases. There's power. There's hitability. So we think there's a really strong, well-rounded game, and that's the type of game we want to play, where we can beat teams in a lot of different ways. And we feel like Marcelo is going to bring that to the table. A lot of people here that are excited to get to work with him. Ron Washington, Hunter Mentz, we're all excited to see him. And as we look to try and build a core group, we're hoping he's the type of player that can be right there with Bryce Eldridge for years to come.
So Grandy followed up with great. When?
Yeah, we do pretty good medical review, obviously, prior to a trade. So I have a sense that he's feeling great and that he's ready to get out and start a rehab assignment here soon. We don't have a specific date. He's actually going to come to San Francisco. Our doctors, medical staff can see him in person, get a little bit better feel for that. But we're really hoping it's sooner rather than later. And as the team gets back in town, we're able to review those things. Hopefully that can be ironed out where we can talk about a specific date to expect him here at Oracle Park.
Yeah, so dive in. Jot the name down, Marcelo Meyer. Because I don't like, even when a season has been ruined like this one has, I don't like it when the game is turned on and I'm like, I don't know who that is, or I didn't even know that person was on the team. That's the naked feeling for your boy.
Yep.
So Marcelo Meyer, he's on the way.
Yep. Hopefully it's very soon. A guy who can play second, third, or short. So you look to move him around a little bit. Probably won't play a lot of short because Willy Adames has to play every single day, no matter what. And so you put him at second, you put him at third, and you give him a chance to get out there and see what he can do. And he's still a very, very young player. So that's exciting.
We'll get back to the NFL next. Dominic Purdy is going to join us here in less than 20 minutes. You won't want to miss that. He's a fun guy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your phone calls are always welcome. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs. Hey, it's Willard and Dibbs for Safeway. Enjoy these amazing deals for members. And as always, save up to 20% weekly on hundreds of exclusive offers from Safeway. Just clip the highlighted deals from the weekly mailer or click the deals in the For You section of the Safeway app to breeze through checkout. Get ready to grill some tasty USDA choice boneless beef tri-tip roast untrimmed twin packs for $6.99 per pound when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 2 packages. And before we eat that, I'm thinking maybe some charcuterie.
Yeah, take a picture and say cheese because you can enjoy Sargento shredded or sliced cheese, 5 to 8 ounce selected varieties for $1.99 each when you clip or click the coupon. Limit 4 items, juicy 1 pound packages of strawberries, 1 pint packages of blueberries, or 6 ounce packages of raspberries or blackberries for just $2.99 each.
Safeway makes it easy for you to save money on the items you already buy. Go to Safeway.com for more details, and we'll see you in the aisles.
What if you could have the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi? And get this, what if you could keep it at the same price for 5 years guaranteed? Now through August 24th, new Xfinity customers can get our best price on gig Wi-Fi this summer before it disappears. Just $50 a month for 5 years. No annual contracts, no hidden fees, and our best equipment included. Plus, get online in minutes with same-day Wi-Fi. It's Wi-Fi that finds and fixes problems before you even notice them. Like super intelligent Wi-Fi with a 6th sense. Plus, it keeps you protected from online threats. And get Peacock Premium included for 2 years. Lock in your price and unlock the possibilities. Get it now at Xfinity.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra. Speeds vary. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by a workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer and Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer and Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer and Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
Is your client ready to build a functional outdoor space? Choosing Golden State Lumber and Showroom means faster deliveries and finishing your project on time and on budget. When it comes to decking, TimberTech stands out. It's trusted by contractors for its unbeatable quality, and with industry-leading warranties, it's clear why TimberTech is the top choice. TimberTech, the #1 brand in premium decking. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Golden State Lumber and Showroom. When you succeed, we succeed.
Ragnar the Terrible is interviewing at a big bank. Let's listen.
Everyone, this is 5th century warlord Ragnar the Terrible. He killed it in his first interview. Not literally, but close. Ragnar, what would you do if a customer complained about high loan rates?
I make video presentation.
Star One is nothing like the big banks. We have better rates, minimal fees, and friendly customer service. Star One, in your best interest.
What do parents think of back to school at Staples, where 24-pack Crayola crayons are just 50 cents?
Staples has folders, notebooks, and pens at great prices.
I'm smiling from ear to ear.
It's the most wonderful time.
Mom, I missed the bus of the year.
It's a wonderful time at Staples, where school supplies start at just 25 cents. Staples. That was easy. Visit your local Staples today or shop online and in the app. Ends 9/12. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Brew. Between my radio show, filming content, editing videos, and trying to stay connected with family, reliable Wi-Fi isn't really optional anymore. I just need it to work. And that's why I like that with Xfinity, you get the most reliable, fiber-powered Wi-Fi with the best equipment at one price for 5 years, guaranteed. No contracts or commitments. Plus, Xfinity makes getting connected simple with same-day Wi-Fi so you can get online in minutes. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber or coaxial cable. Learn more at Xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi. Xfinity. Imagine that.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Valhalla, it's Gabby Williams. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios on 95.7 The Game.
The Valkyries are, and we've talked about it some. The WNBA is complex this year, but
that's fair.
That's to say the least, right? But the Valkyries are probably under-discussed from this perspective. Because I'm not trying to tell everybody who to root for. They're brand new, and so there needs to be a whole build-up of the relationship between a fan base and a team. But from a business standpoint, holy crap. Like, how the hell did they do this quickly? This is like... They're a championship contender. They made the playoffs in year 1, and they're championship contender year 2.
Yeah. They put together a good roster.
Crazy.
I think that they came as an expansion team at the right time where there was a good amount of talent available in the WNBA expansion draft. They made good picks there, and they've gone on to add a couple of quality free agents. They have a phenomenal coach, and they've got a great overall front office, the executives and the crowd and all the rest of it it's first class. Your normal expansion teams are, we're going to try to put this together and we're going to figure things out and all the rest of it, but they hit the ground running at third base already.
We're going to be doing a show on Friday from their practice facility.
In Oakland.
Love it. We're going to the town.
I can't wait.
Sephora Performance Center, where the Golden State Sports Academy is hosting their summer overnight camp. And this is in conjunction with the Warriors. not only do we get to be out there and do the show on Friday with all the campers, one of the campers' last names will be Willard. So
any relation?
Possibly. But no, this is awesome. So this camp is happening. We're going to go out there and check it out. And he is so excited, mainly because Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to be there. And guess also where Guy Santos and Will Richard are going to be? On the show.
Tomorrow.
No.
Friday.
Yes.
Yeah, my bad.
Hey, Aaron. It's Guy Santos here. Hey, Dibs. Your pigs stink.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that.
Yeah, we should.
We're talk about that.
Guy and Will. Will, who's kind of your boy. You've got a little history
love
there.
Will Richard.
Guy Santos and Will Richard on the set live at 4:30 on Friday. And then one other thing about this that I really want to drive home is that all of you not just listening to the show, make sure to check out all the social platforms around this because we're going to take a shot at Shoot 360. Have you ever heard of this?
Never.
Shoot 360.
I thought it was a shoe when I was reading the email.
No,
earlier.
Shoot, SHOOT, Shoot 360. You and I are going to get to demo this thing before the show. And clearly it's going to end up on our social platforms. What Shoot 360 is, it's described as a next generation basketball training technology. So I think the idea is, this is what I've been told now, the Warriors believe that Dan Dibley is going to shoot a basketball and it's going to go in. That's what they think they can do.
It's allowed to.
It is.
As long as I can get it up above the rim, get it near the cylinder.
Shoot 360.
Never up, never in. I'm going to have to do some homework on Shoot 360.
Check it out.
And figure out exactly how I'm going to approach this.
Absolutely. So
Sounds like a lot of fun, though.
This is all going down on Friday. So our thanks to everybody with the Golden State Sports Academy, the Golden State Warriors, the Golden State Valkyries, everybody at the Sephora Performance Center. That's where we're going to get to do our show on Friday with the campers and with Guy and with Will.
And is this a one-day camp essentially, or
no?
He's been going all week.
No, it's like a 3-night, like a 3.5 day, 3-night camp.
Okay,
he's heading out there tomorrow.
Gotcha.
He's going there tomorrow. We're going on Friday.
Gotcha. So, and he'll be staying down there in Oakland in the hotel with like another camper, or like. You got no idea. This is some good parenting here.
Just like, take my kid. I don't care.
Take my kid, please.
Yeah.
This is the second session, too. They did, I think, another one early in July, and correct. It was with Pajemski who stopped by that time.
Correct. Jude was like, not pods, Dad. So he's going,
wow.
He's going, no, I'm kidding. No, he's going to this one. He loves pods.
Pajemski.
He loves pods. The other kid who doesn't like pies.
I get it.
I
mean, just watch the game, Abe.
Seriously.
Just watch the game. Let his plus minus wash over you.
Come on.
Like a good shampoo.
Come on, people.
Exactly.
Yeah. Pods can dunk. So, anyway,
Come on, people.
Thank you. That's all happening on Friday. Dominic Pooney's going to join us in a little bit over 5 minutes. I did, but you want to mention this, though, too. Did everybody get the notification on their phone earlier today? I think it happened somewhere in the neighborhood of, I don't know, it was 10, 11 o'clock this morning. Do y'all get NFL breaking news notifications on your phone?
Some.
Yeah.
Not all.
Stephon Diggs has been signed by the Washington Commanders.
He's a cat. Little ass boy.
Stephon Diggs, who plays wide receiver, signed by the Washington Commanders.
Little ass boy.
This isn't to, I don't know what's going on in a larger sense. So I don't want to sound like we're dancing on anybody's misfortune. I don't know if that's the right word either. I do think that this went from sort of like, if I followed the timeline, it went from frustrating to odd to concerning to offensive. And it arrived at offensive when Brandon Ayuk started making fun of Kyle Shanahan's accident in the car. And so for me, it's getting hard to hold on to sympathy I'm sure there's always going to be compassion and empathy because I don't know what the guy is going through. But Brandon Ayuk, probably at one point this offseason, if he had handled his business, he probably did have at least one opportunity that was out there. And he perfectly went about ruining that as well, to the point where the Commanders were like, we do have one wide receiver. We have one troubled wide receiver slot open, but let's give it to a different troubled wide receiver.
Someone who's more troubled, quite frankly.
Let's go with Stephon Diggs rather than Brandon Ayuk, who just yesterday, his most recent Instagram post was a picture of him up against a brick wall wearing a Washington Commanders hat. Again,
that was yesterday?
Yeah. So from frustrating to weird to concerning to offensive to, dude.
Sad.
I think you ruined the whole thing, and I think you're done.
I've reached the level of sad. I feel sad for him, and we talked to TJ Hushmanzada, his former trainer, last week, and I asked him who in the camp is left, and I couldn't even finish the question. He said nobody. Nobody's left in the camp. The people who helped train him and build him up and get him the contract that he so wanted, that he so fought for, and he got hurt, and then he never went about honoring the contract in the way that would have avoided the fact that it could get voided. And TJ said it, everyone said it. All he has to do is show up to camp, force their hand, he gets cut, and then he can go out and try to get another job somewhere else. But instead, he's gone about a social media campaign that is really, kind of napalmed the bridge, as somebody famously might have said about one of my ousters. And so if that's the way that goes, luckily I already had my next destination intact. So even though the bridge may not be there anymore.
For the moment, and then that got burned down, and then it got rebuilt.
But the second time, the bridge didn't get burned down. I got pushed off the bridge.
I know you did.
I didn't know you could swim. And I was able to get back up on the bridge and cross it again.
Look at you. You climbed.
Look at me, yeah.
You're like an ant.
Now I'm here with the likes of you.
Stepped on the hill, and then you just started rebuilding the hill.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. We had ants the other day, and and it's early ants. Like you get the scout ants.
Are you liking it early?
I was kind of liking it because if you ever watch early ants, like before it's a full-on like swarm, the early ants, like there's food somewhere in your house, and so now you've got about 100 ants. And what they're running from the food and they're bumping into each other and they're transmitting the information through an ant headbutt.
Right.
So I'm just watching them and I'm watching where they enter, where they exit, the ingress and the egress, and you see where they're coming in from. And then you get that little ant trap with the little chemical and you put a little drop of the chemical next to the trap, and then you leave the trap and then you walk away. And by morning, no more ants.
Mm-hmm.
All it takes is one of them to get the good stuff and then go tell the queen, yeah, I got food right here. That's the poison.
Must.
Game over.
Save the queen.
Ant situation solved.
My dad used to bring out whatever, his raid or whatever he wanted to pull out. And then he'd hit him. And then my mom, because she's a mom, would immediately grab paper towels and start to wipe the whole thing up. And he'd be like, no, you got to leave him there. You got to leave him there.
So the other ants can see?
So the other ones would see what happens to you.
Oh, man.
If you come in here and mess with us. This is what you get. I'm like,
you better be careful.
I don't think they can see, Dad.
I don't think that they roll like that.
Yeah, I don't think that.
That's some Game of Thrones-ish where, and I'm almost through season 3 House of the Dragon, but you take out an enemy, you take their head and you put it on a spike.
Yeah.
That way when you show back up, it's like, yo, anybody know this guy? This could be you, Ant.
You want to come in here? This is what it's going to look like here in about 5 minutes.
You come in the Willard house, you're going to get raided. We're not going to clean you up. Your buddy's going to have to look at you all chemical sprayed out on our kitchen floor.
I'm just over in the corner with a bag of Cheetos watching this interaction. We got to clean it up. No, honey, leave them there so the other ants know. But Tom, I need a clean kitchen. I'm just over here going crunch, 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 just all entertained.
And I'm sure Mom would probably get the W in that.
For sure. Mom always got the dub.
Right.
Mom's undefeated.
Yeah.
Mom's a mom. Mom's undefeated. Who's running the house? That's a small decision. The big decision, Pop might come in and be like, I think we should get this car. But the ants, Mom's got that. Mom's going to take the W on that.
If my decisions were a Major League Baseball team, we'd be 20 games behind the Angels. Facts. Your boy takes a lot of L's.
I'm a Giants fan.
Yeah.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and come to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. And ant and rodent coverage here on 95.7 The Game is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi. One price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity, imagine that. All right, let's do it. Let's check in on the Niners and get down to Santa Clara because joining us now on the River Islands guest line is 49ers offensive lineman, third-year Dominic Purdy. Dom, appreciate you coming on the show. What's going on?
Man, nothing much. I appreciate you guys having me.
Yeah, we're excited to talk to you. How are you feeling, by the way? And I mean that also in comparison. Like, I know it's a year later, so now we can admit it, right? You were kind of playing through injury last year. So how would you compare how you're feeling now versus last year?
I feel good, man. I feel the same as going into camp last year. I feel 100%. It's just getting better day by day.
How do you approach the offseason in terms of, fitness and weight? Because you obviously want to stay at about a certain number. Do you get big and then get back small? Do you try to maintain your playing weight?
I'm usually pretty good about maintaining. I just follow the program that the 49ers strength staff sends out, and, it never fails because I always come back in training camp in shape and ready. So, they got a good program.
Dom, I think you probably feel this, and maybe you don't. I think the fan base is stressed about the offensive line, and it's mainly because of the talent on the defensive line with two of the teams in your division. How do you see those matchups? What do you guys feel you need to do better this year?
There's always stuff to get better at. Just simple stuff in the run game and the pass game, but I will say just the cohesiveness that we've built, especially with me, Jake, and Colt just having so many games played together. You can really tell how that's affected and how well we've meshed together this camp. So I'm excited for that and take the next step. But, we're just going to keep taking our coaching points and just keep applying it to practice and just keep getting better.
And you mix Trent in there as well, and you've got a pretty solid offensive line. I wonder when you look back at last year and you reverse engineer it, where do you see the biggest issues you guys were having in the run game?
The biggest issues? I don't know. It's hard to pinpoint. I think Coach Shanahan did a good job kind of pointing out. We're always just like it's one guy's off. It's just we could have 10 guys on the right path, right thing they're doing. If one guy's failing his job, then it can ruin the whole play. I just think we just weren't always all 11 guys on the same page.
Dominic Purdy is with us here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Dom, I've we've listened to a lot of things that you've said, mentioned things about the cohesiveness of the offensive line. I don't know if I've ever heard you go in depth on Trent Williams as a teammate, especially as you watch. You're going into year 3. His age, his longevity. What have you taken from him? What has all of that meant to you?
It means a lot. I remember when I got drafted, I think one of the first things I thought was, man, I get to be in the same room as Trent Williams and just kind of see how he operates in the room and, what's his key to longevity. And honestly, he's just, I always say he's not a real person. He's just kind of like a, I don't even know what, like a mythical character. He's in year, 16, 15? I don't even know. But because guys will tell me they're in year 10 and I'm like, wow, that's a long time. And then here comes Trent, who's still playing at an all-pro level, 15, 16 years in. So, it's unbelievable. And, the advice he gives every day is just awesome. So it's great to learn from him.
I know also we always get to see him, and especially now that Debo's back, we get to see those guys with the boombox crew. We don't really get to see what's happening behind them. Dom, what do you do during boombox time?
I just watch them. I'm just always behind them. I'm watching them dance and have fun, and, I just run out the tunnel behind them.
There's no dancing? There's no nothing? You're just walking?
Yeah, I was just walking in the back. I'm not usually dancing in the tunnel.
Do you have anything pregame that you absolutely rely on, whether it's a T-shirt you wear under or just sort of a ritual that does get you ready for the game?
I used to, but I've kind of fallen away from it. I think one thing I like to do is I like to just take a lap around the field pregame and then sit on the bench and just kind of soak in the moment. That's like probably the one thing I always keep doing.
Dominic, I'm sure you guys may already be sick of this, but I really love to get the perspective of the players on this. What is your take on the whole 49er injury thing? And I don't even just mean the substation talk, but right now it's like anytime there's any injury at all, and it's football, everybody just kind of loses their mind. What is your reaction to this?
I don't know. It's just, it could just be bad luck. I don't think there's any real rhyme or reason. It's not like the coaches are over pushing us. It's not like they're doing too much. The road's not too much. So, I would just mark it up to bad luck and just being unfortunate, honestly.
You've been on other football teams, Kansas, et cetera. Does this feel different? And I don't mean just your work load. I just mean what's happening around you. Does this feel normal or different in terms of the number of injuries?
Every team I've been on has always been injuries. I don't pay attention to them too much and like how many people are hurt. I couldn't even tell you how many guys are hurt on the team right now or at Kansas. It just feels normal. Like it's football. People are going to get hurt. And if it takes a week, 2 days, 3 days, a week, or 2 weeks, they'll get back. It's not like they're missing the whole season. So, it's just football.
How do you balance the mentality of knowing that it's early August and this doesn't really, quote unquote, matter with the idea that you want to go 100% and get better? Do you try to just block out certain parts of that from your mind so you can still go 100%?
Block out what?
Block out the idea that this is practice or joint practice or preseason game number one and it doesn't really, quote, matter.
Oh, yeah, no, you got to block that out. You got to treat every rep as a game rep. I'm looking at the down and distance every single play, just trying to imagine myself like in a game, like if it's 3rd and 8, 3rd and 6, just getting on 2-point stands, pass pro, just stuff like that. Just being situational about it. If you approach it like practice, I'm not sure that's the best way to do it. You're just trying to get through it. Instead of trying to get better.
We're talking to Dominic Purdy here on 95.7 The Game. Dom, what was the first thought that went through your mind when you saw the Rams acquire Myles Garrett?
I was like, well, I thought they got Myles Garrett. I also thought they lost Jared Verse. So I was like, I'm glad they don't have both of them, actually. But, right. So I was kind of happy they got rid of him. But, they got Myles Garrett. It was probably the best pass rusher in the game. So, obviously I'm not, like, super ecstatic about it. But, we got to go out there and play. Like, we have players on the line, too. We got Trent Williams and Colt, like, some of the 2 best tackles in the game. So I'm very confident in them.
And is that something that you guys take immense pride in, especially with Brock now, the cemented quarterback and he's paid in full? Do you guys take a little extra pride of a measurement knowing that keeping him upright is a huge, huge job?
Of course. Honestly, any quarterback you put back there, like, there's no way we can, like, let them just, like, anybody get to the quarterback. That's got to be the mindset of your O-line. It's not like when a different quarterback comes in, you're not like, I'm not going to protect him as much. It's like you got to fight your butt off to protect anybody who's back there. And, Brock obviously has a lot of money, and we love him so much. So, we're going to fight a lot to protect him.
Dom, obviously last year, looking at it from beginning to end, there were a lot of good things, but I think the number one thing the organization sounds like they want to improve is the pass rush, and there were so many injuries there last year. You're going against these guys in practice every day. So as a group, how do they look? How's Nick looking? And then what about the additions also, Osa and anyone else you want to throw in there? How's everyone looking?
Man, just off the first week of pads, they look really good. I know I'm getting some really, really good reps against Osa on the interior. He's been a top-tier pass rusher in this league for a long time. And, I'm super excited to get those reps against him because I know it's going to make me better in the season. And, with Bosa's going to be Bosa. Like, we know what he's going to do on Sunday, and he looks really good right now coming off the ACL. I'm super excited to see him get going. But everyone else looks good. You got guys coming back, getting healthy at the right time, and we'll see what happens.
When you're blocking against the interior pass rushers, is it a little bit more straightforward in terms of them not having as many moves, or do those defensive tackles have just as many moves, but they're different?
You know what? I've actually said I feel like the interior D-line is evolving into pass rushers. It's probably Aaron Donald's fault for them because he was so good at pass rushing. I think he's kind of opened the gate for a lot of these guys to develop pass rush moves instead of just being like run stoppers. So, they're getting better and better, and as they evolve, we got to evolve with them. I think from a D tackle or a DN, they both could have the same amount of moves.
Dom, how has the whole situation surrounding what happened to Kyle Shanahan a number of weeks ago, how has that affected the team? How has that affected camp so far?
It's affected us in the way that he kind of missed like the first week, but it really hasn't. We haven't really been affected too much because the way our practices are ran, the way our schedule is, it's just like a clock. Like, it's just clockwork. So we got the right coaches in place to handle this situation. And obviously, when we see Kyle on the practice field, it's very motivating to see him healthy and just to say what's up to him. But I think the number one thing is just him being healthy and 100%.
So rookie year is always like, okay, wide-eyed, and this is all new. Second year, they talk about kind of avoiding a sophomore slump. What's year 3 for you? How do you kind of approach it?
Year 3 is just be the best player I can be. Now I'm not worried about how I played my first year, my second year. I got to be the best player I can be every single day at practice, walkthrough, game day, and that's just stacking reps. I think that's the number one thing my focus is on this year. Just don't beat yourself. Do what you're good at, and just let it ride.
So, by the way, stacking reps, we're looking at numbers right now. It appears you've never missed a snap in 2 years. What? First of all, how, and what does that mean to you?
I mean, it's, like I said earlier, I think there's a little bit of luck involved, and, it means a lot. Like, as an O-lineman, you never really want to miss a snap. I think the only snaps you really miss are the ones when the O-line coach takes you out in the fourth quarter. Because you're up by a lot, and some other guys want to get some reps, but you just never want to leave your guys out there without you, especially when you can go. If you can go at all, you just go, and you just take pride in that. You don't want to look back and say you tapped out ever, so I think that's part of it.
Next time, we'll have you rank all 2,198 snaps, so make sure you do your homework.
Yeah. All right, sounds good.
Dom Purdy with us on 95.7 The Game. Dom, you ready for the big finish? Have a little fun here?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. Here we go. Dom Purdy on the big finish. Here's how it works. We give you 2 categories. You pick one. Do you want to do small town America or linemen love to eat?
We'll do small town America. Why not?
All right, small town America. As a kid in a small town in Missouri, what outdoor activities did you enjoy most?
Outdoor activities? That's a good question. I think me and my friends would always go to our elementary school because there was a big grass field, and we always played football, kickball, baseball. We used that field for so many different sports. That was probably my favorite thing to do.
And I know that you were a high school volleyball player. Are you super skilled like some of your family members?
I am, actually. I'm a pretty good volleyball player, actually, back in the day. Yeah, I mean, I think my mom played volleyball, and she was really pushing for me to play, and I didn't really have any other winter sport to play, so I was like, you know what, why not? And it was pretty fun, actually. I like playing volleyball.
Dom, did your body change a ton? Like, I bet you get this a lot. Like, O-linemen and volleyball, these things don't mix in my mind.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it did. It did. When I was a junior in high school, I was probably like 220, honestly, in senior year, too. And just, I think when I got to college, I was going to be an O-lineman in college, and I just realized I had to get bigger. So I just ate a lot of food. I don't know if it was like the right thing to do because I don't say I got pretty fat, but then I think like my junior year in college, I really, really started hitting the weight room, and that's when like the transformation started to happen.
Fantastic. It's the big finish with Dominic Purdy. You were obviously a standout in high school. I believe Francis Howell Central, if the research is correct, known for its marching band. Do you play an instrument or do you sing?
I do not play an instrument, and I do not sing. But our marching band at Howell Central was really good all the time. Like, I was always very impressed.
Like, not even in the shower or in the car by yourself or anything?
No, yeah, I'll sing then, but I'm not singing if I won't sing in front of other people.
Who's on the playlist right now, Dom?
Right now? I've been listening to a lot of, like, Fiji, Maoli, Kalohi Kai, more island music, honestly.
Okay, and nice. That perfectly leads into the final question, which is being of Samoan lineage, yet sort of landlocked with where you grew up. How old were you when you saw the ocean for the first time?
When I saw the ocean, I think I was probably 6 years old in Florida, Destin, Florida, probably like 5 or 6 years old.
And did it kind of like floor you and blow you away a little bit, or what was that like?
I was definitely afraid of the ocean. I couldn't even go 5 yards in there because I was just so scared of sharks. I learned about sharks too, so I was like, there's probably 1,000 sharks in this vicinity, so I wasn't going in there at all. Now I'm good.
I was going to say, how about now? Now you'll go in the ocean?
Yeah, actually, I went snorkeling in Hawaii this offseason. I saw a little baby shark, and it was actually pretty cool. I didn't freak out or anything. It was pretty cool.
I'm pretty sure the shark doesn't want any piece of a 315-pound lineman. Maybe a 6-year-old.
That's one of those one of those books. Who would win? Who would win?
Right.
Dom or small shark? Who would win, Dom?
I'm taking me versus a small shark, but if you get any bigger than what it was, I'd probably take the shark.
Okay, I think it's a fair answer.
Watch out for the swim move, too, if you happen to be at the line of scrimmage.
That's a good one.
Thank you.
Hey, Dom, ton of fun, man. Thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Of course. Thanks for having me.
You got it. Dom Purdy of the San Francisco 49ers, the swim move.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm in a good mood, so it's a 3.
I had to throw it out there.
Grandy agrees. It's a 3.
Well, because we were talking before about interior defensive linemen and their moves, and I wasn't even trying to get him to answer the way he did, but I guess the evolution is such now that there's a lot more interior pass rushers doing a lot of different things as opposed to, I'm massive, I'm going to push by you or knock you over and get to the QB.
Right, but also swim move, because we were talking about Purdy versus a shark.
Yes.
I got the joke is what I'm saying.
See, what happens is the defensive guy tries to do the swim move on the O-lineman, so it actually kind of tied it all together, Mark.
I understood. You don't want to explain the joke. That kind of takes a joke down when you have to explain it.
Yeah, it does.
I got the joke. I'm giving you a compliment.
I felt like it deserved better than a 3, especially after I've been gone for 2. But that's okay. I won't beg.
It's 3.5.
I'll take it.
Yeah. A 4 is like an out loud laugh.
A 5 is that might be the funniest thing I've ever heard.
5 is a lap.
Yeah.
It's like a lap around the building. It's like somebody scored in the World Cup. You got to run.
Yeah, and we try to hold the 5s for very, very rare references. And if it's better than a 4 and you don't want to give a 5, you give a guru, that's a 9.
Yeah, guru he's handing out 8s and 9s, 7s, 11s. I think I heard one of those last week.
That's a damn 9.
Yeah. Wow.
So good.
Mm-hmm. All right, 888-957-9570. That was Dom Purdy. We started off the show kind of talking about where this schedule sits, coming off of the quarterback rankings, the quarterbacks that the 49ers need to face this year. I don't know. You all know that my brain tends to work in an optimistic way, provided that there is no major evidence to the contrary. And that's where I sit right now. That's what, to me, August is all about in the NFL. I am very, very excited about this season. And I think the 49ers are going to have a chance to be a really good team. We always have to throw in health permitting and all of that, although maybe we don't, because health didn't work out last year and they still won 12 games and a playoff game. But I hear a little bit, for my taste at least, a little bit too much concern about the division. The Rams are very good and the Seahawks are very good. But I think the 49ers are pretty good too. And I think all of those teams are going to have a difficult time with the 4 games that they've got to play against each other.
If you said, will all 3 get 10 or more wins or not, I'd probably say they all get 10 or more wins.
I would only bet no, just because the percentage chance thing in my brain starts to perk up a little bit with the idea of 3 teams getting double-digit wins 2 years in a row. Somebody's going to have something go horribly wrong.
Or at least a little bit wrong. Last year, the Niners had a bunch of things go, quote, horribly wrong, but they were able to overcome. You lost your all-pro edge rusher, Nick Bosa, pretty early for a long time. You lost your QB for basically half the season. You lost your linebacker for a stretch. You lost your tight end for a stretch. I mean, there was a lot of things that went wrong, and you still went 12-5. So just because you have some calamities doesn't mean you can't play through it.
No, of course. But 3 teams in one division getting double-digit wins, I don't know what the percentage chances are of that, but it feels rather rare. And now you're suggesting that it will happen 2 seasons in a row. That feels unlikely to me. That's all. That's all I'm saying. And I don't know which is the team that's going to have it not go their way or only win 9 or whatever. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they all will. But when you look at those 3 teams, I think people right now do the on paper thing, which is never all that accurate, but on paper, the Rams are the favorite in the whole NFL, and the Seahawks are the second favorite in the NFL. So people think that the Niners are the one that are going to fall by the wayside maybe, but you can spin that in two different ways. The 49ers I think they're all good teams, and the 49ers are the one that get a third-place schedule.
Yeah, and that definitely helps.
That helps.
2 years ago, there were two divisions that had 3 double-digit teams, and I think that having 17 obviously helps you because 10-7 is not as good as 10-6, and so you have that extra game with which to work. And, last year, just the one division, their division, got that done. So it's not as easy as, you're good and your schedule's a third placer, therefore you can go out there and get it done. I do think that the schedule, not only the way the games lay out, but you don't have any really treacherous schedule spots. I was looking at some of the rest advantage / disadvantage, and the Chargers have 4 games against teams that are off their bye. So they have a -7 rest differential 4 different times. I mean, that's brutal when you start to do that over the course of a season.
Did you say there were 2 divisions last year that had the 3 teams?
2 years ago.
Oh, 2 years ago.
Yeah, 2 years ago it was the NFC North, and it was the AFC West.
AFC West, right. Denver had 10, the Chargers had 11, and the Chiefs had 15. Okay, I see what you're looking at now. Last year
was just the one.
Just the NFC West last year. Yeah.
And the year before that, it was the AFC North was the only one. So it seems like every year you get one. Sometimes you get more than one, depending on, how it stacks. If I was to look at this year and which divisions are most likely to get 3 teams, I would look at probably the NFC West and the AFC West as my 2 most likely.
I'm going to give a little...
They play each other, too, so that makes it harder.
I'm going to give a nod to the NFC North. I think this is undersold. Do you realize last year all 4 teams had at least 9 wins? All 4 teams had a winning record. I don't know. How often does that happen?
Not very often.
In a division. So that means that they only had 1 double-digit win team, but everybody was 1 win away from them all being a double-digit win team. And you could look at that 2 ways. That means that they've got at least 6 games against really hard opponents. I don't know if the Vikings, I don't know if they count this year as a really hard opponent. But I think they're a good team. I know there are quarterback questions, but I think the other 3 teams are all really good. I saw that the Detroit Lions, I think by metrics, have the easiest schedule in the entire NFL. Number 1. And that's scary to me because that's a good football team. That's a team that had some weird stuff go a weird way. Their entire defense got hurt, and they still went 9-8, and we know who they are. We know who they are. Like, they've got a lot of good players. I don't think that many of them departed. I know that David Montgomery is gone, but, Jahmyr Gibbs is an issue. That receiving core is really good. Goff is really good. Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, we can go on and on. That's a good team. So, to me, they get a playoff spot. But I don't know. The NFC, to me, super fascinating. Like, even the bad teams, everyone just kind of tosses aside the NFC South, and I think that that's true again this year. Nobody's great out of there, but all of them will have a chance to at least be okay. And then you go over to the NFC East, where Washington was really bad, but that was because they lost their quarterback, and the Giants really stunk because they had a rookie quarterback. But now he becomes a more interesting guy. Like, I guess this is the bigger way to say it. I mean, outside of Arizona, who in the NFC can you just dismiss? Just dismiss. Like, that's not going to work.
Yeah, flat out just dismiss?
I mean,
not that many.
No one.
Well,
I don't think anyone else.
New Orleans over under 7.5, the win total. They have the 3rd easiest schedule in football.
They might win the division.
They very well might. And, Tampa's got a Baker Mayfield problem, theoretically. Carolina's quarterback, who was god-awful. Last year was just subpar, but better. And so does he take another step forward?
Reigning division champs.
Right.
I mean, again, 8-9, but reigning division champs.
To your point, they're over under 7.5, Washington 7.5, and beyond that, you've got Arizona at 3.5, and that's about the end of the list. Atlanta is 6.5, so you could look at them and say, all right, they're not expected to do great, but that's still a 7-10 or a 6-11.
Yeah, like I think everybody, for the most part, is viable. They can give you a game, all of that stuff. And the Niners are on the upper half of that bracket. So, sue me for doing what I always do, but I don't know. Am I crazy to? And I'm not even. This isn't a prediction yet. We're not there yet. I'm not telling you it's going to be 11 wins or 12 wins or whatever. I think the larger thing I'm just saying is I don't think that the presence of the Rams and Seahawks is automatically preventative. And there are a handful of things right now with the 49ers. Sure, some concerns, but there are a handful of things that the 49ers have going on right now that I find super intriguing. And possibly, if things twist a certain way, could make the Niners one of the scariest / best teams in the NFC. We're just fans, so we don't really know how to talk about this, but the Raheem Morris edition is one that I've really got my eye on. When the 49ers have ended up in the Super Bowl during the Kyle Shanahan era, as great of a play caller as he is, it has come largely from the fact that they've got an elite defense. And I want to know if they can capture a little bit of that this year. Who's rushing the passer? Are you more effective there? Is Dre Greenlaw? You have a young core of defensive backs that some people believe are really ready to come into their own. Greg Cosell, this is super X and O-y, but Greg Cosell said something to us earlier today about Renardo Green that I think is worth letting y'all hear again. Here it is.
Well, Renardo Green's strength is press man. And obviously under Robert Saleh, they didn't do a lot of press man. But I remember watching him for 2 years at Florida State. And under that coaching staff, they played a high percentage of press man. And I thought he was a really good prospect if you were going to play press man. Now, when I say that, I hope people understand I don't mean every single snap. Nobody does everything every single snap. But he is at his best a press man corner. And I think if this team's going to play more of that, which my guess is they will, then I think Renardo Green fits that profile so much better. He's feisty, he's competitive, he's tough. He's just a better press man corner than he is an off-coverage zone corner.
If Green is suddenly really good, Upton Stout going into year 2. Stout today was asked to characterize his rookie year. He said it's just a bunch of mistakes and a couple of shiny moments.
Love to hear it.
Which is amazing because all of us thought it was great. And then Demo is Demo. It could be an interesting defensive backfield that maybe fits what they do a little bit better with Raheem Morris. If they can get more health on their pass rush, that's only going to make the DBs better. I'm super curious what's going on at the safety position. We love Malik Mustafa. What I'm hearing out of camp is that with what Raheem Morris does, Marquise Siegel might be a better fit than Malik Mustafa. That's interesting. But, I don't know. So I'm not saying it's going to be good, but I'm not convinced that there's any carryover from what happened defensively last year, which at the end of the year, quite frankly, kind of sucked.
It was mostly milquetoast, and it's because of the approach, and it's also because of the personnel. But if you just want to look at the scheme last year versus this year, look at the coordinator. Last year, the Niners were 29th in blitz percentage. So only 3 teams blitzed less than the 49ers, and the Niners had 20 sacks on the year. We know that was dead last. Raheem Morris was the head coach in Atlanta. They were number 2, Mark, in the league in blitz percentage, 33.4. They were number 2 in sacks with 57. Now, personnel in Atlanta was better. The Niners had a lot of injured guys, but the scheme that Raheem Morris ran in Atlanta as the head coach and the defensive coordinator was running his scheme, a lot more of an aggressive approach, and that's where the Renardo Green answer from Greg Cosell is perfect because when you blitz, you play man. You don't usually blitz and play a lot of zone because the blitz is going to make things happen very quickly, assuming you're going to get to the quarterback. And so you want to have your defender close to the receiver. Thus, you're going to play a lot more man. And if you're going to blitz and you have a press corner, that's going to fit perfectly with Renardo Green, provided you've got the right guys who can blitz on your defense.
Woo!
Cosell's got me going now.
We just nerded out on football.
You got to nerd
was
out.
some football nerding out right there.
You got to get the nerdage going here as we get into August.
I think they might be good.
Well, it depends on. Thank you.
Thank you. That's my prediction. I think the Niners might be good.
Kukush. I mean,
lock that in.
Might be, can't be a prediction in its essence.
Go to the window in Vegas, and you're like, I got $20 on the Niners might be good. And just see what the guy says. Just see what the guy.
Fade.
The guy with the white shirt with the sequins buttons down the middle, and like Elliot Ramos, the bottom button is undone, and he's looking at you, and he's had a few. He's been around the block, since like the 60s.
I'll tell you what, there's no bet about being good. You have to be more specific.
How about really good? Come on, Bill.
They're going to win 10 games? They're going to win 9 games. 11?
10 games.
You got to bet the alternate?
More than 10.
You got to beat the Rams down under? They're getting points.
I don't know.
Down under. You want the points?
What is the look-ahead line on that game? You got a look-ahead line on that game?
I think the line's already out. I don't even know if it's a look-ahead. I think it's 3.5.
Kind of has to be a look-ahead, right?
Every line, in essence, is a look-ahead line. You realize that until the game kicks. The very essence of the line is a look ahead. I believe the Niners are getting 3.5.
I guess what you're saying, a look ahead line is a line where that team will play at least once before they even get to that game. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm glad that I learned that.
You knew that.
I know.
You're just toying around.
No, I'm excited. This is also like it's August 5th. Is everybody's phones? Are you all getting your commissioner has reactivated your league?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Are you getting all those?
And I think we're getting closer to knowing when our draft day will be.
No, yes, we're getting closer to. It sounds like we've got a line on exactly what it is.
Right.
And it's
going to be all the hosts and the producers and the board ops.
Yeah, and it's down from 16 to 14.
Okay. FanDuel, which is the official book of Willard and Dibbs, right now it's at 3.5. Okay. Niners are getting 3.5.
And by the way, I already went in and I changed my team name today.
It can't be Pearsall, my rowdy friends, because he's not playing.
Correct. But for me, in this league, it has to be a play on a 49ers name.
Right.
Any 49ers name that strikes me as a key player this year, and then can I make a fun name out of it?
In a nod to basketball, you went with double stribbling?
I did not go with double stribbling, but you're warm. You're warm. Pick a player. Who did I pick? You're warm.
Romello height, probably a little too fringe.
My son is 6'5", ran into Shasky yesterday.
Christian, my McCaffrey hurts. Probably too mean-spirited for you.
But I did McCaffrey 2 seasons ago.
You did?
McCaffreynated beverages.
Yep. Dominic, no, it wouldn't be. You wouldn't go Pooney. You might go Drake Greenlaw because your daughter loves Drake. Your daughter loves Fred Warner.
Yeah, she really loves Fred Warner.
The long arm of the Greenlaw.
Oh, that's good. Except for I do think years ago I already, like in his first stint as a Niner, I think I already did Green Law and Order.
Okay.
I think I did that already.
Guinness Stout?
No.
You're not a big beer drinker, but.
No. Here, do you want to hear Greg Cosell talk about the guy that I chose?
Mop.
Here's Greg Cosell talking about the guy that I chose.
Sometimes you'd like to be in a situation where you can, just line up and call a play for a player, knowing that you like the matchup let's say in a critical situation, and that it doesn't always have to be a masterful play call. Because, at the end of the day, the 49er offense is built on the play caller. This is not a situation where the quarterback is asked to do a lot before the snap of the ball. Brock Purdy is not calling protections. He's not changing protections unless he truly sees something that is absolutely problematic. The Kyle Shanahan approach is it's the play caller's offense. So now Evans gives you a guy where, hey, in a critical situation, you like a matchup against a certain opponent and you feel like, you know what, we can call a play for Mike Evans.
Mike Evans.
Number
of different ways you could go, like 7th Evans, like.
Keep going. Workshop it. Keep going.
Heavens can wait. Evans can wait.
Give me you're sniffing all around.
It's got to be something to do with heavens and unheavens bread. No, you are Jewish.
Sort of, and allegedly
Jewish, as I like to say. Man, I'm. What's in the box? Evans from the movie Seven. I'm running out of guesses.
We're climbing a stairway to Evans.
Stairway to Evans.
Stairway to Evans.
Okay.
That will be the name this year.
I like it.
Stairway to Evans. Mike
Very
Evans.
good.
I'm very excited about Mike Evans.
Well,
I'm very excited about Mike Evans.
Hopefully that goes better than I'm very excited about Ricky Pearsall.
That's a good point.
I mean, there could be
Well, we get excited about players. Sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't.
But when you get excited about individuals, it doesn't always go great for them.
But sometimes it does.
Such as?
Well,
you gave Bryce Eldridge the Rookie of the Year a couple months back, and he can't stop getting out.
What are you talking about?
He's all right.
He drove in a run today, I think. Did they score?
I don't think they scored
Did they score? No, he got some hits. He got at least one hit today.
Yeah.
Bryce looks great. I know he's
fine.
He's tapered off a little bit. He's 20 years old. I'm very excited about Bryce Eldridge, and I think it's gone actually very well this year for his first go. So there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the Pearsall one sticks just because.
Yeah, it sucks.
And it's not on you.
And it's also not over yet, but it's over for this year.
Yeah.
I know his career's not over.
No, it's not.
I know it. I'm with you. This is I don't want to call it career threatening because that makes it feel like he's never going to play again. I do think that there is the risk with this procedure that it can be career altering.
It's career threatening.
It is, right.
I mean, I'll put that out there. It's career threatening. Career altering, it's already going to alter his career. At the end of this year, there will be 51 regular season games that his team plays. He'll have played in 20 of them. Yep. The gunshot was a part of it. You could start his clock after he came back from the shot, and the percentages are still below 50. And that's not great when the number one ability is availability. And, yeah, his contract is not so big over the last 2 years that you have to cut it and whatever. The dead cap the dead cap would be like $3 million, $4 million. So you keep him and see what he's got in camp next year, but this is career threatening.
Yeah,
no doubt.
I mean, like he's got one more year to. When is the whole fifth-year option thing? When does that need to be decided in a first-round draft pick? I can't remember. So but I mean, at this point, he's got 1 year. He's got next year to see if the 49ers want to keep doing this. So, and they may not. I who knows where he's going to be at that point.
Yeah. I mean, it makes the most sense to me that he goes through the surgery and the rehab and you get to next offseason in the OTAs and you see what he's got. I mean, you have him under contract for nickels on the dollar.
I mean, is he even participating in OTAs? It's a 9 to 12 monther and it hasn't happened yet, right?
It probably will happen before September, which lands him about June or July. So, yeah, you're probably right. OTAs, maybe it's camp where you don't see him for the first time.
So, for example, this year it was May 1st for the 2023 class. So it would be around then next year. But I think
do they have a while before they have to? Is that the deadline or is that the opening?
That's the deadline for them to pick it up.
Oh,
but
well,
I think with Ricky, because he's not going to play it all this year, it gets pushed back. So you have an extra year to decide because he doesn't play at all. So this doesn't accrue.
Count
this doesn't accrue as a year for him.
This does not count as a third year?
I'm pretty sure.
No.
Oh. Well, that's good. So what you're saying is maybe it's actually going to be May 1st, 2028.
I think. I don't know that 100%, but I remember reading something along the lines of if he doesn't play at all this year, then it doesn't even count as a year.
I thought someone said that to us last week also.
By the way, I'm super excited about Dejon Stribling too.
Okay. But not so excited to put him in your fantasy team.
Well, no, but he's a rookie. Like, you got to let that, you know what I mean? You got to see that cook a little bit. I don't know how much they're going to use him. I'm just excited about him. I'm excited based on what I've heard. I'm excited based on what we've seen so far in camp, but that's just camp and hearsay. I don't know if he's going to be a great NFL player, but I'm very, very interested to see it. Mike Evans, I already know that that he's a great NFL player. And now you put him into this offense with this quarterback. I know he's 32, but that's going to be very difficult for opponents to stop. So I'm very, very hopeful that he stays healthy.
Dejon Stribling, what if I offered you 49 catches, 927 receiving yards, and 3 touchdowns? Would you take that as a rookie?
Oh, God, yeah. Oh, hell yes.
That's Jerry Rice. That's Jerry Rice's rookie year.
He used to drop a lot of balls as a rookie.
That's what's one of the notes in here
he
for
should
sure.
have been over 1,000 yards. He had the dropsies. That was one of the years. There were a couple years, maybe only 2, but that my dad used to be able to take me to a lot of games, and that was one of them. And so we watched a lot of those Jerry Rice dropsies back in the day. All right, 888-957-9570. That is the number. Not done at all as of yet. And in fact, there's kind of a development that just happened down on the Giants farm that we want to get to coming on next. And so we will. We're sponsored by Safeway. And this is Willard and Dibs.
Giants fans, step up to the plate and hit one out of the park for Bay Area patients in need of blood. Stanford Blood Center and the San Francisco Giants have teamed up to save lives, and you can help. During the entire month of August, everyone who donates blood at any Stanford Blood Center location or mobile blood drive will receive a redemption card for a free Giants jersey. Scoring your jersey is quick and easy. Visit stanfordbloodcenter.org/Giants for all the details you need. Help give your fellow Giants fans more days at the ballpark and schedule your donation today.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. The Bay Area is growing, rebuilding, and ever evolving. Whether you're a builder, architect, contractor, or homeowner, having the right supplier can lead to completing your projects on time and under budget. At Golden State Lumber and Showroom, you'll find trusted brands and over 70 years of experience helping customers get projects done right. Their highly trained sales team stays current on building trends and best practices so you can make informed decisions. With an extensive selection of products, Golden State can deliver throughout the Bay Area the next business day and often the same day. When it comes to special orders, they lead the industry in turnaround times, keeping your projects on schedule. From framing and decking to windows, doors, and hardware, Golden State makes sourcing materials simple, helping customers work smarter, faster, and better. Golden State Lumber and Showroom's commitment to customer service honors the company's motto, when you succeed, we succeed.
Car salesmen are annoying.
Sign here, please.
Never talk to one again with FlexCar, the first and only month-to-month car lease.
Oh, no.
Get a great car, switch anytime. FlexCar, you drive everything.
That's Elena's family group chat. It never stops. Someone's always sending a blessing
Or starting a poll about the baby shower theme at midnight.
With Real Unlimited from Total Wireless, she's always in the loop, whether she wants to be or not. Switch to Total Wireless Total Starter Plan or higher and get a Samsung Galaxy A16 5G on us. Total Wireless, your own Real Unlimited. Offer ends 11/4/2026 or while supplies last. Devices, taxes, and fees may apply.
Running a small business is a daily balancing act. One late shipment, one price hike, one employee issue, and your whole month, maybe the entire year, could be in trouble. That's where LendSeek comes in.
I needed $100,000 fast to keep up with inventory demands. LendSeek had me funded the same day I applied. Between their AI platform finding the fastest deal and a dedicated funding specialist guiding the process, it couldn't have been easier.
Our AI-driven platform matches your business with the right program from over 100 funders, up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours. Don't wait until it's too late. If you've been in business at least 2 years with more than $500,000 in annual revenue, qualifying is simple. No collateral, no out-of-pocket costs, no hassle. From lines of credit, term loans to revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply in minutes at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, Bay Area, it's Guru. You know what's really bugging you? It's not your fantasy team or the refs. It's the bugs in your house. Ants stealing snacks, spiders showing up uninvited. That's when you head straight to AtcoPest.com. Atco Pest Control has been handling Bay Area pest problems safely and naturally for over 40 years, protecting your family and your pets without breaking the bank. Get the details now at AtcoPest.com. ATCO Pest.com. Atco's got you covered.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
This is the story of the one. the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Running a business shouldn't feel like a juggling act. One app for accounting, another for inventory, one more for sales, and somehow they never work together. Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated platform with all the business applications you need. CRM, inventory, accounting, marketing, and more. All working together seamlessly. Stop juggling software and get back to growing your business. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Now back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by Hazy Little Thing by Sierra Nevada. Enjoy responsibly.
Nice try, Dodgers. I'm not buying it.
No?
No. 6-game losing streak. Right after they acquire Tarek Skubal and everybody loses their mind, the Dodgers just snap their fingers and lose 6 in a row, including his debut. Sure.
You think they're, taking a dive?
Absolutely.
In order to get the eyes off of the Shohei Ohtani
Tell
story?
everybody that it's not automatic that they're going to win.
It's really not automatic that they're going to win.
Of course it's not, but that's not the point. That's not
You're
the
saying
point.
they're intentionally losing so that people will not be so up in arms over the fact that they got the best pitcher at the deadline.
Exactly right.
Yeah, I don't think that it works that way, and you're somebody who's not normally a conspiracy theorist guy.
I mean, it's possible that I'm sort of doing this tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah, it is.
Possible.
It's also possible that they're not that good. Like their pitching staff is kind of a patchwork situation.
No, yeah, they're all hurt, but they're all going to come back.
Yeah, okay. So Blake Snell's going to come back.
I don't know if the other guys will. The other guys will.
Possibly.
Yeah.
Glasnow.
Yeah.
And Clayton Kershaw, is he coming back?
No. When they get to the playoffs, it doesn't even matter if they got all 5 of their guys. They're going to have 4 number 1 starters for games 1 through 4. Yamamoto.
He's all right.
And
their bullpen is comprised of not a lot.
Edwin Diaz just got back also.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. They have a fancy record, but boy, have they hit the skids.
It's just, again, for me, it's like, it's not even the point. It's not the point of the conversation. I think that's a funny argument when Dodger fans are like, look, this is the one that is my absolute favorite. They almost lost the World Series last year. I don't know if you watched.
Yeah, they were striking away.
But it went all the way to Game 7, and it was wobbly. I'm like, that's your argument? The back-to-back World Series champions almost didn't win it. Look, the Dodgers haven't done anything wrong. They haven't done anything wrong. So they don't really have anything to answer for. It's a much larger baseball issue, and it's going to get answered. And that's actually a part of this. They're going to be the poster for these CBA negotiations that drag and they're painful and they're awful and they go into spring and all of this. And it's not really them. It's larger issues that they're an example of some of them, but they didn't do anything wrong. They're using the rules in their favor. And they have financial advantages that have been granted to them. And they use those too.
And the Warriors use the rules to their advantage once upon a time. And, they were able they were able to sign a player for less. And there was a one-time increase in the cap. And that happened to coincide with the time that they went out and were able to get Kevin Durant. And so the timing of it and the rules made it to where they could do the Kevin Durant deal and they could make things happen. But the big difference is once the league saw what the Warriors were able to do, exploiting the loophole, they closed the loophole. Baseball is not going to be able to do that.
Well, except for what happened to the Warriors, you mentioned timing. Those changes were available to all the NBA teams, and it's a capped league.
Right.
It's a soft cap, but it's a capped league. And, that's probably what you're going to get in baseball. That'd be my guess. You're going to get a soft cap in baseball. You're not going to get a hard cap. The owners will scream and yell about it. The baseball union's probably too strong to have that be the case, and nobody wants to miss the entire season and all of that. But there's no example in a different sport that applies to what baseball is going through right now, because those sports have at least a soft cap. Some of them have a hard cap.
Right.
And the rules apply the same to all of the teams. There are built-in advantages that you can't get around, which is either your market or the star player you have in that moment and all of that stuff. But, I'm not going to dive all into the stuff now, but if you want to go into the whole TV network thing of it all, the Dodgers have some stuff going their way that nobody else gets. And they do a wonderful job of exploiting it, as they should.
Right, and I don't know if the smaller market teams are ever going to be able to get anything even remotely close to that sort of a network, and the Yankees are kind of the same, and the Mets have that advantage, and on and on and on. So that's just the way the system has been, and I think that the Baseball Players Union is so strong and so entrenched that I don't see them just caving in on any sort of a salary cap, especially when you look at the Giants. You've got Willie Adames, who's barely hitting 220, and he's making $31 million, 31. He's like an ice cream shop for the next 6 or 7 years. And so, he's not incentivized to have there be a cap because you get the deal. It's fully guaranteed, and you don't have to be good anymore.
Yeah, but he's part of the 1% of baseball salaries. They are very strong, but most CBA negotiations that I've watched as a sports fan, the owners win.
Usually, yeah.
This one's tougher, but I don't think they're just going to get out of this cap free. Hopefully there's a floor too. Everybody needs to be accountable, but baseball union is powerful, but I've never seen a new contentious CBA negotiation where the owners just take it on the chin across the board.
No, because they're incentivized to just lock you out and not play at all, because your losses as a personal player, and I'm not looking at Willie Adames or Rafi Devers certainly, but if you're a guy making, I don't know, $780 million or $780,000, and you're still 3 years away from being an arbitration player, if you miss out on a year, well, you're going to probably have to go out and get a second job, because that's income that you're going to lose. You can't make it up.
Baseball America just updated their prospect rankings. They love to put out their top 100 this after the draft and the trade deadline have all gone by. And the San Francisco Giants have 5 players in the top 100. Have you looked at these?
No, but I've looked at some of them.
Can you name any of the players?
Well, there'd be Joshua Gonzalez.
Very good. That's number 18. He is the Giants' top prospect.
Johnny Level he's got to be in there.
Number 50. Yes, he is. He's the third prospect for the Giants. Number 50 in Baseball America.
There's the other shortstop whose name I can't remember. I would guess his last name is Hernandez. I could be wrong.
You're doing great. Luis Hernandez. Number 36 on the Baseball America top 100.
Because I remember Pasta last week or the week before telling me how they're all playing in San Jose, and they're taking, you play second, and I'll play short, and you play third.
They're babies. Luis Hernandez is 17 years old. He's 17 years old. Joshua Gonzalez, he's got hair on his chest. He's 18 years old. And then Johnny Level is also 18 years old, and he's in San Jose.
With the kid, not Killeen, but Killen, is he on there?
Oh, Gavin Keelan?
Gavin Keelan.
No.
He's no longer there.
Sorry, he didn't. Well, no, he's not. Yeah, he's not the top 100.
Okay.
He's a top prospect for the Giants, but not top 100.
Yeah, I'd be hard-pressed to come up with another one, Mark.
Do you remember off the top of your head who their number 1 pick was in the draft a couple of weeks ago?
It was the kid out of Pleasanton. I believe he went to Foothill High.
You're killing it.
Flora?
My man Dan Dibley. Jackson Flora. UC Santa Barbara, number 51. So they also, not just 5 of the top 100,
Gaucho.
4 of the top 51.
All right.
And then coming in at number 84, it is
84?
Yeah, number 84. I love sometimes you do these lists. It's like, he's 84.
Definitively, he's 84.
Someone will be like, that's way too low. He should be 76. It's just like, what are we doing? But anyway, they're right. The point is they think this guy's good.
Yeah.
And he, not that long ago, was called up to AAA. So he's a river cat.
He's a river cat.
Yep.
Oh, is that the...
Come on.
He's got like that fun name.
Come on, people.
Not Brooks Dakota, but he's got like one of those funky names.
You're sort of in the neighborhood of the wrong answer.
Okay.
It's an answer, but it's the wrong one.
Well, then
You're thinking of Dakota Jordan.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Dakota Jordan.
Yeah, but no, it's the other guy.
Jordan Brooks?
Yeah.
Brooks Jordan.
No. No, the other outfielder. You know who it is?
Is it the crotch thrusting Drew Gilbert?
No.
The thruster?
The big's too long.
I know.
Yeah. Bo Davidson.
Oh, there you go.
Bo Davidson is an undrafted kid, by the way, once upon a time, is now in Baseball America.
Who found him?
Top 100. Hufunga? What'd you say?
Who found him?
Oh, I thought you said Hufunga.
Yeah. Is that a Farhan find?
I'd have to go. Do you, Pasta? What year did Bo come in?
That's definitely a Farhan guy.
Yeah, Farhan guy. Like Patrick Bailey and Casey Schmidt.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And Joey Bart, or was that pre?
No, that was pre-Farhan. Okay. Yeah.
Gotcha. All right.
Joey Bart, who
exciting,
also got traded at the deadline.
Luis Arise, home run today for the Phillies.
Did you see that bat flip?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Did you see the crowd reacts?
Of course. It was intoxicating. Luis Arise stared at it. It hit the foul pole, didn't it?
Yep.
It hit the foul pole, and then he turns to the dugout and, does all the stuff. We got body parts going in every direction, and then the bat just goes straight up in the air, and the whole stadium was alive. Luis Arise is a Philly, and he's killing it. Your boy Eric Burns lost his mind when that trade happened, by the way.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
No, I didn't, but...
You should go watch it.
It's his kind of player, you know.
Well, he also got all mad because the Giants got a right-handed pitcher in return. And he didn't like that. This is the easiest thing to find in baseball.
Oh, my God. I'm looking at the Phillies post on X right now.
Yeah, what's it say?
Welcome to Flipadelphia. He hits it. He puts his hand on his belt buckle, and he watch, step, and then the bat gets twirled about 17 feet in the air.
I told you we don't follow players after they leave the Bay.
We follow this guy. Oh,